The story opens on a battlefield, with words echoing endlessly in my head. Live for the family. That's what my father always told me. What he meant was I should never hope for anything myself, just exist as a shadow at my brother's side. A man kneels silently on the ground, his shoulders slumped in defeat. Slow footsteps approach, and a mocking voice cuts through the air. What a priceless sight. At the sound of that voice, the kneeling man grits his teeth in anger. The sounds of battle ring out. A lone knight fights against the continent's most powerful commanders, their faces etched with tension. The ground is littered with the bodies of fallen soldiers. The man facing him smirks. So, you're his little brother. This is getting interesting. He calls out Cyan Vert. Cyan's eyes flash with fury as he looks up. Boris. Boris just throws his head back and laughs, completely unfazed. Magic begins to swirl around his blade as he asks, his voice thick with rage. Who put you up to this? Cyan rises to his feet, magical energy coiling around him. He murmurs, as if the answer just came to him. Was it the king? Boris's eyes widen at the sight of the magic. That disgusting black mist. He snarls. So the rumors were true. The magic erupts in an instant, throwing the surroundings into chaos. You're the assassin, Mist. He grits his teeth. To us Knights of Light, your so-called Mist organization is nothing but a shadow. I will report to my superiors that I have eliminated the accursed filth who dared to ally with heretics. Cyan's expression turns savage, all caution thrown to the wind. Fina, get your best shot. I'll give you a month to recover after this, and I guarantee you still won't have any teeth left to go crying to your masters. Boris just smirks and takes a step back. If you're thinking of using that secret power of yours, you might as well give up. This place is sealed by a 9-star magic barrier. I have to find a way out of here and expose the real mastermind of my brother. Cyan looks up, his expression cold as ice. A barrier? I'll tear it to shreds. Just then a sharp voice cuts in. That's enough, Cyan. As a man approaches, Boris immediately bows his head in reverence. Cyan freezes, his expression stunned. His father's words echo in his mind once more. Asterisk, you must live for the family. Your brother, Askel, is the face of this house. Askel Vert's success is also Cyan Vert's success, asterisk. The man's face comes into view, his expression severe. Cyan's powerful aura vanishes in an instant. So the one behind all this was... He recognized him. It was Askel. Cyan collapses to his knees, his strength completely gone. Askel speaks calmly. You seem confused to see me here. He slowly walks toward Cyan. Cyan stares up at him, eyes wide with disbelief. What is this? Askel's face is a mask. Cyan, you have fulfilled your duty admirably. To our family, to the people, and... He pauses. For me. Hearing those words, Cyan's heart sinks into an abyss. Askel says it as if it's the most natural thing in the world. And so, I simply want you to lay down your burden. Cyan looks up, confused. I don't understand, he mumbles. Did I do something wrong? Askel's eyes narrow. Something wrong? The black magic continues to emanate from Cyan. Askel gestures to it. That terrifying mist. You're nothing more than a murderer. I can hardly even consider you human. Askel points a finger at him. You've deceived everyone for so long. Have you no shame? Do you not recognize your own sins? The word strikes Cyan as utterly ridiculous. A murderer? He thinks with a bitter laugh. My sins? Cyan's eyes are wild, his reason gone. What the hell is he talking about? Flashes of the past return to him. The war for the throne. The Demon Lord's surprise attack. A relentless invasion by a horde of monsters. The Continental War of Unification. I was the sword that helped you achieve it all. And through it all, you stood there, high and mighty. All because I was born to be your tool. In a fit of rage, he slams his fist into the ground. Cyan rises slowly, the black mist pouring from his body. And after all that, you're just going to throw me away? His face twisted with hatred, he lunges forward. I've slaved away for you for 20 years. Blood drips to the ground, forming a dark crimson pool. It doesn't matter if this body breaks. He can no longer contain his rage. I'll use every last ounce of my strength. A dark mist explodes outwards. If it means I can destroy you. The onlookers are stunned. He still has that much power left. No way. He's not human. Raising his sword, Cyan speaks in a low, mocking tone. How pathetic. The great hero, trying to kill his own little brother just because you're scared. Aren't you ashamed? The words strike a nerve, and anger flashes across Askel's face. Enveloped in mist, Cyan grips his weapon and charges. He lunged forward relentlessly, but Askel immediately moved to intercept. Cyan was moving so fast he was a blur to the naked eye. All I need is one opening. He flickered around Askel, appearing and disappearing in an instant. One clean hit is all it would take. Like a phantom, Cyan shot forward. If I can just strike his weak point, he won't be able to regenerate. He lunged, aiming straight for Askel's back. But a magic circle flared to life, blocking his path. The moment he hit it, Cyan recoiled in shock. That magic circle! Boris made it. Damn it. Bullies. A voice sneered, "You lowly wretch," and a sword plunged straight through Cyan's stomach. His grip slackened, and his weapon clattered to the ground. The man spoke with the condescending air of a superior. "Because you are my brother, I had intended to show you mercy, a painless death. But you revealed your true, monstrous self." Askel's voice dripped with self-righteousness. "I knew all along that you were a demon. Thank goodness I never trusted you." At those words, Cyan looked up, his eyes wide in disbelief. Then, with a look of utter contempt, Askel kicked Cyan away. He turned to leave. "Let's go. Bullies boued de reverendi." "Yes, my lord." He lay on the ground, bleeding profusely. Damn it all. Cyan couldn't accept it. Is this really how it ends? I lived such a pathetic life. His vision blurred, his eyes losing focus. What an idiot. Suddenly, Askel sensed something and whipped around, startled. Summoning strength from some unknown reserve, Cyan suddenly lunged at him. He let out a furious roar as he charged. Cyan's blade reached Askel's neck, only for a blade to slice straight through his head. Through the haze, a voice called out again and again. Young Master Cyan." Cyan bolted upright, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. Standing before him was a maid, her face a mask of irritation. "How long were you planning to sleep in? Get up. You have to get ready, young master." Seeing her, Cyan cried out in shock. "Emily, what are you doing here?" Then he instantly noticed something was off. "Huh?" Cyan stared at Emily's face. "I haven't seen her in nearly 20 years, but she looks exactly as she did the last time we met." She looked back, confused. "What are you talking about? Are you still half asleep?" He glanced around the room. "This place, I remember it. It's the room I had when I was a boy. Nothing's changed." Stunned, Cyan touched his own face. "Wait, am I a kid again?" Emily put her hands on her hips, her voice sharp with annoyance. "Young Master Cyan." He looked up, startled. "Huh?" She leaned in, her voice a stern whisper. "You're just trying to stall to get out of training, aren't you? Now snap out of it and let's go." He blinked, confused. "Training?" Cyan asked blankly. "What training?" The scene shifts to the Duchy of Hausford. Cyan looked up at the magnificent estate. There's no doubt about it. I've gone back in time. Still, a sliver of doubt remained as he scanned his surroundings. Or is this just my life flashing before my eyes as I die? The training ground was already packed with people. I remember now, 20 years ago, Imperial Year 985, the 1st of March. It was 1 year after I'd entered the academy. Every year, the duchy holds a sparring tournament. And my father, the lord of this duchy, Duke Vert himself, would attend, making it a grand event. My opponent is Granz Vert. He's the same age as me, my half-brother. His mother, Margaret Erzith, is the duchess. Because of her, Granz receives all the attention, even though we're both the youngest sons. I was beaten to a pulp back then, crying my eyes out like a spoiled child. After the humiliation of this match, I became a complete laughingstock. My father turned his back on me and said coldly, "Don't even bother trying. This match, it was the reason he gave up on me completely." Emily whispered worriedly from the sidelines, "Maybe you should just surrender." Cyan calmly picked up his sword. "It's fine. All I have to do is win." He sighed to himself. "Even my own mate has no faith in me." Then, a sudden realization hit him, and he froze. Cyan gripped the sword, a confused look on his face. "It's just a practice sword. Why does it feel so heavy? My strength, it's just as weak as it was back then." From the sidelines, Emily kept cheering. "Try not to get hurt, young master." He stared at the sword in his hand. "This feeling, it isn't a dream. It's not a dying vision, either. I've never heard of a spell that could create an illusion this real." And so, he asked himself one more time, have I really gone back in time? Just then, Gran strode up to him, a sneer on his face. "I'm surprised you didn't run away. Does this mean I can change the future?" he thought, turning his head to look back. The Emperor, from his seat, raised a hand. "Begin." Krantz immediately lunged forward. "What do you think you're looking, you idiot?" A confident smirk spread across his face, as if he already knew the outcome. But as Cyan watched Krantz, he couldn't help but feel confused. What is this? Is he a snail, or something? He's so slow. And so, he subtly shifted his foot. The charging brute froze, startled by the movement. An instant later, Krantz's sword slammed into the empty ground. He spun around angrily, shouting, "You dodged? You coward!" But just as Krantz lunged again, Cyan sent his sword flying. He immediately followed up with a swift kick to Krantz's ankle. A wave of pain shot through Krantz, and he gritted his teeth, tears welling in his eyes. He collapsed, clutching his leg and letting out a pathetic cry. Seeing this, Krantz's mother cried out in alarm, "Krantz!" The Emperor, however, watched with a thoughtful expression. Cyan looked down at him coldly. "All I have to do is point my sword at his throat, and this duel is over." His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. But that's not enough. Cyan couldn't help but remember his past life. When they were children, Krantz had always bullied him, using him for amusement. He always wore that sadistic grin while tormenting me. It was the same even after I started school. A cruel thought surfaced in Cyan's mind. Asterisk, I have to crush him, so utterly that he'll never dare to touch me again. Asterisk. In this life, he raised his foot. I will carve my own path, Cyan vowed silently. Seeing his raised foot, the other boy began to sob in terror. Before Cyan could even do anything, his opponent was so scared he started foaming at the mouth. And with that, Krantz lost the match. The day after the duel, the Duke ordered me to see him, even granting me time off to rest. Was my victory really that impressive? Cyan glanced up at the man beside him. I'm even being escorted by the High Knight, Sir Yulkin, the Duke's right-hand man. In the distance, a woman approached, accompanied by her maid. The corner of his mouth twitched into a smirk. Asterisk, looks like she's about to bring up her son. Kukik, she looks like she just stepped in dog crap. Asterisk, is Krantz all right, my lady? The woman's face was a mask of rage. After beating your own brother into that state, you have the audacity to ask such a question? You're truly shameless. Unfazed, Cyan just smiled and walked past her. That's just how duels are. See you around. Just then, her mocking voice rang out. This is exactly why bastards like you should never be treated like a real son. The woman sneered. Like mother, like son. It's all because of your filthy mother. You should be begging on a street corner, yet you dare cause trouble here? You should be grateful. The moment he heard that, Cyan's expression turned to ice. A murderous red glint flared in his eyes. Asterisk, she's crossed the line. Should I kill her? Asterisk. Asterisk, should I kill her? No, not yet. Asterisk. Cyan's lips curved into a smile. Asterisk, I, better than anyone, know the perfect way to torment her. I'll make her feel the pain, slowly. Asterisk. He turned back and asked sweetly, My lady, you're aware that Krantz and I will be attending the academy together, correct? Confused, she snapped. What are you getting at? Cyan's face was cold, his tone a clear threat. Surely you want your son to graduate in one piece. Or are you so worried about him, you'd rather he just didn't come back at all? Right, my lady? Hearing this, she gritted her teeth in fury. You. Livid, Margaret raised her hand. You insolent brat. How dare you? Just as her hand was about to strike, someone stepped in. My apologies, my lady. Yulkin stood protectively in front of Cyan. The Duke has summoned the young master for an urgent matter. I don't believe we could delay any longer. He looked at Margaret, his gaze cold. We must leave now. At his words, she hesitantly lowered her hand. Watching from behind, Cyan smirked. The Duke's command is absolute. He looked up at the towering man before him. Asterisk, and I'm being protected by the very knight carrying out that command. A knight who won't even yield to the Duke's wife. He's kind and trustworthy. Asterisk. They continued on their way. A voice from within a room called out, Enter. Upon entering, Cyan bowed his head. Cyan, the youngest son of House Vert. His face was a cold, emotionless mask as he kept his head low. I greet you, father. It's been nearly 15 years since we've met alone like this. The man turned around. It was Duke Willius Vert, the great lord of Velias, a territory in the western Ushif kingdom. Sit, he said. One must speak of Willius's reputation. The world knows him by another name, the guardian of the continent, the hero who stopped the demonic invasion. He stood atop the corpses of countless monsters. With his immense magical power and profound wisdom, this man shouldered a burden no one forced upon him. Fighting to his last breath against the Demon King's army, all he ever wanted was peace for the entire continent. Now, the two of them sat facing each other. Asterisk, but my memory of you is different. A man who willingly, asterisk. He stared right back at him, unflinching. What a fool, spending his whole life in service to another. Willius spoke up. Your eyes tracked and precisely dodged the blade. Hearing this, Cyan looked up, a little bewildered. He began to slowly recount the moment Grans charged. The scene replayed in Willius's mind. You looked straight at the swinging sword's path and turned your body to evade the blow. He looked Cyan straight in the eye and asked, When did you learn to wield a sword? Cyan was taken aback, as sharp as ever. He answered carefully, I wouldn't say I learned it exactly. I've been practicing on my own every night. Willius gestured toward Cyan, confused. As I recall, you never had any interest in swordsmanship. Why would you hide your abilities? Cyan scratched his head, feigning bashfulness. Honestly, I didn't want to draw any attention. Hearing that, his father mused. Even so, you truly gave your all to defeat Grants. Then Willius paused before continuing, but he recalled Cyan kicking Grants. Wasn't what you did afterward a bit excessive? Hearing that, Cyan realized. Asterisk, so this is a test. He's trying to gauge my abilities. Asterisk. So Cyan spoke up. I wanted to prove myself. Willius pressed him. Prove yourself. Prove what? His voice was strong and decisive. To prove that I'm better than Grants. That even though we share the same blood, I'm superior. That was the point I wanted to make with this duel. As soon as he finished, his father let out a strange laugh. Then Willius looked up and praised him. Well done. A clear, precise answer that shows your class. I never knew you were so talented. I'm very pleased. But his next words made Cyan's heart sink. One day, you will surely become Askel's capable right hand. Cyan was stunned. A cold fury welled up inside him. What? Memories of his past life flooded back. Cyan seethed. Why do I have to be a subordinate? He stared at Willius's face. Asterisk, it's just like before. He only ever thinks about Askel. Asterisk. Cyan's hands, resting on his lap, clenched into tight fists. His father continued, oblivious. This isn't a trophy, but I wish to reward you for that match. Name whatever you want. Cyan's eyes narrowed in resentment. Asterisco fine. I'll destroy it all. Asterisk. Resolve hardened in his heart. Everything that bastard Askel wants to accomplish, he spoke aloud. The thing I want. Emily's eyes went wide as he finished his story. What? You want to go to the battlefield? Cyan, sitting calmly on his bed, replied, yes. Though nothing's been decided yet. She shrieked. You're insane? Have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea what that place is like? Emily's face was a mask of terror. It's crawling with terrifying demonic beasts. Villas, the western territory of the Ushif Kingdom, is the only place on the continent considered a true war zone. And even within that territory, the Limia Valley is the absolute front line. It is a brutal arena where the war against demons has raged for hundreds of years. That's why my father, who was dead set against it from the start, gave me one condition. Willius said, I have 1 month to prove I'm worthy of going to the Limia Valley. Cyan looked down at his own hand. I wonder what his standard for worthy is going to be. Cyan clenched his fist with determination. Asterisk, in the meantime, I have to build up my physical strength. I'm still weaker than other guys my age. Asterisk. The duel flashed through his mind again. I was just lucky to have kept my combat intuition from my past life. Cyan tried to summon his mana into his palms. Asterisk, and this small bit of mana I can feel inside me. If I train my body with my abilities, I can definitely make good use of it. Perfect. I'll start training today. Asterisk. Just then, the door burst open and someone stormed in. Cyan. The person stood with their hands on their hips, glaring at him. Ah! It was a girl with a furious expression. He cried out, Alice! Before Cyan could even react, she lunged forward and grabbed him by the collar. Emily quickly interjected. Are you all right, Lady Alice? Meanwhile, Cyan was being shaken violently. Ugh, are you crazy? Alice radiated pure fury. I heard you asked Father to send you to the battlefield. Is that right? Dizzy from the shaking, he yelled, Alice, let go of me. Alice finally shoved him away. You beat Grants, so now you think you're hot stuff, is that it? Cyan replied, it's not like that at all. Suddenly, she said something unexpected. Come with me to the castle walls. Now. The two of them made their way to the fortress wall under the night sky, while the lights from the houses below still shone brightly. Cyan stood opposite Alice, letting out a breath. She said, we'll start when I draw my sword. If you can withstand my attacks for 3 minutes, I'll let you go to the battlefield. He was speechless for a moment. Do we really have to go this far, Alice? Alice cut him off. I don't care about that. Just answer me one thing. Are you aiming for? Her sharp eyes narrowed as she voiced her suspicion. The family title? Hearing this, Cyan was flustered. Asterisk, so that's why she's doing this? I don't even have the slightest interest in it. Asterisk. Seeing his silence, Alice took it as a yes. So it's true then? Draw your sword. Cyan let out an exhausted sigh. Asterisk, I've only had half a day to rest since my fight with Grants. I'm so tired. This whole day has been a complete mess. Asterisk. Alice sprang forward without a moment's hesitation. He was caught completely off guard. Huh. But drawing on years of combat experience, he easily parried her strike. Asterisk impossible. He blocked my sword? But he's only 10. Asterisk. Straining against her strength, Cyan gritted his teeth. Asterisk, is she really going all out against her little brother? I'm 7 years younger than her. Asterisk. The two broke apart, and Alice leaped back. She stared at him, stunned. A foil's blade is so thin, yet he managed to parry my longsword with it. Alice let out a cold laugh. Or was that just a lucky shot? Your instincts are sharper than I thought, my dear Cyan. Asterisk that cold smile. Oh, this is bad. Alice, asterisk. Without another word, Alice unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, holding nothing back. She leaped into the air, bringing her sword down in a sharp, straight line. Huh! Using all his strength, Cyan instantly raised his foil horizontally to block the blow. A piercing shriek of metal rang out as her sword crashed down. Then, in a surprise move, Alice slid her blade inside his guard, thrusting directly at him. She hadn't expected it to connect so easily, and her eyes widened in panic. Damn it! He instantly twisted his wrist, rotating the blade to deflect it. Cyan leaped back, creating distance between them. He landed perfectly on the castle parapet. Panting heavily, Cyan tried to calm his racing heart. Asterisk that was too close. If I hadn't twisted the blade to redirect it, I would have killed her. The mist sword style, thick fog, is full of techniques designed for instant assassination, all aimed at vital points. Asterisk. It's so hard to fight without aiming for a weak point, especially when I'm this physically weak. He gritted his teeth in frustration. How much of the 3 minutes is left? His small hands were trembling. Asterisk, I'm compensating for my lack of strength by reinforcing the blade with magic, but I'm at my limit. Asterisk. Across from him, Alice suddenly lowered her head and began to chant. Earth, wind, water, come forth and strengthen my blade. Asterisk level 6 magic. Asterisk. She lowered her stance as a layer of blue magic enveloped her sword. Water blade. Asterisk, is she trying to kill me? I thought this was just a test of my abilities. Asterisk. The air grew heavy as Alice exhaled. Can't lose, Cyan thought desperately. Asterisk, it's over. I can see the killing intent in her eyes. Asterisk. He pushed himself into a fighting stance. Asterisk, even if I manage to block this, the impact will send me flying off the wall. I have no choice but to bet everything on him showing up. Now. Asterisk. With no other option, Cyan charged forward. Alice raised her sword, a massive swirl of magical energy gathering around it. Please. As her glowing blade descended, please stop this fight. Asterisk, this is my only chance. Yulkin. Asterisk, just as he gambled, a figure appeared between them. Stop. He effortlessly lifted Cyan like a doll with one hand, while his other caught Alice's blade. A brilliant flash of light erupted from the point of impact, illuminating the entire castle wall. Yulkin's expression was cold. Lady Alice. Holding her blade at bay, he admonished her. You are being far too harsh on an opponent so much younger than yourself. Asterisk, he made it. I was wondering when he'd show up, but he got here just in time. Asterisk. In that moment, it was as if Alice finally snapped out of her trance. She immediately pulled him into a tight, emotional hug. I'm so sorry. I must have lost my mind for a second. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed. I just wanted to stop you from going to the battlefield. I was so fixated on it that I... He smiled softly. Asterisk, that's just like her. She always takes everything too far. Asterisk. He couldn't help but think back to his past life. My sister, Alice. She was the elite of the elite at the Royal Academy, a place where all the most gifted children gathered, whether their talents lay in swordsmanship, magic, or academics. And she achieved an S rank in every single subject. She was an idol to everyone. And on top of it all, her beauty was so stunning that people called her a child of the gods. From a very young age, she underwent rigorous swordsmanship training. People spoke of her as a future guardian of the continent, alongside the eldest son of House Verd, Askel. But in my past life, not long after she joined the Knights of Light, she was assassinated. His small hand tightened its grip on her back. I missed you so much, Alice. This time, I will protect you. Sensing his change in demeanor, she pulled back slightly, stunned. Cyan? Then Alice turned to Yulkin. That reminds me. Aren't you the Count's personal guard? The Count already left for the battlefield, didn't he? He immediately replied, I'm under orders from the Count to protect the young master. It was confidential, so I couldn't say anything. A wry smile crossed his face. I sensed his presence the moment I left the Count's office. I wonder, would he have ever shown himself if this fight hadn't broken out? His gaze softened as he looked down. But why, father? Why order Yulkin to protect me in secret? Completely exhausted, Cyan's head slumped onto Alice's shoulder. Oh. Hearing his steady breathing, she let out a soft sigh and smiled. Alice whispered gently, he's still such a kid. The next day, Alice returned to the academy. Turns out, she was just stopping by to see their father before her graduation ceremony. Meanwhile, Cyan was in his room, training. 9. His body trembled as he pushed out one more. 10. I need to get stronger. That's why I've been focusing on strength training for the past 2 weeks. He collapsed onto the floor, panting. But 10 push-ups is still my limit. I've been stuck here for 2 weeks. He remembered his past self, a powerful body covered in the scars of countless battles. I used to be so confident in my strength. I want that back. He was so lost in nostalgia, he could almost cry. I need a way to build on my stamina. Just then, Emily came in. Young master, a package has arrived from Miss Alice. Cyan turned, his face lighting up. Really? As she held it out, her face twisted in disgust. What in the world is this? The smell is horrendous. It's a vial of hellhound blood, Cyan thought. The one I asked her to get for me. It's a rare item that can only be found in the Lemia Valley. I guess the rumors about it appearing on the black market were true. Cyan poured it into a bowl, where it immediately started to bubble. The blood of a demonic beast is considered a poison because of its terrible stench and the burning sensation it causes when consumed. But, in reality, he thought with a hidden smile, it permanently increases the user's mana and strength the first time they drink it. Most people think that's just a baseless rumor. Cyan stared at the bowl, a tense look on his face. But I know it's true from my past life. Pinching her nose, Emily asked, Young master, are you really going to drink that? Yeah, he replied. Don't worry, Emily. With that, Cyan shut his eyes and downed the entire bowl. After all, I'm the only person who's adapted to your cooking. I still remember the first time. It was that wild mushroom soup, wasn't it? My heart literally stopped after the first bite. Compared to that soup, this is... A moment later, Cyan slammed the empty bowl down on the table. Wiping a drop of blood from the corner of his mouth, Cyan exclaimed, Delicious. An aura of mana flared up around his entire body. Emily, he said. Yes, she replied. Cyan turned back with a confident smile. I'm going to take a little walk. Now then, he thought, let's see if it actually worked. Cyan quickly made his way to a clearing in the woods. He stood with his hands on his hips, surveying the area. It's been a while. I've been waiting for this for the past 2 weeks. Cyan let out a weary sigh. Finally, a moment to myself. Yulkin is probably giving his regular report to father. Otherwise, he'd be tailing me right now. That guy's such a pain. I used to always come here when I wanted to be alone. He began to walk deeper into the woods, recalling a tale. One day, Askel received a revelation from Lumendal, the god of light. How'd it go again? It was said that an ancient temple was hidden somewhere in these mountains. After a short walk, Cyan crouched down, touching the ground. I never completely believed it, but there really is a place where the flow of mana is concentrated. The divine revelation was real, after all. It feels like it's right around here. Mana flared to life in his hand, which means, for now, I'm the only one who knows this place exists. He slammed his mana-charged hand into the ground. A smug grin spread across his face. Askel, I bet you can't even imagine what I'm doing right now. Looks like it's right here. Inside the newly formed crater, a hidden passage leading down was revealed. Time to go. Cyan headed inside. The place was a deep, dark cavern. It's completely different from the last time I was here. This place, it's the ancient temple dedicated to Lumendal, the god of light. Or, it was until the history of this land was erased. In the distance, Cyan could see a light emanating from deep within, all because of the war between the gods and demons 300 years ago. He stared intently at the light. Who would have ever imagined that a place like this was hidden in the mountains right behind our castle? As he drew closer, he saw a sword resting on a pedestal. There it is. The sword pulsed with a blinding golden light. The master of this castle. History tells a tale. In the year 999 BK, on August 12th, humanity finally succeeded in driving the Demon King's army out of Velius. The Demon King's forces were many times stronger than any human army. But humanity had discovered ancient holy relics, known as the weapons of the gods, which helped them achieve victory. One of those relics, Duran Dark, was the holy sword that held the power of the god of light, Lumendal. This sword was perhaps the single most important factor in humanity's victory over the demons. And in my past life, I died a miserable death at the hands of this very blade, wielded by Askelvert. He stared at the sword, deep in thought. It seems Duran Dark is somehow connected to my regression. Cyan reached out and touched the blade. He closed his eyes, concentrating. Just as I thought, nothing's happening. Frustrated, Cyan kicked the sword's pedestal. He turned to leave, grumbling, what a buzzkill. Holy sword, my ass. Let's just finish up and go. Behind him, the sword seemed to pulse with anger. He walked back toward the light cast by the sword. Once you step into the light, a strange shadow appears. There it is, on the ground. The dark red shadow of a sword materialized. He looked down at the shape on the floor. At a glance, it looks just like the sword shadow. A small smile touched his lips, but it isn't. In fact, there is no shadow at all. He placed his hand on the shadowy mark. Where there is light, there must also be shadow. Just then, another path was revealed, leading deep within. It was a secret passage to another room, hidden beneath the Temple of Light. Cyan walked straight toward the doorway, and peered inside. At the top of the stairs lay another sword, this one glowing red. There you are. He immediately reached out and took hold of the blade. My sword. The energy surrounding the blade seemed to merge with Cyan as one. The demon sword, Kirim. A dark, ominous energy radiated from it. Cyan smiled as he held up the sword. Good morning, Kirim. When nothing happened, he swung it in annoyance. Still not awake? He sighed, a joyful, familiar feeling washing over him. Ah, this feeling, it's the best. I've suddenly got an urge to slash something. Suddenly, a voice echoed out. Asterisk Kikiki, aren't you afraid, little boy? Asterisk as it spoke, shadows began to rise from the ground. The being asked again, do you have any idea what the consequences of waking me are? Cyan answered nonchalantly, nope. So, does that mean this sword is mine now? A large, demonic shadow formed before him and laughed, to awaken the slumbering demon sword. Its smile twisted into a crazed grin. It's far too late for regrets, kid. The shadow immediately lunged at Cyan. Your body is mine now. It cackled maniacally, but just as it closed in, Cyan reached out and grabbed its throat. The shadow's true form was revealed. You weren't in such a hurry last time, Cyan said. Startled, it choked out, Cook, what are you? How can he touch me? Cyan looked up, his expression cold. Already told you. This sword is mine. Sharp claws shot out from the being's hand. It swiped at Cyan, screaming, disappear. The creature immediately backed away, putting some distance between them. Her face was now visible, a girl radiating immense magical power. Who are you? Before her, Cyan was now emanating a dark, magical aura of his own. Don't tell me, you're the successor? She was confused. Why do I feel the presence of Eru coming from you? Cyan replied, that's right, I'm Eru's successor. He broke into a wild grin. Your master has returned. Now kneel, demon sword Kirim. Hearing this, she scoffed. You're nothing but a brat. She immediately charged at him. I will not accept you. As he parried her attack, he thought, Asterisk talking is useless. The demon sword's ultimate purpose is to possess its wielder, Asterisk. Asterisk looking at that hostile face. I guess I have no other choice, Asterisk. Cyan took a step back, creating some distance. Guess I'll have to get a little rough. He suddenly flashed a sly grin. Demon sword subjugation. Instantly, an unseen force seized control of her and slammed her to the ground. Cyan said coldly, I'll only say this once. Why couldn't you just accept me as your master when I was being nice? She struggled against the force, cursing, how do you know that technique? Eek, you arrogant brat. So he said it again. Demon sword subjugation. Her face was slammed into the ground. And so, Cyan repeated it again and again. Demon sword subjugation. Demon sword subjugation. Demon sword subjugation. With her head now buried deep in the ground, Cyan asked, how about now? Finally, she relented. I accept you. But Cyan wasn't satisfied. Subjugation. She understood. Master. He then turned and left the room. Well, that's taken care of. With his new weapon in hand, Cyan started to leave. Asterisk, time to head back. I've been gone for far too long. Asterisk. A voice sighed from the sword. Ah, it's been so long since I've breathed fresh air. She flew out of the sword as an orb of light, looking around. This feels incredible. She floated up to his shoulder. Hey, master, what's your name? Cyan, he replied. Sion Vert. She sounded confused. Cyan? I've never heard that name before. Did Aaron really choose a brat like you? He did, Cyan replied nonchalantly. In my past life. The sword spirit stared at him, bewildered. Past life? What are you talking about? Cyan stated plainly. I've died once before. She turned to him, stunned. What? He just hummed and kept walking. Saying no more, Cyan walked over to the other sword. The spirit remarked, he's still asleep? Of course, Cyan said, as if it were obvious. He has to wait another 20 years for his master. She sounded bewildered. You talk as if you know the future. Suddenly, he raised his sword. And with one swing, he shattered the hilt of the other sword. The spirit cried out in alarm. What do you think you're doing? Cyan held the object in his hand, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Who knows? Maybe this will make the future a little more interesting. The scene shifts. A lone carriage makes its way toward a distant castle. The rattle of its wheels is the only sound breaking the silence of the hazy plains. The carriage eventually pulls to a stop in the middle of an open field. Dressed in a suit of armor, Cyan thought to himself, Asterisk, I can't believe the day is finally here. Time flies, Asterisk. He bowed his head respectfully to the man approaching him. Greetings, Duke. Willius spoke, his voice firm. I'll ask you one last time. He looked Cyan straight in the eye. Are you truly determined to go to war? If you wish to back out, I won't stop you. Cyan's resolve didn't waver. He raised his head and answered, "Yes, father. The battlefield is where I belong." At that, Willius turned to Yulkin. "Unfurl it." "Yes, my lord," Yulkin replied. Yulkin produced a scroll from within his coat. Cyan recognized it instantly. Asterisk, a magic scroll. Are they going to summon something? Asterisk. The scroll was unrolled, revealing a magic circle that pulsed with power. In a flash, a monster was summoned. It stood on the ground, its razor-sharp claws digging into the earth. Ferocious flames erupted from its head. A hellhound. Seeing this, he let out a faint smile. Asterisk, a low-level beast from the Lemia Valley, huh? Father and his knights must have gone to a lot of trouble to prepare this little test. Asterisk. Nearby, the soldiers quietly rested their hands on their swords, ready to intervene. Cyan glanced at them. "So, they'll jump in if it gets too dangerous?" Willius crossed his arms. "You must take responsibility for your choices. Now, prove your worth. Pass this trial and show us what you're made of." Yulkin's expression was pensive. A trial? His mind went back to the night Cyan had summoned him. Yulkin pointed at himself, incredulous. "Did you just say, you want to duel me, young master?" Cyan explained, "In just 3 days, I have to fulfill my promise to father. I can't just keep swinging my sword at thin air, right?" A smile played on Cyan's lips. "I need to learn actual combat. You'll help me, won't you?" Yulkin hesitated. "A duel? At your age, wouldn't young Master Krantz be a more?" Cyan sighed, recalling the other boy fleeing for his life. "I don't know why, but he runs away every time he sees me. 'Stay away from me,' he screams." Yulkin was at a loss for words. What a pain. And so, he reluctantly agreed. "Very well, if you insist." Cyan's face lit up with joy. Yulkin drew his weapon, his expression serious. "However, I will only use the scabbard. I'll focus on defense. You attack with everything you've got." Cyan smiled back. "Thank you, Yulkin. Oh, and there's one more thing." His expression instantly turned cold, his gaze sharp. "From now on, no matter what happens, you will not say a word of this to my father. That's an order." Hearing this, Yulkin frowned in confusion. Without another word, Cyan lunged forward. He brought his sword down hard against Yulkin's scabbard. Feeling the force of the blow, Yulkin was stunned. Asterisk, such a heavy strike. It's hard to believe this is from a 10-year-old boy. Asterisk. Yulkin carefully watched Cyan's every move. He couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. He's so fast. In the next instant, Cyan's form vanished. Before he knew it, Cyan was in the air behind him. Asterisk, when did he? Asterisk. Quick as a flash, Yulkin spun around. He raised his scabbard just in time to block Cyan's attack. Cyan then dropped low, slashing at him from below. Seizing the opening, Cyan pressed his attack, swinging his sword as he rushed forward. And once again, Yulkin parried the blow. Suddenly, Cyan stopped and stood straight. "Phew, as expected, I'm still no match for you." He looked at the older man. "That was a great help, Yulkin. Thank you." Across from him, Yulkin was still in a daze, letting out a slow breath. Asterisk, incredible, young master. To think that the frail young master Cyan, asterisk. He looked at Cyan's carefree smile, has improved this much. He guessed inwardly, if my instincts are right, the young master is more than ready to pass this test. Back in the present, Cyan calmly faced the monster before him. Then, the beast lunged without warning. He leveled his sword, bracing for the attack. Here it comes. The demon hound charged, its maw wide with sharp fangs. Suddenly, a flash of steel slashed across its eye. Cyan instantly sidestepped the beast. Thrown off balance by the missed attack, it stumbled past him. With my current strength, this monster is more than a handful. I have to end this, and fast. Now that one of its eyes is injured, this next strike will finish it. Cyan spun, his sword aimed and ready. In a flash, he drove a clean, sharp line across the beast's throat. Without stopping, he leaped high into the air, his sword still lodged in its neck. All who witnessed the sight were stunned into silence. Across the way, Willius watched quietly, a smirk of amusement on his face. Cyan, however, stared intently at the pooling blood. What a waste. That's enough to fill at least a few vials. But he quickly reined himself in. If I did that here, they'd think I'm a lunatic. Should have at least brought a flask. His father walked over applauding. Excellent work, Cyan. Willius then turned to leave. I'll see you on the battlefield. Cyan bowed his head. Thank you, father. Suddenly, the sword's voice rang out. Master. It seethed with rage. What do you take me for? A damn fruit knife. Of course not, Cyan asked, confused. You're a demon sword. Why would you ask that? Then use me, damn it, the sword raged. I need to absorb blood to get stronger. It gazed at the beast's pooling blood, its voice pleading like a weeping child. Please, just let me have one sip. Cyan suddenly sheathed it. Don't worry. A smile played on his lips as magic flared around him. Because soon enough, I'll be using you for the main event. Just you wait. Then you should have just woken me up then, the sword wailed in frustration. Why'd you have to wake me up so early? The scene shifts to a different front. A massive, hammer-wielding monster roars. A northwestern ogre. Warning bells blared ceaselessly. Form a defensive line and wipe them out. Leave none alive, Willius commanded the men around him. Begin the monster subjugation campaign, the soldiers roared, raising their swords high with fiery determination. A brilliant light then erupted before the horde of monsters. Magic circles materialized beneath their feet. Tendrils of energy shot up from the ground, ensnaring them where they stood. Willius pointed his sword forward. Charge! His soldiers surged forward, cutting down the monsters with powerful strikes. In an instant, a soldier lopped the head clean off one of the beasts. Then, one man charged straight for the massive ogre leading the charge. His eyes narrowed as a torrent of energy gathered around his blade. With a single, clean slash, the monster's head went flying. From a safe distance, Cyan and Emily watched the battle. Emily's face was a mask of terror. Oh gods! Tears welled in Emily's eyes. Young master, why did you want to come to a place like this? Aren't you afraid? Cyan, however, gazed at the chaos with an air of calm nostalgia. Being back here, it brings back memories. This place is still the same old hell it's always been. Willius suddenly appeared beside them. Cyan, how does the front line feel? A little nerve-wracking, that's all, he replied. As you can see, he continued, the battlefield is a graveyard. You never know when you might die, so never let your guard down. Cyan smiled. Yes, father, I'll remember that. On the front lines, a situation like this is perfectly normal. The chaos of battle raged on. Magic relentlessly bombarded the monsters. There were 3 to 4 such battles a day, each requiring its own detailed strategy. A constant barrage of firepower rained down, while elite, high-ranking knights formed the core of the defense, cutting down any monster that managed to break through the front line. After a while, they returned to the encampment to rest, but everyone remained on high alert. Inside his tent, Cyan carefully peered outside. My tent is in the rear, the safest part of the camp. He scanned his surroundings, assessing the situation. With the guards this vigilant, there's not even a chance for Kiram to get a drink of blood. This is going to be difficult. Do I really have to wait until dinner? He turned to the lump quivering under the blankets. Emily, what are you doing? She cried out, trembling. The Duke. He said we could die at any moment. That's why I'm so scared. Cyan sighed, completely speechless. Seriously? Are you actually planning to pack up and go home? Emily's voice rose in anger. And how do you expect to get home? When are you ever going to learn to take care of yourself without me? Her face was a mask of fury. There are monsters everywhere. If I were to just run off, who would look after you, young master? Cyan broke out in a cold sweat. Emily stormed out of the tent. Let's go. It's almost time for dinner. He called after her. Emily, what about that cloak I asked for? But she didn't even look back, leaving him alone in the tent. Cyan gritted his teeth. Asterisk, should I just fire her? Is this any way to treat your young master? Asterisk. Later that night, Cyan created a dummy in his bed, tucking it under the covers. He studied his handiwork. Yeah, that should do the trick. Are you really going out to train, even in a place like this? Emily suddenly said. Cyan froze. Did I wake you? She rubbed her eyes sleepily. You're working so hard. The Duke would be so proud if he knew. Instead of answering, Cyan pulled his hood over his head. Well, I'm off. Just carry on as usual. He paused at the exit. I'm still asleep in my bed. Got it. Emily mumbled back, yes. With that, Cyan disappeared into the night. This was the front line, so the soldiers' night patrols were reinforced and security was tight. He moved swiftly away from the main camp. If I don't get clear of the barracks now, I won't be able to move freely. He landed lightly on one foot. Asterisk thick fog, third form, descending mist. If I remember correctly, asterisk. In the distance, a pack of demon hounds padded forward. There are a whole bunch of monsters out here. A wide grin spread across his face. What a perfect place for you to feast on some blood. Right, Kiram? The sword seemed to hum with pleasure. The scent of blood is so thick. Asterisk asterisk. Master, I don't think I can control myself any longer. Hurry, let me slice something. Asterisk asterisk. As the monsters charged, Cyan's voice was calm. All right, Kiram. Without another moment's hesitation, Cyan swung the blade. Then I'll give you what you want. His blade became a blur, cutting through the pack with razor-sharp arcs. Cyan's eyes were like ice as a crimson glint flashed in the darkness. Sword arts, fog tempest, the monsters were cut down in an instant. A moment later, an eerie silence fell over the clearing. Cyan plunged his sword into the neck of a fallen beast. He let the blood drip from the blade, collecting it in a cup. Then, as if it were a pint of ale, he downed it in one go. Cool. Here you go. As Cyan drank, the sword pulsed with power. Ah, this is the first time I've felt so invigorated since my awakening. Asterisk, asterisk. Good. Shall we keep this training up? At that moment, they were surrounded by a new pack of enraged demon hounds. How strong can we get just by killing these insects? Cyan just smiled. Don't worry, the night is young. An army of monsters, all different shapes and sizes, materialized before them. See? Plenty more where they came from. Kiram laughed in delight. Oh, this is getting exciting. The scene shifts. Elsewhere, a carriage convoy winds its way along a cliffside path in the dead of night. Inside one of the carriages, a young woman speaks. I still maintain that the front lines are far too dangerous. The person opposite her asked, Should we turn back, princess? Her voice turned cold. I have told you already. Do not treat me like a child. Her voice dropped to a low, serious tone. I am the princess of this kingdom. It is my duty to aid my father, the king. How many more times do I have to repeat myself? Bring it up again, and you will see me truly angry. The attendant replied nervously, Yes, your highness. Suddenly, the attendant perked up. Oh, that reminds me. Word is that the youngest son of House Verd has also joined the war effort. I believe he's around your age, your highness. The princess looked surprised. He brought his youngest son with him? The maid smiled. Actually, the duke didn't plan on bringing him along. The young master insisted on coming himself. Since you're both the same age, perhaps you could get to know him. The princess turned her head to look out the window. Humph, as if I care about such trivial things. Forget it. I'm going to get some rest. The flustered attendant quickly replied, Of course, your highness. After a moment of silence, the princess spoke again. What's his name? The maid, startled for a moment, replied, It's Cyan. I'm fairly certain his name is Cyan Verd. The princess murmured the name under her breath. Cyan. She gazed out the window at the moonlit sky. Asterisk Sion Vert. Huh, asterisk. The next day, the battle raged on. A harpy-like monster was felled by a single, clean slash of sword. As black feathers drifted through the air, Willius bellowed, Check for wounded. The ground was littered with monster corpses. A soldier reported, All clear, sir. No injuries. Willius nodded sharply. Good. We're heading back. Yes, sir, the subordinate replied. Suddenly, Willius whipped his head around, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. His foot pressed down on the monster's body as he withdrew his blood-soaked sword. Cyan sheathed his sword and let out a breath, surrounded by soldiers who remained on high alert. How did you manage to adapt and survive your very first battle like this? A voice asked in quiet wonder. Startled, Cyan turned to face him. Maintaining his composure, Cyan bowed respectfully. I'm always learning something new, father. Willius, still curious, pressed him. Is that all? I thought you'd be eager to return to the family. He smiled, a warm smile, the first Cyan had ever seen from him. You've endured out here for quite some time. I'm very proud of what you've accomplished on this battlefield. Cyan's head shot up in astonishment. Asterisk what? He's proud of me, asterisk. Willius then turned to leave. I have something to discuss with you tomorrow. Come to my tent early in the morning. Still stunned, Cyan could only think he never treated me this well. Not even in my past life. He managed to reply, Yes, father. That evening, in a rugged canyon, an object shot down like a lightning bolt, crashing into the earth and carving out a massive crater. Cyan's feet dragged across the ground as he slid backward. Gazing at the monster, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. TCH. Before him was a massive worm covered in rows of disgusting, razor-sharp teeth. Asterisk a death worm. They usually only appear deep within the valley. Asterisk. Master, you seem to be in a bind. Kiram's voice suddenly rang out. Please, switch with me. Let me possess you and fight. Cyan shot the sword a wary, mocking glance. Switch with you? You think I don't know what you're after? I swear, she insisted. It'll only be for a moment, then I'll give you back control. Across from him, the wounds he'd inflicted on the worm were already starting to heal. See? Kiram pressed. It regenerates instantly. Continuing to attack is pointless. Just then, the worm's wounds vanished completely. He tensed. Asterisk, she's right. This isn't going to work. It's already been a month since I came to the front lines. Asterisk. I've drunk the blood of countless monsters since I got here, but it's still not enough. The disgusting worm opened its fong-filled maw. Cyan sighed. Guess I have no choice. Cyan charged forward. Fine, I'll switch with you. Whatever you're planning, Kiram. Excellent, she replied. Let's go. Ninth mist form. Demonic sword burst. An ominous mist shrouded his head as he shot toward the monster. I'll rip right through that thick hide. The monster's body erupted in blood as it was sliced into pieces. Hovering in midair, He unleashed a second attack. Miss Sword, 8 Blossom Slash. He plummeted from the sky, a straight line of death slicing down into the massive worm. The monster's body began to separate, chunk by bloody chunk. Just as it began to regenerate, another blow landed, dicing its entire body into pieces. A while later, a group of soldiers arrived to investigate. One touched the monster's blood on the ground. This thing's been dead for a while. Willius arrived to inspect the scene, accompanied by Ulkin and other soldiers. The residual magic here is immense, he observed. A demon might have done this. We can't take this lightly. If the demon clan is involved, search the area at once and dispose of these remains. Yes, sir, the soldiers replied in unison. His gaze then fell upon the clean, sharp cuts on the monster's corpse. These slashes, they look familiar. Willius frowned, trying to place it. Am I mistaken? Just then, Ulkin called out from nearby. Sir, you need to see this. He walked over to where Ulkin stood. Both men looked up, their eyes widening. This is... Willius breathed. Before them was another monster, hacked into pieces. Another death worm, Willius thought, a sense of dread growing within him. Who could have possibly done this? His worry deepened. Could it be that organization? Elsewhere, Cyan reflected. Astérisque démon swort manifestation. It allows Kiram to control my body and unleash her full power. Asterisk. A smug smile spread across his face. Asterisk, but I can still seize back control if she lets her guard down in the heat of battle. Asterisk. The next morning, Cyan opened his eyes, dark circles ringing them. And that's precisely why I let her take control when fighting monsters. He sat up, clutching his head. I drank all the monster's blood after we defeated it, and my strength increased a bit. Ugh, my whole body aches. He groaned. A month ago, I never would have been able to withstand this. I get it now, Kiram's voice suddenly chimed in. She said teasingly, you look like a kid, but you sure don't talk or act like one. When we were fighting, your movements were incredibly swift and masterful. Your actions were decisive. You know the geography of the Lemay Valley like the back of your hand. And your swordsmanship. It's as if you've been training for at least 30 years. She laughed, her tone certain. And on top of all that, you said you've died once before, didn't you? Now I'm sure of it. She looked at Cyan's stunned face. You were reborn, weren't you? He stared at her, at a loss for words. Well, I did say I died once. Was it not obvious enough for you? Kiram exploded. How was that supposed to be obvious? You never explained a thing. Cyan turned away. Too lazy. Whatever, she grumbled. Still, I'm guessing killing someone like you wasn't easy. Kiram continued her analysis. You were killed by the wielder of Durandal. That leaves two possibilities. Either you were killed in a one-on-one duel, or you were betrayed. She glanced at him with a smug smile. And I'm betting on the second one. What makes you say that? He asked. You have such contempt for the holy sword, she replied. I guess you have no sentimental attachment to it. She drew closer to Cyan. So, your goal is revenge, then? In any case, just remember this. Kiram then drew near and threatened him. If I catch you failing or giving up, I'll swallow you whole. Cyan's expression remained unchanged as he sent it flying with a single punch. Devour me? I'm not dumb enough to let that happen. Stunned from a blow, Kiram lay motionless in a corner. He looked over at it and couldn't help but smile. It hasn't changed at all. Same personality as it had in my past life. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Cyan went to see what was happening. He scanned the area in confusion. What's going on? It looks like chaos out here. Emily ran over anxiously. Young master, you're awake. Cyan immediately asked. Emily, what's wrong? She hurriedly replied. Sir, they found the corpse of a high-level monster at the entrance to the valley. Hearing that, he grew uneasy. She's talking about that worm, isn't she? Emily added. It's been a long time since a monster like that has appeared near the campsite. Hearing this, he asked, Is there anything else? She was startled by his question. Sir. He was starting to panic. Besides that, is there anything else? Like a suspicious person being spotted, or anything about me? Just then, Ulkin approached from behind. Young Master Cyan. He informed him, the Duke wishes to see you immediately. The moment he heard that, Cyan panicked. Damn it, I couldn't get rid of that massive corpse in time. He remembered how the patrol guards had shown up out of nowhere. Cyan gritted his teeth. So much for his plan to enjoy a peaceful life before the academy. He quickly entered the tent. Father, I'm here. Please don't let him realize it was me. From across the tent, Willius turned and said, Over here, Cyan. Cyan's anxiety spiked. What if he asked about yesterday? His father's gaze was sharp as he looked at him. Sit down. He panicked internally. How am I supposed to explain this? Once they were seated opposite each other, Willius got straight to the point. I'll ask you directly. What did you do last night? Cyan looked up, feigning confusion. I went to bed early. I was exhausted. Willius continued to observe him, his mind flashing back to the monster. Went to bed early, huh? But those slashes. That was unmistakably Cyan's sword style. Willius looked at his son, second-guessing himself. Am I overthinking this? Cyan asked with a look of pure, innocent confusion. Why do you ask, father? Across from him, his father was still fighting his own suspicions. It's hard to believe a child like this could take down a death worm. Besides, Cyan kept pressing. Father, is something worrying you? Willius replied, I'm sure you've heard about what happened near the camp last night. He added, I still need to investigate, but it seems there are traces of the secret assassin organization, the Mist. Cyan looked shocked. The Mist? Willius's voice grew grave as he began his story. They're an ancient organization, thousands of years old. No one knows their true objective. They took down one noble after another, assassinating countless aristocrats in the name of a purge. A signature black mist followed wherever they went. But one day, they vanished without a trace. He then recalled the scene at the valley. The last time they were active was 300 years ago, but the death worm from last night was shrouded in a black mist. That black mist is the mark of the god Eru, the god of darkness. He is the deity the Mist organization worships, and the very source of their power. His expression turned grim. If my theory is correct, then the Mist organization killed that death worm. Cyan was inwardly stunned. Amazing. He pieced all that together just from a few clues, even though the Mist hasn't been seen in 300 years. Willius continued his warning. I don't know why they've resurfaced, but you need to be careful. I will report this to the king and investigate further. Cyan replied innocently, Yes, father. Cyan breathed an internal sigh of relief. Phew, looks like he bought it. Across from him, Willius dismissed his own suspicions. It's absurd to think Cyan could be involved with that organization, especially at his age. He then said aloud, That is all. Then he asked, By the way, who did you say is visiting? Cyan replied, I heard the king would be visiting. I believe he's supposed to arrive today. At that, Willius leaned on his hand with a smile. In that case, I have a small favor to ask of you. Cyan's curiosity was piqued. What is it? A resounding horn blast suddenly cut through the air. His Majesty, the king, has arrived. Willius and all those behind him dropped to one knee in a gesture of respect. I, the Lord of Velias, greet your Majesty. From atop his horse, the king smiled down and called out, Villiers. He quickly dismounted and walked over. The king placed his hands on Willius's shoulders, urging him to rise. We've been friends for years. There's no need for such formalities. But your Majesty... The king then looked over at the boy standing beside him. Oh, so this is him. With his head still bowed, Cyan replied, The honor is mine, your Majesty. I am Cyan Vert, the youngest of House Vert. The king remarked with a smile, So young and already out on campaign. Your son is truly something else. Cyan was confused. I was wondering what father wanted from me, and it turns out he just wants me to introduce myself. He couldn't help but recall his past life. Back then, I always had to hide inside whenever the king visited. To be trusted by my father like this, it's really touching. A younger Cyan had been thrilled to see the strangers arrive. Whoa, look, Emily, it's the king. But Emily, at his side, would gently urge him, Inside, young master. Just then, someone from the palanquin began to emerge. Splendid, a voice said. I also have someone I'd like to introduce. A pair of feet in red shoes stepped out slowly. A princess stepped down, bowing her head respectfully. This was the 5th princess of the Ushif kingdom. Her face was etched with sorrow. Erin Severus. Seeing her, he couldn't help but remember. Erin Severus, the tragic 5th princess. Cyan's mind drifted back to last night's conversation. Willius's face had been grave. I need you to escort Princess Erin tomorrow. He'd been stunned. What? What do you mean by that? Don't worry, his father had replied. You just need to stay close to her. She's about your age. You'll see her again when you enter the academy. Cyan recalled his own confusion. I remember meeting her in my past life, too, a few times in some of my academy classes. Willius had continued. There's no harm in getting acquainted with royalty. It won't be for long, but I want you to make an effort to befriend her. His expression showed no hint of interest. I don't want to do this at all, but I get what father is trying to do. He's probably hoping I'll form a bond like the one he has with the king. Cyan sighed internally. But you've chosen the wrong person, father. She and I can never be friends. He glanced at the princess again, and I can't even explain why, because it's a future that only I know. And so, their procession continued forward. This is a real pain, but I'll just play along for now. Just as Cyan was wrestling with his thoughts, a voice spoke up beside him. Erin gazed into the distance, her expression mournful. Why is that river red? She asked. He answered softly, You mean the river of blood? Her voice was filled with surprise. The river of blood? So, Cyan explained, this current flows all the way through Lemia Valley. There's no complex reason for its red color. He continued, old or mortally wounded monsters that can no longer survive instinctively throw themselves into the river. Their bodies then decompose in the current, and their mana transforms the water, turning it red. Upon hearing that, Aaron cried out in shocked horror. So, it's all real blood and flesh? Cyan didn't hesitate to add, that's right. They even drink and bathe in that water. It's disgusting, so don't get too close. She pressed on. How awful. What's at the end of the river? He looked off into the distance and answered, the demon realm. Aaron grew curious. The demon realm? Is that where demons live? Cyan turned to her with a teasing smile. Yeah, if you follow this river, you might even run into the Demon King. He smiled to himself. Not that anyone would be crazy enough to actually do that. Just wanted to scare her a little. Just then, a bright light flashed across the sky. Seeing it, Aaron immediately asked, what's that light? Cyan replied, that's a signal from the 3rd Western Garrison. His expression suddenly turned serious. Yellow, that's the signal for a demonic beast sighting. She asked in a panic, there are monsters here? Across the way, Willius immediately commanded the soldiers, protect the king, escort knights and scouts, with me to the 3rd Western Garrison. The king suddenly spoke up. Hold on, Willius. Willius looked at him, confused. Your Majesty? The king reached for his mighty sword. Did you think I came all this way just for the scenery? I was starting to get bored. Hearing this, a flustered Willius replied, yes, Your Majesty. The king then stepped forward, addressing the men. We will join the raid on these demons. Kill every last one of them. They roared in unison, yes, Your Majesty. Willius turned to Cyan. You're coming too, Cyan. He immediately replied, yes, father. Beside him, a surprised Aaron asked, you can fight demonic beasts? He turned back and replied, yeah, but I'll just be providing support from the rear. You should get to shelter. Before he could finish, she shouted, take me with you. Cyan was floored. What did she just say? Her lady-in-waiting fretted, but princess. Aaron shot back defiantly. He said he's the same age as me, so I want to go too. He was at a loss for words. People will die, he warned. This isn't a playground. She yelled back, defiant as ever. I don't care. I want to go, and no one can stop me. At this point, Cyan lost his patience and snapped, Yulkin. Immediately, the towering figure of Yulkin appeared behind Aaron. Yes, young master. I, Yulkin, royal knight, will escort the princess to safety. This way, princess, he said to her. Aaron was taken aback. She then pointed an accusing finger at Cyan. You traitor, how dare you treat a princess with such disrespect? At that, his expression hardened as he stepped toward her. Knights could die because of your stubbornness. On the battlefield, a single moment of carelessness decides who lives and who dies. His terrifying gaze locked onto Aaron. So, are you prepared to take responsibility for that? For those lives? Hearing his words and seeing Cyan's horrifying expression, the princess's eyes welled up with tears. He didn't spare her another glance, turning away and leaving her with his parting words. Go back and cry like a child, princess. The 3 figures behind them simply watched in silence. The scene shifts. A hulking green monster appears. It relentlessly attacks the soldiers. The wooden barricades are useless against it. Don't fall back. Charge. Willius raises his sword, roaring, to formation. He points forward, commanding, protect the king and kill them all. Show no mercy to a single demon. Instantly, the soldiers surge forward as one. In the midst of battle, Cyan fills Karam in on Princess Aaron. King Dionys of the Uship Kingdom had 2 wives. His first wife was Diana Quizzle, but she passed away. His second, Cassandra Nepolis, is known as the kingdom's powerful adjudicator. The late queen gave birth to the 1st and 2nd princesses. The current queen is the mother of the 3rd and 4th princes. Among them, the 5th princess, Aaron Severus, has the most humble origins. Her mother was a commoner. Because of her mixed blood, she was treated like a puppet princess. But Aaron never cared what others thought of her. She always fulfilled her royal duties and studied harder than anyone. Even so, her jealous rivals framed her for treason, and she was exiled by the royal family. Rumor has it she died alone from illness on a remote island. That's why people call her the tragic princess, saying she could have lived a happy life if she hadn't been so ambitious. That phrase, not so ambitious, sounds familiar. Isn't that what your father used to say to you in your past life? Cyan cuts down a monster, his expression souring. It's different. That's just how royal politics work. He says, glancing at the king who's tearing through the horde of monsters. He's a man of incredible talent. The king is a renowned 8th-level mage. If he hadn't taken the throne, he easily could have become the head of the Mages Association. Mid-level monsters like these are nothing to him. Honestly, being king is probably just a hobby for him. After clearing out the monsters, everyone returns to the encampment. The king invites the duke for a drink to discuss state affairs. About what you asked me, regarding the situation in the kingdom. There's been a recent string of assassinations targeting nobles. It's quite worrying. Is there a common thread among the assassinations? The king furrows his brow. Yes, all the nobles who were killed were corrupt officials. And a black mist was present at every crime scene. What do you make of it? The duke strokes his chin in thought before answering. I found traces of it here yesterday. It seems the followers of the Black Mist cult are active again. That seems plausible, but I need you to investigate it thoroughly. Thank you for taking out the trash, but I can't just stand by while my people live in fear. There's one other thing that troubles me. What is it, your majesty? The nobles are running their mouths, trying to pin the blame on the 5th princess. You mean they're intentionally trying to frame Princess Erin for these incidents? I've dismissed their ridiculous claims to shut them up, but it seems there's a faction trying to use the girl. I want to ask you a favor, not as a king, but as a friend. Of course. If I'm gone before you are, please look after her. The duke places a hand over his heart. I, Villiers, swear it, your majesty. Meanwhile, at Cyan's tent. Emily looks at him in disbelief after he recounts the story. That's it. What more were you expecting? Emily says with a sigh of disappointment. She's a princess, and all you did was escort her here. At this rate, you'll never get married. It's not like we were on a date. Then he instructs Emily. I'm heading out. You're in charge while I'm gone. You're going to train again? But it's pouring out there. Don't worry about it, and don't wait up for me. Just as Cyan finishes speaking and turns to leave, Erin arrives. How long have you been here? About a month. What brings you here? Erin glances at Emily, then speaks shyly. Could you give us a moment alone? She just keeps staring. Annoyed, Cyan gives the order. Step outside, Emily. Emily immediately obeys, flashing a knowing smile before she leaves. Of course. You two have fun. Have fun with a 10-year-old? Yeah, right. I'm 40 years old in my head. Once Emily is gone, Erin speaks with clear relief. I apologize for just now. I feel I did not act in a way that befits my station as a princess. Cyan gently pats her head. You don't have to worry. I'm sorry for being so rude. Not all. If I were in your shoes, I'd have said the same thing. Everyone acknowledges you, unlike me. Besides, you're so much more mature. Oh, by the way, you're planning to join the academy too, right? Or have you not decided? Before Erin could finish her sentence, Cyan cut her off. Sorry, but I don't think I can help you in any way. Erin was still in shock. Cyan continued, coldly, sending her away. If you came here to make friends, you can go. I just wanted us to be on good terms. Why are you so difficult? Or, do you also think I'm just some shallow princess? As she said this, tears began to well up and stream down her cheeks. I get it. I guess there's nothing in it for you to be my friend. Sorry for wasting your time. I must have been blind. I thought we could at least talk. But I guess you're nothing like your brother, Askel. Hearing his brother's name, Cyan instantly grabbed Erin's arm and questioned her. Askel, how do you know my brother? Wincing from the pain in her squeezed arm, Erin answered, I met him last year while I was walking around the Royal Academy. He told me not to care what other people think, that I should just focus on being a princess. Asterisk advised her. What a joke, asterisk. Everything was set in motion the moment she met him. A plot to bring down Princess Erin. With that thought, Cyan decided to warn her. Listen, I'm warning you. Asterisk, but before he could get the words out, chaos erupted. Emily rushed in, breathless. Asterisk, young master, you have to get out of here. Emily had barely finished her sentence when a tent above them was torn to shreds. The guard spotted the colossal monster and yelled, That's the young master's tent. Go check if he's safe. Emily stared helplessly at the monster. Seeing it swing a massive tree trunk straight down at Cyan, she shrieked in terror, Young master. As soon as word reached them that the border encampment was under attack by high-level monsters, the king immediately dispatched the entire royal army to assist. Meanwhile, Cyan was hidden behind a large boulder, observing the enemy. Asterisk death, worms, and ogres. They're only supposed to live deep within the valley. So why are they here? Something's changed. Could it be me? Asterisk. Sitting beside him, Emily sniffled. Young master, I really thought you were a goner. I'm never leaving your side again. Cyan sighed. Asterisk, I've killed demon kings before. You think a few monsters like this are a threat to me? Asterisk. Do you think the knights in the camp are okay? The princess asked, her voice filled with worry. Don't worry, princess. Our knights are incredibly strong. Emily quickly replied. But a wave of regret washed over Erin and she broke down in tears. If I hadn't come here, this never would have happened. All the knights who came with me are. One of her escorts saw her distress and tried to comfort her. We're all right, princess. Protecting you is our duty as knights of the realm. The other knight chimed in. He's right, princess. We would give our lives to protect you. Cyan's eyes suddenly locked onto the knight, his expression hardening. Move. Before the man could even process what was happening, a monster lunged from behind him. It seized him in its grasp and squeezed. It was a giant troll, towering dozens of meters high. Stay back, Cyan yelled, planting himself in front of the princess. The monster suddenly froze, sniffing the air. It casually tossed the unfortunate knight aside and began to advance slowly toward Cyan. Just as I thought. It's targeting me, Cyan realized. He turned to Emily and commanded, I'll be the decoy. You get the princess out of here. Right, Emily answered sharply. She then hoisted the princess over her shoulder like a sack of rice. You knight, what are you standing around for? Let's move, she yelled as she took off. Cyan watched them leave, feeling a pang of disappointment. She really left in a hurry. The troll, having locked onto its target, let out a thunderous roar and raised its arms to smash down. But before it could bring them down, Cyan shot into the air, landing a volley of powerful kicks against it. Why am I such a magnet for these high-level monsters? It feels like they're sniffing something out on me. As if reading his thoughts, Karam's eerie voice spoke up. You've drunk the blood of countless monsters to become stronger. That's why you carry their scent. It's only natural they'd be drawn to you. Cyan seethed. You knew this whole time? Why the hell are you only telling me now? Have you forgotten? All I want is your body. That answer sent Cyan into a rage, and he grabbed Karam by the throat, forcing him to reveal his true form as a demonic sword. Weapon in hand, Cyan's confidence sword. With just a few basic swings, the troll's head went flying. Phew, no one's watching. Time to drink some of this high-level monster blood. Staring at the massive horde of monsters before him, Karam roared in excitement. This is a goddamn feast. Suddenly, Cyan froze, unable to believe his eyes. Ahead, a vicious dragon was staring him down with cold, sharp eyes, and let out a roar that shook the very heavens and earth. No, wait, it's still just a young one. It must have caught your scent. It doesn't matter why the dragon is here. What matters is that I'm going to catch it. With that thought, Cyan let Karam take over his body, cheerfully giving the order. You have to catch that dragon. No, wait, you have to eat it. Meanwhile, the king and the duke finally made it to the encampment. After cutting down a troll, the king asked impatiently, That was the last of them, right, Villiers? Yes, it appears so, your majesty. And the princess? What about your son? I found no trace of them in the tents. Noticing the duke's expression, the king added, It's all right. I'm sure you're just as concerned about your own son. The duke replied, his face an emotionless mask. That boy can fend for himself. The princess is our top priority. The king was taken aback by his coldness. You're one cold bastard. Is he even your own flesh and blood? Everyone in House Vert must be able to protect themselves. Just then, a soldier ran up with a report. Your Majesty, we found the princess. Father, Aaron cried out, running toward the king. The moment he saw his daughter, he asked anxiously, Are you hurt? Father, hurry. We have to save him. Save who? Cyan. It's because of me that he. The king suddenly felt an icy chill emanating from behind him, right where the duke was standing. You're Cyan's attendant, aren't you? The duke asked Emily, who was kneeling on the ground. Yes, my lord. Tell me, what happened to Cyan? He's terrifying. I've never seen the duke look so frightening. Emily answered, trembling, the young master. He acted as a decoy to buy us time to escape. The knight who had been with the princess quickly spoke up. I remember his last known location. Just give the word, my lord, and I'll lead a team to rescue the young master. Seeing the duke's silence, the king grew impatient. Well, what are you waiting for, Villiers? Go on. That won't be necessary. The duke's reply left everyone stunned. Are you serious? The king asked, thinking he must have misheard. We must secure the situation here first. If this encampment falls, the monsters will pour into the kingdom. We must fortify this position immediately. It's the only way to prevent further casualties. But what about the young master? The knight asked, hesitating. He fulfilled his duty by ensuring the princess's safety. That is the way of House Vert. Hearing the duke's cold words, Aaron's heart ached with even greater remorse. Why? Why did this happen? No, this is all my fault. In that very instant, an ear-splitting roar ripped through the air. Aaron instinctively looked up, her gaze drawn toward the source of the sound. A dragon was circling overhead, and clinging desperately to its leg was Cyan. Dragons are the creatures closest to the Creator, a noble species so rare that most mortals never see one in their entire lifetime. Fighting alongside such a supreme being should be the honor of a lifetime. And yet, all Cyan could feel was his head spinning. Asterisk, why does this damn dragon keep circling around the one person who absolutely cannot see me like this? Asterisk. Down on the ground, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Incredible, a real dragon. Why is his son riding that thing? What is the Duke waiting for? Why isn't he saving him? The Duke didn't answer. His eyes remained locked on Cyan, as if searching for something. High in the air, Cyan cursed under his breath as he struggled to hold on. All he'd wanted was to drink its blood. He never expected things to turn out like this. It had all started just a few minutes ago, when a vicious dragon suddenly appeared. The moment Cyan let Karam take over, Karam had excitedly prepared to charge in and slaughter the dragon. But almost instantly, a horde of high-level monsters blocked his path. Get out of my way. I don't have time for you trash. With that, Karam unleashed several lightning-fast slashes, executing his sword dance, Mist Storm. The horde of monsters was instantly annihilated. With them out of the way, he turned to size up the dragon. Judging by its size, it's not a full-grown adult yet. Just then, the dragon opened its maw and fired a blast of energy straight at Karam. Caught up in his observation, Karam couldn't react in time and took the full force of the attack. His body was sent flying backward, shattering a massive boulder on impact. You insolent lizard, you dare spit in my face the first time we meet. For that, I'll carve you up. True to his word, Karam shot up from the rubble, soaring toward the evil dragon and delivering a clean slash across its eye. The dragon let out a blood-curdling roar of pain. As Karam was in free fall, it whipped its sharp tail toward him, intending to finish him off. But Karam wasn't afraid. In fact, he was smiling with delight. He unleashed it, the Void Sword. Eight Blossom Slash. It completely overwhelmed the evil dragon. Phew, guess I won't be able to ride it, after all. My shoulders are so stiff. Karam stood there, stretching out his sore muscles. But as soon as he turned around, he saw the evil dragon soaring high into the sky, its massive wings creating a powerful gust of wind aimed right at him. I'm not falling for that again, Karam thought, immediately assuming a battle stance. But as it turned out, he had overestimated the evil dragon. It just flew up, turned tail, and fled. That damn lizard. It actually ran away. Get back here. Don't you dare run. With a final shout, Karam launched himself forward, grabbing tightly onto the evil dragon's leg just as it took flight. At that moment, control of his body was returned to Cyan. I caught it. What a relief. Cyan was about to deal with the evil dragon when he noticed a crowd of spectators below, all staring up at him. How am I supposed to get out of this? As Cyan was panicking, Karam's voice echoed in his head. What's wrong? Why aren't you doing anything? What do you mean? Don't you see all those people watching us? So what? Karam barked back. If you chose me, then you'd better do something. Or do you want me to use the demon sword and slaughter everyone down there? If they see what I can do, they'll burn me at the stake. And? You're just gonna hang on to this dragon forever? I'm trying to think of a way out of this, damn it. The tension was mounting. Suddenly, Cyan saw his father below, casting a massive spell formation. That's 8-star magic. Is he really going to use the heavenly secret sword, even knowing his own son will get caught in the blast? The Duke did not disappoint. He unleashed his ultimate technique, and a storm of swords rained down from the heavens. He truly is worthy of his title as the protector of the continent. Father, Cyan was moved to tears. The evil dragon immediately banked and weaved to dodge the attack. But in the end, a single blade still managed to sever one of its legs. Coincidentally, it was the very leg Cyan was clinging to. Losing his grip, he was sent into a free fall. I can't believe it. I missed my chance to enjoy a special meal. Cyan watched with regret as the evil dragon flew away. What are you doing? Fly or something? Do you want to kiss the ground? Karam yelled impatiently. I can't. If I use the mist technique now, I'll be incinerated. Then just fall and die. Karam screamed even louder. I don't know. Maybe I should reconsider, Cyan replied, his eyes darting around. A glint of hope appeared in his eyes. Cyan immediately adjusted his posture in midair, aiming his body toward the river not far below. At the same time, on the other side of the river, a demon with silver hair couldn't help but be surprised. An evil dragon flying around here? Now that's a rare sight. It's a small one. Looks like it ran into some trouble and lost its prey, replied the red-haired demon, standing beside him. It seems to be a rather powerful, demonic beast. The silver-haired demon shook his head. No, that was a human. There's no way an evil dragon would lose its grip on a mere human. As he said this, the silver-haired demon suddenly fell silent, his gaze fixed on a point in the distance. Is something wrong? The silver-haired demon pointed. I feel a strange energy over there. It's bizarre, but also a little familiar. Well then, go check it out. Just please try not to go on a killing spree, because you're bored. The red-haired demon called out as a warning just before the silver-haired demon took to the skies. Meanwhile, after sputtering and flailing in the water, Cyan finally managed to drag himself ashore. Karam, you still alive? Don't you dare speak to me. I'm busy thinking of ways to kill you. Karam immediately threatened. Cyan paid him no mind, replying calmly, Don't be an idiot. I have to get back there. So you really want to go back? Let's go together. This is the demon realm, after all. No need to worry. There's no way we'll run into a high-level demon in a place like this. Just as Cyan finished his sentence, another voice rang out. I knew it. I just knew there'd be some fun waiting for me here. Cyan froze. That voice. A voice so deeply seared into his mind that he could never forget it, no matter what. The Demon King, Veilcarion. All who had faced him in the past said the same thing. He was the very embodiment of evil. And now, that man was standing right in front of him. In response, Cyan could only curse under his breath and ready his stance. Asterisk, damn it. Why now, of all times? Asterisk. The Demon King's voice was a low growl. I asked if you were human. Why don't you answer me? In the blink of an eye, he was behind Cyan, his voice a dark whisper. You planning on fighting me, little brat? Startled, Cyan swung his sword back. The Demon King moved like the wind, effortlessly dodging the blow. A single lock of his hair, grazed by the blade, drifted to the ground. Contrary to what Cyan expected, he wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled with genuine delight. I've heard you humans have limitless potential. It seems that was true. Karam's voice, tinged with hesitation, echoed in his mind. Asterisk, but who is that? Is that the Demon King? Asterisk. Asterisk, the Demon King. In your current state, how do you possibly plan on defeating him? Asterisk. Asterisk, it's impossible. All I can do is try to escape. Asterisk, Cyan replied, thinking to himself. But can I even survive against Veilcarion? At the thought, the hand gripping his sword began to tremble. Suddenly, the Demon King spoke up. Hey, relax a little. Seeing Cyan just staring wide-eyed, he seemed a bit flustered. What am I going to do to a tiny little kid like you? Small, calm down. With that, he flopped on the ground to show he was harmless, his voice playful. Look, see, I'm not going to do anything to you. For real. If you're that scared, we can talk while I lie down. I might be a scoundrel, but I don't fight kids. His actions were so unexpected that Cyan could only stand there, stunned, his body unconsciously relaxing. The Demon King grinned. Let me ask again. Are you human? This time, Cyan answered. Yes. A barrage of questions followed. How did you get here? I followed the river's current. So, this is your first time in the demon realm? Your aura is a little strange. Who are you? Just a normal human. A normal human who seems to know who I am. The Demon King's eyes were sharp and probing. Though he felt a pang of guilt, Cyan tried to act as natural as possible. We've never met before. The Demon King shifted, lacing his hands behind his head and closing his eyes as if he didn't have a care in the world. Yeah, that's true. This is the first time I've ever seen a human, too. When would you have ever had the chance to meet me? Asterisk, this attitude. Is this really the Demon King I knew? Asterisk, Cyan thought, then began to probe. Why are you here? The Demon King answered honestly. I sensed a strange energy while I was patrolling the area. Patrolling? That's right. As the Demon King, it's my job to look after the territory I rule. At that, the Demon King suddenly shot up. Hey kid, what did I just say? That as the Demon King, you have to look after the territory you rule. Aren't you surprised? I'm the Demon King. I knew it. You've heard of me somewhere before. What kind of kid reacts like you do? Did your mom never threaten you that the Demon King would come get you if you didn't behave? With that, he started yelling and rolling on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Seeing such a childish display, Cyan couldn't help but feel a deep sense of doubt. This guy can't possibly be the Demon King I once knew. If things were proceeding like they did in his past life, the demon invasion was about to begin. But this guy didn't seem like the type to do something like that. If this is his true nature, then what was it that made him change? The more I think about it, the more confused I get. Cyan spoke cautiously. If you really are the Demon King, what is the wish you want to fulfill? The question took the Demon King by surprise. After putting on a serious face for a moment, he broke into a wide grin. Asking the Demon King a question like that? You got guts. It's nothing much, really. I just want my people to eat well and live good lives. But if anyone dares to get in my way, his bright smile suddenly twisted into a cruel sneer. Then I'll eliminate every last one of them. That is the duty of me, the Demon King. That expression sent a chill down Cyan's spine. For just a split second, he saw the face of the brutal Veilcarion from his past life. It was being suppressed right now, but something must have happened to shatter the chains that bound this side of him. I have to stop that from happening. Cyan decided to take a gamble. Would you be interested in making a deal with me? Huh? Something is going to happen to you soon. It will threaten the people of your domain. What are you talking about? I don't understand a single thing you're saying. I don't know what it is, but I'm certain that it will trigger a great war between humans and demons. The Demon King's face darkened. Are you implying that I'm going to try and take over your lands? Cyan didn't answer, pressing on with his proposal. That's why I want to negotiate with you. Promise me that no matter what happens, you will not start a war. Huh? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? I don't know. Whatever. Fine. Let's just say I won't start a war. What will you give me in return? I will help you. No matter what happens to you, I'll do everything in my power to help. The Demon King moved closer, his face inches from Cyan's as he studied him. You know something? Being stared at so intensely, Cyan felt his heart was about to pound out of his chest. Just as the tension peaked, the Demon King let out a playful laugh, his voice filled with interest. What's your name? Cyan Vrit, Cyan answered, holding nothing back. Very well, Cyan. As a master of the demon realm, I promise you that no matter what happens, I will not invade your lands. The Demon King spread his wings and shot into the sky. But not without a parting reminder. But you'd better take responsibility for your own promise. After all, we've made a pact. Cyan nodded. All right, then our pact is sealed. With that, the Demon King departed cheerfully. After the Demon King left, Cyan collapsed from exhaustion. He was found by the investigation team and brought back to safety, earning a new nickname, the boy who survived the demon god's claws. He was taken to a monastery on the Vaya's border, which the army had commandeered as a field hospital. But just as Cyan regained consciousness, Aaron came to visit him with a startling question. Will you become mine? The question could be taken two ways. Will you be my subordinate, or will you marry me? What is she even talking about? Either way, something felt off to Cyan. He flatly refused. Aaron was stunned, her eyes turning red with disappointment. Of course, I'm just a useless princess after all. Cyan glanced at her. This was such a pain. He knew she was incompetent, but this attitude would only make her worse, even though it was still in the future. He couldn't stop thinking about how that bastard was connected to her tragic end. A pang of compassion stirred in him, and Cyan spoke up. You're right. In your current, useless state, you offer no benefit to me or anyone else. You have no influence and no manners. Getting close to you would only be a disadvantage for me. However, I'll continue to watch you from a distance until you become a better person. Watch me. Yes, and don't be disappointed by it. No, I get it. Aaron cleared her throat, clenching her fists. I just have to improve enough for you to acknowledge me, right? With that, she pointed straight at Cyan. Her face was now blazing with life. Just you wait. I don't know when, but I'm going to become so strong that you won't be able to ignore me anymore. I'll be waiting, Cyan replied, feeling a sense of relief. She bounces back fast. She's still just a kid, after all. That was enough conversation for now. Aaron got the hint and didn't disturb Cyan's rest any further. Before turning to leave, she added, Oh, one more thing. Thank you for being alive. I mean it. And with that, Aaron turned and left. A few days later, in the dead of night behind a camp at the edge of the forest, a shadowy figure furtively glanced around. Once certain there was no one around, the man pulled a cube from his bag. Not much left, the mysterious figure muttered as he activated it. Just then, a voice rang out. So it was you, Renah Crimson. Renah flinched, suddenly realizing his body was frozen, as if bound by invisible chains. A small dimensional box. It seems its magic has already spread. An artifact capable of creating its own dimension with an infinite mana capacity. It's a masterpiece from the Garum Kingdom's Mage Association, isn't it? The mysterious person slowly approached, using magic to snatch the box from Renah's hand. I've been watching it for a whole year now. I had a feeling someone from the Empire was smuggling it. So this is how you've been doing it. I'll be taking this. Renah Crimson, a 7-star magic knight of the Garum Kingdom. The person lowered their hood. It was Cyan. How are you here? Renah shouted in shock. Cyan didn't answer right away. He tipped the box over, emptying its contents to inspect them. I assume you've been extracting blood from demon beast corpses and smuggling them across the border on supply wagons. He picked up a claw to examine it. It's still fresh. Looks like a spy in the supply division helped you get this box. What are you talking about? I don't know anything. Renah frantically denied. Cut the act. Their blood is already being sold on the black market. Cyan recalled asking Alice for demon hound blood. She must have gotten it through this guy. His eyes scanned the pile of demonic beast parts. Asterisk, they're fresh, but way too big to eat. So who's the traitor? Doesn't matter. I can't let him get away. Asterisk. While Cyan was distracted, Renaz secretly broke free from the binding spell. Asterisk, I don't know how he did that, but I can move again. Asterisk. With that, Renaz unleashed his dragon's breath skill at Cyan. Let her guard down and you die, kid. As the dust from the explosion settled, Renaz brushed himself off. Damn, that was close. So the rumors were true. Renaz slumped to the ground in defeat. My precious spatial box is gone. I can't believe this happened during a simple transport run. Suddenly, a flash of light shot out, severing his right hand. My hand! Renaz screamed in agony, clutching his arm and looking around frantically. What is this black smoke? From within the flames, Cyan emerged unscathed, shrouded in a dark, ominous mist. Realization dawned on Renaz's face, but before he could utter a word, Cyan lunged forward, grabbing him by the throat. Make a choice. Tell me the smuggling route and the spy's name, and I'll grant you a quick death. Or do you want to die so painfully that even I would feel sorry for you? The next day, at the West Vias trading post, 2 smugglers were loading crates onto a cart. 2 crates, huh? Looks like we're making a little extra on this run. So what's this one worth? One of them pried open the other crate, then recoiled in absolute horror. Inside was Renaz's severed head. From a distance, Cyan observed the scene. Asterisk, you're not going to do anything to them? Asterisk, Karam asked. Asterisco no sean replay. Asterisk, this warning is enough. Asterisk. Renaz Crimson, a 7-star magic knight from the Kingdom of Garum, had been secretly smuggling demonic beast blood from the front lines, right under the UIP, Empire's nose. These items originated from the Garum Kingdom's Magic Association, a society of mages obsessed with the craft. They study the origins, principles, and creation of new spells, constantly trying to push past human limits. Right now, they're creating artifacts like spatial boxes. And they'll definitely use demonic beast blood to create something insane. Cyan felt he had to stop that from happening. Asterisk, did you just switch your class from assassin to fixer? Asterisk, I thought you were going to live for yourself, but there's nothing in this for you, Karam taunted. Shut up, Cyan shot back. Asterisk, I just don't want anyone else getting their hands on demonic beast blood. Asterisk. Meanwhile, word that Cyan had gone to the front lines with his father reached Askell. He decided to pay Cyan a visit, though his motives remained unclear. After his time at the front, Cyan finally returned home to prepare for the academy. No one was more thrilled than Emily. While packing her bags, she daydreamed about a wonderful life at the academy. I'm so excited. The academy has to be better than this awful front, right? Cyan forced a smile. Yeah, for you maybe, he thought. For me, it's the beginning of a whole new hell. The academy was nothing like Emily's fantasy. It was a viper's nest of political schemes and self-interest, a place where jealousy and envy thrived, and connections mattered more than education. I heard the academy is full of handsome instructors. Oh my gosh, what am I going to do? Maybe I'll even find true love. Cyan watched her get lost in her fantasy and shook his head in weary resignation. Is she really coming with me? A few days later, Cyan returned to the ducal estate. The estate hadn't changed, but the way people treated him certainly had. The moment Gran saw him, he turned pale and fled. The servants who had once openly despised him now bowed their heads in respect. Asterisk, it's only been a year, and so much has changed. All that work paid off? Asterisk, Cyan thought as he headed for his room. The moment he pushed the door open, a familiar presence washed over him, and Cyan froze. I know this presence. The one that makes me tremble. He knew instantly. It's him. Sure enough, Askell was standing in the room. He turned, his face breaking into a brilliant smile. It's been a while, Cyan. Seeing Cyan's silent stare, Askell chuckled. Don't you remember your big brother? Ah, I suppose that's understandable. The last time I saw you was right before I left for the academy. Calm down, Cyan told himself, but an uncontrollable rage was already boiling inside him. Asterisk, how can I stay calm? Kill him, asterisk. Just as his hand moved to draw his demon sword. Karam's voice cut through his thoughts. Asterisk, get a grip, unless you want your head crushed. There's nothing to be gained by killing him now. Asterisk. Karam's warning snapped Cyan back to his senses. He closed his eyes, swallowing his rage, then bowed his head to Askell. Greetings, big brother. So, you do remember me. You're my brother. How could I possibly forget your face? I was a little worried you wouldn't, so this is a relief. Askell said this while patting Cyan on the head, then strolled to the window. I hear your swordsmanship has improved immensely. One day, you might even be a real asset to House V. No, I'll be able to fight alongside you and make a real difference on the battlefield. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that day, big brother. Cyan forced his voice to sound natural, but his eyes burned with hatred as he looked at Askell. Askell caught the look in his eyes and fell silent for a moment before speaking. I'm glad to hear you say that. After all, the only reason I came here was to see you. He only cares about people he can use. The realization of Askel's true intentions brought a strange sense of calm over Cyan. He smiled in return. I wanted to see you too, big brother. Seriously, it's not like he has that much luggage. Would it kill him to help me carry some of it? Ugh, I'm so tired. Emily lugged the pile of luggage to Cyan's door. She just set it all down, panting for breath, when the door swung open. Young master, how could you just run off on your own like that? Emily snapped. But she froze solid when she realized it wasn't Cyan who had stepped out, but Askel, the eldest young master. I've heard you're quite close to Cyan. It seems the rumors are true. He smiled. Please, carry on. Askel smiled and walked away. Emily bowed her head. Yes, sir. Once Askel was out of sight, she turned on Cyan. I thought I was going to have a heart attack. Young master, if you knew he was coming, you should have given me a heads up. Emily, could you step outside for a moment? Don't make me say it again. Seeing the terrifying look on Cyan's face, Emily scrambled out of the room. The moment the door closed, he bolted to the bathroom and retched violently. When he was done, he turned to Karam. Why did you stop me? Shouldn't you be thanking me? That was your chance too. The second I broke down would have been the perfect time for you to take over my body. Don't get it twisted. I just want to see your rage fester and grow. It'll be so much tastier that way. Cyan's lips twisted into a smirk. Now that sounds more like you. Meanwhile, in Askel's quarters, a subordinate arrived to report. Per your orders, my lord, we have located the second young Mississippi. Where is she? We've confirmed her location in the northern part of the continent, in the land of the White Elves. Bruna, living with a race that despises outsiders. Her charisma is really something else. Report to me immediately if there's any sign of her returning to the Empire. As you command. The subordinate acknowledged the order. Noticing Askel's unusually bright expression, he ventured, Has something put you in good spirits, my lord? And what makes you say that? You seem much more cheerful than usual, my lord. Was your meeting with your brother that pleasant? Pleasant? Yes, I suppose you could see it that way. As he said this, the smile vanished from his face, his eyes turning ice cold. But you're mistaken. In fact, I'm in a terrible mood. My apologies for misreading you, my lord. Askel's thoughts returned to Cyan's gaze. Those eyes. As if he were looking at an enemy. Was I mistaken, or is something truly wrong with that boy? I'll need to watch him more closely. I can't allow him to stray. The subordinate understood immediately. Yes, my lord. I will have the young master monitored. He bowed. If that is all, I will take my leave. And with that, he withdrew. Askel was left alone in the room, his mind filled with suspicion. Cyan, my dear little brother, just where are you hiding from me? The next morning, Emily intercepted Cyan, her face a mask of indignation. Young master, how could you do this to me? My hands are tied. As much as I'd like to, the academy doesn't allow students to bring personal servants. There's nothing I can do. You knew that, and you're only telling me now? How do you expect me to just accept this after you waited until the very last second? Cyan waved his hand dismissively. All right, that's enough. You'll stay here with the family. Try not to cause any trouble, and we'll figure something out later. Fine, young master, you can count on me. It's you I'm worried about. Please, try not to get into any fights at the academy. Of course. I'm not a child. Cyan smirked, then turned to his escort. All right, everyone, let's move out. As the carriage began to roll away, Emily ran alongside it, sniffling. Young master, you promised. Don't you forget, she wailed. So cruel. He just takes off the second he's done talking. Be careful at the academy, young master. Don't get into fights, and don't let anyone push you around. If anything happens, you have to tell me. And make sure you study hard, so you can come back to us. As Emily's figure grew smaller in the distance, Cyan let out a silent sigh of relief. He felt a little bad, but it was a good thing she'd finally agreed to stay. It would have been a real pain otherwise. Suddenly, a memory from when he was 8 years old flooded his mind. It was pouring rain that day, and he was delirious with a high fever. But no one else in the family cared. No one but Emily. She had carried him on her back through the wind and rain, running all night. Banging on the door of every doctor in the city, begging for help. If it hadn't been for her, he would have died alone, and no one would have ever known. That's why Cyan had never thought of Emily as just a maid. She was family. It's why he always tolerated her slightly disrespectful words and actions. At that thought, Cyan poked his head out of the carriage window and called back to her. Okay, you can stop worrying. I promise I'll find a way to bring you to the academy. And don't overthink things while you're at the estate. I'll write you letters. Emily waved, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Okay, you can count on me, young master. I'll be on my best behavior and wait for your good news. Cyan nodded, a small smile on his face. But the moment the curtain fell, his smile vanished. One problem down, but something still fell off. Why would the family send 6 knights to escort me to the academy? I may be a duke's son, but my standing in the family is practically non-existent. I don't warrant this kind of treatment. This is going to be a complicated trip, full of uncertainties. Still, I can't help but be excited. The caravan continued its journey until dusk fell. The knights signaled to one another and came to a halt. One of them approached Cyan's carriage to report. It looks like we'll be making camp here for the night, young master. Very well. If everyone's tired, we'll rest here. How far are we from the estate? We've covered a good deal of ground, young master. We're actually close to the heart of the Saffron territory now. I estimate we'll reach the city by tomorrow afternoon. All right then, everyone get some rest and regain your strength. Report to me if anything happens. Cyan answered calmly, his guard rising. Another lie, he thought. From what I know, there aren't any forests near the Saffron territory. They must think that because I'm young and inexperienced with travel, I'm an easy fool. He glanced outside, piecing it together. Looks like they've deliberately diverted us toward the border, where the forests are this dense. Why bring me to such a desolate place to camp? What are they planning? A moment later, the same knight returned. Young master, the camp is set and the fire's been started. You may step out of the carriage now. Cyan responded, stepping slowly out of the carriage. He asked deliberately, It's so peaceful out here in the woods. The air is so fresh, don't you think? But I can't help but wonder why you're all surrounding my carriage. Just who sent you to escort me, anyway? The knights remained silent. Suddenly, one of them broke into a laugh. Cyan dropped the innocent act. His face turned to ice, and a bloodthirsty tone crept into his voice as he enunciated every word. I'm asking you, who is behind this? Who gave you this order? You're a sharp one, young master. But a man about to die doesn't need to know. The knight sneered, his hand moving to the hilt of his sword. A few others joined in, drawing their weapons and closing in on Cyan. Ask all you want, it won't change anything. We're just following orders from above. It's not our place to question them. On our honor as knights, we promise to make it quick and painless. You'll be in the next world before you know it. If you have any questions, you can ask them there. All you need to do now is stand perfectly still, and this will all be over soon. But that's enough talk. Farewell. With that, the knight swung his blade straight for Cyan's neck. But before his sword could even touch its target, there was a flash of steel, as swift as lightning. The knight's head flew into the air and landed on the ground, leaving his comrades utterly stunned. Well now, one of you is dead. You should all be scared enough to answer my question now, Cyan threatened, the demonic blade in his hand. The remaining knights were so terrified by the sight, and by Cyan's demeanor, that they were struck speechless. Keep your mouths shut, and you'll all die. Brian, one of the knights, stood frozen as he stared at the scene before him, his mind reeling. It's impossible. How can a little kid be so decisive, so powerful? Just then, another knight lunged, attacking Cyan from behind. But Cyan dodged with ease, then moved with incredible speed, circling the man and ending his life with a few clean slashes. The remaining knights panicked at the sight and turned to run for their lives. But none could escape the bite of Cyan's demonic blade. In a flash, Brian was the only one left alive. Impossible. How can an 11-year-old be so powerful and so ruthless? This must be how he survived on the battlefield, even after being dragged to the demon realm by that dragon. The mission is a complete failure. We were far too careless. We had no idea he was this monstrous. Nothing about this has gone the way we planned from the start. Cyan approached Brian, who was now trembling and on the verge of tears. His voice was devoid of warmth. Now it's just you. Are you going to talk? Brian confessed in a rush. Young master, it was the Duchess. Lady Margaret ordered us to lure you into the forest and assassinate you in secret. Cyan silently observed Brian's state of utter terror. He's a complete coward, but that's probably what just saved his life. And so, Brian reluctantly became Cyan's carriage driver and sole escort knight. Along the way, he willingly told Cyan everything he knew. From what I understand, there have been a lot of rumors going around the family lately. I don't know if you've heard them, but after becoming terrified of you, young Master Grandvert asked Lady Margaret to do something. I suspect that this was her something acting on his behalf. She did it to eliminate a future threat to her son. So it was him. That explains why he's been avoiding me like the plague ever since that day. The next time I see him back at the estate, I'll make sure to give him the punishment he deserves. While Cyan was lost in thought, Brian asked timidly, Young master, what are you going to do with me? Please spare my life. I've told you everything. I was just following orders. Cyan glanced at him. You seem to have lost all your nerve, but you clearly still want to live. I can't go back to the estate anyway, not after failing my mission. So, Whatever you decide to do with me, I'll accept it. I may have been following orders, but tried to assassinate you. That was still my own failing. Enough. We'll worry about that later. For now, I need an attendant, so just keep driving. We'll discuss whether you live or die down the road. I know what you've done. Your fate will depend on your behavior from now on, Cyan replied nonchalantly. Asterisk, it's a mystery how a coward like you ever became a knight. At least you're a decent driver. Asterisk. Brian was so relieved he nearly cried. Thank you. Thank you for sparing me. Cyan jutted his chin forward. It looks like we've arrived. The central city of Saffron. News of the failed assassination finally reached Lady Margaret, leaving her both furious and frightened. What the hell? It was a failure? All the knights are dead? How is that possible? And the last one, he's missing too? Yes, my lady. Young Master Cyan arrived in the capital city of Saffron last week. It's hard to believe 7 knights failed to assassinate one little brat, Margaret exclaimed in disbelief. This is completely beyond my imagination. The butler bowed his head. It seems we underestimated young Master Cyan. He may be young, but his power is immense. Margaret snapped. This was your idea? He's just a little brat. How could he possibly be that strong? We sent 7 knights after him. The butler quickly took the blame. This was my failure. However, I suspect he may have had help from some other power. I beg you, my lady, please give me another chance. I won't be so careless this time. I'm certain we can succeed at the academy. Enough. If we try again and fail, things will spiral out of control. If we push him into a corner, he might do something unpredictable to me and young Master Grandvert. She shuddered, recalling the look in Cyan's eyes and his earlier threat. If you want to come after me, my lady, you'd better watch your back and your sons. You can't even begin to imagine what I'm capable of. Margaret made her decision. We're ending this here for now. Don't push it any further. It will only cause more trouble. Furthermore, not a word of this gets out. Understand? This is a serious matter. Take care of everyone involved, quietly. She gave the butler his orders, completely unaware that their entire conversation had been overheard by one of Arrow's spies hiding outside the door. A few days after leaving the capital city of Saffron, Cyan arrived at the academy without incident. This bustling city brings back so many painful memories, but it's also the place that brought positive changes to my life. Cyan approached the reception desk and presented his family crest. I'm Cyan of House Veskerud. I'm here for my scheduled appointment. The staff seemed a little hesitant. A receptionist stepped forward to guide him. Yes, young master. Everything has been arranged. Please follow me. Right now, you just need to register at the dormitory. You can rest there for now. The opening ceremony and the placement exams for new students will be held in a few days. Their unnatural behavior was a bit strange, but he paid it no mind. The receptionist handed him a small box containing a key and an envelope. The dormitory room was so luxurious that Brian's jaw dropped. Whoa, young master, this room is way too fancy. Is this a suite for royalty or something? What kind of dorm room is this? No student has ever been assigned a royal suite before, not even that bastard brother of mine. Someone must have arranged this. He turned to Brian. Did you bring all my luggage up? Yes, everything's here. Don't worry, young master. All right, I've finally enrolled safely. All that's left is to wait for the placement exam. So, thank you, Brian, but your journey ends here. As he spoke, Cyan reached into his coat. The motion terrified Brian, who quickly began to beg. Young master, please don't kill me. Thump! A large pouch of gold fell into Brian's hands, leaving him stunned. That's your payment. Take it and disappear. Don't even think about returning to the family estate. With that much money, you can live a different life. Listen to me. Don't go anywhere near the family territory. If the lady finds you alive, it won't end well for you. You understand what I'm saying, right? Brian was silent for a moment. Then he knelt, touched his forehead to the floor, and swore an oath. I, Brian Kenrick, a knighted swordsman, am alive today only by the young master's grace. Since you have shown me such mercy, please see it through to the end. Allow me to serve you, young master. No matter how arduous the task, I will follow your command. I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life for you. Cyan looked Brian over with a critical eye. You talk a good game. A knight, you say? His skills are still too weak. Brian looked a bit embarrassed. I am a knight, it's true, but because I lack experience and my skills are still poor, I've only been assigned to menial tasks, unlike the other knights. But I've always remembered what my father taught me. He said if I ever find a master who treats me with sincerity, someone I can truly trust, then I should follow him with unwavering loyalty, even if it means sacrificing my life without regret. My loyalty now lies with you, young master. I beg you, let me serve you. You think I'm sincere? It seems you're still far too inexperienced, Brian. You should think through a decision like this more carefully. Sir, do you really think following me will get you what you want? What if I lead you to your death? Will you resent me then? Cyan's cold, sharp gaze frightened Brian, but he remained resolute. I have already pledged my loyalty to you. young master. No matter what happens, I will have no regrets. All right, I understand. Cyan clapped Brian on the shoulder. Stay out in the main hall and keep an ear out. If you hear anything happening at the academy, report back to me. I have no interest in the opening ceremony. I'll probably just show up for the placement exam. In the blink of an eye, the placement exams were over. The academy's headmaster, Kyunil, and instructor Sarika were discussing the results. What a quality entrance exam. I never expected so many talented students from across the Empire to join the academy this year. I hope the future of the Empire will be as bright as this new generation. Kyunil looked with satisfaction at the results of the two top students. Aaron Severus, 2-circle magic B-rank magical power, 52% holy body aptitude, Imperial Light. Cyan Hakan, 3-circle magic, A-rank magical power, 53% holy body aptitude, lightning. At a glance, these two are clearly a cut above the rest. But there's another student who's quite special. He hesitated slightly as he looked at another set of results. 1-circle magic, S-rank magical power, 92% holy body aptitude, dark magic. Sarika agreed. I never imagined someone with such an extraordinary aptitude. The best student to ever graduate from our academy was Alice. Her talent and intellect were unparalleled. She was called a living legend even as a youth. And when she graduated, her holy body aptitude was only at 88%. That family truly does produce one-of-a-kind talents. I thought it would be a long time before we saw anyone like Alice again, but no, a new prodigy has appeared. Her little brother is a talent that will require special attention and training. However, we must be cautious. The boy's aptitude is for the dark arts. Indeed, with that affinity, his power and agility are beyond question. But if he cannot master that dark power, he could very well be led down a path of evil. By the way, do you know why a boy that young was sent to our Royal Academy? Well, sir, there are many rumors, but from what I've gathered, he was sent here by the Emperor himself. After the campaign against the demon tribe on the border, the Emperor witnessed the boy's power firsthand. Furthermore, he saved the princess from a horde of monsters. Because of that, the Emperor sees him as a potential match for his young daughter. His Majesty is taking a great interest in that boy. Sarika speculated. One can see the future implications. If the fifth princess, who is said to have no chance at the throne and is widely considered talentless, were to be betrothed to a rare talent from the ducal house of Vesgorod, it would lead to unpredictable changes for the princess and for our empire. That's easy enough to understand, Kyunil replied. A princess with no real power is always seen as weak. But in the struggle for the throne, she would suddenly become a contender. The war of succession would become even more brutal. This could plunge our empire into endless conflict. The people, the soldiers, their blood will be spilled. Things have already been set in motion. It was the emperor's decision, and we cannot interfere. We can't predict what the future holds. All we can do is watch how things unfold. Only time will tell if this boy and the princess will create a new power, or if they'll be crushed in this cruel war for the crown. Elsewhere, Cyan was also surprised by his test results. 92%. I can't believe it's increased that much. In my past life, my holy body aptitude was only around 80% after the entrance exam. It seems things are very different this time. This increase must be because I've drunk so much monster blood. My constitution has improved significantly. Just then, Cyan spotted Grand and his friend. The moment he saw Cyan, Grand looked utterly terrified, as if he'd seen a ghost. What the hell? That bastard probably thought I was already dead and gone in that forest. That's why he's so shocked. The portly guy with Grand spoke up. So is this the kid? You said back home you treated him like a servant and schooled him in every sword fight, right? Grand had boasted too much, and now he had to keep up the lie. Ah, yeah, that's him. My little brother. A total weakling named Cyan. The heavy-set boy was Pop Fenelon, son of a marquis from the Duchy of Gam. In his past life, he and Grand had been a living nightmare, tormenting Cyan endlessly during his time at the academy. And now, he'd had the rotten luck of running into both of those scumbags here. Pop, completely oblivious to who he was facing and believing every word Grand said, immediately switched into bully mode. Hey, little punk, you look new to the academy, so you probably don't know how things work around here. I heard you don't even know who your own mother is, am I right? He clapped Grand on the shoulder, then sidled up to Cyan. Looks like this little brat is new. Guess I'll have to teach him some manners so he learns to behave, huh? Grand, terrified, tried to intervene. Hey, Pop, wait a minute. He's weak, but you should be careful. Relax, leave it to me. Don't be scared. Pop waved him off. Since we've run into each other, we might as well get acquainted. Still not daring to tell the truth, Grand kept trying to de-escalate. I think we should just go. We can talk to him later. Besides, it's almost time for lunch. The moment the words left his mouth, Pop was sent flying by a kick from Cyan. With the matter settled in one swift move, Cyan turned to Grand. We should have a little talk, don't you think? His face streaked with tears, Grand asked in a trembling voice. Why? What is it? Cyan walked over and placed a hand on Grant's shoulder. He flashed a wicked grin and leaned in, whispering a low warning into his ear. I don't know what you're scheming, and I don't care, but I'm a merciful person. You've seen that already. But if you ever mess with me again, you won't be graduating with your spine in one piece. With that, Cyan walked away smugly, his heart filled with anticipation. Looks like my life at the academy is about to get very interesting. Behind him, as if all his strength had been drained away, Grant collapsed to the ground. A while later, in a quiet corner of the library, Sarika was lost in thought. Whether he becomes a future disaster or a hero, I should keep a close eye on that student, Cyan. She walked over to a row of books, reaching out to grab something. It's not here. While Sarika was still registering her surprise, Cyan was already standing right behind her, a book in his hand. Are you looking for this? Cyan's sudden appearance startled Sarika. I couldn't sense his presence at all. However, she quickly masked her shock, turning around with a smile. How did you get in here? This is a restricted area, you know. She gestured to the book in Cyan's hand. Your name is Cyan, isn't it? Could you please return that book to me? I need it for my research. Cyan smiled. Oh, you mean this one? Of course. I have to give it back to you. He silently pulled a black object from within the book and held it out towards Sarika. She reached out to take it. Thank you. Sarika stopped mid-sentence, her eyes freezing on the object Cyan was offering. In an instant, a deadly weapon shot forward, aimed straight for Cyan's head. He dodged back just in time, narrowly avoiding the attack. The book was shredded, its pages fluttering down like confetti. Maintaining a defensive stance, Cyan smirked. Isn't this what you were looking for? Instructor Sarika. No, that's not right. The leader of the Mist Assassins Guild, Sarika. With a weapon in one hand and the black object in the other, Sarika fixed her sharp gaze on him. Who are you, and how did you find this? Looking at her now, Cyan was suddenly reminded of his past life. Back then, she had approached him with a friendly smile. How are you finding life at the academy? Cyan remained silent. She smiled again. I know you probably want to get this boring talk over with, but face-to-face interaction is very important for a student's development. With a gloomy face, Cyan had replied, I don't care. Sarika didn't give up. She sat down across from him. Actually, I'm quite interested in you. Her words had surprised him, and the dark cloud over his face slowly began to lift. Sarika continued, an 84% affinity for the dark element is exceptionally rare, but they say it's an element with no special properties. She smiled, explaining, that's only because there are still so many aspects of the dark element that humanity doesn't fully understand. On the contrary, I believe your potential for growth is limitless. I wish you great success in the future. Back in the present, Cyan stared at Sarika, his mind racing. Asterisk in my past life, my first impression of Instructor Sarika was pretty unremarkable. She expected me to grow when all I ever got was bullied by that bastard of a brother. The whole academy felt like a joke. My head was filled with so many conflicting emotions. I actually thought that if she understood the dark attribute so well, maybe she could be the one to guide me. That's what I foolishly believed back then. But I was deceived. You should never let that friendly, smiling face behind those glasses fool you. Asterisk. Her position as an instructor at the Royal Academy is just a cover. Her true identity is an assassin, one of the leaders of the Mist Assassins Guild, infiltrated into an academy teeming with the children of nobility. Just then, Sarika smiled and retracted her weapon. Very good. We'll discuss the details in my laboratory. Follow me. Oh, and before you leave, clean up this mess of books. With that, she turned and walked away. Cyan was stunned. After everything I just revealed, how could she be so calm? A moment later, in the laboratory, Cyan took a look around. This place hasn't changed a bit. He sat down across from Sarika, casually picked up the cup of tea she had prepared, took a sip, and then asked with a smile, Did you poison the tea? So that's why she's so composed, he thought. Sarika smiled back. It's not a sleeping draft, I assure you. It's probably just enough to melt a few of your internal organs. Hearing this, Cyan wasn't the least bit afraid. Instead, he smirked. Asterisk, this stuff won't work on me. I've already sampled the blood of countless demons and all of Emily's poisons. Asterisk. His gaze sharpened. I hope you'll increase the dosage next time. Sarika's smile vanished. All right, shall we begin our little talk then? How do you know my identity? Furthermore, you even knew the exact location of the Mist Guild's directive, hidden among obscure books in the library. Or are you trying to tell me that you're also part of the Mist Guild? Do I really need to prove anything else? Sarika bared her teeth in a mocking grin. Think you can bluff your way through this just because you have a high dark element affinity, kid? Cyan remained perfectly calm. On the way here, everyone kept asking if I was really alright traveling with only a single night, even though for the entire journey, he was nothing more than a carriage driver. I hear the noble kids enrolling in the academy have been dropping like flies on their way here. Since when did the purification process begin? Sarika's aura suddenly flared, her cold, sharp eyes locking onto Cyan. Purification process? I have no idea what you're talking about. Unwilling to back down, Cyan's own aura flared to meet hers. Isn't that usually the work of the Mist Assassination Organization? You're going to regret saying that. Are you threatening a student? Cyan sneered. Wasting no more words, Sarika kicked the table, sending it flying toward Cyan. So you want to play it that way, huh? Cyan threw a punch, and the table splintered in two. Seizing the opening, Sarika vaulted into the air, appearing above him with two sharp weapons drawn. Unfazed, as if he'd expected it, Cyan glanced up. And here I thought I'd already proven who I am. Even if you really are one of the Mist, as a leader of the organization, I know the faces of almost every other member. Sarika dove, slashing down with her blades crossed. Cyan leaped back to dodge. You can't escape. You've walked right into my trap, Sarika laughed, instantly pursuing him. With a soft sigh, Cyan decided to summon the demon sword, Karam. He intercepted her attack with a single slash. Startled, Sarika stared at the weapon in his hand. If you won't believe me, I'll just have to prove it. With that, Cyan's expression hardened as he charged forward. Forced onto the defensive, Sarika parried several blows before quickly backing away. Wait. That sword. It can't be. The weapon that can only be wielded by the one Eru has chosen, the demon sword, Karam. So, you finally believe me now? The organization is currently looking for the heir to its power, isn't it? Sarika frowned, finding it hard to believe. How did you? Cyan smiled. Well, the heir you're looking for is right here. Now, take me to Eru. A short while later, Sarika led Cyan to a house tucked away in a small alley in Lin. She cast a spell to open the door, then turned to the boy, who appeared nonchalant about the whole situation. Aren't you surprised that the base for the Mist Assassination Organization is in a place like this? When Cyan didn't reply, Sarika didn't press the matter. This is the entrance to the hall you wish to see. You'll have to walk the rest of the way on your own. Cyan hesitantly stepped through the doorway. Inside was a pocket dimension created by the power of the fog god, far larger than the building's exterior suggested. 2 throwing knives from 4 o'clock, 3 from 11, Cyan noted, easily sidestepping the first trap. I knew it wouldn't be easy, but I didn't expect this. Isn't this overkill? Suddenly, 4 assassins appeared. Cyan quickly jumped back to dodge the attack and weave through the flurry of incoming blades. He even used their own daggers to counterattack, leaving one of the assassins stunned. He blocked my dagger in that split second? Impressive. Then, the assassins simultaneously used a secret art, Death's Herald. They closed in on Cyan from all 4 sides at once. Without a moment's hesitation, he gathered his mana to retaliate. That secret art, impossible. How can a kid like him know that technique? While the assassins were still reeling in shock, Cyan used another technique, Blood Tide. It was a high-level secret art that allowed the user to transform their killing intent into physical attacks. I can't breathe. One assassin tried to fight it, but collapsed unconscious just like his 2 comrades. They'll be out for a while. Still one left standing. He must be a high-ranking assassin. Cyan thought to himself, activating his mist sword skill. But as he began to execute the technique, the unshakable roots of the great tree. The remaining assassin charged forward, interrupting the skill. As he raised his sword to parry the blow, Cyan wondered just who this guy was. You seem to have mastered the assassin's arts. In that case, I won't hold back anymore. The assassin's mask fell away. Cyan stood frozen for a full 5 seconds. That was none other than Hall Master Sarika. Show me what you've really got, she demanded, her expression ecstatic. Cyan immediately answered her call with the 8th form of the dense bone technique, Chain Slash. Sarika's reaction was lightning fast. She parried each of his strikes, a look of sheer delight spreading across her face. So you've mastered both dense bone and the mist sword, have you? You're becoming more interesting by the second. Show me the true extent of your potential. But before she could even finish, Cyan turned and fled for his life. Her fighting spirit. That's what drives her. It's a lust for battle that consumes even a hall master like her. She won't stop until one of us is dead. Anyone who's ever fought her knows that. I have to get away now. Get back here, Cyan. Choosing the hard way, are you? Sarika screamed, hot on his heels. The moment she closed the distance, she attacked with her mist sword technique, Mist Tempest. Cyan parried the blow. I'm not a battle-crazed freak like you. This dimension was created by Eru. No one on the outside can sense your aura, so don't worry. That's right. I can go all out here, and I'm more than strong enough to take her down. But just as Cyan unleashed his power, ready to finally fight her head-on, he suddenly froze and collapsed, much to Sirika's confusion. All right, you can rest now. Karam slipped from his grasp, slowly taking human form. You're? Let's not waste words. You know who I am, don't you? Sirika immediately dropped to one knee. Yes, you are the demon sword, Karam. What is the meaning of this? You claim to worship Eru, yet you dare to attack my master? I was merely testing him, to see if he was as strong as the rumors claimed, to see if he truly is the chosen one. Her answer did not please Karam. Unleashing her power, she roared. Then why didn't you just summon your own master from the very beginning? Since you've taken matters into your own hands, I'll consider this a formal challenge. Sirika chuckled. I think we should be more concerned about the boy over there. What? Karam spun around to find Cyan coughing up blood, writhing on the ground. Hey, why do you look like you're at death's door? You appear in your true form, Sirika explained, but that comes with a side effect. It eats away at the host's life force. Karam grabbed Cyan by the collar, hauling him to his feet. Hey, it's not supposed to be this bad. You just drank all that beast blood. Just then, Sirika spoke up again. I, Sirika Nick, Hall Master of the Mist Assassins, never turned down a challenge. What's more, if my opponent is you, I have all the more reason to accept. Seeing Sirika's ecstatic expression, even Karam felt a chill. Asterisk, what the hell is wrong with me? I'm actually a little scared. Asterisk, let go of me, Cyan grunted, pushing her hand away. Oh, so you're still alive? Instead of answering, Cyan asked irritably, why did you suddenly take your true form? Stay back. I'm going to teach this brat a lesson. It's an honor to finally face you, Karam. Her words only infuriated Karam more. Don't come crying to me when I'm done with you. I can only hope you're strong enough to push me that far. Just as the two were about to lunge at each other, a voice echoed through the dimension. That's enough. Lord Eru. A portal materialized in the air. Then, Eru commanded, bring the chosen one to the hall. Yes, my lord, Sirika replied, kneeling. Cyan was ecstatic. Finally, I get to meet Eru, the Lord of Shadows. They say the Black Mist God is the embodiment of evil. That he kills without hesitation, claiming it's for the greater good. That when questioned, he simply says he's giving people what they desire. That no one can decide what's right or wrong for another, and if death is what it takes to protect one's principles, then so be it. Everyone calls it a mad philosophy, but Cyan saw it differently. Asterisk, he's just trying to protect the weak. What a foolish god, asterisk. Stepping through the portal, Cyan came face to face with the Black Mist God, Eru. The god, lounging on his throne, spoke the moment he saw Cyan. Do you know who I am? Of course, Cyan replied as Eru narrowed his eyes. You are the Black Mist God, Eru. Your name is Cyan, is it? I've never met you. What proof do you have to claim you are my heir? Surely you can sense the power of the mist inside me. There are two ways to become my heir, Eru explained slowly. The first is for me to personally grant you the Mist Stone. The second way is for the Mist Stone to find a worthy person on its own. I don't know who you are, so I'll assume it's the latter. Eru continued. And indeed, the Mist Stone, which was supposed to be in the Grand Hall, did suddenly vanish last year. On top of that, I can't believe you managed to awaken her when I couldn't even find her myself. You've got her under good control. Who's controlling who? Karam immediately shot back from within Cyan. Eru ignored her, his deep eyes fixed on Cyan. With those eyes, the light in them doesn't suit your age at all. After a moment of observation, Eru let out an intrigued, oh, so that's it. You're an outsider from a timeline unknown to me. Unknown to you? Cyan thought, his voice laced with doubt. I thought you had something to do with me being here. If you were looking for an all-knowing, all-powerful god, you've come to the wrong place. I'm not strong at all. My divinity was stripped from me a long time ago. He's right. I guess I shouldn't have got my hopes up. Eru murmured, but this actually works out pretty well for me. What are you talking about? A perfect heir has come to me on his own, Eru explained. Now I have less to do. I don't even have to lift a finger. Same old lazy god, Cyan thought with contempt. By the way, you've brought something quite troublesome with you. Eru's gaze shifted to the hilt of the holy sword peeking out from under Cyan's cloak. Isn't the demon sword enough for you? You plan on taking the holy sword's power as well? For now, I don't plan on doing anything. Cyan drew the hilt, a cryptic smile on his face. I was just thinking, if the world doesn't know this thing exists, it might just become useless. You have some vicious tastes. Well, whatever. I won't ask any more. It has nothing to do with me, anyway. But I will follow the rules. As your patron god, I will ask you this. Eru raised a hand, dark mana condensing in his palm. Heir who has received my power, what will you do with this strength? The same question had been asked in his past life. Back then, he'd answered that he would live for his brother. A foolish answer. He hadn't bothered to think about what he truly wanted for himself. Cyan suddenly remembered Eru's words from that day. Remember, there is nothing more dangerous than blind faith. Perhaps he had foreseen my miserable end. With that thought, Cyan took a step forward and answered decisively. I don't have any grand ambitions like some noble cause or sacred belief. This time will be different. I will use your power only for my own personal goals, for myself and myself alone. Right and wrong will be for you to decide. Are you confident you won't have any regrets? You'd better answer carefully. Depending on your answer, I might just kill you right here and now. Cyan didn't flinch. I don't care what consequences my actions bring. I will not follow anyone's orders. That is the path I will walk. Sounds like you have a plan, Eru said, looking interested. Care to share it with me? Nope, Cyan said flatly. Doesn't matter. As long as you clear my name. That's it then. I have no more questions for you. You're rather boring. Now then, I'll have a chat with my daughter. In an instant, Eru was right in front of Karam, pinching her cheek and cooing, Ma, you've changed quite a bit, haven't you? Do you like your master that much? Such a good girl. What the hell are you talking about? Karam yelled, her face beet red. I'm so happy to see you like this, Eru said, puckering his lips as he leaned in. Get away from me. Stop it, Karam shouted, furiously trying to dodge. Hold still, Eru said, trying to pin Karam down while stubbornly puckering his lips. I'm trying to be nice to you since I have nothing to give your master. Ugh, this crazy old man. Hey, master, do something. Wow, what a touching father-daughter moment, Cyan said coolly, turning away and leaving Karam to her fate. The moment Eru's lips touched Karam's forehead, a sigil flared to life. In the next instant, Karam took on a human form. I have a body. At the same time, Cyan felt Karam was no longer drawing on his mana. Did Eru use his own power to create that body? He soon got his answer. Karam aggressively grabbed Eru by the collar. What did you do? Oh, it was nothing much. I just gave you a bit of my life force. What's wrong? You don't want it? You need a body to be useful to your master. What did you just say? Karam shook Eru even more frantically. You idiot. Eru didn't resist, just grinned foolishly. Watching them, Cyan could only sigh to himself. Like father, like daughter. The next day, at the academy dormitory. Young master. Brian leaned in and whispered, what in the world is going on? I have no idea, Cyan replied wearily. Just ignore them. But young master. Brian looked worriedly at Karam and Sirika. The two women were shooting daggers at each other. I don't think this is something I can just ignore. Well, an instructor visiting a student so early in the morning? Karam said, twirling a lock of her hair with a fake smile. Don't you think people will start a gossip about how special your relationship must be? Of course, Sirika replied calmly. I'm doing this to guide him down the right path. This is a perfectly normal relationship. Shouldn't a home master like you be more careful? What I do is none of your concern. You should worry about yourself. The master only needs me, so stay away from him. He's my student. Unable to stand there bickering any longer, Cyan headed out. Young master, please don't leave me here with them, Brian pleaded. But two voices from behind sent a cold shiver down his spine. Hey you, draw your weapon. Let's fight. Oh, now how could I possibly refuse an offer like that? Leaving the academy, Cyan made his way to the city center. He settled on a rooftop, enjoying the peaceful view of the streets below. Finally, some peace and quiet. Suddenly, the overpowering stench of blood filled the air. Cyan's gaze shifted to a street corner, where Lesimus was surrounded by three young men. Just then, one of them spoke up. Hey, let's try using that. Fuck it. Yeah, let's just get it done. The blonde-haired man smirked, rolling up his sleeves as he formed an orb of mana. Hey, check this out. The sudden call made Lesimus flinch. I brought you a little snack. The blonde walked over, grabbing Lesimus by the jaw and forcing his mouth open. When a friend brings you a handmade treat, you're supposed to eat it, right? He sneered, raising the mana orb, ready to shove it into Lesimus's mouth. Just then, a voice rang out from behind them. Stop that. The three bullies spun around. A girl stood there, glaring at them furiously. How could you do something so cruel to a fellow student? Do you have no shame calling yourselves nobles? The blonde seemed a bit wary. I am Bears Luis Min of the Garum Kingdom. And you are? I am Princess Erin Severus of the Uship Empire. Upon hearing her name, Bear's demeanor changed in an instant. He let out a mocking laugh. So that's who it was. But you're just the fifth princess? It's a pleasure to meet you. As he spoke, Bear stepped closer, holding his hand out to Erin. Erin ignored his outstretched hand. I have no desire to shake your hand. You'd better explain what's going on here. I think you're misunderstanding the situation. Why don't you ask him? Bear smiled, turning to Lesimus. Go on, tell her. Before Lesimus could react, Bears grabbed him by the collar, hauled him to his feet, and slung an arm around his shoulders. Are we bullying you? After a moment of silence, Lesimus mumbled, No, they're not bullying me. You don't have to cover for them. I can tell just by looking at you. Before Aaron could finish, Lessimus cut her off. It's fine, really. Please just go. We were just messing around. Bear smirked. See? You heard him. And frankly, my patience is wearing thin. I don't care. He's coming with me, Aaron stated firmly, reaching to lead Lessimus away. But Bear seized her by the wrist. Are you deaf? He growled. Aaron narrowed her eyes. What do you think you're doing? Didn't you hear Lessimus tell you to leave? If you don't let go of my hand this instant, I swear on my name that I will. You're nothing but a weak little girl, Bear sneered, cutting her off. The moment the words left his mouth, a figure appeared in a flash. A clean leg sweep sent Bear sprawling face first onto the ground. It was Cyan. He stared in shock at the one being bullied. Lessimus. Asterisk, that girl is Lessimus Grand? The greatest sword master on the continent. Asterisk. Cyan remembered now. She was born in the Glen Empire. But for some unknown reason, after graduating from the academy, she joined a count's family in the Garum Kingdom, even changing her nationality. In his past life, he himself had received orders from the Empire to assassinate her. But when he infiltrated the castle, he decided to challenge Lessimus to an honorable, head-on duel instead. The reason was simple. He refused to sneakily assassinate someone who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, a person hailed as the continent's greatest sword master, despite having no mana. Back in the present, Bear's friends rushed to help him up, but he shoved them away. Bear's got to his feet on his own, brushing the dust from his clothes. Why are there so many damn heroes sticking their noses where they don't belong today? You're Cyan, aren't you? I've heard about you. The one who just got back from the front lines. Feel like joining our little game? Asterisk, a game? How pathetic. Asterisk. Using a mana orb improperly can completely destroy a person's mana core. A game where you force someone to swallow a mana orb? Fine, Cyan said, a smirk playing on his lips. Let's play. As he spoke, a mana orb began to form in his hand. It grew larger and larger, until it was monstrous in size. As Bears and his friends stared in horror, Cyan's killing intent flared. What are you doing? He growled. Open your mouth. A short while later, in the academy infirmary, most of your external wounds are healed, but you need to stay in bed and rest for your internal injuries to recover. So please, just take it easy for the rest of today. Thank you so much, Lessimus said gratefully. I don't know how I could ever repay you. Aaron grinned triumphantly. You should have seen how those scumbags ran with their tails between their legs when our Cyan scared them off. We only did what was right, so you don't need to worry about a thing. The phrase, our Cyan, made Cyan slightly uncomfortable. But he didn't dwell on it, instead quietly observing Lessimus. Astra's fractured bones and a mild concussion, and she still endured it. Just what I'd expect from the greatest sword master. Asterisk. Lessimus felt a little awkward under Cyan's gaze. Do I know you? It feels like you've been staring at me. Cyan shrugged. I thought I recognized you, but I guess not. Sorry if I made you uncomfortable. It's okay, Lessimus replied shyly. Aaron glanced from Cyan to Lessimus. Seeing nothing unusual between them, she relaxed and asked, So, where are your dorms? What if those jerks come looking for you again? You know, for revenge or something. Lessimus hesitated. The Commoner's Hall, / the Commoner's Hall? Aaron asked, surprised. Are you a commoner? Yes. I was only able to enroll thanks to Instructor Vian. He promised to pay for my tuition, but then the academy suddenly dismissed him. So, in other words, you have no one here to support you. / then you'll probably have to drop out. Hearing that, Aaron turned to Lessimus with a sympathetic look. You poor thing. Just then, Cyan made a suggestion. Then why don't you take her on as your personal attendant, princess? You could even learn swordsmanship from her. What are you talking about? Aaron asked, gesturing toward Lessimus with a confused look. Lessimus is a boy. She's a girl, Cyan corrected. While Aaron was still processing this, Lessimus explained apologetically. I didn't mean to deceive you, Your Highness. It's just short hair and boys' clothes are more comfortable, so people often mistake me for a boy. No, I'm the one who should be sorry. I couldn't even tell. Even Cyan figured out. I'm such a failure as a woman. / Lessimus quickly waved her hands. No, I'm the one who should be apologizing. Anyway, what do you think? I think Cyan's idea is a good one. If you come under my protection, those bullies won't bother you anymore. You'll be able to study whatever you want. And you'll be able to live comfortably. / Lessimus kept her head down. After a moment, she couldn't help but ask, but why me? Well, to be honest, I don't really like being alone. And I can't just stand by and do nothing. I am a princess, after all. / moved, Lessimus promised solemnly. Thank you, Your Highness. I swear, I will become someone who brings you great honor. You don't have to thank me. This was all Cyan's idea. Speaking of whom, Aaron turned to look for him, but Cyan was already gone. Strolling through the academy grounds, Cyan figured he'd done enough. Princess Aaron could definitely handle the rest. Now he understood why Les Simus left the Empire in his past life. If it hadn't been for bears, she never would have lost her mana. The continent's greatest sword master, with her mana intact. Even he would have a hard time defeating her. In any case, something else had caught his interest for now. This morning, he'd received an order from Home Master Sirica. It was his first elimination mission as an assassin for the Mist organization. This first mission wasn't going to be easy, Cyan thought, reviewing the details. He felt a surge of annoyance, recalling Sirica's sly smile and her words, "I believe in your potential." If I'm getting played like this right from the start, he thought, things are only going to get more annoying from here. Crash! The wall in front of him exploded. A tall, brawny figure emerged from the dust and smoke, and Cyan immediately went on guard. A demonic beast in the academy? / you're Cyan Veltsever, the stranger's voice boomed. Huh, you know who I am. Of course, you possess 1-star magic and a Cyan-level physique. Youngest son of the Veltsever family. The young man smirked. I am Sean, a new student just like you. A giant like this is a new student? Cyan was skeptical. There was no one like him in my past life. Sean flexed his six-pack abs on full display. I've heard all about your accomplishments. You took down a demonic beast and even survived a dragon's attack, didn't you? And on top of that, you have a Cyan-level physique, something even I couldn't achieve. Sean's excitement was palpable as he issued his challenge. Fight me, Cyan. Cyan looked over the young man with burning eyes, and then it hit him. I remember now. That mark on his chest, it's the crest of Spania. So the rumors about the Sand Prince enrolling in the academy were true. Spania, the desert nation on the eastern continent. Even the Yuffie Empire was wary of their military might, which was led by their genius crown prince. But that great power rapidly declined and fell after the sudden death of its sole heir. Rumor had it that he died of illness, having focused so much on strengthening his body that he neglected his health. To think I'd actually meet him. Sean, the Sand Prince. Seeing Cyan remain silent, Sean grew impatient. Make up your mind already. This encounter never happened in my past life. What a pain, but for what I remember about him. With that thought, Cyan finally spoke. Right now? That's right. We're going to decide who's stronger, you or me. I won't take no for an answer, because I know you feel the same way. No. The blunt refusal left Sean stunned. Why not? Fighting without permission is forbidden within the academy, Cyan replied coolly. You'll have to submit a formal request at the administration office. Fine. Where's the administration office? 3rd floor of the main building. Got it. I'll be right back. You just wait here, Cyan. With that, Sean turned and bolted in the direction Cyan had indicated. I guess the rumors about him being all brawn, no brains were true. The administration office is in the complete opposite direction. I doubt a formal duel request even exists, but at least he'll be gone for a while. Now, to focus on the mission. Cyan quickly left the academy and made his way to the secret hideout of his target, German. A soldier approached to report. Sir German, the merchandise is ready. Then don't just stand there gawking. Get it to the client now. German snapped. German was one of the 3 wealthiest men on the continent. To the public, he was a virtuous philanthropist. But behind closed doors, he was a vile scumbag who ran a slave market and trafficked in beast folk. Hiding in a corner, Cyan silently listened as German instructed 2 of his men. Today, I'm unveiling my greatest work of art. I want you 2 to guard it with your lives. Yes, sir. The underlings immediately moved to their posts. Hidden in the shadows, Cyan thought to himself, this mission might be over sooner than I expected. Master, Karam's voice echoed in his head. What is it? I'm sensing a complex energy. Your target, he's hiding something strange. German peered into a cell and let out a low chuckle. Finally obedient. Sleep tight, my little golden goose. In the next instant, a thick, black fog rolled in. Before German could even process what was happening, the head of the man beside him went flying. A man with a scar on his face reacted instantly, drawing his sword and pointing it toward the shadows. German, snapping out his shock, shrieked, What are you doing? Get them. Earn the money I'm paying you. The henchman tensed up. Stop hiding. Show yourself. The moment he finished speaking, a dark figure lunged forward. Guards fell in its wake. He scrambled to parry the attack, but his sword was sent flying from his hand with a single strike. Cyan slashed the tendons in his leg. Then, circling behind him, he made a clean slice across the man's throat. German, oblivious to the fact that his men had been swiftly eliminated, was still posturing. Damn it, where the hell is everyone else? You'll find out soon enough. You're about to join them, Cyan taunted. All that money you spent on guards, and for what? The reality of the situation finally hit German. He collapsed to the ground in terror as Cyan slowly advanced. Scrambling backward, he tried to bargain. What do you want? Is it money? I have plenty of money. Schlick! German's outstretched arm was severed. He howled in agony. The cloaked figure's eyes burned with contempt as he listed off German's sins. Gentlemen, for countless inhumane experiments and the crossbreeding of various races, for operating a slave market, explicitly forbidden by law. For these crimes, your life is forfeit. Don't you agree? I'll give you 1 minute. Repent for your sins, and then your pain will end. So, you're here to kill me, German sobbed, desperately trying to justify himself. I was just trying to make a living. Can't you see? I only deal in these products because people want to buy them. Supply and demand. The ones buying them are the real villains. Damn it, what did I do wrong? An animal like you is incapable of remorse. Your minute is up, Cyan said, his voice devoid of warmth. I'll make sure your end is as painful as possible. With that, he unleashed his 8th assassination art. Wild strikes, slicing German to pieces. His work finished, Cyan let out a breath and surveyed the cellar. He stopped before one of the cells. Is this the place? He asked Karam. Yes. I can sense a convergence of 2 energies here. With a single swing of his sword, Cyan shattered the cell bars. He stepped inside and froze, stunned by what he saw. A girl. She wasn't moving. She's dead, isn't she? Just a human. There's nothing to see here. No, Karam countered. Look at what she's cradling in her arms. It was a dragon's egg. Hours later, back at the dorm, a bewildered Brian stared at the dragon egg on the table. Where on earth did you get this? I, found it on the way here. Brian shot him a deeply skeptical look. Who just finds something like this? I'm serious, Cyan replied, completely deadpan. I just picked it up while I was out for a stroll. A dragon's egg. I can't believe he was planning to sell something so dangerous. Or maybe he was moving it for someone else. While Cyan was lost in thought, Brian asked nervously, what if it hatches? It won't, so don't worry about it. Each dragon is a mass of mana made from a specific element. Even if you constantly infuse it with mana of the same element, there's no guarantee it will ever hatch. In most cases, a dragon egg without its mother is nothing more than a lifeless stone. The moment he finished speaking, the eggshell began to crack. It's cracking, they both yelled in unison. The egg shattered. From the fragments emerged a little girl with 2 tiny horns on her head. Cyan panicked. She wasn't a dragon, but she wasn't human either. She was a draconian. This was a much bigger problem than he'd anticipated. The little girl's eyes sparkled as she rushed forward and threw her arms around Cyan. Papa. It thinks I'm its father. As Cyan stood there, stunned, a peal of delighted laughter rang out nearby. Papa. Papa. Karam cackled. At just 11 years old, you're already a father. Cyan shot her a death glare, cursing her name internally. This is all her fault. Just a few hours ago, as he was debating what to do with the egg, it was Karam who had advised him. Why don't we just take it with us? It'd be a disaster if this thing fell into the hands of ordinary people. That'd make sense. It probably won't hatch on its own, right? I've never seen a dragon hatch without its mother, she had said. This thing is no different from a dangerous rock. Trusting her confident assurances, Cyan had brought the egg back, only to be faced with this. And now, the one who caused it all was shamelessly washing her hands of it. You really do see all sorts of strange things when you live long enough. You just said you'd never seen it happen before. That's why I said you see strange things when you live long enough, Karam retorted, flustered, before quickly changing the subject. Besides a human-dragon hybrid, what if its very existence is a threat? Cyan fell silent, his mind a tangled mess. Asterisk, a dragonkin. This world is too dangerous for a creature like that. Asterisk. If it's discovered at the academy, the headmaster will eliminate it immediately to prevent future trouble. The pure-blooded dragons will also hunt down and destroy everyone involved. Asterisk, do I really need to take on this risk? Instead of letting her live in misery, perhaps, it's better to end things right now. Asterisk. Noticing the intent in Cyan's hands as they slowly reached for the baby's neck, Karam smiled. So, you finally made your decision? Thinking about it, this might be better for the child. Yes, if she's doomed to a life of misery, it's better to end it now. But just as Cyan was about to act, the baby suddenly opened her eyes. Her drowsy, sleepy eyes lit up the moment she saw him. She happily lunged forward, throwing her arms around him and chirping, Papa, I like Papa. A strange, warm feeling swelled up inside him, melting Cyan's heart. He picked the baby up, his resolve hardening. Asterisk, it'll be fine. I'll just raise her, asterisk. Karam, he called out. Karam replied wearily. Are you going to raise her just to order her around? Butcher her when you get bored. Meanwhile, at the castle of the VOT family, Duchess Margaret was on edge. The failure of the assassination attempt on Cyan had left her unable to eat or sleep, constantly fearing that her own son would soon be in danger. As Margaret paced restlessly, a voice startled her. "Mother, you seem worried. If something is troubling you, please tell me." "Thank you, dear," Margaret replied stiffly, then made an excuse to leave. Askell waved, smiling as his mother left. But the moment Margaret was out of sight, the smile vanished from his face. His voice turned ice-cold. "Report, Kellen. The bodies of 6 knights from our domain were found in the Belias Mountains. The remaining one was confirmed to have entered Lwyn with the young master. As you predicted, my lord, the mastermind was indeed Duchess Margaret." "Anything else?" After the news broke, he was assigned to the royal sector of the academy. "For some reason, all our spies have disappeared." "This is all old news. In short, you found nothing on my little brother?" Askell's cruel smile sent a shiver down Kellen's spine. "I've failed him," he thought. He remembered his master's words. "I do not keep the incompetent by my side." Kellen steeled his resolve. "Asterisk, you've climbed this far. You can't fail like this. Asterisk, I will go myself, my lord. Please, trust me. I will not disappoint you." Askell's expression finally softened. He clapped Kellen on the shoulder. "I know your passion well, Kellen. Very well, begin at once. My little brother is definitely hiding something. Find out what it is." "As you command, Lord Askell." The next day, Sarika rushed to find Cyan. He scowled the moment he saw her. "It's not a school day. What are you doing here?" Sarika stared in amazement at the sight of Cyan feeding a baby. "Why is there a baby in the dorms?" "It's a long story. Just get to the point." "Ah, well, we could talk about that later. There's something more urgent. You've really done it this time, Cadet Cyan." Sarika pulled out a piece of paper and held it up in front of him. "A challenge letter. What were you thinking?" Asterisk, I haven't even had enough sleep yet. Is he that desperate for attention? Asterisk, Cyan's head was starting to ache as he broke into a cold sweat. Asterisk, that Set guy. He dared to send me a challenge letter? Asterisk. What's with all the fuss? What's so interesting about a couple of 11-year-olds fighting? Karam said with disgust. This 11-year-old isn't your average student, Cyan thought, then turned to Sarika. So, when's the match? In 2 hours. 2 hours later, Cyan was standing in the dueling arena. Across from him, Set boastfully greeted the audience before turning to Cyan. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. I bet you have too. He continued without waiting for a reply. I originally wanted a martial arts duel, but they only have swordsmanship and magic here. You planning on using magic? If you don't use it, I won't either, Cyan said nonchalantly. Fine by me. I like that. Then let's see what your swordsmanship is made of. With that, Set lunged forward like a lightning bolt, leaping into the air and bringing his sword down in a powerful slash. Astra's fast, but relying on brute force alone is too simple. Dealing with this kind of attack requires finesse, not power, Astra's Cyan assessed internally. He then calmly drew his sword, effortlessly deflecting every one of his opponent's attacks. Not so fast, Set roared in frustration. He put more power into a frontal assault, but Cyan's delicate blade stopped it cold. He combined downward force with a spin. There's no way he can parry my blade with that flimsy thing. As the thought crossed his mind, Set switched his attack, moving with incredible speed to get behind Cyan. But before Set could even make a move, Cyan retracted his sword, pivoted with perfect accuracy, grabbed his leg, and slammed him to the ground. Sprawled on the ground, Set couldn't help but wonder if Cyan had eyes in the back of his head. It looked like he was down, but Set quickly planted his hands on the ground, pivoted on one leg, and spun into a kick. Cyan leaned back, dodging the blow, a flicker of interest in his eyes. He hadn't expected such a fast counter. The big guy was surprisingly agile. In the stands, the students stared in disbelief at Set's performance. What kind of move was that? Is he even human? Down in the arena, after a moment of silence, Set burst out laughing. In terms of sword skills, I've already lost, Cyan. Since it's come to this, I'll have to win by any means necessary. I'm going all out. With that, Set tossed his sword aside as power began to surge from his body. Sure, Cyan replied nonchalantly. What a pain. Watching from a distance, the headmaster recognized Set's intention and nodded. So, they're switching to a magical duel now, are they? Such bold children, he remarked. They started with swordsmanship, and now they're moving on to magic. Sarika, standing beside him, commented, it seems Cyan completely overwhelmed him in swordsmanship. My thoughts exactly, the headmaster replied. Set's physical constitution is A rank, while Cyan's is S rank. From that perspective, the outcome was to be expected. However, physical constitution is just a prerequisite for high-level magic. Set's magic level is 3-star, the highest among the new students. While the headmaster analyzed the situation, Sarika, though calm on the outside, was fuming. Asterisk, what are you going to do now? Why don't you just tell the whole world you're looking for attention? Huh? Cyan, you'd better fight with everything you have. Asterisk. A brilliant golden light enveloped Set's entire body. The ground around him churned, earth and rock coalescing into a colossal fist. As Set swung his arm, the fist shot toward Cyan. Fist of demise. So he's using magic now. Huh? Cyan thought, leaping aside to dodge. Don't even think you can escape. With that, Set commanded the immensely powerful fist of sand to chase after Cyan. Infuriated that Cyan was only dodging, Set immediately unleashed his next spell. Claws of the Desert. A massive sand claw formed, surrounding Cyan before crashing down. In an instant, the arena floor where Cyan had stood shattered, leaving a deep crater in its place. But Cyan had already escaped, seemingly without a trace. Asterisk, I've got a handle on his abilities now. Said Haken, a 3-star magic user, but at this rate, he'll be using 4-star spells soon. Asterisk. Cyan glanced toward the mages maintaining the barrier. The instructors are probably starting to struggle. Fed up with Cyan's evasiveness, Set yelled, how long are you going to keep scurrying around like a rat? What? You want me to just stand still and let you hit me? Cyan shot back. If you're a warrior, you shouldn't dodge my attacks. You do realize we're both just a couple of kids, right? Cyan said, giving Set a look of utter contempt. Shut up, Set roared, gathering energy for his next spell. Sandstorm. A massive vortex of sand, a 4-star spell, barreled toward Cyan. This one won't be easy to dodge. Instead of running, Cyan smiled. Fine, I'll take this one head on. Meanwhile, back at the dormitory, Brian happily carried a bottle of freshly mixed milk to find the little dragon. But when he saw her, he froze in shock. The baby dragon, born just a few hours ago, was now the size of a 3-year-old child. Back in the arena, the sandstorm from Set's 4-star spell had completely enveloped the fighting stage, blocking everyone's view. The instructors struggled to maintain the shield, but a crack had already begun to form. The barrier is collapsing. Reinforce it now, one instructor yelled in a panic. TCH, what kind of students are these? Another gritted out. This is getting dangerous. What is the headmaster doing? Headmaster, we have to stop this match right now, Sarika insisted. The headmaster simply replied, just wait a little longer. Something is happening. He saw Cyan activating a secret art, the sphere of nothingness. No, stop, Sarika thought, her heart pounding with worry. Of course, Cyan couldn't hear her silent plea. He continued casting the secret art, creating a massive sphere of mana that began to absorb Set's entire sandstorm. Oh, the more I watch that boy, the more impressed I am, the headmaster chuckled with delight. Meanwhile, Sarika was fuming. Asterisk, why would you use that technique here? Asterisk. Set's sandstorm was completely devoured by Cyan's mana sphere. Then, as Cyan clenched his fist, the sphere shrank into nothingness and disappeared. A buzz went through the stands. His spell just vanished in an instant. Was that black sphere a spell? I've never heard of magic like that before. Seriously, who is this guy? Do you want to continue? Cyan asked Set. Set could only stare back, his mouth hanging open in utter disbelief. A moment later, looking completely drained, he collapsed to his knees. No, he muttered in despair. I lost. I can't believe I'm the one who lost. I was completely outmatched in both swordplay and magic. This is devastating. I feel a little bad for him. Did I shatter his confidence a bit too much? Just as Cyan was feeling a pang of guilt, Set slammed his fist into the ground and burst out laughing, his eyes full of excitement. Amazing. This is amazing. I was so sick of beating up on weaker opponents. My will to train is surging. With that, Set stood up and extended a hand to Cyan. He grinned. I don't know when, but I swear I'll challenge you again. When I do, will you accept, Cyan? Cyan reached out his hand in return, then flatly replied, Nah, I refuse. The match ended, and Cyan returned to his dormitory. I know dragons mature faster than humans, but she already looks like a 6-year-old. The growth rate of a human dragon is pretty fast, too. At this rate, she'll be as tall as me before I know it. Brian scratched his head, speaking to a stunned Cyan who was staring at the little dragon. About that, she grew a lot while I wasn't looking. If she keeps growing at this rate, it's going to be hard to keep her a secret here, isn't it? As Cyan wondered what to do, a voice answered. You can't hide her forever, can you, Cyan? Cyan turned his head and saw that it was Sarika who had just arrived. Sarika, I was willing to overlook your demon sword, but I can't look the other way with a human dragon, especially after the crazy stunt you pulled today. What in the world are you thinking? After Cyan briefly explained the little dragon's origins, Sarika observed the child for a moment before commenting. Her growth is terrifyingly fast. I barely looked away, and she's already this big. You have to take responsibility for things you pick up on missions, but something like this will be difficult to hide. Brian is the one who will be taking care of her. There's also a barrier set up in the dormitory, so Karam's and her presence will be. Well, as long as you don't cause any trouble, I suppose it's fine, Sarika interrupted, handing Cyan an envelope. After reading the contents, he gave a strained laugh. Well, this is a pretty disappointing victory prize for today's match. Sarika just shrugged. Before she left, she added a word of warning. You should be careful for a while. Drawing this much attention won't do you any good. As soon as she was gone, Brian asked curiously, Young master, what is that? Oh, a warning letter. It says we'll be expelled for improper conduct. Huh, expelled, Brian exclaimed in a panic. Hearing this, the little dragon, who had been zipping around the room, rushed over in a panic. What are we going to do, Papa? Are we going to have to live on the streets? Where did she even learn that phrase? Does she even know what it means? Man, she's growing up way too fast. He then patted the little dragon's head reassuringly. Not yet. You don't have to worry. Are you sure it'll be okay, sir? If you have to go back to Vaya's Isle, don't worry. I'm going to file a complaint. Cyan looked at the last line of the letter, thinking this letter isn't from the administrative office. It was sent by the headmaster himself. That means he wants to talk to me privately. He recalled his past life, when he'd expressed his desire to join the Knights of Light. The headmaster had asked, so, you finally decided to dedicate your entire life to your brother? Yes, Cyan had replied firmly, though that path doesn't seem to suit me. Cyan had immediately shot a cold glare at the headmaster. Haha, I'm sure you already know, the headmaster had continued, so let me give you some advice. Nothing good will come from choosing this path. Whether you face trials or a cruel fate, you'll get nothing in return. It's like living as someone else's puppet. Whatever the outcome, in the end, you'll only resent your brother. That's what the headmaster had told him in the past. Cyan wondered what he would say this time. While he was lost in thought, Brian spoke up hesitantly. Young master, shouldn't we give her a name? A name. Yes, we can't just keep calling her kid forever. Almost instantly, Cyan replied, Nana, how about that? You didn't even think about it, Brian said, stunned. The little dragon cheered excitedly. Awesome. Nana. It's still Nana, spelled backward. I'll be Nana V. The little girl happily ran circles around Cyan's legs. How does this kid even know my last name? Cyan was still wondering when Brian, beside him, buried his face in his hands and started sobbing. It's over. She's going to get bullied by the other kids for sure. That evening, in the headmaster's office at the Royal Academy. While approving documents, the headmaster found himself recalling Cyan's match. I knew he had potential, but to absorb a 4-star spell with a 1-star black orb, his talent is terrifying, and it didn't even look like he was struggling. I want to see your limits, Cyan Vels. At the same time, Cyan was on his way to Headmaster Kinelquell's office. He was the man who had taught the current Emperor Dion Severus, and was also the father of the late Queen, Diana Quizzle. Kinel, one of the few 9-circle mages on the continent, had focused entirely on educating students at the academy after Diana Quizzle's death. There's one thing I've been wondering about him, Cyan thought. I always took him for a pacifist, but in this life he suddenly got involved in the royal succession war. Lost in thought, he suddenly sensed something amiss and stopped walking. Seems like his personality hasn't changed a bit. Cyan reached his hand forward and was immediately blocked by an invisible barrier. He knew I was coming and still put up a 9-star barrier. All right, if this is a test, I'll play along. Inside the office, Kinel also sensed the disturbance at the barrier. Now then, what will you do? Only an archmage can destroy that barrier. Just as the headmaster was waiting in anticipation, a thud was heard. Cyan had entered the room, not through the main door, but through the window. Headmaster Kinel, my name is Cyan, a new transfer student. I'm here to file a complaint. A complaint? The headmaster replied, feeling a bit let down inside. He just ignored the barrier and jumped in through the window. I lose. Yes, about the letter you sent. After seeing the barrier out there, I'm certain of one thing. The warning letter was just an excuse to test my abilities, wasn't it? The headmaster answered honestly. Yes, it was a bit crude, but you've certainly proven your talent. However, I'm still not retracting the warning. Unless, of course, you can convince me otherwise. Then may I ask you one thing? Go ahead. Do you wish to see the expansion of the empire or the glory of your family? The unexpected question made the headmaster's expression change instantly. That's a bold question, he replied warily. The answer is neither. Oh, is that so? Then after Emperor Dion's death, if the 3rd or 4th princes try to seize the throne instead of the 1st, you won't take sides, will you? You're not brave, you're arrogant. The headmaster's eyes began to smolder with anger. Cyan quietly awaited his fury, feeling a strange sense of sympathy. I was once Askel's puppet, and I think you're no different than I was in my past life. In the war for the throne in his previous life, Kinel had contributed greatly to helping the first prince, Lionel Severus, ascend. Lionel was a vicious and power-hungry man. He slaughtered all his brothers who opposed him, then framed Cunil as a traitor to the Empire and sentenced him to life in prison. He dedicated his life to brightening someone else's future, only to be betrayed by that very person. As expected, just seconds later, Cunil Quell slammed his hand on the desk in a rage, shouting, "Absurd! Do you think a century of peace can crumble so easily? I thought you were a genius, but you're nothing but a fool." "You think so?" Cyan began his analysis. "The mothers of the first and second princes died of illness, while the third and fourth princes are on equal footing with the first. The Nepolis family, where Queen Cassandra comes from, is notorious for its obsession with power. That family will do anything to maintain it. In my opinion, the Empire's peace is already hanging by a thread, and the day that peace shatters, this academy will fall with it." The headmaster was stunned. Is this really the reasoning of an 11-year-old? He understands the entire political situation perfectly. After a moment of shock, Cunil Quell tried to regain his composure. "Why are you telling me this?" "To negotiate. I will help you. For the sake of your family's peace and the academy's, withdraw my warning." The headmaster suddenly burst out laughing. Immediately, a massive magic circle appeared above Cyan's head. "Do you even have the power to back that up? Then feel the weight of your own arrogance." With that, the headmaster used his skill, Chains of Judgment. Magical chains shot out from the circle, binding Cyan tightly. He just smiled at the headmaster, thinking, "Going all out, are we, headmaster? No matter how talented he is, it won't be easy to escape a 9-star confinement spell." Watching Cyan pinned by the chains, the headmaster stroked his beard thoughtfully. "It seems I overestimated your talent. Then let me show you." Cyan chuckled softly, launching a first circle mana orb straight at the headmaster's magic circle. He couldn't help but feel bewildered. Just how deep does this kid's talent run? The Chains of Judgment vanished. Cyan nonchalantly dusted off his shoulder. "Is that enough to convince you I can be useful?" "I admit it. I'll retract the warning. Are you sure you don't want anything else?" Cyan smiled. "Yes, I just want to study peacefully at the academy." "That's all?" the headmaster asked, suspicious. "Yes, that's all," Cyan replied, though he added silently in his heart, "I don't want to watch the academy fall apart a second time." During his free time, Brian went into town to buy the things Cyan had asked for, mostly snacks that kids love. The thought of Nana happily enjoying them lifted his spirits. He was cheerfully heading back when he suddenly realized something was wrong. The street was unusually empty today. Or am I just being paranoid? A strange noise from a dark alley caught his attention. The moment he recognized who had appeared, Brian gasped in shock. "You!" A moment later, Brian was gone, leaving only a scattered bag of items on the ground. After his talk with the headmaster, Cyan agreed to try and attend all his classes. Today, he just had to get through the afternoon session. But having to sit and listen to lessons he'd mastered 30 years ago was pure torture. Studying is so boring. I'd rather go there and train. Just as he was about to skip class, Aaron suddenly appeared right behind him. "Where are you going, Cyan? Class isn't over yet." "To the restroom." "Liar." Aaron called him out. "The restrooms aren't that way. Are you really going?" Hearing this, a timid Lucimus, who was standing nearby, spoke up. "Aaron, princess, what are you saying?" Cornered, Cyan quickly changed the subject. "You allow him to call you by your first name? Are you trying to change the subject?" "And yes, I let him call me that in private." Realizing something, Aaron looked displeased. "Then why do you still call me your highness? We're friends, aren't we? I'm just a commoner, while you're a noble princess of the royal family. How could I possibly address you so informally? You're so rigid and old-fashioned." "I'll take that as a compliment, your highness." Their conversation was cut short by the arrival of Fabian and Nerovian, two princes who were also Aaron's half-brothers. The moment they saw her, they began to sneer. "Look at you, hanging out with commoners. So young and already trailing servants behind you. Well, birds of a feather flock together. The lowly always stick to their own kind, just like everyone from the Nepolis family." They made no effort to hide their contempt for Aaron. It was then that the two princes finally noticed Cyan. "Isn't that Cyan? A pleasure to meet you. I am Cyan, the youngest son of the Velis family," Cyan replied politely. Hearing this, the two princes immediately ignored Aaron and walked straight over to Cyan. "How could we not know the son of Duke Velis, our father's closest friend? We were very impressed with your performance in the recent sparring match. We'll be sure to invite you to our next tea party so we can talk more. Let's become good friends. It's not an opportunity you'll get every day." Cyan glanced at Aaron, who was still bowing her head in the distance, then quickly replied, "Yes, thank you, your highnesses. We'll see you then." Before leaving, Nerovian leaned in and whispered into Aaron's ear, "Oh, and by the way, you're not invited. You're just a lowborn princess, after all. Don't get too full of yourself. Know your place, Aaron. Got it?" With that, he and Fabian departed smugly. They're princes? How can they be so cruel? They're family, for crying out loud, blood relatives. Lucy Moose said indignantly. Who knows, Cyan replied. If you ask me, they're worse than savages. Aaron startled, looking up at Cyan. Blood ties, strangers. None of it matters in the face of power. Their coldness is just a sign of their caution toward you. If they're going to be wary of you, then you have no reason to concern yourself with them. I'll be going now. Cyan's cold yet profound words of comfort moved Aaron, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Back at the dorm, Brian was nowhere to be seen. Cyan called out for Karam. I'm here, and you're disturbing my sleep. Why are you in your spirit form? It's easier to hide my presence this way. So what do you want? Find Brian for me. Karam froze for a few seconds before roaring in fury. Am I a dog that you can just order to fetch someone? What's with that attitude? He can find his own damn way back. As he spoke, he suddenly stopped and sniffed the air. The scent of blood. At that same moment, in a small alley, Brian was being brutally beaten by Bears Luis Min and his cronies. I tried to be nice earlier, so why couldn't you just listen? Now you're in a world of hurt. You get it now? His master's one and only guardian knight is this weak? What a worthless piece of trash. I'm going to carve you up, piece by piece, and send the parts to your master as a gift. This is the price for daring to lecture the great Bears Luis Min. Just the thought of it is making me sick with anticipation. Suddenly, Brian mumbled something, making Barrett pause. What did you say? When you push someone too far, who's really challenging who? It's laughable. His words enraged Barrett. You lunatic. The beating must have knocked you stupid. Unafraid, Brian continued to provoke him. I just feel sorry for scum like you. Barrett smiled wickedly and ordered his men, finish him. Just then, a familiar voice cut through the air. What do you think you're doing? Cyan leaped down from a rooftop, landing lightly on the ground. He immediately recognized the one bullying his servant. Baris Luis Min. Young master. Brian looked up, his face swollen and bruised. Cyan commented coolly, you look pathetic. It seems they damaged your vocal cords, too. Seeing Cyan, Barrett let out an excited, booming laugh. You dare come here alone? Cyan VA, I'm going to tear you limb from limb. I'd like to see you try. In response, Cyan just curled his lips into a sinister smile. And then he unleashed his 8th killing technique, Wild Strike. Before Barrett's horrified eyes, his entire crew was taken down in the blink of an eye. He couldn't believe it. In a single instant, is there really no way to defeat this guy? What kind of monster is he? Damn you. I'll destroy you. Barrett roared, thrusting his hand forward. Before he could even conjure a fireball, Cyan sent him flying backward with a single kick. You haven't changed a bit, have you? Is it that much fun, torturing those weaker than you? In response to Cyan's question, Barrett grinned wide. Trying to butt in on my fun? You plan on using this as an excuse to get rid of me? Bears Luis Min, eldest son of the Luis Min family, one of the ruling factions of the Garum Kingdom. Even in my past life, his penchant for causing trouble was infamous. He was known for beating his servants and even burning small animals alive for his own amusement. Eventually, his cruelty went too far and led to murder. He brutally killed a female classmate just to test his magic. In the end, the Mist was assigned the mission to eliminate him. When Cyan arrived at Barrett's mansion after he'd been expelled from the academy, he witnessed a truly horrific scene. Countless bodies of servants were scattered across the basement floor. Cyan had planned to torture him before giving him the most painful death imaginable. But Barrett said something that he remembered to this day. He had laughed mockingly. Don't drag this out. Just kill me already. I've already done every twisted thing I ever wanted to do. Looking back now, that death was not a fitting punishment. He got to do whatever he wanted right up to the very end, while the price he paid for destroying so many lives was far too small. As the memories flooded back, Cyan's hand tightened, squeezing Barrett's mouth shut. With his other hand, he formed a sphere of mana. Barrett's eyes widened in terror as he realized Cyan's intention. Stop it. What was it you just said you were going to do to me? Even at a disadvantage, he tried to sound intimidating. Do you really think you can get away with this? I am Baris Luis Min. I am at the pinnacle of power in the Garum Kingdom. You talk too much. Cyan mercilessly shoved the manosphere into Barrett's mouth, silencing him completely. You can find me an eyesore. You can despise me. I don't give a damn what you say behind my back. But you never should have laid a hand on my subordinate, an innocent who had nothing to do with this, you piece of scum. With that, Cyan stood up, looking down with contempt as Barrett writhed in agony on the ground. From a distance, Kellen, one of Askel's subordinates, had witnessed the entire event and was utterly stunned. I never imagined young Master Cyan was hiding this much power. I have to report this to Lord Askel, he thought. Young Master Cyan could be a major obstacle to his plans. Suddenly, a hand clamped over Kellen's mouth from behind while a sharp blade pressed against his neck. So it was you, the little admirer who's been tailing my student for the past few days. After dealing with Barrett, Cyan walked over to Brian. Before he could say a word, Brian spoke first. I'm sorry, young master. I never expected them to bring so many people just to attack me. His face was nearly unrecognizable. Cyan felt a surge of indignation. Are you really my subordinate? You don't even know how to fight. So why would you try to take him on? Young master. Brian tried to explain, but Cyan cut him off. Is this that loyalty you were talking about? Cyan sat down across from Brian and started lecturing him. Why didn't you run? I get what you were trying to do, more or less, but are you an idiot? No loyalty is worth dying for. Stop doing such stupid things. It's just so damn frustrating. I am speechless. Just know you're getting an earful when we get back. I'm sorry, sir, Brian said, looking repentant. Just then, Cyan called out, You can come out now, Sarika. Oh dear, you found me. Sarika and a group of people leaped down from the rooftops. How could I not? You brought your entire crew. I have a gift for you. With that, Sarika threw a bound Kellen onto the ground before him. Cyan glanced at the captive. He's the one who's been tailing me lately. You knew. Sarika looked slightly surprised. Yeah, a little. Sarika sighed in disappointment. First off, I'll acknowledge your abilities. Your strength surpasses even the assassins of the mist. You have the eloquence to negotiate with the headmaster, and the sheer willpower to perfectly wield the demon sword. As an heir, your performance has been outstanding. But if this continues, it's going to get messy. More people will start to think you're strange, just like what happened today. Cyan thought for a moment, then replied, I'll take your advice, but I have no intention of being treated like an idiot. If anyone dares to touch the people by my side like they just did, I will hunt them down and crush every last one of them. Sarika smiled, understanding that he would protect those close to him on his own terms. I understand. That's fine. The heir can do as he pleases. I'll be going now. Her reaction caught Cyan a little off guard. Oh, Sarika pointed at Kellen. Remember to deal with him. I'll clean up Barrett and his lackeys. I know. Only then did Sarika leave, satisfied. Kellen struggled against his bonds. What are you going to do to me? Are you going to kill me? Kill you? I think that'd be letting you off too easy. If you're planning to interrogate me, then forget it. I won't say a thing. Cyan gave a mocking smile. You're Kellen, Askel's most trusted subordinate, aren't you? I already know everything. Hearing this, Kellen's eyes went wide with shock. How? How do you know? How could I ever forget you? Cyan thought. You were always by Askel's side, the one who was always jealous of my relationship with him in my past life. From another perspective, this guy was pretty dangerous. Killing him now wouldn't be a problem, but he was that bastard Askel's subordinate. He could still be useful for my future plans. At that thought, a cunning smile spread across Cyan's face. He then used the skill shadow persona creation on Kellen. 1 week later, early one morning on the training grounds. With a serious expression, Limuz gripped her wooden sword with both hands and charged straight at Aaron. Despite managing to raise her sword to block, Aaron was still pushed back by Limuz's strength. Aaron yelled and immediately swung her sword at Limuz. Limuz deftly ducked to dodge the blow, simultaneously slipping behind Aaron. Before her opponent could react, she had the tip of her sword at the princess's neck. I win, your highness. Aaron let out a small ugh and pouted. I can never win against you, Limuz. Besides, didn't I tell you to just call me Aaron when it's just the two of us? Limuz scratched her head shyly. My apologies, your highness. Aaron looked displeased, emphasizing each word. Lady Aaron. Ah yes, Lady Aaron. Limuz quickly corrected herself. Their conversation was cut short by a pained cry. Ack, young master. Aaron turned toward the sound. Looks like they're training pretty hard over there, too. Not far away, Cyan was sparring with Brian. Or rather, it was a session where Brian was learning to take a beating under Cyan's instruction. He had just driven his elbow hard into Brian's stomach, sending him staggering backward. Through the fight, Cyan's opinion of Brian had changed. This guy claims to be just a handyman, but he can really take a punch, Cyan assessed inwardly. His stamina is incredible, too. He'll be useful later. With that thought, he asked, Is this too much for you? Brian yelled, his face full of determination. Not at all, young master. I'll endure it to the very end. As soon as he finished speaking, a mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. Seeing this, Cyan couldn't bring himself to strike again. This method was a bit harsh, but he had no other choice. There was no guarantee that something like the incident with Barrett wouldn't happen again. At the very least, Brian needed to be able to protect himself. While Cyan was lost in thought, Brian suddenly asked, But, young master, are we really going to keep that guy Kellen around? You don't need to worry about him, Cyan replied. He's on our side now. He instinctively recalled the previous night. After completing the shadow persona creation spell on Kellen, a weakened Cyan exhaled sharply. It's been a long time since I used this spell. It's tougher than I remember. 9-star dark magic, shadow persona. A spell that creates a new personality from darkness, allowing the caster to control the target at will. In his previous life, he had only used it once. Cyan cut Kellen's ropes and asked, "Now who are you?" Kellen immediately dropped to one knee, bowing his head as he answered, "I am Kellen German, a formal guardian knight of Valius. I came to win under orders to monitor young Master Cyan." He's completely obedient now. Cyan smirked to himself, then asked, "And who is your master?" "Though I was originally assigned to serve young Master Askell, I now wish to pledge my loyalty to you, young Master Cyan. Please, accept me as your subordinate." Cyan's smile widened, revealing a flash of white teeth. "All right, from now on, listen very carefully to what I'm about to say. Go back to Askell's side in Valius and tell him this. Every single word. Got it?" Kellen placed a fist over his chest. "I, Kellen German, will obey the young master's command." Back in the present, Cyan recalled the look in Kellen's eyes before he left, a thoughtful expression on his face. That look of absolute trust, it's a lot of pressure. He's a dangerous guy, for sure, but I bet he'll be okay. Just then, Erin approached, hands on her hips. "Training with your guardian knight? I didn't expect to see you here." Seeing the princess, Brian immediately bowed a full 90 degrees. "Your Highness." As usual, Cyan was more casual. "Yeah, you here to train too, Your Highness." Erin smiled. "I am. I come here every week to train with Limus. After what happened recently, I figured I should be ready for anything." Hearing that, Cyan guessed. "So, it's because of what happened last week." Bears had been found passed out in front of the infirmary, and though he was covered in bruises, he refused to say who attacked him. Well, it wasn't that he wouldn't talk. He couldn't. He'll never be able to use magic again. He glanced at Limus. Asterisk, her reaction is a little surprising, though. I figured she'd at least look a little satisfied. Asterisk. Suddenly, a loud cry echoed from above them all. "Papa!" They all looked up to see a little girl falling from the sky. "Young master, over there." Brian's jaw dropped. "Nana." A jolt of panic shot through Cyan. Asterisk, didn't I leave her with Karam? Asterisk. At that very moment, her supposed guardian, Karam, was fast asleep on the sofa, tongue hanging out. Nana landed right in Erin's arms. Erin instinctively caught her, asking in surprise, where did you come from?" Sitting in Erin's lap, Nana looked excitedly at Cyan and chirped, "Papa, Nana found you." Erin stared at Cyan, her mind racing. "Asterisco, Papa. Since when? And with who? How could that be?" Asterisk. Time passed, and soon it was sunset. Erin rested her chin on her hand, a look of relief on her face. "Oh, so that's what's going on. She's not actually your daughter. Thank goodness. I totally misunderstood when she called you Papa. Who knew you had such a kind side to you? It's really a surprise." In contrast to Erin's relief, Cyan was worried. Asterisk, this is bad. If this keeps up, the princess will have me wrapped around her little finger. Asterisk. Sitting beside him, Brian looked just as dumbfounded and worried. Asterisk, if the academy finds out, he'll be expelled, and the princess knows Nana's a dragonkin. Asterisk. Seeing their expressions, Erin guessed what they were worried about. She patted her chest reassuringly. "Don't worry, Cyan. I won't tell a soul." "You're not kidding, are you, Your Highness?" Cyan asked, surprised. Erin smiled and looked over at Limus. "Of course not. Right, Limus?" Limus, who had been happily pinching Nana's cheeks, turned and replied, "Yep. It's not like I have any friends to tell, anyway." Cyan stared intently at Erin. "What's your reason?" "Reason? I just feel sorry for her," Erin explained. "She's neither human nor dragon, so she'll never be accepted by either side. But it's a good thing you're looking after her." And in return, she added with a smile, pointing at Cyan, "Do you think I could come visit your room sometimes?" "My room?" Cyan asked, pointing to himself in surprise. Erin's face flushed as she stammered, "Don't get the wrong idea. I just want to see Nana." Before the atmosphere could get any more awkward, Cyan agreed cheerfully. "Sure, I don't see why not. So from now on, this is our little secret, okay?" "Okay, I'll remember," Erin nodded, promising. Her heart fluttered at his words. Our little secret. With everything settled, Cyan stood up to leave. "Well, we'll be heading out." Limus bowed her head. "Take care on your way back, Cyan." Once Cyan was gone, Limus noticed Erin's unusual expression and called out softly, "Lady Erin?" Erin didn't seem to hear her, lost in her own world. Asterisk, does this mean I'm a little closer to Cyan now? Asterisk. When Erin didn't answer, Limus called out louder, "Lady Erin, are you feeling sick?" Elsewhere, Cyan had returned to his room. Karam was awake now, and after hearing what happened, he asked cheerfully, "What? Something that exciting happened while I was asleep? At this rate, why don't you just get caught living with a demonic sword while you're at it?" Cyan snapped, pointing a finger at Karam. "You shut up. Just sit there and think about what you did. You're the one who fell asleep on the job." Karam just clicked his tongue. "She takes after her papa." always doing the unexpected. Brian, who was holding Nana, smiled and suggested, "How about we take her for a little walk? She's been cooped up inside all this time. She must be feeling restless." Cyan thought for a few seconds, then nodded. That's not a bad idea." "Thank you, sir," Brian replied shyly. "We'll head out now." Night had fallen. High in the sky, two winged, humanoid figures streaked through the air. The male creature suddenly stopped, as if sensing something. Seeing this, the female creature stopped as well. "What is it, Lord Lu Jian?" Lu Jian spoke. "Katerina, I smell something foul. What is our position?" "It's a bit far, but it seems we're on the outskirts of ruin," Katerina replied. Lu Jian looked displeased. "Is that stench coming from Ruin Academy? It seems I'll have to put my journey home on hold. I can feel an energy I find utterly unbearable. An energy that I, as a dragon, cannot allow to exist." At the same time, in an empty field on the outskirts of Ruin, Brian was frantically chasing after Nana, who was soaring high above. "Nana, wait! It's dangerous up there." But she didn't listen, just cheering excitedly in midair. "This place is so big. This is so much fun." Cyan walked leisurely behind them, watching Nana's cheerful mood. This field is 10 kilometers from Ruin. It's more than enough space for her to fly to her heart's content. Floating nearby, Karam glanced at Cyan and teased, "Wow, a father already, huh? While you're at it, why don't you find her a mother? Like that princess from before, for instance." Suddenly, the expressions on both Cyan and Karam's faces changed. Karam warned urgently, "Hold on. Something's coming this way." Almost immediately, a scornful voice echoed from above. "How disgusting." The moment the words were spoken, a massive pillar of light slammed down on Nana's position. "Nana, look out!" Brian yelled, lunging forward to pull her out of the way. Even though they dodged the direct hit, the shockwave sent him flying. "Brian, is Nana okay?" Cyan asked, concerned. "She's fine." "Get behind me, both of you," Cyan said, stepping forward. His gaze was fixed on the spot where the pillar of light had just faded. In the large crater left by the blast, Lucian and Catalina appeared. Cyan frowned. "Why are great dragons here? And two of them, no less." Lucian's eyes locked on Nana in Brian's arms. "So that's it. The source of that putrid smell. What a truly disgusting stench." Catalina glanced nonchalantly at Nana, then at Karam, her gaze finally landing on Cyan. "A human dragon? To think such a disgusting entity exists. And you, human, are you the master of that mongrel? It appears you wield a demon sword as well." Karam retorted, annoyed. "What? Who do you think you are, talking about me like I'm some object?" "Silence." Catalina snapped. "You pawn of a pathetic human." Karam raged. "You're asking to die. A lowly creature like you dares." Catalina snarled. Lucian raised a hand to stop her, then turned to Cyan. "Relax. We have no interest in you. We don't intend to fight inferior creatures. However, you'll hand that mongrel over to me. A half-human, half-dragon. It carries the blood of both races, making it an ideal research specimen. Comply, and I shall be merciful enough to spare your life." Cyan tightened his grip on his sword. "Shut up." A vein throbbed on Lucian's forehead. "What did you just say?" "I said, shut up, you disgusting lizard," Cyan repeated nonchalantly. Lucian grinned, baring his teeth. Then, in a flash, he launched an attack that zipped past Cyan's left shoulder. "Young master," Brian cried out, worried. "I'm fine," Cyan said, his face grim. "Stay away from me." "Yes, sir." Brian immediately pulled back, holding Nana tight. Cyan glanced at the deep trench carved into the earth. That attack was monstrous. Across from him, Lucian now held a long spear crackling with lightning. "This is why lesser beings like you're a lost cause." Without replying, Cyan unleashed his 9th killing art, Demon Sword Manifestation. Sensing the immense power radiating from Cyan, Catalina started. "Lord Lucian, that energy, can it be?" Lucian frowned, confirming her suspicion. "It is. The power of the exiled. Today is certainly full of surprises. But no matter what he pulls, he's still just an insignificant human." The words had barely left his mouth when Cyan appeared at his side, sword swinging. Lucian's eyes widened in shock. When did he? But his reflexes were sharp. He swung his spear to block Cyan's strike. "You're just a human." With an angry roar, Lucian swept his spear horizontally, forcing Cyan to retreat. He then raised a hand to the sky, casting his shockwave technique. A massive magic circle materialized over Cyan's head, unleashing a column of destructive light. Just as Lucian thought his attack had hit, Cyan used his 3rd killing art, Fog Step, to escape the blast. He reappeared instantly behind Lucian and unleashed his storming mist sword. It all happened in a flash, giving Lucian no time to react. Thankfully, Catalina intervened, raising her blade shield of fire to block Cyan's attack. I'll hold him back. Catalina, get back. You're no match for him. Luckian shouted, coming to his senses. But Catalina ignored him, a confident smile playing on her lips. Please, don't worry, Lord Luckian. I will not lose. This is the blade shield of a dragon who has stored mana for a millennium. A mere human who can't even live a century could never hope to break it. Her train of thought, however, was violently cut short. Cyan switched his technique, unleashing the Fog Sword art, 8-blossom dual slash, hammering the fiery shield with hundreds of strikes. In less than a second, the shield shattered completely. Catalina stared in disbelief. He actually shattered it? In the next instant, a flurry of sword strikes sliced into her. Catalina fell helplessly to the ground, her eyes fixed on Luckian. Lord, Luckian! Her voice trailed off as the light faded from her eyes, and her world went dark forever. Luckian watched, stunned, as Catalina fell before him. His shock quickly turned to pure rage. You! Who in the hell are you? The Fog God isn't supposed to have any real power. You can't be this strong. Tell me, who are you? Luckian kept screaming his questions, but Cyan remained perfectly still, offering no reply. So, you won't answer me. Very well. I acknowledge you as a worthy adversary. As he spoke, a magic formation enveloped his body, and he began to change. Cyan watched the process calmly. Dragon transformation. The spell that lets dragons shed their human form and return to their original state. Which means, this is when he's at his most vulnerable. With that, Cyan launched himself high into the air, appearing directly over the head of the fully transformed dragon. You, what do you think you're doing? Luckian roared in alarm. A terrible premonition gripped him. Does he know about the weakness of the dragon transformation? No, he can't. He's just a pathetic human. A moment later, Cyan confirmed Luckian's worst fears. Kicking off the air itself, he shot downward like a cannonball, plunging his demon sword directly between the dragon's eyes. Luckian let out a roar of pure agony. The dark energy from the ghost sword swirled in his eyes. You bastard, he cursed, already planning his escape. Sensing his intent, Cyan grinned. Too late. He activated his skill, Unshakable Root Fog Sword. The dark energy instantly consumed Luckian, and he thrashed helplessly against it. The dragon's agonized roar echoed throughout the area. A moment later, once the sounds had died down, Brian rushed over with Nana in his arms. Young master, are you all right? But the scene before him left Brian speechless. He immediately covered Nana's eyes. I can't see anything, she whimpered. Cyan was feasting on fresh dragon meat. Seeing the two of them, he held out a piece to Brian. Hey, Brian, eat up. It's fresh. Brian was still speechless, but Nana spoke up. Nana wants some too. No, Cyan shot back without a second thought. I wasn't talking to you. Back in a private room, Askell was deep in thought after hearing Kellen's report. So you're saying some unknown power is backing my brother? Correct. It seems they've also eliminated the spies we planted. Is that all? Yes. I'm afraid it's not enough to go on. Askell narrowed his eyes, sizing Kellen up. His earlier restlessness is gone, replaced by an unnerving calm. It's like he's a different person entirely. I see. In that case, Kellen, I have a question for you, Askell said, his tone sending a jolt through Kellen's heart. He didn't say another word, just stared intently at Kellen, awaiting his answer. This is a test. He's already suspicious. Kellen thought to himself, then quickly placed a fist over his chest in a deep bow. May the divine Remendel bless you. Askell broke into a grin. Thank you for your answer, Sir Kellen. Don't misunderstand. It's just a routine formality. You may go now. As Kellen turned and left, he warned himself to be more careful. Once a seed of doubt is planted, it can never be undone. I won't let anything stand in my master's way. The moment he opened the door, he came face to face with Emily, who was already waiting outside. Seeing Kellen, she smiled. Ah, hello there. I'm young Master Cyan's personal maid. What are you doing here? Kellen demanded. At that moment, Askell walked out and clapped a hand on Kellen's shoulder. I'm the one who called her here. He then turned to Emily. Your name is Emily, I believe? Yes, my lord, Emily replied hastily. Askell gave her a charming smile. Perhaps you could do me a small favor? Emily blushed, her voice full of hope. For you, my lord. Inside a secret chamber, a large stone rested in the center, encircled by smaller stones. All of them were radiating light. All except for two smaller stones, which lay shattered on the ground. A chorus of voices suddenly echoed from the stones, speaking over one another. Lord Lucien and Lady Catalina are missing. After manifesting their divine auras outside Aluin, their presences vanished without a trace. How can the energy of two 8th tier or higher dragons simply disappear? As you can see, my lord, their 2 soul stones have gone completely dark. We've searched the entire area around Aluin. There wasn't a single trace of a battle. Did whoever attacked them use magic to erase the evidence? If so, we may be dealing with a master of the dark arts. In all the world, only Quell is strong enough to eliminate 2 dragons of their rank. But he is no dark sorcerer. This implies the existence of a third power, one previously unknown to us. Cyan of the Royal Academy is the only wielder of dark arts we are aware of. There are rumors he survived an encounter with the demon dragon on the battlefield. If so, he may also be connected to the deaths of Renat, Crimson, and German. Both of them were our suppliers for test subjects. It's too convenient to be a coincidence. There has to be a connection. We must watch him closely. A deep voice emanated from the largest stone. Lunap River, have your granddaughter get close to Cyan. As a command was given, the chamber fell silent once more. The following day, at the Royal Academy dorms, Aaron ran over to Cyan, followed by Lesemis, who was struggling to push a cart piled with fruit so high it towered over her head. As soon as she spotted Nana, Aaron presented a slice of strawberry cream cake. Look, Nana, it's a special cake, ordered just for us from the royal palace. Nana's eyes sparkled at the sight of the cake, her mouth already watering. It looks so good. Go on, eat up. We have plenty more, Aaron said, happily handing the slice to Nana. Cyan sat a short distance away, watching them quietly. They're having so much fun together, like real sisters, he thought. Asterisk for now, I'll protect this piece. The dragons can already sense Nana's existence. They could attack again at any moment. But I won't let anyone touch what's mine. Because this life, I'm going to live it for myself, asterisk. An image of Askel flashed through his mind, and I will tear it all down, every last one of your plans. Aaron, in the middle of playing with Nana, heard Cyan's quiet laugh. She looked over, curious. Cyan, what's so funny? You look like you're in a good mood. Cyan chuckled. Oh, nothing. Just thought of something funny. Meanwhile, in the garden of the V estate, Askel sat with Grand Prince Lul. It's been too long, Askel. Not since graduation, Lul said to break the ice. You're looking well. Askel laughed heartily. It is all thanks to your good graces, your highness. Besides, how long do you intend to stay in this remote place? I heard Alice has already set off to travel the continent. If she were here, I'd be far too worried about what she was getting into, Askel replied. Lul laughed, pressing the issue. Are you worried? Or are you afraid she'll become a threat to you one day? A shadow passed over Askel's eyes. What do you mean by that, your highness? Lul paid it no mind. He simply held out his cup for a servant to refill. What's the need for secrets between us? Your little brother's name is Cyan, isn't it? My father, the Emperor, seems quite interested in him. It even seems he's considering arranging a marriage between him and Aaron. I can't for the life of me understand why he'd favor such a useless whelp. Askel simply smiled. Patience, your highness. Once he has the right attention and a powerful backer, even he can be made useful. Lul took a sip from his cup and smiled. This is why talking to you is always so refreshing. Lul's attendant approached with a drink, asking Askel, care for some tea? It was only then that Askel noticed him. What a strange guardian knight. Lul turned to him and made the introduction. All right, this is the gem I discovered while inspecting the nearby slums. Askel narrowed his eyes. A gem, you say? The finest of them all, Lul replied. The attendant played along, smiling as he greeted Askel. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Bolis Lechem. 2 years passed. Cyan had learned to conceal his true self and adapt to life at the academy. It was around this time that his older sister, Alice, returned. In the headmaster's office, the door was pushed open gently. Kunnel, sitting at his desk, spoke up. It's been a while. Smiling, Alice stepped in from behind the door. So how is it? Kunnel asked. Did you enjoy your travels? Yes, I went to Bruna. Kunnel looked surprised. Bruna? That's not exactly a welcoming place for humans, is it? Yes, it took me a year just to adapt, but I wanted to understand the meaning of harmony that you spoke of. You were right, headmaster. Wherever I go, that place will flourish. That's why I must constantly consider where I'm needed next. It seems you've made your decision, Kunnel said, looking at Alice. Alice beamed. Yes, I'm going to join the Knights of Light. Do you wish to carry on the family tradition? Someone has to take on this responsibility. Besides, I'm worried about my younger brothers, especially Cyan. He's so timid. Hearing this, Kunnel suddenly burst out laughing, leaving Alice baffled. Why are you laughing? Kunnel stroked his beard. Him? Timid? What kind of joke is that? Just then, a young man appeared right behind Alice. A joke? Sir, you're exaggerating. Alice turned around. Startled, she stared at the young man, her voice uncertain. Cyan's that you? Cyan gave a gentle smile. I missed you, sis. Leaving the headmaster's office, Cyan and Alice walked side by side. Alice playfully measured her height against his with her hand. You've changed so much, she remarked. You're as tall as me now. You'll be taller than me in no time. Or maybe you just got shorter? Cyan teased. Alice pinched his cheek, a threatening smile on her face. All right, that's enough out of you. Cyan simply smiled in silence. Watching his cheerful sister, his mind drifted back to May 2nd, 988. He remembered it clearly. It was the last day Alice had been alive in his previous life. After they'd walked a bit further, Alice asked, Aren't you going home? It's summer break. Cyan replied with a faint smile. Besides you, there's no one there to welcome me. Alice froze. No one? Is that why you haven't been home in 2 years? Cyan remained silent. Actually, there are a few other reasons, he thought. One is Askell. Asterisk 2, the Duchess is always trying to get rid of me. Father couldn't care less. Going back would be suicide. Asterisk. I probably won't go home until after I graduate. Aren't you close with Grand? Alice probed. Cyan's head snapped down. Never. Why not? She pressed. Cyan's head shot up, his eyes devoid of emotion. You know exactly how he treats me. He's even tried to kill me before. What? Alice gasped, stunned. Brian, who had been following behind them, stepped forward and placed a hand on his chest. I can testify to that. And who are you? Alice asked, looking at him. He's my guardian knight, Brian Kenrick, Cyan explained. Alice covered her mouth in surprise. Oh, a guardian knight. No wonder he's been following us. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. After a long moment, Alice spoke, her voice thick with self-reproach. Is that really true? And all this time I was in Bruna, completely oblivious. The villains in all this are the Duchess and Grand. It was as if she couldn't hear his words, as a murderous aura began to radiate from her. Sensing the change in her, Cyan quickly called out, Alice! Startled, she flinched. She quickly composed herself, raising her chin thoughtfully. Have you told anyone else about this? What's the point? It's all in the past, and Grand doesn't feel the least bit guilty. Before Cyan could finish, Alice suddenly pulled him into a tight hug. You don't have to endure it all alone, Cyan. It's okay to lean on someone sometimes. From now on, I'll protect you. She let him go, placing her hands on his shoulders. I want to stay with you longer, but I have to go now. Please take care of yourself while I'm away. Brian, who had been standing nearby, was touched by the sibling bond. Right until Alice suddenly hugged him too. Hey miss, he stammered awkwardly. Alice just laughed. Please take good care of my little Cyan. Just then, Brian caught sight of Cyan's menacing glare and the subtle throat-slitting gesture he made. He could only laugh bitterly to himself. I didn't even do anything. Late that afternoon, Cyan and Brian saw Alice off as her carriage departed from the academy. Watching the carriage disappear into the distance, he recalled Alice's furious expression from earlier and smiled to himself. It's been a long time since I've seen her that angry. On the way back to his room, an old memory suddenly surfaced. Grant swung a wooden sword with full force. Cyan struggled to block it, but the impact was too strong, sending him collapsing to the ground. Grant laughed arrogantly. Huh, you're already down? Get up, or I'll beat you to a pulp. Cyan pleaded desperately. Please stop. You've already won, so... Before he could finish, a wooden sword struck him across the face. God, why do you yap so much? After that, Grand gleefully and repeatedly struck Cyan, who had no strength left to resist. Just as he was getting carried away, a cold voice rang out from behind. Grand, stop. Startled, Grand froze and quickly turned around. Alice. Alice's face was stone cold, seething with anger. What do you think you're doing? Apologize to him. Now. Back in the present, Cyan sat in his room, a faint smile playing on his lips. I only saw that expression on her face once in my past life. Things are about to get chaotic at the ducal manor. She needs to know the truth about her family, so I can protect her from the dark future that awaits. Just then, Brian came in with 2 letters, one black and one red. You have mail, young master. Who are they from? One is from the academy. The other is from one of the gatekeepers. Cyan took only the black envelope. I see. All right. Seeing this, Brian asked tentatively, Aren't you going to read this one? It's probably from the royal palace, Cyan surmised. Brian examined the seal on the envelope. You're right. It has the royal seal. Karam poked his head in, eavesdropping. What is it? Brian wondered aloud. I wonder what they sent. They hold a banquet around this time every year, Cyan explained as he opened the black letter. After reading, he fell into thought. The other one is an assassination order. Assassinate Renah, Crimson Nephelis. The incident at that royal banquet, it was a big deal. A real shock, especially since he was the queen's younger brother. So, are you going to go? Karam asked. Yeah, I have business there, Cyan replied. Now that I think about it, someone else took this mission in my past life. I guess the master has taken a liking to me, though it's a real pain. Karam took the red letter from Brian's hand. Oh, this one is from Princess Erin. Cyan's expression didn't flicker. Really? Karam covered his mouth, his eyes glinting mischievously. I thought you were just a little kid. I can't believe you're already getting love letters. Cyan glared at Karam and quietly uttered, Demon, sword limit. Instantly, Karam yelped as an invisible force slammed him flat on the ground. Cyan turned to Brian and commanded, regardless, prepare for a trip to the royal palace. Just then, Nana walked in. Papa, I'm so hungry. Brian's jaw dropped as he stared at the little girl. Young master, what is it? Cyan turned to look. His own eyes widened when he saw Nana's adolescent figure. What? She's already grown this much. The next morning, at the Vera mansion, Alice's sudden return caught the servants completely by surprise. The butler stepped forward. Lady Alice, you've returned? Alice asked, her face radiating a murderous aura. Where's my mother? No, the Duchess. A moment later, Alice slammed open the door to Margaret's room. Startled, Margaret looked toward the door before a smile spread across her face. Alice, it has been a while. Are you well, my daughter? In response, Alice delivered a thunderous slap across her face. A sharp crack echoed through the room. The butler, seeing his lady attacked, rushed into the room and cried out in alarm. Her Grace. Guards! Where are the guards? What are you all doing? Sprawled on the floor, Margaret clutched her cheek and shrieked at Alice. Are you insane? Alice glared back, gritting her teeth. You're the insane one, Duchess Margaret. You tried to have Cyan assassinated. Margaret flinched internally. How does she know? Outwardly, however, she denied it forcefully. I tried to assassinate Cyan. Do you have any proof? You just confirmed it for me. By demanding proof, you've all but admitted it's true. How dare you lay a hand on me without a single shred of proof? Then, Margaret turned to the 4 guards who had just rushed in. What are you doing just standing there? Drag her out. Obeying the order, the 4 guards chorused an apology and rushed toward Alice. She glanced at the nearest one. She leaped nimbly into the air as he lunged, causing him to miss. Then, placing a hand on his head as a pivot, she spun gracefully in a full circle. At the same time, Alice unleashed her elemental magic. And in an instant, all 4 guards were down. Margaret was in shock. Asterisk, is that spirit magic? How could she defeat the guards so easily? Asterisk. As Alice stepped toward her, Margaret retreated cautiously, shouting, Don't you come any closer. What do you think you're doing? Alice's voice was cold. He confessed that you were also the one behind the attempt on Cyan's life 2 years ago. Did you think you'd get away with it just because Cyan kept his mouth shut? Margaret pointed a finger in Alice's face. You're going to believe those lowlifes over me? Have you completely lost your senses? Shut your mouth, Margaret. I'm going to tell Father about this. You'd better prepare yourself. You're done for. With that said, Alice turned and walked away. But Alice didn't see it. As her figure receded, the fear and confusion on Margaret's face vanished, replaced by a sinister smile. She whispered, What a fool. After all this time, she still hasn't figured it out. All Duke William cares about is that child. A moment later, Alice was in Duke William's study, laying out the entire incident. William, his back to the window, merely glanced at her before speaking calmly. I know she made a move on Cyan. So what? Alice couldn't believe her ears. What do you mean? Your son was almost murdered, and that's all you have to say? I'm not going to make any excuses, William replied. As long as Cyan is all right, it doesn't matter. Alice screamed in fury. He had to fight 6 fully-fledged knights on his own. If his escort, Brian Kenrick, hadn't been there, he would be dead. William turned to face his daughter and smirked. You think that fool saved Cyan? That idiot is just an errand boy for the knights. Are you saying Cyan took them all down himself? Alice asked, astonished. You really don't know a thing about him, do you? As he spoke, William walked over and handed her a red envelope. Take this. Alice asked curiously, What's this? It's an invitation to a banquet from the royal family. I can't make it, so I want you to go in my stead. Go and enjoy yourself. You don't need to worry about Cyan. That boy is stronger than you think. I'm heading back to the barracks. With that, William left the room, leaving Alice alone with her thoughts in turmoil. A little later, Alice stepped out and began walking slowly down the hall, lost in thought. Her mind was a mess. No need to worry about him, but he was only 13. Just then, a familiar voice called out, Lady Alice. Snapping out her days, Alice turned. Her face instantly brightened. Cecilia. Cecilia smiled in return. Welcome home, Lady Alice. With that, she suddenly threw her arms around Alice, bursting into tears. Where have you been for so long? You didn't write at all. Alice smiled gently. I'm sorry. Cecilia Rian, a high-ranking knight of the Order of Light, served as Alice's handmaiden, tutor, and closest friend. After a moment, Alice gently pulled away. All right, let's go blow off some steam. Cecilia looked at her, puzzled. Blow off some steam? Alice held up the red envelope, beaming. Yep, to the palace. Meanwhile, in another luxurious carriage, Nana squealed with excitement. Her tail wagged uncontrollably as she stared out the window. Cyan reminded her with a sigh. Nana, put your tail away. Hearing him, Nana closed her eyes and focused for a few seconds. Instantly, her tail and wings turned transparent before vanishing completely. He didn't know she could hide her body parts like that. It was much safer to take her out this way. Still, he couldn't help but worry, so he asked, Nana, you haven't forgotten what I taught you, have you? Nana immediately sat up straight, flashing a perfect smile. Of course not, young master. I am your maid. Then, pointing a thumb at her chest, her expression turned excited again as she cheered. Nana. Cyan let out a weary sigh. This was worrying. He had a bad feeling she was going to get into trouble. She was just too excited. Just then, the carriage lurched to a stop. He turned to Brian. What's wrong? It's a group of bandits. Outside, a man with a scarred face grinned, licking his lips as he yelled, Ha ha, hand over everything you've got. Cyan glanced out the window, then immediately lost interest. It's nothing important. Get rid of them. Having given the order, he slid the window shut. Inside, Nana asked curiously, Papa, what's going on? It's nothing. Just some pests. At that same moment outside, Brian sent the scar-faced man's head flying. Sir, one of the bandits screamed in terror. An instant later, the enraged bandits raised their weapons and charged at Brian in unison. Avenge Vondo. Facing the charge, Brian simply let out a calm breath, his hand resting on his sword's hilt. He calmly waited for the bandits to close in before drawing his sword in a flash. A single flurry of strikes took them all down in an instant. He sheathed his sword. Brian smirked. The weak Brian of the past was gone. He had gotten stronger. But just as Brian was savoring the feeling of satisfaction, Cyan's voice cut through his thoughts. If you're finished, let's get going. Yes, young master. Right away, Brian answered hurriedly, getting back to the driver's seat. Elsewhere, a woman placed a thick stack of papers on Sarika's desk. Here is the guest list for the banquet. Thank you. There are more attendees than usual this time. Perhaps you should consider canceling some of your other plans, the woman advised. Sarika immediately refused. No, this plan must be executed right away. The assassination of Renan Nefelis. Why must you speed up the progress of this plan? He is sick, Sarika explained. A person who uses his power to hunt down married women. He must die as soon as possible. And this bastard. He is my fiancé, the woman exclaimed in surprise. What? Sarika did not mind her reaction, started flipping through each page of information. When seeing the image of a blue-haired girl, her expression immediately changed. What is this child participating too? Her eyes narrowed slightly, a rare genius possessing elemental stats both at 20%. Although the little girl cannot attend many classes because of her weak body, granddaughter of Riggan's Rain River, the head of the Garum Mage Association, Lunap Rain River. This child has never appeared in public. Why is she attending this party? The woman spoke up. I heard that the association president told her to attend. What? Sarika was startled, looking down at Lunap's information sheet again. What is he planning? I have a bad feeling about this. Surely something will happen at the party. In a crowded street, the three members of Cyan's household were walking. Because she was busy looking around, Nana accidentally bumped into a young man walking in the opposite direction. He looked annoyed, shouted, Who are you? Watch where you are going. Because she was much shorter than the other person, Nana had to look up, her face full of apology. I'm sorry. What must I do to compensate? Seeing Nana's pretty face, the young man's attitude changed 180 degrees. He smiled friendly. Ha, it's okay, young lady. Nana turned to Cyan, pointing at the young man. Papa, the people here are so kind. Not at all. Stay away from those guys. Cyan silently denied. I forgot that the girl knows nothing about the outside world. She needs to be more wary of people. This is bad. Cyan was having a headache when Brian suddenly spoke up. Young master, Nana's eyes. Hearing that, Cyan hurriedly looked over, his eyes widened, silently cursing. Damn it. Nana's eyes had transformed. Her face was drooping, crying out of hunger. Her pupils returned to normal. Is also radiating magic power. People will discover it, Cyan panicked. He hurriedly ordered, Brian, take the girl to a restaurant quickly. Yes, young master. Brian replied, then immediately scooped Nana up, running to find the nearest restaurant. Just hungry, and she gets like that? This is not good at all. Cyan silently lamented, then hurriedly followed. A while later in the restaurant, Nana rubbed her belly in satisfaction, softly saying, finally came back to life. Cyan sat opposite, looking at the high stack of plates in front of him, and thought, Luckily, I brought a lot of money. Raising children is really hard work. Suddenly, his gaze became sharp. What is this strange source of magic power? He turned his head to look at the table next to him. There a girl was standing looking at him, smiling and greeting. Nice to meet you. You are Cyan, right? She knows my name. Cyan silently suspected, but his face remained calm. He admitted, That's right, but who are you? Can I sit here? Without waiting for Cyan to agree, the girl sat down right next to him. Ignoring that action, Cyan looked straight at her. I still haven't received an answer to my question. The girl smiled. I am Lunap. I study at the same academy as Senior Cyan, second year. Hearing the name Lunap, Cyan was briefly pensive, feeling it was familiar. Wait, when did we meet that you call me Senior? He continued. Probably because I don't pay attention to the juniors, so I don't know who you are. Lunap Rain River smiled. It's okay, compared to Senior's reputation, I am just a nameless nobody really. On the opposite side, Nana curiously leaned close to Brian, whispered, Brian, is that person Papa's friend? Brian replied with an uncertain voice. Probably doesn't look like it much. Lunap Rain River noticed the small movements of the two, immediately probed. The knight and that young lady seemed close, right? Even dining together too. She turned to him, joking, just looking at it. This young master of you two must be very flirtatious too, right? So what if I am? You are speaking a bit too much. Cyan replied, suspicion rising in his heart. Why is she suddenly approaching me like this? What exactly is the purpose? Hearing that, Lunap immediately changed the topic. Senior, coming to the Imperial Palace to attend the banquet? Yeah, how do you know so well? For a famous person who never steps foot out of the academy like Senior, what other reason is there to come here? That's great. So we will meet again soon at the banquet, right? Actually, I was also invited there. Cyan glanced at Lunap, silently speculating, invited? If so, she's also a noble. Just then, Lunap stood up. Today is just a greeting. I asked permission to leave first. Before leaving, she also turned her head back to look at Cyan. Remember this. My name is Lunap, Lunap Rain River. Those words were like a bolt of lightning hitting Cyan's mind. Lunap Rain River, he remembered. Granddaughter of that crazy old man Regan's Rain River, chairman of the Garum Council. Did that old man send her here? In the previous life, she passed away while still studying at the academy. Was it due to a weak body or being turned into a test subject of the Garum Council? More and more relationships unrelated to the previous life are appearing. That means everything that happens next is a variable. And it happens right on the day of the banquet, the day called the Bloody Banquet. In the private room, Erin twirled in her new dress, her cheeks blushing. She nervously asked Limuz, Limuz, how does it look? Do I look okay? Limuz gave 2 thumbs up, praising her incessantly. Very beautiful, princess. This is the first time I've ever seen you look this beautiful. Saying that, the maid secretly glanced at the bed piled high with rejected outfits, weeping silently. Are you still not satisfied? Princess, please spare me. But Erin seemed still unsatisfied. She grabbed another outfit. No, it's still a bit. Seeing this, Limuz quickly put on a serious face. It's fine. That's enough to captivate Cyan. Erin blushed bright red, turning her head away, stammering, What does this have to do with Cyan? Limuz turned her head slightly. You were the one who asked me to send him an invitation. Erin stomped her foot in anger. Bitch, that was my intention back then. It's different now. Just then, a maid brought a jewelry box over. Princess, Prince Lewel has sent you a gift. He said it suits you very well. Erin was surprised. Brother Luenel, send me a gift? What is it? Limuz also stepped forward curiously. Upon seeing the jewelry in the box, she exclaimed, It's so beautiful. Cyan will definitely like it. Erin was flustered. No, it's not like that. That evening, at the main hall of the banquet, Cyan chose a hidden corner to observe. It's really crowded. The target hasn't appeared yet. He glanced toward the shadows beside him, asking softly, Kellen, your presence here means Askell has arrived too, right? Yes, he is currently with Prince Luenel. Moreover, I have something to report. What is it? Please leave the banquet immediately. Cyan was suspicious. Is there news about the purification work? Or is something about to happen? I have a bad feeling. I fear that you and many others will be in danger. Askell asked me to tell you to leave the royal palace before the banquet begins. He said a little farce is about to take place. Cyan was startled. A bloody banquet? Could it be Askell pulling the strings? Kellen continued. I cannot let you be in danger. Cyan suddenly interrupted. All right, you go back. Kellen pondered for a few seconds. Will you be all right? Yeah, you're the one who needs to be careful. Go now. Yes, please take care. Saying that, Kellen disappeared into the darkness. Cyan stood still, grinning. A little farce, huh? That bastard Askell. He's even crazier than I thought. Karam suddenly appeared beside him, asking with a smile. What's wrong? Worried about the innocent people? Cyan sneered in response. No, I just find his way of working interesting. Besides, I have to postpone the purification work for today. As he spoke, he looked toward the newly arrived Sarika, using telepathy to communicate. Nice dress. President Cyan, what is it? The purification work today will likely have to be postponed. Why? I just received news. This banquet is about to turn into a sea of blood. What? Time is short. I'll explain later. First, we need to check if there are any demonic beasts nearby. Then we can figure out other moves. Are you sure? Is this information reliable? The mastermind is someone very familiar to me. I suspected it before, but now I'm certain. Don't worry. The target... Oh no, your perverted fiancé will also die in it. That's good news, right? Sarika was surprised. How did you know he is my fiancé? Cyan immediately changed the subject. Anyway, I'm going to do my job. You must explain it clearly to me. The two had just finished their conversation when a voice rang out from behind. Oh, Instructor Sarika? Sarika turned around, exclaiming in surprise. Alice. Alice smiled and approached. Long time no see, Instructor. Why are you here? I just came out for some fresh air. Family business, too. Damn it. Alice has been dragged into this, too. While Sarika was worrying, a hateful voice rang out from behind. Oh, Sarika, Nick Cheaty? Oh my, Alice is here, too? It's as if I'm gazing upon two beautiful flowers. Drinian Nepheles is honored to meet you ladies. Sarika looked at Drinian, cursing inwardly in anger. Damn it, it's getting more and more troublesome. What a mess. The target has also appeared. As he spoke, he placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly. But the smile on his lips was incredibly perverted. At the same time, Cyan left the banquet hall and found Brian waiting. Brian, it's time to work. Brian immediately placed his hand on his chest, swearing solemnly, Yes, young master. Knight Brian Kenrick, at the command of... Cyan quickly interrupted. Never mind that, it sounds weird. This guy Brian has been overly confident lately, he thought to himself. Probably after drinking dragon blood, he realized the responsibility of a guardian knight. He ordered, Go check the underground sewer area of the royal palace for me. That place is pitch black and scary, Brian thought to himself. I take back my intention from earlier. Cyan lost patience, pointing and urging, Just go, I have my reasons. But Brian didn't budge. He pointed behind him, Young master, behind you. Cyan was suspicious. Behind what? Someone's watching us. Just then, Cyan felt a chill run down his spine, as if a pair of eyes were boring into his back. This presence. I'll take care of them, Brian shouted, charging toward the stalker. Realizing it was Emily, Cyan tried to stop him, but it was too late. Brian had already tackled the girl and pinned her to the ground. All Cyan could do was sigh and step in. It's okay, Brian. I know her. Brian awkwardly let Emily go. Oh, you do? My bad. Sorry for being so rough. Elsewhere in the Imperial Palace, a cloaked figure holding a torch descended a long staircase into a dark chamber. Upon arriving, the figure bared their teeth in a grin, their voice echoing through the darkness. The time has come. My minions. Awaken. In the dark room, pair after pair of glowing green eyes began to flicker open. The moment Erin set foot in the Grand Hall, she scanned the crowd for Sano, but he was nowhere to be found. He goes to all the trouble of inviting me and then doesn't even show his face. He really does whatever he wants. As she was muttering to herself, Lunap approached. It's an honor to meet you, Princess Erin. Erin was taken aback. And you are? Lunap Rain River, right? A second year at our academy. Lunap's face lit up with joy. You remember me? Thank you, Princess Erin. Erin smiled warmly. How could I forget the genius of the Garum Kingdom? I'm delighted you could represent your country at this gala. You are too gracious, Princess. Senior Cyan could learn a thing or two from your kindness. At the mention of his name, Erin immediately asked, You know Cyan? Yes, I do. In fact, I just saw him yesterday. You met up with him? Are you two that close? The words slipped out before she could stop them, and Erin quickly covered her mouth, realizing her mistake. Lunap chuckled softly. Just as I thought, Princess Erin. You have a crush on Senior Cyan, don't you? Erin's face instantly flushed red. Cyan, do I like him? Just then, a woman's scream shattered the festive atmosphere of the party. All eyes snapped toward the sound. A young woman was screaming in absolute terror. Somebody call the guards. Right behind her, a demonic beast materialized, ending her life in a single, lightning-fast strike. Erin couldn't believe her eyes. No way. How did a demonic beast get inside the Imperial Palace? A demonic beast. Where are the guards? Another voice shrieked, sparking a wave of panic. People began shoving past each other, scrambling to escape. Amid the chaos, the beast stood perfectly still, its blazing red eyes locked onto Erin. Found you. Princess. Its words sent a jolt of terror through Aaron. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, Nana was introducing herself to an uninvited guest. Hello, I'm Nana, Master Cyan's maid. She's so young and prettier than me. Stunned, Emily collapsed to the floor, sobbing. Is it because of this girl that the master abandoned me? That's not it, Cyan replied. But my brother is the one who brought you here, isn't he? Emily let out a bitter laugh. Yes, he did. I'm quite a popular recruit, you know. He even offered me a job as a spy. Cyan's expression hardened. A spy? So what do you think of my offer to be my maid, then? Emily recalled Askel's words from earlier. Ever since Cyan went to the academy, I've been a little lonely. What do you say? Then, crossing her arms, she put on an air of arrogance. Of course I refused. I have to stay by the master's side. Are you sure? Emily sighed, pressing a hand to her forehead. Yes, but it seems he hasn't given up yet. I mean, he brought me all the way here, didn't he? Cyan fell silent for a few moments, lost in thought. Brian, it's dangerous outside. Protect Emily and Nana. Yes, sir. Are you going somewhere, master? Yeah, I have to go. With that, Cyan left the room. In my past life, Emily was never here. Ever since Kellen started tailing me, I knew he was plotting something. Cyan's expression turned to ice. You won't lay a finger on anyone I care about. Back in the room, Emily suddenly remembered something. She took out an item and called after him. Master. This necktie, Master Askel gave it to me. He said it was a gift and told me to give it to you. There was no reply. The room was quiet for a moment before Emily's sobs broke the silence. I didn't know. I'm such an idiot. I came all this way and completely forgot about this. Suddenly, Nana's pupils constricted. She stared intently at the necktie in Emily's hand. What is that? In another room, Lewell sensed someone approaching. His hand went to the hilt of his sword, drawing it slightly from its sheath. Askel entered from behind him, smiling. It's starting, Prince Lewell. Lewell released his sword and turned around. So, the day has finally come. You've worked hard, Askel. I trust our gift has been delivered. That man, Boris, is very capable. Lewell gave a sinister smile. He'll be of great use to us in the future, for a new empire. Askel looked at Lewell, his expression serious. Yes, it's time to show them who the empire truly needs. Back in the grand banquet hall, Aaron was shouting over the chaotic crowd. Everyone run. Leave this to the guards. Lenap urged her. Princess, you must evacuate. It's too dangerous. I'm Fina. Prioritize everyone else first. Then I'm staying here too. Aaron smiled. Thank you, Lenap. Meanwhile, the knights were struggling to hold back the wave of monsters. From behind the formation, Captain Morris roared, Hold them back. Hold them back at all costs. A blood-curdling scream suddenly drew his attention. He turned in horror to see another monster gripping a young, blonde-haired man by the head. Behind it, countless more monsters were flooding in. There are more of them, Morris thought. Help! Help me! The young man's desperate cry was cut short as the monster finished him. Morris roared in helpless fury, but the tragedy was far from over. Captain! Morris whipped his head around at the call. A group of high-level mandragoras was right in front of him. Why are those giant beasts here? We can't win. We're all going to die. Just as Morris fell into despair, Sarika appeared. With a single strike, she obliterated the mandragora and then shouted, Evacuate everyone now. Hurry. Is that a professor from the academy? Morris was stunned. He stood frozen, completely unaware of a monster charging at him from behind. Fortunately, Alice was in time, cleaving the monster in two with her flying heaven sword and landing protectively in front of him. Leave this to us. Right. Hearing this, Morris immediately regained his composure and turned to order his soldiers. All units, escort the civilians. Yes, sir. Just then, a mandragora shot out a long vine, aiming straight for Sarika and Alice. Here it comes. Both of them braced for the attack. But as it neared, the vine suddenly split into multiple smaller tendrils, whipping past them and continuing onward. When not the target, they turned and saw the vine's true target, Aaron and those around her. Sarika screamed a warning. Princess Aaron. The target is Princess Aaron. In the instant, everyone thought the sharp vines would pierce the princess's head. Morris lunged forward, swinging his sword to cut them down. Protect Princess Aaron. But it wasn't that simple. The severed vines instantly regrew, piercing straight through Morris's body. Aaron was frozen in shock. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she whispered, Captain Morris. Aaron snapped out of it as the vines retracted from Morris's body. She rushed to catch his stumbling form. Morris, wake up. This is all my fault. I'm so sorry, Morris. She blamed herself. In that moment, Lenap Rain River reacted. She stepped forward, combining two skills, Aqua Burst and Wind Spear. and wiped out the incoming vines. Aaron was astonished. Asterisk combined magic? Linap is only a second-year student, but she can already do this. Asterisk. Having dealt with the enemy, Linap turned back to Aaron. Your Highness, he's beyond saving. You must use this chance to escape to safety. It will be back soon. Just as she said, new vines shot toward them again. A group of knights immediately gathered, raising their weapons. We'll handle things here. We won't let Captain Morris's sacrifice be in vain. No matter what it takes, we will stop these monsters. As they spoke, they fought to block the attacks, protecting Aaron. Linap urged her again. Your Highness, please, you have to go, right? Aaron slowly rose to her feet, her hands clenching into fists as she gave Morris one last look. I will not forget your sacrifice, Knight Morris. When she looked up, her eyes shone with resolve. She reached her hand toward the knights, activating phantom armor. I've used my magic to create a temporary barrier. The Mandragora roots are lethally poisonous. A single touch would be fatal, but my shield will protect you from their deadly toxin. So you will survive. That's an order from your princess. The knights roared in unison, their morale surging. Yes, your highness. Huh, for the princess. They charged headfirst toward the Mandragoras. No longer needing to dodge, the knights easily sliced through the lunging vines, closing the distance. The Mandragoras roared. Thicker, more powerful vines erupted from their bodies, lashing out violently. The new assault halted the knights' advance, inflicting heavy casualties. Fall back, Alice shouted. She used her skill, Freeze. Sharp shards of ice erupted from the ground, forming a temporary barricade and saving the knights. She then rushed to Aaron's side. Your Highness, this is your chance. You have to get out of here. Aaron asked, what about you? Alice replied gravely. Remember, I am Alice of House V. Go this way. Now hurry. In another corner, Sarika fought with her twin daggers, her eyes constantly assessing the situation. I'm the Academy's alchemy instructor. If I fight with daggers, I might expose myself as a member of the Mist. But now is not the time to worry about that. Decisively, Sarika unleashed her Dance of the Flower-Snatching Sword skill, finishing the Mandragora before her in one clean motion. The Mandragora's roots have stopped moving. Everyone regroup and counterattack. A knight shouted joyfully, completely unaware of another monster approaching from behind. Sarika intervened, just in time, cleaving the monster's head in two with a single, clean strike. She turned to the young knight and warned, there are still monsters here. Don't let your guard down. A sense of unease crept over her. Asterisk, while we're holding them off here, Alice is supposed to be leading the princess to safety. But why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Asterisk. Meanwhile, Alice had led Aaron and Lunap out of the banquet hall. Alice, so she's Cyan's older sister? I wonder if Cyan is okay, Aaron thought worriedly. Suddenly, the ground shattered as a massive monster burst through, blocking their path. The monsters have made it this far already. It's like they know exactly where we are, Alice realized, startled. She tensed, wondering, can I defeat this high-level monster, this night hunter? She seemed to forget that the two people with her were far from ordinary. Aaron placed a hand on the ground, using chain spears to bind the night hunter. Immediately after, Lunap launched a fire spear, javelin of pure flame, straight at the beast. Alice turned to look stunned. We'll lend a hand too, Lunap said sternly. It's left itself wide open. Attack now, Aaron urged, struggling to maintain her skill. Alice turned back, a faint smile on her lips. Asterisk, that's right. My juniors from the academy are still here with me. I can't lose heart now. I have to be brave, asterisk. Just then, the night hunter snapped the chains. Enraged, it swung its colossal arm toward the three of them. Lunap instantly threw up a protective shield around herself and Aaron, while Alice leaped to the ceiling to evade the blow. She kicked off the ceiling, hurtling straight for the night hunter. I'm a member of House First, protectors of the Empire. You will regret getting in my way. With that, Alice brought down her water sword. Back in the banquet hall, Sarika had just defeated the last monster. Is that the last of them? It looked like a monster from the outside, but it's giving off a strange energy. She knelt and removed the monster's mask. Sarika's expression changed instantly as she was lost in thought. This is a puppet? Forbidden magic that can resurrect the dead and turn them into puppets. Not only is it forbidden, it's also incredibly difficult to use. Creating this many puppets would require an immense amount of time and a massive reserve of magical power. To prepare on this scale, it couldn't have been the work of just one person. Is someone trying to start a war? Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, Dion had just finished off the last of the monsters. Are we done yet? To think this would happen on the day of the banquet. With that, a weary Dion knelt, leaning on his sword for support. "Father!" cried Luis Noel, as Askel exclaimed, "Your Majesty." They both moved to help, but Dion raised a hand to stop them. "I'm all right, just a little tired, that's all." He turned to them with a faint smile. "Still, having you two here with me in a moment like this, it puts my mind at ease. Your Majesty, allow me to help you up." Askel stepped forward, taking Dion's hand and helping him to his feet. "Thank you," Dion said. The gesture made Luis Noel's brow furrow slightly. As soon as he was on his feet, Dion insisted, "I'm fine. Go see to the others first." Askel replied, "The castle knights will see to it." "You needn't worry," Askel replied. "We will remain by your side to protect you, Your Majesty." After taking down the night hunter, Alice and her group pressed onward. But as they reached the doorway, a horrific sight stopped them in their tracks. Another horde of demonic beasts stood among the pools of blood and the bodies of fallen knights. Where the hell are they all coming from? Alice cursed in frustration. They just keep coming. Brian's eyes fell on the ribbon in Emily's hand. "Did young Master Askelio give this to you?" he asked, his voice laced with suspicion. Brian murmured to himself, "That's strange. I got a really bad feeling about this. Is something wrong?" Emily asked innocently. "Oh, it's nothing, but he's never given a gift to young Master Cyan before," Brian replied, keeping his deeper suspicions to himself. It was obvious Cyan couldn't stand Askelio, and their animosity seemed to run deeper than a simple family squabble. Suddenly, Nana's pupils constricted into unnatural slits. "Brian," she warned, "we have to run. Something dangerous is coming." Emily flinched in fear. What's happening to her eyes? Just then, a deafening explosion ripped through the air, and the wall behind them shattered. Brian instantly drew his weapon. "Get out of here now," he yelled. Trembling, Emily stared at the massive creature before them, her voice cracking. What is that thing?" "A high-class VM monster." In the midst of the chaos, Renayon shoved his way through the crowd fleeing toward the gate. Damn it, I'm dead. At this rate, I'm not getting out of here alive. I was faster than everyone else. But I never thought those disgusting freaks would be blocking the exit. I have to get out of here. I have to survive this. I have to see my adorable maid, Lai again. I can't die in a place like this. Oh, just thinking about her gets me all worked up. And I still have to see Sirik and Nick Cheedy in misery. I can't die yet. Pulling himself together, he abruptly changed course and turned to the knight behind him. "Are you sure the back entrance is safe?" The knight replied, "Yes, I believe so." "You believe so? Are you joking? Do you have any idea who I am?" Before Renayon could finish his sentence, a demonic beast lunged forward and ended his life. Amid the screams of noble women and the frantic confusion of the soldiers, Alice appeared. "Water burst," she yelled, unleashing massive pillars of water that launched the demonic beasts into the air. Instantly, Linap followed up, using her freezing ability to create a forest of ice pillars. The razor-sharp spikes pierced straight through them. Someone in the stunned crowd gasped. "Incredible! They wiped out all those monsters in an instant. Who are they?" "My name is Alice," she said, "and this isn't over. I need you to protect Her Highness." Startled, the blonde knight turned back toward Aaron. "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" "I'm fine," Aaron said, steadying a weakened Linap, "but she's—" "Don't worry about me. I'll recover quickly," Linap managed. Aaron asked, "But how?" Sensing a surge of dark mana, Linap's eyes widened. "They're going to attack again. Your Highness, you have to get out of here. We will protect the princess. Everyone, to your positions." At the blonde knight's command, the other royal knights rushed to form a protective circle around Aaron and Linap. "I'll help you," Alice declared. "Guardian knights, use your shields to protect the nobles. You have to hold the line until this battle is over. Royal knights, your priority is to protect the princess and cover me if my strength fails." "I will do everything in my power to stop them," Alice commanded, her voice ringing with authority. Her sharp gaze fixed on the path ahead. "Even if I take them all down, more will just keep appearing. It's like they know exactly where we are." And just as she predicted, a moment later, another wave of demonic beasts materialized before them. What Alice hadn't realized was that the necklace Aaron wore was silently pulsing with dark magic, relentlessly drawing the creatures to them. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, Emily's face was white with terror as she cowered behind Brian. "Do something," she shrieked. "Just stay behind me." Brian replied, his eyes locked on the beast. A high-class monster, appearing inside the palace. "It's just like the young master warned. He's always been the one to protect me, but now I have to learn how to fight on my own. I'm the only one who can protect them right now." Brian felt a little awkward as Emily gripped his shirt. She was standing so close. I believe in you. You can do this. The moment Emily finished speaking, the VMOS monster roared and charged. It swiped with its sharp claws, but Brian managed to raise his sword in time, parrying the vicious slash. But before he could even catch his breath, the monster was on him again, unleashing a flurry of lightning-fast attacks that he struggled to fend off. A single moment of carelessness, and Brian saw the VMOS's fanged maw gaping open, ready to devour him whole. In that split second, with his life hanging by a thread, a figure suddenly shot forward, knocking the monster away. Brian stared in shock when he realized it was Nana. But unlike her usual self, her face was now twisted with a malicious expression. Night had fallen, but there was still no end in sight for Alice's group in their battle. At this rate, this will never end. I don't know who's behind this, but they've thought of everything. The Knights are reaching their limits, too. I have to find another way. In her desperation, Alice happened to see the mask fall off one of the fiends. They're puppets, summoned by dark magic. Think, what kind of magic is the opposite of dark magic? The god of light, Lumendal, and his light magic. If someone here can use light magic, we might have a chance to win. Then there's only one way. With that thought, Alice called out, Princess Erin, lend your mana to my sword. I can't. If I do that, the protection spell on the knights will vanish. Your Highness, don't worry about us, the blonde-haired knight spoke up. We can hold out for a while. Just trust us. Erin no longer hesitated. She immediately cast Blessing of Light, channeling her mana into the sword in Alice's hand. It's working. It's hard to combine two different types of mana, but if I add my spirit magic into the mix, everything should come together smoothly. This doesn't guarantee a win, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. Elsewhere, after striking down another fiend, Cyan had come to an initial conclusion about the puppets and the mandrakes. It seems they're connected to Askel. So, Boris was already his subordinate back then. It's necromancy. Can humans of this era really use ancient magic? Karam asked in surprise. Yeah, this is a common tactic of his. He uses enchanting stones to strengthen monsters. The mana in the stones draws them in. I can feel the mana from the stone over there, Cyan replied, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. He glanced at the waiter's body, sprawled on the ground. This place has turned into a bloodbath. Let's go. Meanwhile, Lunap was frantic with worry. Alice had used Erin's light-based mana to temporarily summon the Spirit Marion. But different types of mana aren't supposed to be mixed. She knew Alice couldn't maintain this state for long. We have to stop her or else her body will shatter. The Spirit Marion then spoke to Alice telepathically. Child, why must you sacrifice yourself like this? I have no other choice. What a pity. Fate is so cruel. To a child blessed by Bruna. As Marion finished, her gaze sharpened on the fiends waiting to pounce. You pests, stay away from this child. With a single wave of her hand, she sent the enemies flying. But moments later, they rose again as if reborn, readying for another assault. Seeing this, Erin cried out, That's enough, stop. You'll kill yourself if you keep this up. No, if I stop now, things will only get worse. I have to end this. Determined, Alice began to gather her power, preparing to unleash the might of the Spirit King. Just then, a masked man appeared out of nowhere. His gloved hand shot out, grabbing her wrist and stopping her cold. Who is this? Another puppet? But she immediately dismissed the thought. No, this aura was completely different from the others. At the same time, a dark power flowed from the masked man into her arm. What is this black mist? I can't move. No, this mist, it's going to swallow me whole. As panic seized Alice, Marion's voice rang out. Time to say goodbye, Alice. Your journey ends here, kiddo. Parting is such sorrow, but try and cheer up, will you? Alice collapsed to the ground. Is it this mist? I'm exhausted. Remember this, Alice. Bruna will always welcome you with open arms. With that, Marion's presence vanished. What's happening? Erin asked, confused. He cut off her mana to dismiss the spirit, Lunap explained. Well, I don't know if you can even call that a he or even human for that matter. It's over. They're coming again, Alice said weakly. The horde of demonic creatures slowly closed in on the masked man. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, the moment a creature swung its sword from behind, the masked man spun around. A single fluid slash, and every monster around him fell. A moment later, he deliberately stepped back to observe their reaction. Just as he expected, the moment he took a step back, they swarmed toward the princess, as if drawn by something. Can you sense any unusual mana from them? Cyan asked Karam telepathically. Asterisk, besides that Lunap girl? No, she's always like that. Asterisk. I'm sensing monster mana from the princess's necklace. All right, I'm moving in. Give me a hand. Cyan placed a hand on the ground as he spoke. You only ever call me when you need something like this, Karam grumbled back, but still channeled his power into Cyan's technique. Missed territory. A thick black fog immediately enveloped them, swallowing a vast expanse of space. Everyone, be careful, a royal knight shouted. We don't know what might come out of that mist. It's like we're somewhere else entirely, the blonde knight said. But a few seconds later, they realized the masked man was helping them. The black mist was slowly devouring the horde of monsters. Soon, the area fell silent, as if nothing had ever happened. He wiped out all the puppets. Who is that masked man? As Aaron was speaking, she suddenly heard Lunap gasping for air before the girl collapsed. Aaron started to run toward Lunap, but a dark figure suddenly appeared behind her. The cold steel of the blade against her neck made her cry out in shock. Her scream drew the attention of the royal knights. Seeing Aaron's predicament, they roared, "What do you think you're doing? Let her go." Strangely, Aaron wasn't afraid. Who is this? He feels so familiar. Without hesitation, the masked man lunged. To the others, it looked like a fatal blow to Aaron's neck that had gone wide. But in truth, the blade's tip pierced the pendant she wore, shattering it to pieces. "You bastard!" the blonde knight yelled furiously, swinging his sword. However, his blade only sliced through a wisp of black mist. The mist drifted over to Lunap, and the masked man materialized once more. He placed a hand on the young girl, channeling some kind of magic into her. "Get away from Lunap." Without a second thought, Aaron fired a divine blast at him. But just like before, the moment her attack was about to hit, the masked man dissolved into mist and vanished. His voice echoed through the now silent square. "Don't worry, I don't intend to harm you. I only destroyed the gem you were wearing that was attracting the monsters." "You mean, the necklace my brother gave me was the reason?" He didn't answer, simply continuing, "Leave the palace through the main gate. I've cleared the way for you." Then, as the black mist that had filled the space slowly began to fade. "Who was that man? Princess, are you hurt?" The blonde knight's question pulled Aaron back to reality. "I'm Fina. What about Alice and Lunap?" "She's all right," Alice replied, carefully helping Lunap sit up. "Let's get out of here through the main gate, just like he said." "The first priority is getting the children to safety," she thought. "I'll think about that guy later." Just then, Lunap Rain River slowly regained consciousness. The moment she came to, she wondered, was that Cyan? After leaving the Imperial Palace, Cyan finally had a moment to piece everything together. In my past life, there was a rumor about a blood banquet. A massacre that claimed countless lives and sent shockwaves through the Empire. Some said the mastermind was the Empire's fifth princess, Erin Severus, blinded by her lust for power. It was likely the effect of an enchanting stone. Arrow or Luenel must have given it to her. After the tragedy, they were both hailed as heroes and reaped all the benefits. Crumb spoke up, outraged. "So you're saying they orchestrated this whole thing for their own damn gain? Sacrificing their own kind just for personal benefit?" Cyan replied, a wave of self-loathing washing over him. "Sometimes, humans are worse than demons. And this is nothing compared to what they'll do later. That's right. In my past life, I helped them carry out massacres even more horrific than this. Maybe I'm even worse than they are." Seeing Cyan sit up, Karam asked, "Are we leaving now?" "Yeah, Nana's probably waiting. The royal knights will handle the rest." Suddenly, Karam's expression turned serious. "By the way, something's been bothering me about the princess's necklace." "What about it?" "No, wait. That maid of yours. Emily, right? She smells of the enchanting stone, too." At the same time, in another part of the palace, Nana's mouth was stained with blood. Her eyes greedily fixed on Emily as a twisted smile spread across her face. "This scent. Emily smells so delicious." Emily cowered behind Brian, whimpering in fear. No, I don't taste good at all." Brian tried to reason with her, completely bewildered. "Nana, calm down. What the hell is going on? She's acting just like a monster. Why is she only going after Emily?" An image of Nana as a little girl flashed through Brian's mind. "I have to stop her, but I can't bring myself to hurt her." "I can't wait any longer," Nana roared, lunging toward Brian and Emily with demonic claws outstretched. Emily let out a terrified scream. But Brian, in a moment of weakness, froze like a statue, unable to fight back. In the split second before Nana's claws found their mark, Cyan threw himself in front of them, taking the full force of the blow. While Brian and Emily were still in shock, Karam moved like a flash, darting behind them. He snatched the bow from Emily's neck. "What the hell is this?" "Huh, that's the bow Master Askell gave me." Karam decisively crushed the bow under his foot, then turned to Nana. "Hey kid, snap out of it. Your beloved papa, is right here. Nana's consciousness slowly returned. Seeing the long, bleeding scratches on Cyan's back, tears instinctively streamed down her face. What happened? Did Nana do this to Papa? Cyan forced a weak smile through the pain. It's okay, Nana. It doesn't hurt at all. You didn't mean to do it. So you didn't do anything wrong. Master, we should go. This place is a complete mess. Elsewhere, Lionel stared down the empty corridor, a bad feeling rising in his gut. What happened here? This place should have been crawling with monsters, but it's dead silent, as if they were never here at all. I don't see any monsters here, Lionel, the king said calmly. Lionel quickly masked his frustration, turning to the king with a relieved expression. Thank goodness, father. It seems everything here has already been taken care of. Just then, Erin and her group ran up to them. Oh, Erin, you're safe. I'm so glad you're not hurt, father, and I'm so glad you're all right. Are you injured? The father and daughter shared an emotional embrace, and it was only then that Erin noticed her brother's presence. The king expressed his gratitude. Lionel, thanks to you too, I was able to get here safely. I'm so relieved you're okay, Erin. Lionel played the part of a brother deeply worried for his sister, but he couldn't hide the malice in his eyes. Erin, of course, saw right through him, but she replied politely anyway. I'm glad you're safe too, brother. She had a million questions she wanted to ask him. But right now, taking care of everyone else was more important. While Alice was greeting the king, Erin noticed Lionel and Arrow whispering to each other. A few seconds later, a sinister smile spread across Lionel's face. Just a moment later, he had his sword pointed straight at Lunap's throat. Father, I think I know who's behind this. Lunap Rain River, granddaughter of the Garam Magic Association's president. You are under arrest. Everyone, including the king, was stunned. Erin immediately rushed to her defense. You're going too far. Lower your sword, brother. She saved so many people. She was right by my side. That's just a trick. The Garam Kingdom is always looking for a chance to attack the US Empire. Their goal was to assassinate Father and throw the Empire into chaos. Lunap showed no fear, her voice calm. You speak as if you have proof. Arrow then stepped forward. Last night, I detected a suspicious aura from where she was staying. Is that so? You'd better watch what you say. I invited them here to speak peacefully, but I kept a close watch on them just in case, Lionel insisted. Just give me time, father, and I'll find the proof. Finally, the king had a compromise. Very well. Lunap looked at him in silence. Is this a trap, or is this what he expected all along? And so, Lunap and her group of mages from the Garam Association were imprisoned for interrogation. Limus, who had been separated from Erin, joined the other knights in protecting the remaining nobles. The funeral for Marquis Reunion, the queen's younger brother, and countless others was held right in the streets. This time, Cyan had prevented more deaths than in his past life, but he couldn't change the fact that the party would forever be known as the Blood Banquet. This could have been much worse, Alice said with a click of her tongue as she bandaged Cyan's wound. He wasn't happy, sulking as he tried to push her hand away. You don't have to do that. Hold still, she said sternly. I'm your big sister. You'll listen to me. That was incredibly dangerous. You were lucky to get away. Cyan played along. Yeah, running is what I'm good at. If it weren't for that person, I don't think I would have made it out alive. Who could that have been? Actually, they were about your height. Alice observed him as she spoke. Come to think of it, you've gotten a lot more toned lately. And you've got scars, too. You must have been training hard. Of course, Cyan said, turning his face away. Are you embarrassed? Let me feel your muscles. Stop teasing me, he retorted, annoyed. Just as the two siblings were bickering, Askell appeared. You're recovering quickly. It seems you two are as close as ever. I'm quite jealous. Are you all right now? Yes. It's all thanks to you, brother, Cyan replied, his expression darkening slightly. But he quickly forced a smile. How was the investigation going? Seeing her brother's attitude, Alice thought, Cyan seems so wary of him. Could it be that Cyan also knows about Askell's dark side? Hearing Cyan's question, Askell smiled. That's actually why I'm here. A bracelet, enchanted with a bewitching stone, was found in Lunap Rain River's room. She confirmed that it was a gift. Then whoever gave it to her should be a suspect, too. You're very clever. By the way, did either of you receive anything from anyone during the party? Cyan feigned thoughtfulness. I don't think so. Do you know who gave Lunap that bracelet? I heard it was a merchant from inside the castle. He was found dead today. That's why I came to find you. Askell stared directly at Cyan, his eyes filled with menace. Let me ask you again. Did anyone give you anything that day? I knew it, Cyan thought. This isn't an investigation. He's trying to create a scapegoat. Emily is in danger. Askell pressed him again. I'll ask you one more time. Did anyone give you anything? In response to the question, Cyan dodged. My head. He swayed, and Alice quickly caught him, worried. Are you okay? I am sorry. I haven't fully recovered yet. I'm so dizzy. Alice turned to explain to Askell, then gently reminded Cyan. His wound was severe. He lost a lot of blood. The doctor said he needs to rest. Don't push yourself. Lie down. I understand. Get some rest. I'll see myself out. Just as Askell turned to leave, Cyan suddenly spoke up. I'm certain no one gave me anything. Even if someone had tried to approach me, they never would have survived a hellscape like that. Hearing that, Askell smiled. I see. He turned and walked away, thinking, right? If possible, the demonic beast got to them. This works out well. Saves me the trouble of having to eliminate anyone. But what a shame. I can't use this opportunity to get rid of you, little brother. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a maid clutched a bleeding wound in her stomach, crying and begging. Why? Why would you do this? I did everything you commanded. I even delivered the necklace to Princess Erin. I want to ask why you're doing this. Please just spare my life. Boris faced her and replied coldly. That's right. Your mission ends here. Unfortunately, I couldn't complete my own mission either, which is why I'm stuck with this menial job. The more I think about it, the more pissed off I get, after all the effort I put in. As soon as he finished speaking, he ended her life without a moment's hesitation. One more thing, Boris thought. Last time, someone found the body, and I almost got into a real mess. Guess I have to clean up after myself this time. He pulled out a grimoire and began muttering an incantation. A monster was summoned, and, at his command, it devoured the corpse, leaving not a single trace behind. The next morning, Brian found Emily sitting by herself. They shared a meal and talked for a while. How much longer do we have to stay here? Emily asked. The young master said we are to wait until he gives us our next orders, so we have to stay hidden here until then. Brian's mind flashed back to the day of the party. That day, after seeing to Nana, Cyan held the ribbon from Askell in his hand. Askell gave this to me as a gift, he asked Emily. Yes, to congratulate you on your first official public appearance. He's made everything so damn complicated. Cyan incinerated the ribbon in his hand with a burst of mana. Emily, listen to me very carefully. You won't be safe, not in the capital, not even at the estate. So I need you to go into hiding until I give you further instructions. Then, he turned and gave his orders to Brian. I have other matters to attend to, so you will escort Emily. Understood. You can count on me. And make sure you take care of Nana. With his instructions given, Cyan walked over and gently stroked Nana's hair. He forced a painful smile. Nana, we won't see each other for a little while. Don't cry, okay? The memory faded. Brian clenched his fists, his heart filled with resolve. That was the first time I'd ever seen the young master look like that. This time, I swear I'll be of use to him. Is Nana feeling any better? Emily asked, pulling him from his thoughts. She had a rough couple of days, but she's sleeping soundly now. I think she's finally on the mend. Brian stared into the distance. It seems the young master has been through so much while I was away. And to think the girl I thought was his servant is actually a dragonoid. Now that I know the truth, I have to do everything I can to help him. Emily smiled and looped her arm through Brian's. I was just thinking the exact same thing. So from now on, let's both do our absolute best to help the young master. Promise me, Brian. Brian's face flushed bright red. After a moment's hesitation, he smiled back. Yeah, Miss Emily. Meanwhile, at the royal palace, Luello was roaring at the king in a rage. What are you talking about, father? We have undeniable proof, and yet you ordered the release of our only suspect. Watch your tongue, Luello. My decision has been made. Overcome with rage, Luello abandoned all pretense of decorum. How can you ever hope to rule this continent with such a weak mindset? The Garum kingdom? What is there to fear from them? Enough, the king roared, launching a ball of mana at his son. It was only a warning, grazing past Luello, but it blasted a massive hole in the wall behind him. The ruler of this continent, ambition is a fine thing to have. But the Uship Empire borders not only the Garum kingdom, but also the demon realms of Spania and Bruna. If we make a true enemy of Garum, we won't be able to stand against the demon realms. And when their demonic hordes break through, this entire continent will be consumed by fire. Even if, by some miracle, we did become rulers of this continent, the price would be a land soaked in blood. The one who could do such a thing would not be an emperor, but a monster. How can you not understand something so simple? But we have proof, and we're just letting the culprit go free. You mean the enchantment stone, don't you? Luello flinched. How did you, father? The royal mages weren't supposed to have finished their analysis yet. Your face tells me everything I need to know. Luello, ever since you were a boy, you've always been one to take whatever you desire. No, father. I don't know what you're talking about. Luello stammered, unable to meet his eyes. Enough of this, you foolish boy. How did you become this kind of person? It seems Aaron is far more suited to be emperor than you. I don't want to see your face right now. Get out of my sight. Luello's entire body trembled, not with fear, but with pure, seething hatred. He immediately stormed towards Aaron's chambers to unleash his fury. Lysimus moved to block his path. Your Highness, the princess requires her rest. Only to be met with a fist to the face. Witnessing this, Aaron stared coldly at her brother. What's with all the commotion, Luello? A manic grin spread across Luello's face. I just came to have a little chat with my dear baby sister. Lysimus staggered back to his feet. Though injured, he stood protectively in front of Aaron. You may be the crown prince, but if you continue this behavior, then, as the princess's sworn knight, I will be forced to oppose you. Lysimus's words only served to further enrage Luello. Oh, really? And what exactly are you going to do about it? You damn freeloader. For what you just said, I could have you and your entire family executed. I'll wipe out your whole bloodline, leaving nothing behind. At that moment, Aaron finally spoke up. Stop. You must have a reason for coming to see me, right? Is there something you want to hear from me? Aaron's cold gaze and fearless demeanor caught Luenell by surprise. She's changed so much. This isn't the Aaron Severus I used to know. While Luenell was lost in thought, Aaron cut straight to the chase. Or should I just tell you what you want to hear right here? I, Aaron Severus, have never received a thing from you. A few hours before this confrontation, the king had summoned Aaron to question her about the necklace. Are you certain these matters are unrelated? But the necklace you brought me, the gemstone on it is no ordinary stone. It's an enchantment stone of the Black Blood tribe, used in forbidden black magic. Though it's not as highly regarded as it once was, there are rumors that these stones can even be used to control monsters. I've recently received intelligence that someone in the palace has been secretly purchasing them. A black market merchant named Joubert and a maid, Maroda, seem to have been running a rather profitable business for some time. But now, both of them are missing or possibly dead. At this, the king looked at a slightly flustered Aaron. Aaron, those two were in contact with Luenell many times. Are you truly certain you received nothing from Luenell? He was the one who gave you that necklace. Aaron couldn't look the king in the eye, her hands fidgeting nervously. A moment later, she finally answered, No, your majesty. I've never received anything from him. It seems you already know who brought those gemstones into the palace. That means Lunap is no longer a suspect. Please, release her. She saved many people during the banquet. Hearing this, the king didn't press Aaron any further. Understand. You don't need to worry. Aaron knew she wasn't trying to cover for Luenell. But if she told her father that he was involved, she couldn't predict what Luenell would do to the people around her. She couldn't let anyone else be sacrificed. She had to make sure they wouldn't be hurt again. Back in the present, Aaron looked directly at the stunned Luenell and repeated, enunciating every word, I have never received anything from you. Is that what you wanted to hear, brother? That's right. I've never given you a single thing, Luenell replied with a sinister look. Yes, that's exactly what I told our father. Then what's with that attitude? You're acting as if I've done something wrong. Maybe I should deal with that little subordinate of yours first. I'm sorry, but I have a guest right now. What? Who could possibly be more important than me? Suddenly, a voice rang out from a corner of the room that no one had noticed was occupied. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to eavesdrop. I didn't sense his presence at all. What's he doing here? Despite the shock, Luenell forced himself to remain calm. But, I heard everything. How long were you hiding there? Hiding? I wasn't hiding. My presence is just naturally faint, Cyan replied with a pout. A faint presence is the hallmark of an assassin, you know. Luenell gritted his teeth in anger. Are you messing with me? You dare spout such nonsense to my face. Cyan leisurely stepped out from behind Aaron, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he retorted. So, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to deal with me, too? Luenell glanced at Cyan, then back at Aaron. So the rumors about their engagement are true? He knew full well there was nothing to gain by making an enemy of Cyan. The boy's father was a friend of the king. Not to mention Askel's warning had also made him wary. Luenell recalled questioning Askel. I want to remove Aaron from the line of succession. But why do you want to get rid of your own brother? Your father has already placed so much trust in you. At the time, Askel had simply answered, he makes me uncomfortable. That kid is hiding something big. It puts me on edge. Only now did Luenell understand what Askel meant. The oppressive aura radiating from Cyan was anything but normal. After a moment of silence, Luenell's malicious expression vanished, replaced by a pleasant smile. All right, that's enough. I was only joking. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, I'll be on my way. And with that, he actually left, which took even Cyan by surprise. Luenell Severus. His personality isn't so terrible yet. At least, compared to the mad emperor he became in my past life, he's still much better. As he passed Lysimus, Luenell added, My apologies for my behavior earlier. It's quite all right, Your Highness. I also apologize for my disrespect, Lesimus replied. You'd better watch yourself. Luanel shot Lesimus a warning look before leaving the room. Lesimus finally let out a sigh of relief and cursed under his breath. Absolute piece of trash. Thank you, young master, the continent's greatest swordsman. So that's the kind of person she is. Fascinating. I didn't really do much, Cyan thought, then replied. This was almost all the princess is doing. What? It's because of you that. Erin, cut off mid-sentence, jumped when she realized Cyan, who had been standing behind her, was now sitting right beside her. Why are you sitting next to me? My legs hurt from standing for so long. Am I not allowed to sit here? You can sit, of course, but Erin's face flushed red. Seeing Cyan's innocent expression, Lesimus could only think, wow, he's a real idiot. I was just surprised you dared to say all that to the prince, Cyan said. Now that we've made him believe we're a couple, he won't dare to touch you for a while. With that, Cyan quickly left. Meanwhile, after leaving Erin's room, Luanel went straight to Askel to confront him. How do you plan on fixing this mistake? Didn't you say your plan was perfect? The people we wanted to eliminate are still alive. I have lost the royal father's trust. Everything is over. I should have been the savior of this damned empire. Actually, we did succeed a little bit. Luanel turned to look at the man who had just spoken. Who are you? Boris Lem Gritz Prince Louinel, Boris respectfully replied. Where did you crawl out from? All this time, I have been executing Lord Askel's orders. I heard Emily has disappeared. So what is our success? Askel asked in confusion. We underestimated the people beside Princess Erin. While speaking, Boris pulled out a stone block. Please look here. Inside the stone contains mana that the princess's friend used in battle. Most of this mana is very normal, but this. A black mist flew out of the stone block. This is very rare. It is considered something very evil and cruel. This is demon sword mana. This means that one of Princess Erin's friends possesses the forbidden demon sword. A few days later, Cyan secretly visited Emily and Nana. Because she was so happy, Emily decided to treat everyone to a lavish meal. With her natural cooking talent, she conquered every diner, except Brian. Brian stared at the dish, nightmare seafood, on the table, then looked over at Nana and Cyan eating deliciously and started questioning his existence. I thought this dish was supposed to be stewed crab? What is this thing in front of me? Why do those two have no reaction at all? Nana, eat slowly. You must like this dish a lot, Emily said contentedly. I swear this thing just moved, Brian thought, his eye twitching. I'm full. Cyan put down the fork. So fast? You should eat more. No. If I stay here any longer, Askel will find out. Cyan politely refused. Emily believed it completely, her face indignant. Lord Askel is so evil. I just came here to check if you guys are okay. It's still not safe enough for you to return, so if you need anything, just tell Brian to get it. I also sent guards nearby. Currently this place is safer than anywhere. I'm leaving. You remember to come back, Emily said regretfully. Yeah, don't worry. Take care of your health, Brian. Brian held up a piece of food, his expression 3 parts condemning, 7 parts resigned. Yes, young master. Just as he stepped out the door, Cyan was blocked by Sarika. Her face was cold when questioning. Such a nice, small family. So do you intend to explain why you know? About the blood banquet and the departure of my fiancé? Everything you do makes me think that you knew the future beforehand. You should be careful with your words. Depending on your words, I might consider you my enemy. Who exactly are you, Cyan Anver? The city was submerged in gloom, amidst that space. A voice spoke up, mentioning the bloody banquet and the death of the fiancé. Hearing the news, the face of the man opposite revealed a cunning look. And Lindsay Halla frowned, her face cold as ice. The matter that he has an engagement with me could not have reached your ears. But how do you know? Cyan looked at her, calmly replied. Anyway, Renayon is a target needing purging. Is that matter very important? Sarika's face became more fierce. Maybe you are a spy of another organization? Cyan slightly frowned, asked back. If that is true, what do you intend to do to me? Just as he finished speaking, she pulled out a weapon to attack, asking a redundant question. Immediately, a red light flashed past Cyan's face. A clashing sound rang out piercingly. A person appeared in time, blocked the attack, and pushed back Sarika. Being blocked, Sarika smirked in disdain. You intend to interfere? Karam appeared, standing blocking in front of Cyan. Seems you still haven't wised up at all, right? Didn't I say not to cause trouble with my master? Despite the warning, Sarika rushed up again. The one who hasn't wised up is you, Miss Karam. Do you know I have never been as eager as this moment? Green veins popped on Karam's cheek. She also raised her hand to respond, grinding her teeth. refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Both rushed at each other, unleashing fierce attacks. Karam laughed, accumulating an energy ball in front of her chest. Fine, let me show you a few moves to open your eyes. Sarika was also extremely excited, smiling thinking, here it is. Karam shouted loudly, power of unyielding black mist. She threw the energy ball straight down from high above, making the ground crack. Sarika just needed to tilt her body slightly to dodge. The move is strong, but I just need to dodge slightly, and it's done. But she didn't expect that right as she finished speaking, the energy ball exploded violently behind her back. Sarika glanced at the explosion, thinking, asterisk, so that's Karam's power. If I'd taken that hit or tried to block it, I'd be dead for sure. Asterisk. She looked at Karam, who stood scowling before her. Asterisk, no wonder she's been sticking to her sword form. If Karam were to really get involved, wiping out this entire city would be child's play. Asterisk. Only someone on the level of the Demon King could block an attack like that. Karam licked her lips and got back into a fighting stance. All right, get ready. That was just a little warm-up. Sarika grinned with excitement. I'm ready when you are, Miss Karam. I'll be coming at you with everything I've got. So, before Sarika could finish, a voice cut in. Subdue the demon blade. The moment the words were spoken, an invisible force slammed Karam, who had been standing tall, flat against the ground. Pinned down, she roared, hey, seriously? We were just getting started. Cyan appeared, looking annoyed. You're making too much of scene. You're going to get us discovered, you idiot. Realization dawned on Karam, while Sarika just stared, dumbfounded. All right. Cyan continued. I'll tell them to move us to a new location. Leaving the two of them behind, he walked straight into the house, calling back. You two deal with the mess out here. He slammed the door shut, leaving a speechless Karam and Sarika outside. Cyan rubbed his forehead, a headache already forming. We have to change our plans. Pack your things quickly. As soon as he was inside, he heard an unfamiliar voice. Senior, so you've arrived. It was Luna, with Ran standing beside her. It hasn't been long, but it seems your family has gotten quite a bit bigger. Ran looked at Cyan and explained apologetically. My deepest apologies, young master. I was cleaning, and she just appeared out of nowhere. Cyan looked at Luna, wondering how she'd gotten past the barrier and the guards. How did you find this place? He asked. He suddenly realized this girl was even more powerful than he'd imagined. It's just one of my many talents. Don't worry, no one else knows about this place. Luna replied. Well, I suppose there's nothing to worry about now. But what was all that noise earlier? Everyone turned to stare at Cyan expectantly. He was at a loss for words. Just drop it. Why are you here? Thank you, Luna answered. Senior, I came here to say that to you. Cyan was confused. Why are you thanking me? I didn't do anything. Luna rested her chin on her hand and smiled. It's all right. I know everything. That day, when you went deep inside of me. At those words, everyone in the room broke into a cold sweat, their eyes locked on Cyan. Asterisk, what is she talking about? Does she mean asterisk that asterisk? Asterisk. Cyan recalled the situation, a little flustered. I thought she was unconscious at the time. Luna stretched out her hands. A current of ice elemental magic appeared in her left and a flame in her right. As her hands touched, the two elements merged perfectly. I can use the mana of any element, and I can combine or alter them as I please. Tracking someone's mana flow is a simple matter. Luna explained as she demonstrated. Her expression darkened slightly. Sounds amazing, doesn't it? This is the gift my grandfather left me. Cyan frowned. Sounds more like a curse to me. Your body is getting hurt, Luna. Hearing that, she looked up, her face filled with joy. It really was you. Cyan didn't answer, simply saying, let's talk somewhere else. He glanced at Brian and Emily, who were whispering to each other, and ordered through gritted teeth, you two, get packing. If you're not done by the time I get back, you'll have me to answer to. Emily spoke up. Young master, where are we going? Cyan put his hands in his pockets. To Rubin Academy. Emily's eyes lit up. Really? Then I could take care of you all day, young master. Hearing that, Brian shuddered, remembering Emily's horrifying cooking. Anna saw his expression and asked innocently, Brian, what's wrong? He replied helplessly, I'm just feeling a little bittersweet all of a sudden. In another corner, Luna began to tell Cyan about her past. My childhood was spent in a dark, cold place. There, they performed all sorts of painful experiments on my body, but all I could do was endure it in silence. A desperate image flashed through her mind, because that was my duty as the granddaughter of Regan Rain River. Cyan and Luna walked along a nearby bridge. Senior, she wondered, is there something you have to do? I don't. Luna didn't stop. Then why not just admit you were the one who saved everyone? Cyan let out a breath and answered lazily, already know the reason, don't you? What good would it do? It's just asking for trouble. Luna stopped walking abruptly. The reason, she asked slowly. An orb of dark elemental energy appeared in Lunap, Rainriver's hand. That's right, your elemental mana. At first, I just thought it was a type of dark magic. She recalled her first meeting with Cyan. I managed to collect a little of it the first time we met at dinner. Cyan glanced at Luna, thinking, asterisk, so all it takes is physical contact for her to read someone's mana flow. I never knew about this in my past life, asterisk. Luna, oblivious, continued her recollection. And on the day I passed out, the mana you poured into me. The dark magic in her hand suddenly intensified. Lunap, Rainriver looked at Cyan seriously and asked, what is this exactly? It feels like it belongs to you and you alone. It doesn't seem to belong to this world. Cyan's expression remained calm. I think I understand why you came looking for me. Are you planning on giving it to Reagan? Luna clenched her fist, and the orb of magic vanished. No. She brought her hand to her chest. What good would that do? It's just asking for trouble. Cyan gave a cryptic smile. What's this? Are you planning to betray your Rainriver blood? Luna slowly stepped closer. You already know the reason, don't you, Senior? She leaned against Cyan, taking him by surprise. Thank you, Cyan Sunbee, for easing the pain I've lived with for so long. Luna's body is like a pot of boiling water, Cyan thought. A pot kept at a constant, violent boil day and night by the chaotic mana of every element. And someone, probably Regan, tried to smother the flames by clamping the lid on tight. The mana didn't disappear, but because it was left to boil for so long, the excess began to burn away her very life force, pushing Luna closer and closer to death. A pensive look crossed Cyan's face. All I did was poke a small hole in the lid. He felt a flicker of sympathy. She's just another puppet on a string, and I couldn't just stand by and watch. Cyan took Luna by the shoulders, gently pushing her back and giving them a light pat. Don't thank me. My work here is done, so I'll be going. Just keep this a secret for me, would you, Hobie? With that, he turned and left, giving a wave over his shoulder. Oh, and be careful not to overdo it again. See ya. Lunap, Rainriver watched him go, a sweet smile gracing her lips. She murmured to herself, just as I thought. You really are a good person, Sunbay. Back at the main office of the Garum Council, an angry voice boomed. What? Old man Rygans slammed his hand on the desk. His butler bowed respectfully. Thankfully, the young lady has been released without any charges. We must send a petition to the UIP Empire at once. Rygans cut him off. No, that's not it. He lifted his scowling face, grinding his teeth as he gave the order. Luna is lingering somewhere before returning here. Track her down and bring her to me. The next morning, the wheels of a carriage rumbled steadily down a dirt road. Inside, Emily couldn't hide her joy. Seeing her radiant face, Cyan asked, What's got you so happy? Emily beamed. Because I get to serve you again, Master. But aren't maids forbidden at the academy? Cyan crossed his arms, replying nonchalantly. They'll probably make an exception if I'm the one asking. Mr. Kundo's expression immediately hardened. Absolutely not. Permission denied. Cyan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. No one will ever find out. Please, just allow it, sir. Mr. Kundo shot back. And tell me why your people deserve an exception. Cyan rolled his eyes, bargaining in a low voice. I won't skip a single class. Mr. Kundo slammed his hand on the desk in a fury. That's a given. Besides, you're trying to bring in not one, but two maids. He narrowed his eyes at the boy. Huh, then just answer me one thing. Mr. Kundo's face was a mask of suspicion. Does this have something to do with the bloody banquet? For you to push this hard, it can't be for a simple reason. He urged, speak. Cyan replied slowly, about that. If you grant my request, I'll tell you. Mr. Kundo turned away slightly, finally conceding. Fine, do whatever you want. You just find a way to do it behind my back anyway. With his request approved, Cyan continued without hesitation. It's not exactly convenient to explain everything right now, but there is one thing I can assure you. Cyan slowly pointed to himself, a strange red glint in his eyes. I was not the mastermind behind the bloody banquet. Isn't that what you wanted to know? Mr. Kundo stared directly into his eyes. Are you sure? Cyan squinted, displeased. Seriously? Cyan's expression darkened. Exactly how much of a villain do you think I am? Mr. Kundo suddenly dodged the question. Ahem. Just remember, not a single skip class. With the conversation over, Cyan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Walking down the academy hallway, Cyan couldn't help but wonder how Mr. Kundo would react if he knew his own nephew was the real mastermind. Luenel's face surfaced in his mind, pulling him into his thoughts. Luenel isn't that smart. He then thought of the two who were always with him, Boris and... One of them probably came up with a plan, and Boris was the one who carried it out. Cyan was almost certain of it. It's always like that. Cyan's train of thought was derailed when he saw a white-haired figure doing vigorous push-ups right in front of his door. His voice counted out a steady rhythm. 1,285, 1,286, 1,287, 1,288, 1,289. It's him again, Cyan thought, exasperated. The white-haired man spotted him, but didn't stop. So, you've returned, my friend. He sprang to his feet in a single motion and planted his hands on his hips. Fight me. Cyan didn't even bother to look at him. He walked straight into his room and slammed the door shut, leaving the other man stunned outside. The door thudded with insistent pounding. It's been 2 whole years, and he still hasn't missed a single day, Cyan thought. His cold shoulder did nothing to deter the man. The noise continued from outside. Busy are we, my friend? Well then, until next time. The moment Cyan stepped inside, he nearly tripped over a hand sticking out on the floor. He looked down and realized it was Brian, sprawled out on the ground as if he'd been struck by a deadly poison. Cyan's expression suddenly turned grave. Is he dead? Just then, Emily's voice rang out. Ah, you're here, master. Cyan jumped, pointing down at Brian. Emily, what happened to him? Emily and Anna were holding 2 plates of bizarrely shaped food. I'm not sure, Emily replied, munching on a cookie. He ate one of the cookies I made for you, and just passed out. She continued with an innocent smile, holding a plate of grotesque-looking cookies up to Cyan. I'm fine, really. Would you like one, sir? Cyan pointed toward Emily and commanded, Emily, from now on, you are not to cook anything for Brian. Emily looked upset. Huh, why not? That's an order. Just don't, Cyan replied seriously. Emily pouted. You're so unfair. Cyan sank into a chair with a sigh. I'm really worried about what's to come. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a letter on the table. Where did this letter come from? Still pouting, Emily replied curtly. Rhea received it. I have no idea. Oomph. Cyan picked up the letter. The moment he read the sender's name, Luna, a familiar voice called out right beside him. Cyan. Startled, he turned around. What are you doing here? Emily immediately jumped in front of Cyan, asking defensively, Who are you? Luna smiled brightly at Cyan. How'd you been? I ran away from home. Meanwhile, deep within an underground sewer, 2 figures in black cloaks were walking. The Garum Association guards will be here soon, the other replied. Don't worry, I've taken care of everything. The man in the black cloak reminded her. Don't forget, this is the only way to stop Riggin Rain River. Oh, are you worried I'll feel guilty? The woman, Nella, shot back. He was one of your students, after all, the man replied. Nella, the academy instructor Lynn Nella Aronis, sneered. A student? Don't be ridiculous. I'm not foolish enough to feel pity for a monster like that. The man in the black cloak seemed relieved. Then that's good. Not want to drag it out, Nella said. Well, I'm off to the meeting point. Our teammates have probably contacted Luna by now. The 2 separated. The man in the black cloak placed a hand over his chest and bowed slightly. Glory to the Garum Kingdom. Back at a tea shop just outside the academy, Cyan and Luna sat across from each other. Luna rubbed her wrist, looking at Cyan teasingly. You're pretty forceful, aren't you? I didn't expect you to just haul me outside so suddenly. Cyan stared her down. The dormitory gate is protected by a barrier spell. How did you dispel it? I simply analyzed the flow of mana in the barrier and then used a spell to dispel it, she explained. Pretty cool, huh? That's insane. All she had to do was analyze the magic to dispel it. She might as well have just glanced at it and been done. Luna couldn't hide her pleased expression. Did you read the letter? You showed up before I could even finish it, Cyan replied helplessly. Luna propped her cheeks in her hands. I couldn't wait for a reply, so I came straight here. Did Riggins send you? Cyan asked. At the mention of that name, Luna's expression suddenly fell. Cyan continued to press her. Did that old man tell you to get close to me? Speak. Luna picked up her teacup, her expression somber. At first, yes, she answered slowly. But not anymore. Believe what you want, Cyan said dismissively. I don't trust easily. What's your objective? Still holding her teacup, Luna began. Lately, some bad things have been happening within the Garum Association. The 2 dragons that the association was in communion with have suddenly gone missing somewhere in the Luen region. Those involved in smuggling contraband from other nations have been found one by one as cold, dead bodies. And as far as I know, you're connected to every single one of those incidents. Luna looked at Cyan with a smile. At first, it was just a guess, but now I'm positive. Cyan closed his eyes. I can't believe the Garum Association is involved with dragons, too. He opened his eyes and spoke. Huh, fine. So, what are you going to do to me? I'm going to die soon, Luna answered calmly. Her matter-of-fact tone made Cyan freeze and stare at her. Luna lowered her gaze, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Even though you helped me back then, I know my own body better than anyone else. It's completely ruined. She placed a hand on her chest. I probably have about 3 years left, and it's all thanks to you. Cyan's expression turned serious. I don't believe her. How could she be so casual about this? Is she really not afraid of dying at all? Luna smiled, but it didn't hide the pain in her eyes. I wish I could be. Cyan's face tightened, and he frowned. This is such a damn pain. He pushed up from the table, not looking at Luna. Well, this has nothing to do with me. Go home. Are you leaving? Luna pressed. Cyan turned his back to her and started walking away. Yeah, I hate getting dragged into complicated messes. Luna remained in her seat, waving to his retreating figure. All right then, see you next time. Cram, in the shape of a black orb, appeared next to Cyan. What kind of manners are those? Is it really okay to just leave her like that? Leaving now is the best option, Cyan thought coolly, suspecting that agents from the Garam Association were already waiting for her. Just as he predicted, Luna was now surrounded by members of the Garam Association. I thought I'd gotten away clean, she muttered. Luna looked down. You got here fast. One of the group spoke up. Let's go. Lord Riggins is looking for you, Luna. Maintaining a blank expression, Luna stared intently at the speaker. And Victor is always the one who comes for me. What unit are you with? The man seemed flustered. Victor had something come up today, so I'm here his place. We're from the 6th Guard unit. Luna cut right through the lie. You're lying. There's no one here named Victor. Without a word of warning, she sprang up, unleashing a blast of wind that sent the men around her flying. One of them shouted, Ack! She's getting away. After her. Luna scrambled to find an escape route. A quick glance back, and she gritted her teeth. They were extremists. But by then, it was too late to notice the one blocking her path. The thought had barely crossed her mind when a hand, glowing with magic, pressed against her forehead. Deep slumber. Luna instantly fell into a deep sleep, collapsing to the ground. One of the men laughed, pulling back his hood to reveal a bald head. I knew this wouldn't be easy, but I didn't expect to get found out that fast. Put her in the carriage. Yes, sir. Lying motionless on the ground, Luna was lost in a deep, enchanted sleep. Not far from there, Karam suddenly turned his head, as if he'd sensed something. Sounds like a fight breaking out. Cyan stopped too, glancing back the way they came. Weren't those Karam's men? His cold eyes swept over the scene behind them. Late at night, the rhythmic clatter of carriage wheels echoed through the darkness. Raf, Luna's kidnapper, spoke up. Wait here for a moment. Understood. Raf entered the grand cathedral alone. I've brought Luna, friend River. A strange voice replied from a large throne. Excellent. The black-cloaked figure on the throne continued. Such a pitiful child. Tormented her whole life by experiments, only to be cast aside without a second thought. What little life she has left. That is Nella, and we will put it to much better use. Outside, a strange red mist crept along the ground, slowly closing in on the carriage. The guard on watch sensed something was wrong. He looked up to see a black fog had completely surrounded them. What is this black mist? The man across from him panicked. Wait, don't tell me it's... Before he could finish, a flash of red light sliced his head clean off. The other guard screamed in terror, Morrow. He spun around, only to see his other comrades had been cut down as well. In the distance, a pair of flickering red lights drew closer. Terror etched on his face, he stammered. What's going on? Stop. No. A mysterious masked figure appeared directly above him. A piercing scream echoed into the cathedral, catching Raf's attention. Do we have another guest? Nil asked. Raf replied, a hint of suspicion in his voice. It seems we were being followed. Nella remained perfectly calm. Oh, an enemy then? Raf, show them what happens to those who stand in our way. Raf's fighting spirit ignited. Yes, I'll silence them immediately. Easier than I thought it would be. Karam, in the form of the dagger in Cyan's hand, spoke. It's not over yet, Cyan replied. The stronger one is still in the cathedral. Raf stepped out of the cathedral. Not bad, kid. You came all this way by yourself. Looks like you didn't, Cyan retorted without missing a beat. He reminds me of Luna, somehow. No, he's much more unhinged. Just then, Raf charged forward arrogantly. I'm more than enough to deal with trash like you. A moment later, Nella stepped outside as well. Are you done, Raf? She was stunned by the sight before her. Raf was defeated, battered and bruised at Cyan's feet. How could this be? This isn't what I foresaw. The image of Raf, his face swollen and bruised, collapsing helplessly to the ground, filled her vision. Cyan looked up at Nella. You're the last one, aren't you? Why are you trying to take Luna? Nella gathered her magic, preparing to strike. Oh my, asking so many questions isn't the way to a woman's heart, you know. If you're that curious, why don't you find out for yourself? He recognized the attribute in her hand. It was the exact same way Luna combined elements. Sudden realization dawned on him, his eyes widening. The ability to freely combine elements. It's exactly like Luna's. Nella unleashed a lightning flame, launching it straight at Cyan. He deftly dodged the attack, and here I still had so much more I wanted to ask her. He raised his dagger. A look of pure shock crossed Nella's face. Impossible. With a series of slashes, Cyan's dagger shattered Nella's attacks. You blocked my spell with a mere dagger? Before she could even react, Cyan was right at her face. Gotcha. Nella cried out, hastily using wind magic to launch herself into the air and dodge his strike. New magic swirled in her hands. Asterisk, this kid's too dangerous. I have to finish him now. Asterisk. As Nella prepared to unleash her lightning strike, a strange red energy flashed before her eyes. Karam appeared right behind her, his voice mischievous. Hey, look over here, too. Did you really think he was alone? That was Nella's last thought before Karam seized her. Ugh. She struggled, gathering magic in her hand as she screamed, Let me go. Her uncontrolled spell shot wildly toward the ground, carving a massive scar of magic from the ground all the way up the cathedral wall. Watching the blast, Cyan noted her power was nothing to scoff at. Restrained by Karam's magic, Nella ground her teeth. Oof. Didn't you hear me? Karam dusted off his hands. Stop struggling. No human can escape that. Cyan stepped forward. Who hired you to kidnap Luna? And how many more of you are there? She lowered her head and chuckled. Haha, this kid's interesting. You'll find out soon enough. As she looked up, her face was covered in blood, and her body began to dissipate. Because we will find you. See you in hell. Karam stroked his chin. That reaction, it's the Heartstopper. Cyan did the same, speculating, an artifact that forces the wearer's magic to pool in their heart, preventing it from circulating and causing it to build up. Karam realized Luna's body seemed to have something similar and asked in shock, How do you know that? The organization of monsters created from the Dark Society Garam's experiments is called the Path to Evolution, isn't it? Nella's panic grew. Wait, who are you people? Cyan patted her slowly fading head. If you want to know, figure it out in hell. Tears mixed with blood streaked down her cheeks. What? No. Cyan finished her with a single thrust to the stomach. GUH. He remembered an old codex from the Garam Kingdom's research labs in his past life. It detailed how to use the artifact, known as the Heartstopper, as well as research on how to control and neutralize it in case of failure. A small, shining object rested in Cyan's palm. Good, it still works, he murmured. What are you going to do with that? Cyan looked at Karam. Karam, help me get Luna out of the carriage. No, why should I? You want to end up restrained, too. At that, Karam reluctantly complied, carrying Luna out of the carriage. Cyan approached the stone in his hand. This is my first time trying this, so I'm not sure it'll work. With that, he crushed the stone. He brought the fragments close to Luna's body. If she had the same thing in her heart, he could use this to destroy it. A strange reaction occurred on Luna's chest as a blue light pulsed from within. Suddenly, Luna's eyes shot open, glowing with a beautiful light. The next day, at the main building of the Garam Guild, Luna awoke, murmuring, What is this feeling? The heavy pressure that always weighed on her body was suddenly gone. She held up a hand, then froze. Strange. Why can I feel Senior Cyan's presence so clearly? Not far away, on a rooftop, Cyan and Karam were watching. So, what's your plan? Karam asked. Come to think of it, she might be useful later. It'd be a waste to just kill her. Karam crossed his arms. Are you just going to let someone else benefit? What if she comes back to stab you in the back later? Cyan smiled. You want to talk? Your body will be mine eventually anyway. Make sure you take good care of it. Cyan gave a vague reply and stood up. Let's go. There's no point in staying here any longer. Riggins tapped his fingers on the desk, his voice sharp. So after you were kidnapped, you don't remember anything, but someone brought you here? Standing before him, Luna replied, Yes, grandfather. I don't remember anything else. Riggins' expression turned cold. He slammed his hand on the desk. Do you think I believe that? The entire kingdom is in an uproar over that bloodbath of a party, and you're this calm? The butler, standing nearby, quickly spoke up. My apologies, Lord Riggins. It's all my fault. I should have brought Lady Luna here sooner. Riggins stood and walked around the desk. This was all because the girl does as she pleases. It's not your fault. The butler bowed low. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Riggins placed a hand on his shoulder. You always have to suffer because of my granddaughter. I'm only doing my duty. Well, you've worked hard. As he spoke, flames erupted from Riggins' hand, setting the butler's shoulder ablaze. Master! Riggins glared at him with ice-cold eyes. I've known you were a traitor for a long time. Did you really think you could touch my granddaughter and get away with it? The butler tried to beg. You've misunderstood, my lord. Please, give me a chance to explain. Riggin snarled, shut up. Every word out of your mouth disgusts me. Instantly, a massive inferno erupted, incinerating the butler on the spot. Luna clapped a hand over her mouth in horror. Why would you do that? He's one of the ones who ordered your kidnapping, Riggins replied, his voice flat and emotionless. He wiped his hands with a white cloth, then turned to Luna. Have you found out anything about Samber? Luna tensed. Asterisk, you already know the answer, don't you? You're just asking for the sake of it. Asterisk, there was nothing special about him. Her blatant lie didn't fool him. Riggins slowly closed in. What's that supposed to mean? The truth is, I was late because I had to meet him privately. I didn't find anything unusual during our first encounter. Riggins placed a hand on Luna's shoulder, his aura overwhelmingly menacing. That's not the answer I'm looking for. Tell me, was he hiding? He frowned. If he's from the Vest family, he must have something, or someone helping him. Luna held her ground. He only has a common maidservant and a knight for protection. There's nothing that connects him to this incident. Why are you so fixated on investigating him? Riggins leaned in close. You're asking far too many questions. It's clear there's something going on between you and that boy. A Rain River should know when to hold their tongue. You act only when I permit it. With that, he moved to stand behind her. If you won't answer, then go. You are confined to your quarters for the foreseeable future. On the floor, the butler's corpse continued to burn. Luna stared at the floor, overcome with utter disgust. I'm so sick of this damn family. At Lewin Academy. The white-haired guy from the other day was back, sleeping against Cyan's door again. Peeking from behind a nearby wall, Cyan looked on with weary resignation. Asterisk, why doesn't anyone in this ridiculous place ever go to class? TCH, guess I'll come back later. Asterisk. As Cyan walked down the hall, he overheard a group of students talking up ahead. For real? Yeah, so all the classes are canceled now. I heard she's still missing. I hope it's nothing serious. Cyan frowned. What's going on? He was about to walk away when a familiar name stopped him in his tracks. They said a magic instructor named Nella Aronis has gone missing. Cyan turned to look back. Suddenly, Sirica was standing right behind him. You there? What are you talking about? Why did you kill that magic instructor? Cyan stepped back, holding up his hands. Why would you think it was me? I don't even know who that is. Sirica deadpanned. Of course you don't know her. You skip every single class. Cyan's jaw dropped. Sirica adjusted her glasses and explained. She's a brilliant mage from the Garum Kingdom. It wasn't strange for her to come to Lewin, a neutral territory, but there were rumors she was in opposition to Riggin Rain River, so we were just monitoring the situation. She pushed up her glasses slightly. Luna's kidnapping, however, was unexpected. We were about to make our move, but thanks to you, you saved us some trouble. Cyan looked lost in thought. Ah, so that's why she seemed familiar. Seeing his spaced-out expression, Sirica snapped. Are you even listening to me? Hello. But I'm the only one who knows about this, so don't worry. I'll give you a special assignment. You'll be away from the academy for a while. What about the magic instructor's position? The other instructors will take turns teaching, but we still need a new one. We've already posted a recruitment notice. Elsewhere, a long-haired man was sitting in a cart with an old farmer. Oh, what a wonderful view. The farmer laughed. It is for a city slicker, but why come all the way out to a remote place like Lewin? I'm looking for a job, and as it happens, a position just opened up, so I had to hurry. The old man was surprised. Oh, work in Lewin? Are you a teacher? The man laughed. Haha, not quite. It's a bit embarrassing to say. Meanwhile, in the dorm room, Emily was sprawled out with a bored expression. Ugh, I'm so bored. Karam walked over and looked at Emily. Hey, move it. I already told you this is my spot. Emily refused to get up. Why? This is the young master's dorm. Nothing in here belongs to you. At her words, Karam's face darkened. Just then, Cyan opened the door and walked in. I'm back. Seeing Emily on the floor hugging her knees with a bump on her head, Cyan asked, What are you doing? Emily whined, sniff. Miss Karam is so mean. Get up, Karam. We have a mission. Now. Emily raised her hand. Wait, let me come too. Cyan pointed at Emily, shutting her down. No, you have a more important mission. Really? Cyan pointed dramatically to the next room. Under no circumstances are you to let Nana go hungry. Emily reeled as if she'd been struck by lightning. What's so important about that? You just want to leave me behind, don't you? But then Emily froze. She looked towards the room, from which strange noises and a dark aura were constantly emanating. Wait, if we just leave her like that, she'll transform like last time. Just then, Nana's door burst open. She walked out with a terrifying expression, muttering, Papa, I'm so hungry. Before Nana could do anything, Emily immediately stuffed a pastry into her mouth. Ah, Nana, have a snack. After a bite of the pastry, Nana instantly brightened up. Delicious. Emily turned to Cyan with a look of grim determination. Leave this to me, sir. You have nothing to worry about. Cyan gave Emily a thumbs up. Good. I'm counting on you, Emily. Emily puffed out her chest. Haha, don't you worry, young master. I'm a pretty amazing cook. In a nearby room, Brian was still lying in bed, delirious. Ugh, Grandma, why are you standing on the other side of the river? Cyan reminded Emily. But don't let Brian eat anything. He's still recovering. Karam, now a black orb, floated beside Cyan. So where did this time? The southwestern UIP Empire, a city called Lambaster, where crime is king and money and violence rule. The two arrived in Lambaster. The air was thick with the stench of chaos, violence, and money. The roar of the frenzied, betting crowd in the arena stands was deafening. Hey, my money's on you. Don't let me down. Crush him. In the ring, Zebair took his stance. Staring at the giant before him, he muttered, Whoa, what a monster. His opponent, Zbird, a man of terrifying size, grinned smugly. Why don't you just let me kill you quietly? They told me to crush you. What do you say to that? Shut up and fight, you pig. You two want to warm up first? The referee's voice boomed. Match start. Zbird instantly roared and threw a punch straight at Zebair. Zebair dodged it with ease. Too slow. He sneered. I'll make you pay for looking down on me. Before he could finish, Zbird had him in his grasp. The giant let out a savage laugh. I made up my mind. Ha ha, I'm going to crush you. GHHK. Ugh. Squeezed tight in the giant's grip, Zebair's face turned purple as he coughed up blood. The referee declared, Zebair is down. Zbird let out a roar of triumph. The winner is Zbird. Cyan and Karam were walking down a street in Lamberstar. Karam sighed. This place is a real mess. Lwyn is supposed to be a neutral zone between two nations, Cyan explained, but this district is basically its own lawless state. No one can interfere here. Before Karam could even ask what he meant by can't interfere, a large, blond man and his two goons blocked their path. Well, look what we have here. Some new faces in town. The thug jeered. Hey there, little lady. Why don't you ditch the kid and come have some fun with us? Cyan answered calmly. It's because the city is crawling with criminals. Pointing to himself, Karam sputtered. Little lady? Me. The man roared with laughter. Just a warning, we like to play rough. The thug shooed Cyan away. Get lost, kid. Cyan just gave him a bored look, like he was dealing with an amateur. A moment later, the man was a bruised mess, groaning on the ground. Cyan and Karam walked away without a second glance, leaving him behind. Cyan walked into a hotel and dropped a bag of money on the front desk. Your best single room. The receptionist looked at Cyan. Excuse me, sir, but may I ask your age? Didn't you hear me? I said, give me your best single room. Is this how you treat your guests? Give me your manager. The receptionist stammered, flustered. Oh, well. Welcome to the Lamberstar case. From his hotel window, Cyan gazed down at the crowds below. They're starting to gather. Time for me to make my move. He went back downstairs and approached the same receptionist. You're Lisa, right? She turned and smiled. Yes, I'm Lisa, an employee here at the Lamberstar case. How can I help you, sir? Cyan got straight to the point. I'd like to use the case for a bit. Lisa's expression changed instantly. I'm very sorry, sir, but new customers aren't permitted to use the case. A red glint flashed in Cyan's eyes. So they really are dealing drugs back there. Is that so? Well, load of crap. Where are all the other customers, then? Or am I the only new one here? For a moment, Lisa's expression turned menacing. Cyan recognized it instantly. Such palpable killing intent. Lisa quickly composed herself and bowed. I'm terribly sorry. I'm only following my superior's orders. My sincerest apologies, sir. Cyan smirked. This girl is interesting. Let's see just what's making her so defensive, he thought, taking a step forward. Lisa instantly drew her weapon and lunged. Cyan dodged with ease and quickly counterattacked from a distance. A warped gold coin suddenly appeared right in front of her face, startling her. A gold coin. She suddenly realized something was wrong. Asterisk that overwhelming killing intent. It made my body react on its own. No way. Was all of that coming from this kid? Asterisk. Cyan picked up the coin and dusted it off. TSK, what a waste of a perfectly good gold coin. My apologies. Lisa exclaimed. Did you just draw your sword on a customer? Cyan challenged. Lisa quickly tried to explain. It was just a misunderstanding, sir. I had no intention of attacking you. Cyan held the gold coin out to Lisa, his voice dripping with provocation. You're really starting to get on my nerves. How are you going to fix this? Lisa looked like she was about to cry. In the end, Lisa had no choice but to compromise. She led them to a secret door, which opened to a steep, descending staircase. Just follow this path, and it'll take you right to the case. Lisa handed Cyan a small crest. Please, take this VIP card with you. What's this for? Lisa crossed her arms. It's a pass for guests in the special rooms. With this, you shouldn't run into any trouble. I don't know why you're so determined to enter the case, but I'd advise you not to go there unless you have lives to spare. Good luck. Cyan looked at the girl. She's quite the actress. He called back up the stairs. You just threatened a customer. I won't forget this. Lisa stormed off, retorting. Remember it all you want. I'm done worrying about you anyway. Cyan turned to Karam. Well, shall we go? Karam asked. Why didn't you just have her call the owner? The order was to find the true master of Lamberstar. Cyan had known from the start. Linnae Halep, the owner of Lamberstar, was a complete mystery. There are absolutely no leads on them, Karam said, frustrated. Why would she give us such a difficult task? We'll know when we find her, Cyan replied calmly. You say that like you know this place inside and out. I've been here a few times in my past life, before it collapsed in a civil war. Karam was skeptical. Exactly how chaotic does this place get? You'll see soon enough. The two of them talked as they walked, soon reaching the end of the path. Before them stood a massive door, the true face of the Lamberstar case. Elsewhere, a man with a scar at the corner of his mouth took a drag from his cigarette. He sneered, beaten by some kid? The thug who had blocked Cyan's path earlier was kneeling before him. Yes, sir, near the city entrance. He's no ordinary person. The man laced his fingers together. I see. So the kid went to the Lamberstar case, did he? The man on the floor replied, Yes, sir. We tried to get to him, but he was in the VIP area, so we couldn't get close. That's why I came to you. Gans rubbed his chin. Lots of money. Must be a noble. The bruised thug started to cry. I don't know, but he humiliated me. Please, you have to help us, Sir Gans. Because of him, I can't even show my face in the streets anymore. All right, Gans said. This brat sounds interesting. He stood up, cracking his knuckles with an arrogant smirk. Let's go see what this kid looks like for myself. We're heading to the Lamberstar case. Now. The door at the end of the tunnel opened into a roaring arena. Down on the fighting floor, a girl had just driven her knee into her opponent's face. The referee shouted, Linda Wesley is the winner. The girl planted her foot on the back of the fallen man's neck, roaring and flexing for the crowd. Watching from the stands, Cyan and Karam took it all in. Karam spoke first. I can see why this place is destined to fall. These betting fights are a serious problem, Cyan added. And that's exactly why I'm here. What do you mean? Karam asked. Cyan smirked. If Linnae Halep is that hard to get to, then we'll just have to make her come to us. Karam still didn't understand what Cyan was planning. Just then, a security guard approached them. Hey, you. The guard warned, this is no place for kids. Right on time, Cyan thought. Without a word of warning, Cyan slammed his fist right into the guard's stomach, causing him to double over. His colleague behind him saw it and rushed over. Jason, you little brat, what the hell did you just do? Cyan grabbed the man named Jason by the hair and pulled him up. He raised his fist with a vicious smile. Jason pleaded, no, wait, I'm sorry. But Cyan still brought his fist down, smashing it into the guard's face. The man flew backward, shocking his colleague into silence. With the commotion started, Cyan finally spoke, his voice radiating a thick, murderous aura. He wiped a splatter of blood from his face and asked, besides watching and betting, where do I sign up to fight? The stands erupted in boos. What kind of business is this? Are they that short on fighters? A man roared, this is bullshit. Are you people messing with us? As Cyan stepped into the ring, the jeers grew louder. They're letting a little kid compete. Just then, Zbird's voice boomed, catching Cyan's attention. Well, I didn't expect a special event. This is going to be fun. The giant, Zbird, stepped onto the fighting floor, looking at Cyan with a predatory gaze. How should I kill you, little boy? Sitting in the stands, a man crossed his arms and shook his head. The organizers have gone too far. This is a massacre, not a fight. The spectator next to him laughed. Doesn't that make it more exciting? The first man shot back, but his opponent is Zbird, that monster with half-hour blood in him. In the ring, Zbird opened his massive maw. Ha, I've decided. I'm going to crush you. Zbird raised a giant hand, ready to crush Cyan, but the boy was faster. With a single leap, Cyan stomped on Zbird's finger, snapping it back. Before the giant could even register the pain, a fist shot straight for his face. Asterisk what the? Asterisk, Zbird was stunned. The devastating blow caved his face in. Zbird collapsed, foaming at the mouth, and lay unconscious on the floor. The roar of the crowd died instantly. Everyone stared down at the arena in stunned disbelief. Then, the silence broke into a wave of astonished murmurs. Unbelievable. The referee shouted the official announcement. Simon of Limi is the winner. The stands erupted in thunderous cheers once more. In the middle of the arena, Cyan just stood there, unfazed. Amidst the silence in his own mind, Cram's doubtful voice echoed. Simon of Limi. Cyan thought back. Asterisk, what else? You think I can use my real name? I'm a duke's son, after all. Asterisk. Asterisk, but you're showing your face. What's the point of hiding your name? Asterisk, Cram wondered. Relax, I cast a spell to cover it, Cyan replied. Cram smirked. That old god is being careless with his power again. People can still recognize you in person, but the moment they look away, they won't be able to recall your face. As he finished speaking, Cram's presence began to fade. Asterisk, that's good enough for me. I'm leaving now. Asterisk, Cyan replied, rolling his shoulder. Asterisk, you're acting weird today. Worried about me or something. Asterisk, who's worried? Asterisk, Cram grumbled, then vanished completely. At that moment, Ganzer was also in the stands, his eyes glued to Simon of Limi. A smirk played on his lips. Impressive. You'll be my opponent. Don't disappoint me. When Simon returned to the hotel, he found Lyra, the receptionist, standing with her arms crossed, facing off against another woman. It was Delkia, the manager of the red light district. Is there a problem? Lyra asked. I don't plan on staying long. Let's get straight to the point. Some punk caused a ruckus in our alley today. I know he's in here. Bring him out. Lyra frowned. I have no idea what you're talking about. Please leave. What business do you even have here? Delkia took a step forward, her voice laced with menace. Things will get ugly for you if my boys have to get involved. This is our territory's business. If it doesn't concern you, stay out of it. Lyra discreetly moved her hand behind her back, gripping her weapon. I won't tolerate any more of this outrageous behavior, especially not when it involves one of our guests. Delkia's voice rose. So he is here. A man behind her spoke up. Just give a word, boss. Asterisk, that kid is such a troublemaker. What do I do now? This is bad, Asterisk, Lyra thought desperately. Just then, a voice called out from behind the group. Hey, Cyan appeared behind them, raising a hand. Looking for me? Delkia's lackey spun around, startled. When did he get there? Lyra was just as bewildered. Sir, when did you get here? Cyan slowly walked forward. Since that lady said, this is our territory's business. Well, the person you're looking for is here. He walked right up to Delkia. If you have something to say it to me. Stop giving her a hard time. The moment she saw Cyan, all of Delkia's aggression vanished. In her eyes, he wasn't some troublemaker, but a dapper gentleman extending a hand to her. I'm sorry to have troubled you, miss, he said. But he started it. Before Cyan could finish, Delkia took his hand. Well, if you'd be so kind. She looked utterly smitten. May I have the honor of knowing your name? Cyan hesitated. Simon. Delkia's face flushed a deep red as she swooned. A handsome face and a name to match. Lyra went pale. Asterisk, he's a minor. This is dangerous. Asterisk, she called out, flustered. Sir, you don't have to talk to her. Please, come over here. Cyan waved her off casually. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Asterisco no. That woman is dangerous. Asterisk, Lyra screamed internally. Delkia pulled a business card from her cleavage and handed it to Cyan. This is my card. Let's have a much longer chat next time. Cyan took the card and glanced at its contents. Asterisk, Delkia's house of pleasure. We cater to all tastes. Asterisk. A look of sheer disgust crossed his face. Are you crazy? Delkia and her crew left cheerfully, waving back. Be sure to stop by. She shot Cyan a flirtatious wink. For you, Sir Simon, I'll give you the full service from A to Z on the house. With that, she sauntered off, humming happily. Hee hee. Lyra stood frozen in place, her face a ghastly shade, while Cyan emotionlessly tore the card to shreds. Lyra sighed. So you just ignored my advice, didn't you? Cyan pointed in the direction the group had gone. What? They were clearly the ones picking a fight. Lyra looked at him. I heard you entered the tournament and won a match. News travels fast, Cyan replied. This place isn't that big, Lyra said, then gave him a stern warning. No matter how curious you get, don't you ever go near the night of pleasure. Got it. Annoyed, Cyan turned and headed for the stairs. Why would you think I'd go to a place like that? Lyra watched him go, thinking, Asterisk, what was that? Is he embarrassed? How cute. Asterisk, just then, a voice came from a dark corner of the room. So, Delkia backed off on her own? Lucky break. Lyra spun around, startled. Miss Lynn, the woman who had just appeared was Lynn Nyalop, the owner of Lamberstar. You seem awfully close to that kid. Lyra bowed her head. I'm simply attending to a VIP guest, ma'am. You were even giving him advice, Lynn noted. Sweat beaded on Lyra's brow. That wasn't due to any personal feelings, I assure you. He's just a kid, after all. Ganzer stepped out of the shadows, cutting her off. Just a kid? You're severely underestimating him. Killing intent instantly flared in Lyra's eyes. She whirled around. Who gave you permission to barge in here? Ganzer lose? He strode in without a care. Hey, long time no see. This place is a real dump. You ever plan on renovating? Lin waved a dismissive hand. Oh, I'm the one who called Ganser here. Lyra turned to Lin, confused. Huh? But why? I want you to arrange a match for Ganser, Lin said. But Ganser was exiled ages ago. Lyra exclaimed. Who's he supposed to fight? Ganser stepped up next to Lyra, pointing a thumb at his chest with a smirk. Simon Leamy. I want a piece of him. So, what do you say, Lyra? This is a golden opportunity to make some cash. Elsewhere, two men stood guard outside a luxurious room. Frustrated screams echoed from within. Ark, no, it's not right. The boss seems a little off today. Huh, one of the men remarked. When she set out, she was talking about how she was going to make it so that kid could never be a man again, the other replied. The first man chuckled. And now look at her, completely smitten. You watch, the other continued. She'll do whatever it takes to drag him back here. The first guard rubbed his chin. No doubt. You know how she is. What she wants, she gets. Poor bastard. Glad we're just average-looking guys. Inside, Delkia crumpled sketch after sketch, littering her round bed with discarded drawings. They were all of Simon, but none of them felt right. No, not like this. Damn it, this is so weird. She muttered. Why can't I remember his face? I just saw him. How can this be happening? Clutching her head, Delkia screamed in despair. Why can't I remember that gorgeous face? Her voice trailed off into a repeated whisper. Why? Then she shrieked again, her mind shrouded in a thick fog. Why is it all so hazy? She wrapped her arms around herself, crying out. But that just makes me want him more. Delkia covered her face, a manic, drug-addled look in her eyes. It just makes me want him, need him even more. It's all over for you. Simon Leamy. Booze, women, and gambling. A haven for every vice. Cyan walked down the street, glancing at the bustling LER red light district across the way. He told himself to stay clear of that place. The image of that bizarre manager flashed in his mind, and he shuddered. He'd been warned, but the rumors about that woman's perverse taste still made his skin crawl. I guess I'll have to look for clues about Lin somewhere else. With that thought, Cyan pulled up the hood of his cloak. As he turned to leave, he bumped right into a girl. Ah! The little girl stumbled backward, and the basket in her hands went flying, its contents scattering all over the ground. Whoa there, Cyan said, quickly crouching down. Are you all right? She was just a little girl. She looked up at him, her face full of panic. I am so sorry. Please forgive me, sir. Cyan was taken aback. Huh? What are you sorry for? He began to gather the scattered items. It's all cigarettes. He put everything back in her basket and asked again, You're not hurt, are you? I'm the one who should be sorry. I'm fine, sir. The girl suddenly dropped to her knees, bowing her head to the ground. Thank you for your mercy, sir. Cyan was a bit flustered by her reaction. Hey, get up. He handed the basket back to her. This is a lot of stuff. Are you selling it? Taking the basket, she nodded. Yes, sir. It's premium tobacco from the Grey Caravan. Would you like to buy a pack? I don't smoke. Grey Caravan, Cyan thought. That's a new one. Seeing him refuse, the girl bowed awkwardly. Oh, all right. I'm sorry. Where were you planning to sell all this? I just wanted the alleys west of the red light district. If I'm lucky, I'll sell out tonight and be able to go home before morning. So she can't go home until she sells it all? Cyan was beginning to understand the situation. He took out a gold coin and offered it to her. Here, this should be more than enough for the whole lot, right? The girl looked bewildered. What? But you said you don't smoke. Don't worry about it. Just take it. Cyan pulled out another gold coin and smiled. And this one is for you. Hold on to it. The little girl's eyes lit up with joy. Whoa! The girl gave the basket to Cyan and ran off, not forgetting to turn back and wave. Thank you so much, sir. I'll never forget this. The moment the girl was out of sight, Cram materialized with a sneer. Thinking of starting a charity, are we? What are you talking about? That way leads to the junkyard. Let's follow her. Follow her for what? You'll see. Just as the girl darted into an alley, a powerful force shoved her, sending her sprawling to the ground. The hulking man looming over her was the same one who tried to shake down Cyan the other day. Well, holding out on us with another gold coin, were you? You little brat. You thought you could trick us. He cracked his knuckles with a loud crack. I bet that whole sold-out story was a load of crap, too. His lackey chimed in from behind. Teach her a lesson, boss. The man grinned maliciously. After running into that damn bastard Simon yesterday, I've been itching to blow off some steam. And you're just perfect. Lying on the ground with tears welling in her eyes, the little girl pleaded, No, I didn't steal anything. Please believe me. Suddenly, a voice rang out from a nearby pile of scrap. The kid told you to believe her. Still not going to stop. The man froze, recognizing the familiar voice. Cyan frowned, his voice cold as ice. A grown man bullying a kid for money? How pathetic. The man showed no fear. You bastard. You came here all by yourself? I won't be careless this time. Before the man could say more, Cyan leaped down, driving a kick straight into his face. Act! Screams echoed as Cyan quickly took down one man after another. The little girl could only sit there, staring in stunned silence as he fought. Beaten and bruised, the thugs desperately begged. Stop. Please stop. We're sorry. Why are you only picking on us? Cyan gripped the leader's leg. Oomph. A reason? I happen to enjoy simple pleasures like... A cruel smile played on his lips, a murderous glint in his eyes. Torturing scum like you. The thug screamed, wait please. With a sudden burst of force, Cyan broke the man's leg. A dry crack echoed through the air. The thug's face contorted in agony as tears streamed from his eyes. Cyan picked up the gold coin from the ground and turned to the little girl. He won't be moving for a while. The girl, still on the ground, hesitated. Cyan handed her the gold coin with a small smile. Try not to drop it this time. Tears welled up in the little girl's eyes. Thank you, sir. A slow, deliberate clap cut through the silence. Very impressive. A strange man stepped out from the shadows. Cyan narrowed his eyes at him. Who are you? Do I know you? Asterisk, my suggestion spell should be working. How does he recognize me? Asterisk. The man walked right up to him. I had my doubts at first, but there's only one person who could pull off something like that. He pointed a finger at Cyan. You're Zyman of Limey, aren't you? It's a pleasure. I'm Gunzer Luz, the manager of this scrapyard. Cyan remained calm. Good. I was about to ask your friend on the ground a few questions, but I suppose you'll do. Gunzer glanced at the thug on the ground. Oh, this guy? He's worthless now. The thug still put his faith in the newcomer. Mr. Gunzer, it's him. That's the guy. Gunzer paid him no mind. He brought his foot down on the man's head, ending his life in an instant. Fresh blood splattered across the ground. Gunzer's face was a cold, cruel mask. Useless things have to be thrown away, right? Witnessing the horrific scene, the little girl let out a terrified scream and covered her face, trembling. Cyan frowned. You didn't have to kill him. Gunzer wiped a streak of blood from his cheek. Oh, my apologies. I just got a little excited. He looked like a complete psycho as he licked the blood from his finger. I just met with the master of Lambastard. That's why I'm here, for a match with you. This guy knows about Lenny Hallop. Cyan immediately tensed, ready for a fight. Seeing this, Gunzer smirked. HM? What's this? Before he could react, Cyan lunged forward to attack. Gunzer quickly blocked the blow. Not bad, he thought. Eager to start, are we? His battle instincts flared to life. All right, bring it on. Gunzer let out a roar, HRAGH, and rushed forward, throwing a punch straight at Cyan. Cyan quickly leaped into the air, flipping backward to dodge the blow. Gunzer's powerful punch missed, slamming into the stone ground and creating a massive crack. Cyan saw the damage and thought, what incredible power. Looking at Gunzer's steel-like arm, he guessed, is it some kind of physical enhancement? Gunzer turned back to him. That's right. Why wait for the official match? He crouched, then launched himself into the air, rapidly closing the distance to Cyan. You're even better than I expected, Zyman. Gunzer's face was a mask of pure excitement and aggression. Now, entertain me. Cyan scowled at the approaching enemy. This guy's completely unhinged. Gunzer clasped his hands together, ramming them straight into Cyan. Meanwhile, in the hazy dimension of the god of black mist, Sarika was deep in meditation. Suddenly, a voice spoke beside him. You've given Cyan quite an interesting mission. The god of black mist materialized. The one named in that directive is not on the altar's list. The god added, I'm not blaming you. I'm just surprised you dragged the boy into your personal affairs. Sarika gave a faint smile. I won't deny it. But Lenny Hallop is a threat that must be dealt with completely. The dark aura around Sarika flared with intensity. So this time, I want to see if Cyan is truly worthy of my trust as a successor, or if... The god of black mist finished the thought. He'll just become another Lenny Hallop. An interesting question indeed. Sarika looked intrigued. We shall see soon enough. After all, who could predict destiny? At that same moment, the battle between Cyan and Gunzer raged on. Gunzer stared at Cyan, who had landed solidly on the ground, a look of amusement on his face. You took that hit, and you're still standing? You've made this trip worthwhile, Simon. He cracks his neck, a murderous aura flaring up fiercely. Now, then, shall we continue? Entertain me some more, Simon of the Limey. The city was now just a pile of desolate ruins. Amidst the scenery, two figures clashed violently, unleashing their most powerful skills in an attempt to defeat the other. Cyan launched a dangerous strike at Gunzer, growling. Where's Lin? Talk. Gunzer struggled to block, sweat pouring down his face. He scowled, gritting his teeth as his eyes turned bloodshot. You're still thinking about her at a time like this? Don't you dare underestimate me. Cyan struck again, knocking Gunzer back several steps. He frowned, thinking to himself, asterisk that arm. My attack didn't even scratch it, asterisk. Gathering all his strength, Gunzer clenched his fist and charged at Cyan. Try dodging this. The attack unleashed a terrifying wave of power, tearing a long fissure in the ground straight toward Cyan. He dodged it with ease, landing on a nearby pillar. Gunzer looked up, his eyes filled with hatred. He ground his teeth. You're pretty good, Simon. Better than I expected. Seeing the pillar begin to crumble, he shouted up, Get down here. We're not finished. Then he muttered, Should I make my move? Suddenly, Cyan realized something. Wait, someone's coming. A voice rang out as a volley of weapons shot down, stopping Gunzer in his tracks. Stop, Gunzer! He scowled in the direction of the voice, his eyes blazing with fury. What the? Another busybody getting in the way? You looking to die? Li Jia, holding a gleaming knife pointed at him, stood protectively in front of several large, muscular subordinates. I demand you explain why you are picking a fight with our honored guest. Right now. Gunzer grew even more furious, pointing at Cyan. He started it. Nonsense. Li Jia snapped back aggressively. Gunzer tried to defend himself. No, it's true. Why am I always the one to blame? Cyan watched the argument helplessly. Do they know each other? Li Jia was still fuming. Your behavior speaks for itself. Realizing he was losing the argument, Gunzer turned to leave abruptly. Fine, this is pissing me off. I'm leaving. Just forget about me fighting that guy. From atop the pillar, Cyan was a bit surprised by the scene. He's surprisingly obedient. As soon as he jumped down, Li Jia rushed over. Are you injured anywhere, honored guest? I'm fine, just a little, Cyan replied, his weary face showing clear discomfort. Li Jia bowed deeply in embarrassment, sweat streaming down. I understand. As our VIP guest, we should have protected you better. Is there something you need from me? Cyan asked directly. Li Jia looked up a little startled. How did you know? He just said he met with the boss to request a fight with me. Cyan explained to the three of them, and me accepting is no big deal. All three of them were stunned. Li Jia asked again, eyes wide with shock, really? But there are conditions. Cyan casually put his hands in his pockets and nodded his chin toward the corner of the room. Find something for that little girl to do. In the corner, a thin little girl with a small face was trembling in fear. Outside the city, two men were talking. Did you hear the news? About Gunzer returning to the ring, right? I heard he's fighting Simon of Limey, the other man said, stroking his chin. Never thought I'd see the junkyard Gunzer make a comeback. That kid is toast. In Lamberstar, a bustling city of lavish mansions, news of my match with Gunzer quickly became the talk of the town. After a few matches this week, I'd gotten a handle on the rules of this betting ring. First, no weapons allowed. Second, if an opponent loses the will to fight, the match must end. And of course, the third rule, you can't kill your opponent. At least, that was the case until now. A man in dark sunglasses with bright blonde hair announced in a loud voice. This is a no-holds-barred match. In the ring, as the two opponents faced off, the referee continued. This has been personally approved by the Master of K. Cyan was a little agitated. Wait, what do you mean no-holds-barred? The referee grinned from ear to ear. It means there are no rules. Cyan pointed to himself, skeptical. But I wasn't told anything about this. Just then, Gunzer, with a cold look in his eyes, began attaching a weapon to his arm. You have no idea how long I've waited for this moment, Simon. Cyan looked at him, then turned to the referee. Hey, where'd you get that thing? But the referee had vanished without trace. Cyan was starting to get pissed. He just starts the match and then bails like that. From high above, a woman watched the match, thinking to herself, let's see what you're made of. She smirked. Simon of Limey. Gunzer tightened his weaponized hand. You didn't know this was a no-holds-barred match? Of course I didn't, Cyan shot back, scowling in annoyance. Gunzer took his stance, a savage grin on his face and a red glint in his eyes. Then you'd better go get your weapon. That is, if you're scared. Hearing that, Cyan let out a slightly irritated sigh. I don't really need one. As soon as he finished speaking, a blazing red aura flared up, enveloping his hand. Cyan also took his stance, glaring intently at him. I've already factored this in, anyway. Bring it. Gunzer gave him a once-over and sneered. Magic, huh? Not bad. I was worried it'd be a shame if I killed you by accident. I thought this wasn't a death match? Cyan asked. Gunzer licked his lips. Looks like you have no idea who I am. He knew all too well how incredible it felt to take a human life. Cyan's eyes glowed a menacing red as he asked coldly, Oh, is that so? Feeling insulted, Gunzer scowled. First, I'm going to gouge out those condescending eyes of yours. With that, he lunged at Cyan. His weaponized hand swiped past, but Cyan dodged it in a flash. At the same time, the red aura around his hand solidified into a razor-sharp blade. A streak of red flashed by, and Gunzer froze. Cyan had severed his arm. AR. The searing agony made him scream in torment. Everyone present was stunned, and murmurs rippled through the crowd. What the? Did anyone even see what happened? On the stage, Gunzer collapsed to his knees, clutching his bleeding arm. Ack, my arm. His eyes burned with pure hatred. You bastard. I'll make you pay for this. At that moment, with his blazing red eyes, Cyan looked like a demon. He slowly turned and threatened in a low voice. Don't move, unless you want to die for real. The look on Cyan's face was enough to shut Gunzer up. The referee suddenly appeared and announced, Gunzer is defeated. The winner is Limeese Simon. The audience below began to buzz. I've never seen a match like this. Gunzer lost that badly. A man in the crowd looked agitated, his hands trembling as he thought, that black bone, and that mysterious demonic energy. Asterisk, there's no mistaking it. That's the demon blade, asterisk. Wiping his face, Cyan thought, asterisk, someone definitely concealed the rules of the match on purpose. Could Lynn have figured out what I was planning? Asterisk. The little girl from the corner reappeared, her face bright and full of life. She offered him a cup of water. That was an amazing match, Sir Cyan. He took the cup and asked, Oh, you've started working already? Yes. Manager Lai put me in charge of facility support. The girl looked at him with hopeful eyes. I look forward to working with you, sir. Cyan glanced at the name tag on her shirt. Her name is Louise. He reached out and patted her head, encouraging her gently. All right, keep up the good work. Just then, a voice called out, Honored guest. Perfect timing, Cyan thought. I need to get to the bottom of this today. To the surprise of Cyan and Louise, Manager Lai suddenly bowed deeply in apology. Manager, my sincerest apologies, honored guest. I am truly sorry, she said in a low voice. Cyan looked her straight in the eye. Why did you hide the fact that today's match had no rules? Hide it? No, that's not it. Lai quickly explained. This was arranged between the owner and Gunzer. I had no idea. I'm so sorry, sir. I should have checked beforehand. Cyan stood up. Then I want to see the owner. Is that possible? That might be a bit difficult, Lai replied, flustered. She rarely makes public appearances. Cyan looked at her, thinking, so, it won't be that easy, huh? Fine. Just be more careful next time. Suddenly, another voice cut in. Excuse me, but... A strange man spoke up. Do you have a moment to talk? And you are? Cyan asked. I don't believe we've met. The man bowed respectfully and introduced himself. My name is Morris, of the Grey Merchant Guild. He covered his mouth with his hand, his face falling into shadow. The reason I've sought you out is... the demon blade in your possession. Would you be willing to sell it to me? Cyan's eyes flashed red, and his expression turned colder. I don't know what you're talking about. Morris just smiled, his gaze fixed on him. There's no need to hide it. I'm the only one who would recognize it. He began to recount his past, a time when he worked for the Umbu's Merchant Guild with its camel symbol. Events unfolded until 2 years ago, when the head of the guild, Sir's man, was assassinated. After that incident, Morris moved to the Grey Guild with its black horse symbol. I left that place and came here to Lambesta, where I took on the role of director for the Grey Merchant Guild. He bowed, continuing his long-winded explanation. My area of expertise is weaponry, including swords. I even used to supply ancient weapons to the Garam Academy. Cyan lowered his head, hiding his expression. Morris went on, his voice full of confidence. I can assure you, no one on this continent knows more about weapons than I do. And today, I finally witnessed it. Morris let out a triumphant laugh. The demon blade of the Black Mist. It must have been waiting all these years for its true master. He made his offer decisively. Name your price. I must have it, no matter the cost. Cyan looked up. I'm the only one who knows, you say? Before he could finish, Cyan seized Morris by the throat and lifted him off the ground. That makes things even easier. All I have to do is get rid of you. Choking, Morris clawed desperately at Cyan's hand, struggling to make a sound. GHK, Sir Simon. Suddenly, a group of men in black appeared, their cold eyes glinting with murderous intent. They all pointed their weapons at Cyan. Let Sir Morris go if you want to live. Cyan let out a cold laugh, his face dark. Don't make me laugh. His eyes glowed red. You think these guys can stop me? He even hired shadow assassins from Spania, Cyan thought, glancing at the men in black. Looks like he's gotten more serious about his personal protection since Jan's death. He tightened his grip, the man's face contorting as he suffocated. Let's see if they can save you before I snap your neck. Morris tried to cry for help. GHK, help me. Just then, Lai and Luis burst in. Sir Simon, honored guest. What's going on? Lai raised her weapon, looking at the tense standoff. What do you think you're doing? He's our guest. Talk things out, or I won't hold back. Cyan glanced at Luis's terrified face. This isn't good. She's going to get dragged into this. What a pain, he thought. After a moment's hesitation, the hand tightening around Morris's throat slowly loosened. Cyan pulled his hand back, his expression still dark as he stared at the man. I'll let it slide this time. Get out of my sight before I change my mind. The assassins asked urgently. Lord Morris, what are your orders? Clutching his throat, Morris managed to command, all of you, sheathe your swords. He tried to save face. Sir Simon, you seem a bit worked up. We'll be withdrawing for now. But before leaving, he bowed, his face still etched with fear. However, my offer still stands. I hope you will give it some more thought. With that, the group quickly departed. Cyan frowned. The Grey Merchants Guild, huh? The new guild that formed after I killed Zichman. Are you all right, Sir Simon? He looked at the little girl in front of him and replied softly, I'm fine. With tears welling in her eyes, Louise asked, but why did all those scary people come here? Cyan patted her head reassuringly. Don't you worry about them. Then he turned to the manager beside him. I have something to ask of you. Of me, Lai? Cyan's eyes flashed red. I want to meet the master of Lambesta. Lai froze, a single drop of sweat trickling down her cheek. Elsewhere in the city of Lambesta, a massive surge of power erupted. Lord Gans, please calm down. You'll tear open your wounds. Gans, still wrapped in bandages, roared Simon's name in a frenzy. His eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched. I have to kill him. If I don't, this feeling will kill me. His face darkened with helplessness as he remembered the scene from the arena that day. Clutching his head in frustration, Gans collapsed into his seat. How am I supposed to take that bastard down? I can't think of a single thing. Is there really no way? Suddenly, the image of the small girl cowering in the corner flashed through his mind. As if he'd found a sliver of hope, Gans slowly lowered the hands covering his face. A twisted smile spread across his lips. That's it. That kid. She's the key to rattling Simon. He held up a small black packet with a peculiar symbol on it. I know just what to do. In a building where the lights were still on, the small figure of Louise hurried back and forth across the lobby, a stack of plates in her arms. The front door creaked open. The little girl looked over in surprise. Oh, a customer, this late? Welcome to Lambesta. The man who had just walked in smiled. Louise recognized him with a jolt of fear. Hey there, kiddo. He moved closer, his eyes menacing. His rough hand patted her head, making the little girl tremble in fear. You remember me, right? Yes. Gans flashed a demonic smile. Good. Then you can do me a little favor. In another room. What do you mean I can't meet them? Cyan leaned against the wall. Maybe I should just file a formal complaint. Standing beside him with her arms crossed, Lai replied, even if you did, they still wouldn't agree to see you. Cyan looked at her. Why are you so dead set on protecting Lin? So, you already know their name? You're really no ordinary man. Lai tried to justify herself, then warned him sternly. Listen, that person is keeping an eye on you. They're the one who set up your fight with Gans and changed the rules at the last minute. I'm warning you. You need to get out of here as soon as possible. Cyan listened in silence. Or you'll end up dead. Whose side is she on, anyway? Is this just her professional code? Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the building. Ea, Li Folin Jet. That came from main hall. That was Louise's voice. She rushed downstairs. But all she found below was silence and a disheveled mess. Who could have done this? Cyan bent down and picked up a broken piece of something. I have a pretty good idea. What is it? Lai asked cautiously. Cyan held up the object in his hand. It's Louise's name tag. He stood up and turned to leave. You stay here. I'll go get her. Wait, we can't be sure who did this. The sound of Cyan's voice made Lai freeze in fear. I told you. He paused, his eyes filled with killing intent. I have a pretty good idea. Pictures were scattered all over the floor. For a lady's room, it's quite a mess, isn't it? The girl on the bed had dark circles under her eyes. Who the hell let you in here? Do you have a death wish? Morris clasped his hands behind his back and spoke. Just look at the state you're in, Delkia. The girl looked up. Morris? What are you doing here? He took a step closer. Isn't it obvious why a merchant would be here? I have a deal for you. I'm not interested in pigs, the girl shot back. Morris picked up a portrait. You've fallen for a boy whose face you can't even remember, haven't you? Delkia glared at him. What do you know? Stop spouting nonsense. He paid her no mind. We're short on time, so I'll get straight to the point. He held out a vial with a sinister grin. This is a high-grade anesthetic from the Garum Kingdom. With this, you can have that boy. Delkia reached out and took it. What do you want? He smiled, his voice pleasant. I just need something he possesses. His body, however, is all yours. Is that all? Delkia asked softly. Morris gave a firm nod. That's right. I'll be waiting. He departed, a ghastly glint in his eyes and a smirk playing on his lips. Asterisk anyone will do, as long as that Zyman is eliminated. I just need that one thing. For now, let's hope Gans can take care of the kid. Asterisk. Elsewhere, Gans sat atop a wooden crate. Haha, I've been waiting a long time for you, Simon of Lambaster. Cyan's voice was cold. Where's the girl? The man began to swing himself up into a tree, holding a small object. Here's a little souvenir for you. The object tumbled toward Cyan. He froze when he saw it, a severed ear stained crimson. The man pointed to a nearby house. As for her, right over here. Go on, take her. A smile bloomed on Cyan's face, twisting into a mask of insanity. Why didn't you just say you had a death wish? Across from him, Gans began to string up red wires. That's it. This is how it should be. His eyes grew even more frenzied. Come on, Simon. High above, hidden in the shadows, Lenny Hoop sat with her arms crossed, looking completely unconcerned. Leah bowed respectfully. Yes, that's right. Are you worried about him? Leah clutched her arm, her expression calm as she replied. I abandoned those feelings long ago. Why are you so concerned with a child named Cyan? A smile touched Lenny's lips, hidden deep in the darkness. Oh, so that's what you're curious about. Very well, I'll tell you. Her gentle voice echoed, sending Leah into deep thought. Do you remember Simon's face? His face? Leah's brow furrowed slightly as she wondered in shock. Why can't I remember it? The ring on Lenny's hand began to emit a red aura. It is one of Eru's powers, to make others forget one's face. Leah's eyes widened in astonishment. Eru, you mean the god of the black mist? Lenny rested her chin on her hand and spoke softly. Indeed, it seems the past has finally caught up with me. Hearing this, Leah's brow creased with worry. What? Doesn't that mean you'll be in danger? No. Lenny looked quite pleased. This is a distinguished guest I haven't seen in a very long time. Be sure to treat them well for me. Gans's mystical arts manifested a blood-soaked arm, the veins on his forehead bulging. What's wrong, Cyan? He slammed a fist into the ground, sending shards of rock flying everywhere. The immense force of the blow kicked up a blinding cloud of dust and debris. Cyan was blown back by the impact. He stomped the ground in fury, unleashing his own power. Why don't you use that move from before? A swirling murderous intent filled Gans's eyes as the power in his arm seemed to surge. Try a little harder, lie me, Cyan. Gans's words made Cyan glance at a skeleton on the ground. Look, the human trash is starting to crawl out. His hand, covered in red veins, gripped the skeleton. Do you know what these are? They're the useless things that were thrown away, left here to be disposed of. With a crazed look in his eyes, he crushed the skull in his hand. This so-called Lambaster is nothing but a garbage dump. A flood of memories returned, replaying scenes from his childhood. Gans stood protectively in front of Leah. Leah and I were born and raised in this pile of trash. He was bullied, but the two of them fought tooth and nail to survive this hell. He was always furious back then, always fighting back. If anyone dared to touch us, I'd bite back and make them pay, no matter what. Then, one day they met someone. A man with one eye covered was drenched in a cold sweat. Please, spare me. I don't want to die. But a single sword stroke ended his life. Oomph. The two children stood by and watched it all. That young man had eliminated the ruler of the junkyard, the one who had tormented them for so long. The boy wiped out everyone without exception, then said he was just wandering around for fun during his time at Len Academy and decided to clean up the trash here while he was at it. The young man held out a hand, as gentle as the morning light. I've dealt with all the trash around here. Nothing can threaten you anymore. I could never forget that angelic face. It was an epiphany for Gans, and so I decided to admire him. From that day on, my life completely changed. Gans had clawed his way up from blood and bone. With the dream of one day disposing of all the trash in Lambaster, he honed his strength and gradually expanded his power to become the ruler of this place. He had faced countless opponents. My path to making money started in the Lambaster arena. I was kicked out for killing someone, but that didn't matter. The guy I killed was just another piece of trash that needed to be thrown out. And that's when Liao left. She turned her back on me because of it. But I couldn't even bring myself to care, because I had become that garbage heap myself. Gans's eyes blazed, his brow furrowed in a deep scowl. I swore that one day, I would personally wipe out all the filth in Lambaster. Cutting through Gans's shock, Cyan spoke. Enough of your pathetic rambling. He shot Gans a mocking grin. See this? Now scratch on me. Try putting your back into it. Gans's eyes turned bloodshot. He scowled, then burst into maniacal laughter. Ha, now that's more like it. In that case, I'll go all out. Chains suddenly burst from Gans's palm, coiling tightly around his arm. His arm grew grotesquely large, while his other hand held a purple object. Let me show you something interesting. Cyan watched in silence. Asterisk, that thing in his hand is an artifact. Where the hell did he get something like that? Asterisk. The shimmering purple artifact in Ganza's hand slowly opened. This is the gravity room. The artifact closed, becoming a purple crystal. It turns a specific area into a magical chamber. The gravity room had locked Cyan inside. He glared at Gans, furious, and it crushes its target under 20 times normal gravity. Gans looked at Cyan, his smile growing even more crazed. Well, you've got some stamina, don't you? Let's see if you can handle this too. His massive, crimson hand began its terrifying descent. He goaded him, "Eat a hand?" Cyan's face fell into shadow, his head bowed. "I don't." His eyes began to glow, blazing with hatred. "He's not worthy." A flash of light erupted. Cyan shot toward Gans with incredible speed. Caught completely off guard, he was sent flying by a powerful blow. Gans furrowed his brow in disbelief. What's going on? He shouldn't have been able to move. It was as if all his magic had shattered, leaving him defenseless. This can't be. With pure hatred in his eyes, Cyan slammed another devastating blow into him. His eyes glowing with feral rage, he went berserk. "I'm going to pulverize everything but your ears." Gans stared in disbelief, sweat pouring down his face. Cyan slammed another kick into him. Then another blow, and another, a relentless barrage of attacks. Sent flying, Gans gritted his teeth and glared back at him. Outside, a flash of light exploded. Gans's body was pierced by sharp fragments, slumped amidst the desolate rubble. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to speak. I was doomed to die in this fight from the very beginning." He looked at Cyan. "I have no regrets. That little girl, just by being born in Lambaster, she was already another piece of trash, wasn't she?" He muttered to himself, "Just like Leah and me, those are the rules set by that thing that rules this city." He forced out the words, stunning Cyan. "Please, don't let it happen again. If it's you, you can." Blood poured from his wounds as Gans slowly fell silent. Cyan's gaze shifted to a wooden box not far away. He walked toward it, step by step, and slowly opened the lid. His eyes widened. High on the city wall, Leah stood on an observation deck with two others. What happened here? She looked down at where Gans lay. He was motionless, his body pierced by sharp debris. "Stern Guns. Just what I was afraid of. It came true. Asterisk." Leah turned to her subordinate. "Our priority is the VIP's safety. Find them. Now." A familiar voice called out, making them both jump and turn. "Over here." Leah saw Cyan sitting on the ground. "Sir Cyan?" She stared, completely stunned. Leah saw he was holding a little girl in his arms. "Leah," he said, turning to her. "She's not hurt, just asleep." Leah rushed to take the girl into her arms, asking, "Sir Cyan, are you all right?" "I'm Fina. Take care of Lai for me." She watched in alarm as Cyan started to leave. "Where are you going?" He answered softly, "To take out the trash." Clutching Lai tightly, Leah asked doubtfully, "Take out the trash? But where?" His eyes were bloodshot as he walked away. Lambaster. On a map, Lambaster was divided into 4 districts with Lam at its center. To the west was the scrapyard, to the east the commercial district, and to the south the entertainment district. This place has no organization to maintain order, nor does it fall under any nation's jurisdiction. All-out brawls are a daily occurrence here. To maintain a shred of order, this chaotic city is controlled by underworld forces. Behind them are the managers, each responsible for their own district. "So how do you conquer a place like this?" Simon spoke up. "If it were a country, we could wage war, but even that would be difficult. The only way is to go in and deal with those managers ourselves." "That won't be necessary," Askel said, a dark plan forming in his mind. "We don't have to lift a finger. Sooner or later, they'll destroy each other. When that time comes, all we have to do is walk in and take the city." Simon looked at his friend seriously. "What makes you so sure?" Askel's eyes seemed to see everything clearly. "Because that city is rotten to the core. I've seen it with my own eyes." It wasn't until he was standing before the city himself that Simon understood. Though Askel's confident expression still left him with questions, he wasn't wrong. This city was rotten to its very roots. He frowned as he observed the scene, a wisp of red smoke rising from the teacup in his hand. "And today, I'm going to rip this place out by the roots. It's black tea, but it tastes like mint, creamy and sweet." Simon eyed the teacup warily as Delkia, the manager of the entertainment district, draped her arm over his. "This is obviously drug tea. That scent, it has to be the infamous anesthetic from Garum." Delkia ran a hand through her hair, her eyes fixed on him. "Thank you for accepting my invitation, Sir Simon. I'm sure you'll have a wonderful time tonight." He replied softly, making the woman flinch. "I'm sure I will. Just like this black tea with its special aroma." Sweat beaded on her forehead. Did he find out about the drug in the tea? His eyes, now tinged with red, stared directly into hers. I'm looking forward to it. And with that, he drained the cup, to Delkia's utter astonishment. He drank it all in one go. The cup fell and shattered on the floor. And he slumped onto her shoulder. A triumphant smile spread across Delkia's face. Success. Now, this little brat is all mine. In a luxurious mansion in the merchant district, Morris, the head of the Grey Merchants Guild, received the report. So, Delkia managed to capture Simon. The butler answered respectfully, "Yes, sir. We just received word from the entertainment district." Morris grinned, savoring his meal. Huh, the gods are on our side. He scowled, his thoughts turning grimly to the gravity chamber. What a waste, giving that spatial compressor to Gans. It was so damn hard to get that thing from the Gigaram Academy. With that, he took a bite of the chicken leg. But it doesn't matter. He chewed ravenously. The demon blade will soon be mine. A subordinate in black, standing nearby, spoke up. But sir, isn't it suspicious that everything is going so smoothly? Morris continued to enjoy his delicacies. Do you have to jinx it? The subordinate remained firm. My gut feeling has never been wrong. Let me go scout ahead, just in case. Morris glanced at him. Fine, but don't do anything stupid. Yes, sir. The subordinate left, leaving Morris to continue his feast. Damn those Spania bastards. He thought to himself, they take my money and still cause trouble. They wouldn't dare try to get their hands on my demon blade, would they? On the main road, shouts echoed, startling everyone. Out of the way, everyone, clear the path. A carriage tore through the bustling street. I'm finna hurry, Morris yelled. When he arrived, he threw open the door with glee. I'm here, Delkia. She looked at him. You're early. Slow down, what's the rush? Delkia's face was flushed as she slowly licked her finger. I was just about to have a little fun. I don't need the body, Morris said impatiently. I just need what he was carrying. Delkia crossed her arms. Oh, that? I've already set it aside. Morris's face turned red with excitement. Oh, that's all I need. Quick, give it to me. Delkia tugged lightly on a rope. Not so fast. You're in for a real shock. A red curtain slowly drew back, revealing a pair of tightly bound hands. But as the figure inside stepped out, Morris gasped, breaking out in a cold sweat. Huh, this is... The girl standing before him pointed toward the people behind her. What's wrong? Can't find what you're looking for. Behind the curtain, a blue-haired man held the hilt of his sword, while a blonde man held a bouquet of flowers. I can't believe something so horrifying was behind this curtain. Are you preserving human bodies now? Morris trembled as he pointed at a girl tied up in the center. Her face was bruised and beaten. It was the real Delkia, MMPH. He looked in terror at the girl who looked just like Delkia, standing before him. Then, who are you? She replied, her voice devoid of emotion. Don't be so rude. Her face began to shift, revealing a different person entirely. The demon blade you desire so desperately. He smiled. Is me. Morris's eyes went wide with shock. He collapsed to the ground. The demon blade took human form. Behind him, Simon appeared, radiating a murderous aura. You know too much. Morris shrieked in terror. You damn shadow assassins. Save me, Simon grimaced, covering his ears. God, you're loud. He slammed a palm down on Morris. Quiet down. Gah. The man coughed violently. Cough, cough. Since you're so eager to see them, I'll send you on your way. Simon channeled his spiritual energy. Tendrils of black and red mist poured out, creating a dense, swamp-like fog. Morris fell to his knees in disbelief. Darkness turned into fog. His face darkened as the overwhelming aura enveloped him. Simon's own expression was grim, his eyes blazing with killing intent. You were the one who gave Gans the artifact and Delkia, the paralytic agent, weren't you? I am sorry. I'll never. Simon stared at him, his eyes glowing red, and a cold smile spread across his face as he spoke each word with chilling clarity. I know you won't. Goodbye. The crimson mist slowly swallowed Morris as he screamed. No, please. He felt himself falling into a bottomless abyss, surrounded by nothing but red. His face began to bloat and distort as if he were drowning. Through the black haze, Morris could barely make out a figure standing and watching him. It was his own shadow assassin. Act! Morris clutched his throat and let out one final scream. Now, there's only that woman left, Simon said. The cursed blade replied, let me deal with her. You go on ahead. He glanced at the demonic blade. All right, leaving it to you then. The cursed blade materialized before Delkia, its face twisting into a demonic visage. You dare set your sights on my master? Delkia's eyes remained shut. The cursed blade raised its hands, a terrifying grin spreading across its face. I know you're awake. Get ready. I'm going to slice you into exactly 1,000 pieces. Her entire body trembled as tears streamed down her face. I am sorry. I'm so sorry for ever thinking it. A heavy blow landed. Outside, Simon heard her piercing scream and thought, damn. Sounds like she's being beaten half to death, He frowned slightly. Why do I sense a familiar aura? His eyes shot open. Is this my own fog domain? The landscape outside had been completely devastated. A stream of blue energy appeared, carrying a voice that put Simon on high alert. What an interesting expression you're making. A voice echoed from the sky, accompanied by an immense aura. I am Linz, one of the managers of Lambaster. So this is the mysterious Linz, Simon thought. He looked up, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his cheek. Another mist user? Linz replied, It seems Serica hasn't told you anything about me. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't have gone around killing the other managers so carelessly. Simon shifted, an aura gathering around his arm. Thanks for the assist. Now, I don't have to waste time looking for you. A smile touched his lips as his power surged. Should I call you senior or traitor? She smirked, holding up a ring. Don't misunderstand. I'm not your opponent. Suddenly, Simon's brow furrowed as he glanced behind him. A flash of light shot straight for him. He instantly took a defensive stance. There's someone else? She smiled. Why don't you two say hello? Simon was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lynn stood back, fanning the flames. You two are already acquainted, aren't you? Lyra's eyes crackled with lightning, her focus absolute. Yes, Lady Linz. Veins bulged on her face, her eyes burning with pure hatred. I will now eliminate Limey Simon. An immense force suddenly crashed down. Simon channeled his energy and lunged forward, trying to reason with her. Move, Lyra. I have business with Linz. This doesn't concern you. But she didn't seem to hear him, her blade slashing forward relentlessly. Damn it. Can't be reasoned with, huh? Simon's eyes flashed red as he moved like a bolt of lightning. Fine, I'll just have to shut her up myself. He gathered his power and roared the name of his technique, Bloodthirsty Wave. An extremely powerful beam of spiritual energy shot toward Lyra, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. She landed gracefully on the ground, completely unharmed. Simon was taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Damn, she's well-trained. To think she could withstand my bloodthirsty wave, Lyra scowled at Simon, seemingly just as surprised that he had survived her last attack. Lynn smiled, floating closer. Simon asked quietly, You could kill her easily if you wanted to, so why are you hesitating? He then glanced toward the swirling fog. How long are you going to hide in there? Half of Lynn's face fell into shadow, her tone laced with a manic edge. I just wanted to see the power of the child Sarah trained. If you were to fight my child, I wonder who would win. She knows the guildmaster. What's their relationship? Simon thought, his brow furrowed. Lynn's voice echoed from the mist again. Now isn't the time to be worrying about me. The words had barely left her lips when Lygia launched her attack, a whirlwind of razor-sharp daggers hurtling toward Simon. Rain of steel needles. The deadly needles flew in a relentless barrage, forcing Simon to use every bit of his agility to dodge. Seizing the opening, Lygia gripped her dagger and plunged down from above. The two clashed in a fierce exchange. Lygia's eyes turned vacant, like a puppet on strings. Even though I cut ties with Ganza, you will pay for taking away my only family. Simon's expression hardened as he parried her blows. So, it wasn't just a casual acquaintance between them. That look in her eyes, He stared into her eyes, analyzing. It's as if a subservient part of some twisted persona has been triggered. She's using a vague memory to fuel this killing intent. Quickly regaining the upper hand, he seized an opening and grabbed Lygia by the throat. But closing the distance like this is a big move. Lygia glared at him, beads of sweat tracing silent paths down her skin. Simon landed a decisive blow, knocking her unconscious. Looking at his unconscious opponent, he thought, that should keep her quiet. Simon turned toward the fog, his voice chilling. Now it's just you and me. Why don't you come out of that mist? Inside, Lynn remained suspended, hidden. Come out? You should already know. This misty domain is me. I'll admit, I was surprised you're one of the mist people, Simon called out. But finding out you're just a degenerate thief is even more shocking. Hearing this, Lynn's face instantly darkened, her eyes flashing with displeasure. What did you say? Simon smiled and pointed a finger in her direction. That ring you were using, it belongs to Inbree, doesn't it? The ring holds an endless source of spiritual energy, its diamond shimmering. It is an heirloom that contains everything from demonic power to the authority of a god, one of the few weapons capable of absorbing anything. He continued, his words stripping away her facade. You used it to pose as one of the mist people, didn't you? I don't know how you got it. Simon rubbed the back of his neck, concluding nonchalantly, but in the end, you're just an imposter. His words were the spark that lit the fuse, sending Lynn into a frenzy. How dare you grovel before my omnipotent power? She took the bait. Lynn parted her lips, unleashing the ring's true power. Authority of the black mist god. A magic circle materialized, plunging everything into a thick, swirling haze. The circle's power quickly bound Simon, paralyzing him. Even the unconscious Lygia was caught in its grasp. A sharp point touched the air, sending ripples through the space. Only I can enter or leave this domain. And besides me, nothing can move. Lynn moved in close to Simon, whispering, well, how does it feel to be completely helpless? This is real power. Blue energy gathered in Lynn's hand as she prepared the final blow. It's time to say goodbye. Farewell, Miss Space Lima. Suddenly, another voice echoed through the space, freezing Lynn in place. Finally found you. What is this pathetic little dimension? A bolt of violet lightning tore through the dimension, striking down and leaving Lynn stunned with terror. The demon blade had arrived. She scowled, her eyes brimming with hostility. Huh, what's this? You're after my master too? Lynn spun around, taking a defensive stance as her mind reeled. Asterisk, she tore this dimension apart? Does this woman have power comparable to the Black Mist God? Asterisk. She couldn't hide her shock, her grip tightening on her weapon. Besides Eru, there's only one other person who could do that. The demon blade, radiating an overwhelming aura, scowled. Why are you people always so desperate to get your hands on what isn't yours? How many pieces do you want to be cut into? Asterisk the demon blade. Karam, asterisk Lynn thought, stunned. Karam snapped her fingers. We can talk after I tear this pathetic little space to shreds. With Karam's arrogant smirk, the dimension instantly shattered like glass. Lynn's jaw dropped in disbelief. Impossible. It just shattered that easily. Simon frowned, a hint of complaint in his voice. What took you so long? Karam looked ready to explode, shooting him a death glare. I save your ass, and this is the thanks I get? You're unbelievable. Putting his hands on his hips, Simon whined. Hey, I was in genuine danger here. Lynn stared at them in a rage, screaming, shut up. There's no way you're the true heir. She clenched her fists, growing more unhinged by the second. For 3 million years, no one was chosen. So how could a mere brat like you be the one? It's a lie. Karam whispered to Simon. What's her deal? I might have poked the bear a little, Simon replied calmly. Lynn was completely losing control. You're nothing but a snot-nosed little brat. No longer able to contain her rage, she shot toward Simon. Don't you dare look down on me, you phony heir. Karam watched her go, remarking dryly, someone's a little high-strung. Simon swung the dagger in his hand, leaving a glowing red trail in the air. You'll never make it as an assassin with that attitude. The two clashed, neither gaining an immediate advantage. Dance of the Savage Mist Storm. Lynn was thrown back by the force of the blow. She immediately hurled a throwing knife at her opponent. Simon, glowing with a faint red aura, effortlessly caught the knife. The ferocity he'd kept suppressed in his eyes finally erupted. Do you believe me now? If you don't, then let me show you the true power of a god. Battered and broken, Lynn struggles to push herself off the ground. The power of the Black Mist God is invoked. A colossal orb of red energy forms in the air, radiating an indomitable aura. Simon's eyes glow red. Let's see you block this with that ring you're so proud of. Lynn's expression darkens instantly. An immense wave of power erupts, sending rubble flying everywhere. The terrifying power is reflected in Lynn's eyes, and a shiver of fear runs down her spine as a memory from the past flashes before her. At the Black Mist Sanctum, a voice rings out, Are you really leaving? Lynn replies resolutely, I already told you. I'm sick of hiding in the shadows, just waiting for some successor. Serica looks at her, saying little. I see. What a shame. Lynn turns back, a smile playing on her lips as she looks at her friend. So, are you going to come kill me? Serica watches her, her face an unreadable mask. No, there are plenty of other villains out there. Why would I? Don't worry. Then, her expression darkens as she issues a warning. But if I find that you've fallen to darkness, I will have to purify you. Hearing Serica's words, Lynn's face darkens. At that time, I will also reclaim the weapon you stole. Oh, but no one knows about that yet, so don't you worry. Serica looks at her, adding, so stay true to yourself. Lynn presses her lips together, and that's how Serica and I parted ways. Asterisk, after leaving the organization, leaving behind a life of hiding and waiting, I was determined to build a power of my own. A place where the strong are recognized. I didn't want to just hide and wait for a successor anymore. Asterisk. Her hand trembles as she clutches her clothes. I thought I was so close to achieving it. Lynn is momentarily stunned, lost in confusion. How did it come to this? Simon watches her, broken and helpless. He then asks, any last words? She hangs her head. Tell Sarika. Simon's eyes narrow slightly as he waits in silence. Tears stream down Lynn's face, the light fading from her eyes. I was wrong. It hurts. Just end it. Simon reaches out, channeling one final surge of power. No one can foresee their own fall from grace, his eyes still glowing red. He thinks, not even me. Before Simon's eyes, two separate spaces converge. The territory's manor connects to the hotel. How convenient. Suddenly, a voice sounds from behind him. Why did you spare my life? It's Lai, her clothes torn, her body haggard. I tried to kill you, and I know you're one of the missed. She clutches an injured arm, looking him straight in the eye. There was no reason for you to let me live. Simon looks up at her. So, are you going to tell anyone? Lizipli, no. Then that's reason enough. Lai asks warily, so, what am I supposed to do now? Just then, a familiar voice calls from the doorway. Manager. A group of people rushes in, led by the young girl, Louise. The moment she sees Lai, she runs over, worried. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Louise's eyes well up with tears as she grips Lee's hands tightly. I was so worried about you. You just disappeared. Lai looks at the little girl gently. I'm glad you're all right. Are you hurt? Louise suddenly throws her arms around Lai, sobbing. Don't you leave my sight again. Crying, Louise says, you're a good person. You're the nicest to me. Please don't leave me again, okay? Lai gently pats her back to comfort her. I was only gone for a little while. What's all the fuss about? At that moment, a voice interjects. Looks like you have something to do now. Simon speaks, his gaze on Lai. For now, watch over the kid for me. And don't let Louise grow up to be like you. She replies softly, yes, I will. With that, Simon crouches down, ruffles Louise's hair, and tells her, Louise, you listen to the manager, okay? The little girl looks up at him. Are you leaving, sir? He smiles. Yeah, I'm checking out now. Live well. Everyone watches his retreating back. Lai calls after him. Will you come back? He just waves a hand. Probably. Lee's face flushes slightly. You have to come back. He laughs. Yeah, I know. In that moment, the image of the castle flashes through Simon's mind again. He silently hopes he won't have to witness that scene a second time. High atop a stone pillar, a woman sits with an air of nonchalant ease. She twirls a dagger, shrouded in dark energy. So, you finally purified Lynn. Must have been tough. Simon looks up. You knew, and you still sent me? She spins the dagger lightly. I did. So, is there anything you want to ask me? He stares at her and asks, what was your relationship with Lynn? Was she also one of the missed? The woman gives a faint smile. Yes, she was. She continues, her voice tinged with nostalgia. She was my training partner. But she defied the will of the mist and left, taking with her the heirloom ring meant only for the leader. Exmong holds up the glowing ring on his hand. This Inari ring. A woman lands from above, hands on her hips as she looks down at him. That's right. That used to be my weapon. She continues, but you can't keep it. He's stunned. What? But this is the artifact passed down to the guild master. Her eyes glow as a terrifying aura radiates from her. I don't need it anymore. I'm powerful enough on my own. Exmong looks at the ring in his hand. I thought you sent me here to retrieve it. This is surprising. Karam appears out of nowhere and chimes in. Maybe there's some personal history here. You two seem to know each other. The woman ignores him, continuing as she admires her dagger. I'm just keeping a promise. Most who are drawn to this ring's power end up destroyed. Exmong watches her back. He speaks up. So, this is some kind of test. He looks back down at the ring, pulsing with energy in his hand. So, she wants to see if I'll be corrupted by its power? He frowns slightly. Are you warning me that if I am, I'll become a target for purification? Karam nods, stroking his chin. Oh, that makes sense. Exmong presses on. You still don't believe I'm the true heir, do you? She smiles, glancing back at him. I want to see if you'll become a disaster or a hero. If you're really the heir, you have to pass a test like this. For all I know, Karam chose wrong. Karam's brow furrows, and he grits his teeth at her. What did you just say? Exmong looks a bit taken aback, then sighs in resignation. Fine. I'll take that as a well-intentioned warning. In the headmaster's office at Len Academy, sunlight streams through the cracks of the door. A white-haired man gazes into the distance, his voice heavy. After instructor Nella's disappearance, student anxiety has reached an all-time high. He turns to the man standing behind him. This is a lot of pressure for someone who just started, but I'm counting on you. The man immediately reassures him, Headmaster, please don't worry. He pats his chest, guaranteeing, I will do my best to understand the student's state of mind. I may have my shortcomings, but I will give it my all. Headmaster kinda looks at him. I appreciate your spirit. The man bows. Then, with your permission, I'll take a look around the school. Kinda watches him leave. Bullies. There's something strange about his aura. Outside, Sarek runs in out of breath. Sorry I'm late. You called for me, Headmaster. She's a bit surprised to see the man who just walked out. He takes the initiative to greet her, his entire body emanating a strange energy. I am Boris, the newly appointed instructor. It's a pleasure to meet you. With that, he leaves. If you'll excuse me, Sarek thinks to herself, the stench of blood is so strong. She watches his retreating figure until he's gone, only one thought in her mind. That man is dangerous. Headmaster Cunnell speaks up. I hear he came from the capital. The headmaster's eyes are slightly bloodshot as he gives a serious warning. His skills are exceptional, and his attitude is polite, but he gives off a freakish magical power. Be careful around him. Sarek pushes up her glasses, her brows knitting together slightly. Yes, I'll keep that in mind, Headmaster. A suspicion had already formed in her mind. That smell of blood, it's impossible to wash away. Boris looks just like a walking corpse. Beneath a deep blue sky, the banners of Len Academy flutter in the wind. Cheers echo everywhere, welcoming the new arrivals. Below, a powerful army in iron armor stands at attention, holding their flags high. Welcome to Len, the city of harmony. Princess Erin is a little surprised by the display. It looks like the Academy's guard has increased. The young boy beside her looks up in surprise. Really? As they walk through the overwhelming presence of the guards, they can't help but think, I heard they tightened security after that bloody party. But isn't this a bit much? The pressure is intense. A sudden voice makes Erin freeze. Princess Erin. The princess turns to see who called her. Luna. Luna Smaizvraiti. It's been a while. They start walking and talking. I'm so glad you're safe. It's all thanks to you, princess. Erin looks at her friend, her heart aching a little. Thanks to me? You helped me so much, and you ended up getting locked up because of it. Luna closes her eyes briefly. It's fine, really. I'm tougher than I look. The princess introduces the boy with her. Oh, let me introduce you. This is my classmate. Luna looks at him and says hello. The boy's eyes light up, looking completely smitten. Oh, hello. You're really beautiful. As the three of them are strolling, another voice calls out. Greetings. A man bows and introduces himself. I am Boris, the newly appointed instructor. You must be Princess Erin, correct? Erin looks up at Boris. Yes, I've heard of you, Instructor Boris. You're in charge of applied magic, right? Luna listens quietly to their conversation. You already know of me? I'm honored. Might I have a moment of your time, Princess? Erin asks, right now. Bully smiles. Yes, it's nothing serious. A dark aura slowly begins to envelop his body. I am currently measuring the magical power of our talented students. Would you mind if I tested your spell orb? Princess Erin holds out her hand, and a pale yellow orb of energy appears. Like this. He replies, satisfied. Yes, that's perfect. Standing beside them, Luna feels a wave of anxiety and gently tries to intervene. Wait a minute, Princess. I have a bad feeling about this. Erin looks at her. HM, what's wrong? It's just a simple magic reading. What could possibly happen? Boris extends his hand. The wind begins to pick up, and the space around them darkens. That's right. This will only take a moment. In that instant, a hand suddenly clamps down on Erin's wrist. Erin cries out in alarm. Boris's brow furrows, his annoyance clear. Erin is frightened. What's happening? She turns and sees Cian. His face is dark, his eyes glowing with a chaotic red light. He glares at Boris as if staring down a demon. Why? Why are Duellin and Boris here? 1,002 years before the liberation, during the war to annihilate the Demon King's army. From within the magic circle, a priest shouted, They're here. Everyone, prepare the barrier. But the monster's claws came crashing down in an instant. The barrier shattered amidst terrified screams, the shockwave rocking the entire area. Despite their losses, they scrambled to reform their ranks. A young man gritted his teeth. If we can't hold them back, they'll break through. Another priest stammered, pointing into the distance, as someone's coming. Almost instantly, a figure appeared in midair. He took down a monster with a few swift, clean strokes of his blade. Everyone erupted in cheers. He's finally here. I thought he was at the Western camp, but just like the rumors say, he moves like a ghost. We've got this battle in the bag now. All their hopes now rested on the figure who had just appeared. Cyan. He spoke, his voice clear and commanding. All injured personnel, fall back. I'll take it from here. The spider-like monster began to gather energy. The air fell deathly still for a moment, just before a massive shockwave erupted outward. It was followed by a beam of blue light shooting straight towards Cyan. After launching the attack, it menacingly retracted its claws. Cyan clenched his fist. They said you were a special grade demon beast. I was actually expecting something. He lunged at it, but you're as slow as a damn turtle. A sphere of dark energy formed in Cyan's hand. The power swelled, threatening to completely obliterate the monster. Just then, a calm, deliberate clap echoed through the air. Wow, simply magnificent, Sir Cyan. Cyan glanced back. No wonder Lord Ashel holds you in such high regard. He asked coldly, weren't you supposed to be in the rear with my brother? Boris admitted, I came because I heard the northern front needed support, but it appears you've already cleaned up, Sir Cyan. By the light of a campfire, Cyan spoke slowly. That was too close for comfort. This war, it feels like it'll never end. He added another log to the fire. A year ago, the elite knights led by his family had restored imperial authority to Emperor Lul. The demon beasts took advantage of the weakened front lines to invade, dragging the war on indefinitely. It all started with Emperor Lul's greed, Cyan thought. If he hadn't asked, I never would have come here. Boris quickly interjected, careful, that kind of talk could get you killed. Not that I disagree, mind you, Cyan asked, curious. Weren't you sent here by Emperor Lul? Boris chuckled, admitting, I was chosen for my humble talents, but I find my personality is a better match for Lord Ashel. Oh, what kind of talents? Cyan asked. He demonstrated his magic on the spot, replying modestly, it's nothing special, really. He stroked his chin as he spoke. I simply gather the trace amounts of mana you use, Sir Cyan, and condense them into a mana sphere. A small sphere of mana quickly formed, then was compressed into a pellet for storage. He thought for a moment before continuing, Your mana is quite unique, Sir Cyan. Unique how? Cyan asked, his interest piqued. Boris's reply was cryptic. You possess an incredible potential. You might just be the one I've been searching for. Cyan narrowed his eyes, a thought crystallizing in his mind. So the hunt began all the way back then. The memory vanished. Cyan had unconsciously tightened his grip on Erin's hand, making her look up in confusion. Cyan, he vowed to himself, I won't make the same mistake this time. Facing Boris, Cyan resolved that he would never let him take his mana. Boris, too, was narrowing his eyes, sizing him up. So this kid is Cyan? A student beside them piped up, Cyan, were you just being disrespectful to the princess? Boris replied with a strained smile. Oh my, there seems to be a misunderstanding. As an instructor, I was merely assessing a student's abilities. Cyan shot back. I've never heard of such a procedure, instructor. Asterisk Boris, an instructor at the academy? Since when? Asterisk. He explained awkwardly. Well, if it makes you that uncomfortable, please forget it. My apologies for being so forward. Cyan's reply was stern. Fine. Apology accepted. Now, if you would please leave before you make everyone else uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Erin was blushing furiously. Asterisk how? How could he be so rude? Asterisk. Boris forced a smile. I didn't expect such open hostility. Very well. He gave a slight bow. I'll be on my way. Boris left. Luna rolled her eyes. Asterisk Boris Helm. I've never heard of any mage with that name. Asterisk. The other young man spoke up again, annoyed. You can let go of her hand now, you know. Cyan quickly released her hand. My apologies, princess. She replied shyly. And no, it's all right, Cyan. Erin rubbed her wrist. I'm sure you had your reasons, she said. You're my person, after all, so it's fine. Erin's face suddenly flushed red as she processed her own words. My person? Flustered, she suddenly grabbed the other young man's wrist, startling him. Huh, princess. She pulled him along as she dashed off. Something urgent came up. We have to go. Goodbye. The young man was still stunned. Princess. Waving, Cyan replied. Yep, let's go. Luna asked, do you know anything about that instructor, Boris? He replied, a little. She chuckled softly. That's strange. I've never heard of him. Hearing that, Cyan quickly stopped her. Don't. He stepped forward, warning her, stay away from him. Don't even try to find out anything about him. He then added, I'm leaving too. She watched him go, thinking, asterisk, he's been so tense this whole time. What's going on? Asterisk. Under the clear blue sky, she thought, well, that just makes me even more curious. Cyan gathered mana in his palm. A moment later, a shower of candy rained down, making Nana cry out in awe. Whoa, it's a candy waterfall. Cyan addressed his servants. You two worked hard while I was away. The little girl, sinking joyfully into the pile of sweets, cheered, he's the candy king. It was nothing, my lord, Brian replied confidently. You're the one who must be tired. The girl beside him sighed. Brian won't let me cook anything. Cyan countered. Didn't you used to say you like having someone cook for you? She sighed. But this feels like my main job has been stolen from me. He asked, is that so? Then he gave an order. In that case, let's go train. Brian froze. Huh? Right now? He smirked. That's right. Right now. Go change out of that apron. With a grim face, Brian could only accept. Yes, sir. One after the other, the two headed out to the academy's physical training grounds. Cyan was a little surprised. Oh, someone's still training. Lesimus was panting, her hands clenched tight around her greatsword. Asterisk ha, ha asterisk. She swung the heavy blade in another powerful arc. Brian clicked his tongue in admiration. Wow, handling a greatsword as tall as she is with that much skill. Cyan agreed. Yeah, that's impressive. He smiled, thinking of course it is. After all, she's destined to be known as the greatest sword master on the continent. Cyan picked up a sword and said casually, let's see how much you've improved. She turned her head. Master Cyan? Then she stammered, what do you mean by that? Cyan replied slowly, he issued his challenge. Make your move. She hesitated. But this is a real sword, and you're using a wooden one. I should use a wooden sword, too, to make it fair. Without another word, Cyan brought his sword down. He attacked relentlessly, forcing her onto the defensive. Cyan praised her. Good reflexes. Lesimus was in shock. Asterisk, is this really a wooden sword? Why is it so heavy? Asterisk. The duel grew incredibly intense. Lesimus shouted. In that case, I'm not holding back anymore. The high-intensity spar continued. Cyan smiled, parrying her strikes while goading her on. Nice moves. A little more. He continued to provoke her. Is that all you've got? Attack me like you're trying to kill me. Lesimus gritted her teeth, unable to touch him even with her full strength. I'm on the offensive, so why can't I even land a single hit? She charged forward again. Asterisk, no way. I have to land a blow. Asterisk. But her effort was instantly shut down. With a sharp clang, the sword was knocked from her hand. All right, that's enough. Cyan pointed the tip of his wooden sword at Lesimus. Letting your emotions take over leaves your attacks wide open, he advised. Remember that. The girl looked away, conceding, I'm no match for you at all. You really are strong. Cyan's praise made Lesimus blush beet red. You have real talent, so don't sell yourself short. Wielding a sword that most adults struggle with is no small feat. Keep this up, and I'm sure that one day, no one's swordsmanship will surpass yours. Her cheeks flushed as she stammered. What's that? First you beat me down, and now you're comforting me? You're unbelievable. You might not realize it now, Cyan thought, a hand on his chin, but now that you're at this level, I don't need to intervene anymore. He turned to the young man beside him. From now on, you'll be your training partner, Brian. The man in question flinched. Huh, me? That's right. You. I'm counting on you, Lesimus. The girl immediately nodded. Yes, sir. In that case, I'll switch to a regular wooden sword, too. Brian asked curiously, where are you going, my lord? I have something to take care of. Brian scratched his head and turned to Lesimus. Well then, I'll be in your care. Right. Her eyes burned with a passionate fire. I look forward to training with you, Brian Kendrick. Her intensity made Brian freeze. She's terrifying. With that, Cyan turned to leave. But a familiar figure in the distance caught his eye. What's she doing here at this hour? Luna Reinriver. He walked closer, realizing she was staring intently in one direction. That place is... That's Professor Boris's research lab, Luna said suddenly. Cyan drew closer. Are you planning on going in there? Luna turned back to him and asked, I am. Luna smiled fondly. How did you know? I've just been standing here, looking. You're really going in? He pressed. What for? Because I'm curious. Luna answered nonchalantly. I've never heard the name Boris held before, and the Garum Association doesn't have a single 9th-level mage completely off the books. It's too strange. Here she goes, looking for trouble again, Cyan thought with a private smile. So, are you going to help me? Luna proposed. Why should I? Her eyes scanned him. Because I get the feeling you know him, and it seems like you really hate his guts. Cyan sighed. Asterisk great. Now we're both asking for trouble. Asterisk. He looked up at the building, guessing that Boris had finally left. I can't sense a trace of him anymore. He gently pulled Luna to the side. I'll go in first. Stay close. Okay. Cyan activated his skill, throwing the door wide open. Inside, countless towering bookshelves came into view. There are so many books in here, Luna exclaimed. It's nothing but books. Looks like this guy's a real bookworm. Huh. Or maybe he just likes to collect them, Cyan scoffed, as Luna realized most of them were ancient magic tomes. Suddenly, Cyan sensed something. He looked out the window toward the roof of the academy. Where are you going, Karam? The roof. Don't worry about it. Just focus on what you're doing. He frowned. Asterisk the roof? What's she doing up there all of a sudden? Asterisk, I think I found something over here. Luna's voice pulled Cyan back to the present. She was pointing an ancient book. It wasn't just any ordinary book. He recognized it instantly. That was Boris's treasure, Ray. At that same moment, on the rooftop, a stream of power began to converge. A woman stood there, her voice dripping with disgust. You're as nauseating as ever. Stop hiding and show yourself. Karam's eyes grew sharp as her opponent slowly materialized. Pitch-black feathers drifted down as a figure appeared. Long time no see, Karam. So, how does it feel to be awake after 300 years? She laughed maliciously. I was doing fine a minute ago, but seeing your face ruined it. Your personality hasn't changed a bit, has it? The figure said with a smile. No wonder you picked such a pathetic master. What did you just say? Karam growled. Her opponent slowly landed on the ground. Calm down. I didn't come here to fight today. So you want to talk? She scoffed. He raised a single finger. Precisely. Bullshit. Karam's face twisted in anger. What kind of trick are you trying to pull now? Back in the research lab, Luna was flipping through the ancient book. I've never seen a grimoire like this before. It's written like a history book, but the letters are arranged like a code. It'll take a lot of time to decode. Oh, for now, this is the only picture I can make out. She touched the page. It looks like it was just drawn. What does it mean? The sun in a black cloud? Or is it fog? Suddenly, Cyan slammed his hand down, covering the book. We have to destroy this. Now. Huh? Why? Luna asked, startled. Cyan narrowed his eyes. Because this thing is the cause of it all. His hand pressed down on the book. The bloody banquet and all the other horrible things that happened. Just as Cyan was about to act, a deep voice echoed from behind them. I'm terribly sorry, but I can't allow you to do that. Cyan whipped around, startled. Asterisk Boris. Damn it. I was so focused on the treasure that I didn't sense his presence. Asterisk. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the book, forcing them both to shield their eyes. The book then flew into Boris's hands. He chuckled. I was just on my way to see you. How convenient. But you know, being followed isn't a pleasant feeling. The two of them gritted their teeth, glaring at him. First, Boris said as he cast a spell, let's have Miss Luna take her leave. A magic circle lit up beneath Luna's feet, and she vanished in an instant. Cyan was stunned. Bully shrugged. A bit forceful, perhaps, but don't worry. I've sent her to the safety of her dormitory. Now, then, shall we have a private chat? He stepped closer, his voice laced with insinuation. I'm quite interested in you, not just on the surface, but on a more personal level. Cyan smiled, but inside he was screaming. Asterisk, this is bad. I want to kill him right here, right now. Asterisk. He glanced at the book in Boris's hand. But Ray is a huge problem, and of all the times for Karam to be gone. On the rooftop, Karam had lost all her patience. What are you babbling about? Spit it out and make some damn sense. Reflecht a fake smille. My master is the chosen one of the gods. You can't win. She doesn't care at all. So what? Are you saying I should side with Lumendal and betray my master? He chuckled. No need for that. There are many other ways. For instance, he brazenly tempted her. You could take over your master's body. That alone would be enough to cause us trouble. Karam scoffed with disdain. What new trick are you trying to pull now? In an eternal struggle between good and evil, light and shadow, creation and destruction, two opposing concepts continuously clashed. At the pinnacle, a six-winged cherubim reigned, and in the end, light was always the victor. Dawn broke over the empire. 3 years had passed since the great war of gods and demons ended, and the land prospered more than ever. In an ancient temple, a divine statue still stood, but no longer received the same reverence as before. The world is slowly forgetting us. That was the conclusion they reached after much contemplation. HRY, with his inherent malice, said, there must be shadow. Shadow will make us shine even brighter. Karam shot him a contemptuous glare. What a pathetic excuse. She exposed his plan without hesitation. So, in short, if I take over my master's body and rebel, you'll suppress me and become the saviors, right? He burst out laughing. Exactly. It's certainly much easier to talk to Karam. Before his laughter died down, a sudden attack struck, forcing HRY to shriek in pain. Karam furiously charged forward, unable to tolerate his nonsense. Cut the crap. Instead, HRY seemed thrilled. Oh my, what a shame. A vortex appeared behind him. He nonchalantly asked her, aren't demon blades inherently born to take over their masters? Or have you changed your mind? Karam gritted her teeth. You're the ones who defined us as evil. Solve your own problems. Don't you dare push them onto others. HRY sneered sarcastically. I never expected you to think like that. Wouldn't it be better if you were as easy to talk to as Eru? Karam's eyes turned cold. HRY continued, but it was a pleasure meeting you today, Karam. The vortex vanished, along with his feathers. Karam stood alone, clenching her fists in anger. What exactly have you done, you foolish old god, Eru? In a luxurious room, Boris set down a teacup. This is premium black tea from the Spania Mountains. I wonder if it suits your taste. Cyan cut to the chase. What do you want from me? Boris chuckled. Haha. A lecturer interested in talented individuals? Isn't that obvious? But I'm rarely in class, Cyan retorted. Then why don't you attend class? Boris asked calmly. Because there's nothing to learn, he replied bluntly. Boris's eyes narrowed. Does the Duke know about this? Cyan showed his impatience. Just get to the point. Boris no longer beat around the bush. Then I'll ask directly. Have we met before? Cyan frowned. Why would you think that? I sense hostility from you, Boris said, recalling their previous encounter. Especially the way you looked at me. There was even killing intent. This is my first time meeting young Master Cyan, he said with a smile, but I'm unsure if you know me. Cyan faced him, unfazed. I should be the one who finds you strange. A mage with 8th level magic power should have been famous everywhere. Boris's gaze turned dangerous. I prefer to keep a low profile. Where are you from? Cyan pressed. A very distant place, Boris replied vaguely. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know it. Cyan realized he was lying. He propped his chin. He definitely doesn't want anyone to know that secret. He kept it hidden until the very end in his previous life, too. He asked again, do you have anything else to ask me? This time, Boris subtly declined. It's getting late. We can explore this further another time. Night fell. In the quiet room, Boris flipped through an ancient book, his gaze fixed intently on the pages. No wonder Sir Askel felt so threatened. It's very possible he was Princess Erin's former aide. Boris placed a hand on the page. Life truly is twisted. The blessed brother of the savior, Lumendal, becoming the master of a demon blade. In the silent space, a voice suddenly rang out. Isn't that fate? HRY unexpectedly appeared. Boris chuckled softly. Fate, he mused. An interesting way to put it. Karam, perhaps, is the shadow we've been searching for, HRY continued. Boris touched the ancient book, analyzing. If your prediction is correct, he will certainly make Sir Askel shine even brighter, like the shadow eclipsing the sun in the prophecy. A malicious smile flickered across Boris's lips. The Savior's return will begin soon. Karam stepped out of the magical space, arriving at the Shadow Temple. A voice echoed from the throne. It's not often you come here on your own. Is something wrong, Karam? I sat there, dignified and silent. Karam got straight to the point. Don't you know, or are you just asking? I just ran into HRY on my way here. It's not that far from here, you know. I raised an eyebrow, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Did he do something to you? That reaction tells me everything. You knew, didn't you? What were you thinking, letting them get away with this? Have you already forgotten how they dragged you down? In a flash, teleported behind Karam. We can't fall any lower than this. There's nothing left to fear. She whirled around, shouting in fury. Easy for you to say. They're planning to use me and Cyan. But isn't that your wish? Okuntod. My wish? Karam asked, surprised. It's to protect Cyan. Sketch a talisman in the air. I will grant your wish. Take this command. Everyone from Mist will now support you and Cyan. Karam took the talisman. So, you're still not going to get involved yourself. Just what happened between you and Lamenda. You only need to know that everything I do is for you too, he answered calmly. Karam scoffed. That's no excuse. She stormed over to the portal, calling back over her shoulder. Go on, keep hiding in your shell. You coward. I watched silently as she disappeared, a flicker of sadness in his eyes. A solemn investiture ceremony was underway at the Divine Wall. The Saintess's voice rang out. In the name of the Supreme God of Light, Laminda, I bestow this sacred grace upon you, a worthy vessel of salvation. Her voice echoed through the hall. I ask you, do you truly wish to become the one true light that will save this dark and perilous world? The other Saintesses bowed their heads in reverence. The Saintess's voice rose once more. Are you prepared to live your life on the front lines and to die there? Alice declared her oath with gravity. My God, I, Alice, swear to follow the will of the God of Light, Laminda. Her eyes shone with resolve, yet a shadow of doubt crossed her mind. Is this really the right path? All the divine soldiers saluted in reverence. Lately, the Empire has been recruiting its best and brightest into the Knights of Light and sending them straight to the front lines. So that's why the royal army couldn't do anything during disasters like the Bloody Banquet. Alice gazed up at the statue of Laminda. Joining the Knights of Light had been her lifelong dream, but she wondered, what am I supposed to protect? The front lines or ? A familiar voice cut through her thoughts. Congratulations, Lady Alice. She turned, a smile on her face. It was Cecilia. You finally achieved your dream, Cecilia said warmly. Alice suddenly grew flustered. I should be calling you Sir Cecilia now. I'm only a junior knight. Cecilia laughed. When it's just us, let's keep things casual like always. Alice bowed again, her expression apologetic. But I can't be disrespectful to a senior knight. Her formality flustered Cecilia. Ooh, la lady. After a moment, a voice broke the awkward silence. Ah, so that's what's been on your mind. Her expression turned serious as she encouraged Alice. The path you've chosen isn't wrong. I'm sure of it. I've been watching you for a long time. But I still feel so lost, Alice confessed, her voice heavy. She trailed off, lost in thought. The screams of all those people, their cries for help. I can still hear them. Well then, there's only one way to find out if you're suited for the front lines, Cecilia suggested. Alice's curiosity was piqued. And what's that? Come to the front lines with me, Cecilia said with confidence. Her eyes sparkled. Duke William, the commander of the Knights of Light, has already assigned us a mission together. Consider this your first official order. Answer the summons, Alice. Alice was stunned. He gave me a mission? Meanwhile, Brian was checking his equipment. He slid his sword into its sheath. Now fully prepared for battle, a voice suddenly called out to him. Where are you off to? Brian turned. Beats me. They just told me to get ready. Seeing him geared up, Nana asked worriedly. Are you going to be gone for a long time again? Cyan walked over, answering calmly. No, it won't be for long this time. He offered her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Nana. Then he turned to Brian. Are you ready to go? Brian replied confidently. Yes, sir. I'm prepared as you ordered. But where exactly are we going? Cyan released a surge of power, tearing open a portal in the air as he announced their destination. The Limi Valley. Emily gasped in surprise. The same place as last time? But, sir, you said it was incredibly far. It's quick this way, Cyan replied casually. Let's go. He stepped into the portal, his thoughts racing. Asterisk, I have to hurry. The day Alice dies is today. Asterisk. At the same time, the royal escort continued its journey on horseback. Yin Jul's voice boomed. All troops halt. He turned to the young woman at his side. We've arrived. It was a difficult journey, my lady. Alice smiled. Please, Sir Yin Jul, there's no need for formalities. The sky was bathed in the light of the setting sun. You became a knight of light and came all this way to join us, Yin Jul continued. It is a great honor for us all. You're flattering me. I still have so much to learn, Alice said bashfully. I have no doubt you will do wonderfully, my lady. The Duke will be very proud, he said with a warm smile. Alice dismounted. I told you, you don't have to call me my lady. Yin Jul only laughed harder. Ah, the Duke is waiting for you, just ahead. Just then, a man in shining silver armor dismounted nearby. It was Duke William. Alice approached him from behind and announced herself. Alice Vest, eldest daughter of House Vest. She bowed her head. I have come as you ordered. William frowned, turning away. The third prince, fourth prince, and second princess are arriving today for an inspection. Make the preparations. Yes, sir, Alice complied, thinking, same as always. So cold, you'd never know we were family, asterisk. They're here, William said, his voice firm. A moment later, an announcer's voice rang out. The princes and princess have arrived. A large entourage advanced toward them. This place reeks, the third prince, Fabian Severus, said with disgust. The fourth prince, Nerovian Severus, pinched his nose. How can anyone live in such a filthy hole? In contrast to her two brothers, the second princess, Violet Severus, was more temperate. You work so tirelessly on the front lines, Sir Vest. William, Alice, and the knights all bowed respectfully in unison. I, William Vest, greet your royal highnesses. The two princes made no effort to hide their irritation. Let's just get this over with. This inspection is just a formality, anyway. It's not like any real monsters are going to attack, right? William offered a faint smile. The beasts in the rear are minor ones at best, your highnesses. Our family boasts the finest knights in the realm, so you have nothing to worry about. Just then, a young knight stepped forward to join them. It has been a while, father. Alice froze when she saw him. Askell. William clapped a hand on Askell's shoulder with confidence. That's right. I trust you will do your utmost on this mission. Yes, father. I won't let you down. Seeing the two of them whispering, Fabian scoffed. Just hurry it up. Hey, Askell, we're not like you. Our station is far more noble. The others could only obey. Yes, your highness. Violet smiled encouragingly at Askell. Please do your best while escorting us, Sir Askell. He replied with a polite bow. The honor is all mine. Violet glanced around and then asked, but why isn't Lionel here? He isn't the type to be absent on an occasion like this. An urgent matter arose, Askell explained. He entrusted this protection detail to me. Ah, is that so? I suppose having you as our guard is truly reassuring, Violet said, her voice tight with unease. At that moment, the troops finished assembling. Alice watched Askell, her mind racing with suspicion. He's always by the first prince's side. So why is he suddenly on the front lines, assigned to protect the princess and the twin princes? Her gaze sharpened. Is this really just a coincidence? I heard you ranked first when you joined the Knight Order, Askell said suddenly, breaking her train of thought. He stated it coldly, without a shred of warmth. Congratulations, Alice. That look in his eyes, it was so familiar. A shiver ran down Alice's spine as a memory flooded her mind. It was her 59th birthday. Askell had patted her head, a rare smile on his face. Happy birthday, Alice. His gift had been a 4th-tier magic scroll. The unspoken message was for her to train until her own magic was powerful enough to use it. Alice trained relentlessly. The day she finally attained 4th-tier magic, she remembered the scroll. But as she wondered, is this a summoning scroll, and reached out to touch it, a voice cried out, stopping her. Stop. Alice jumped. It was Cecilia. Cecilia. That's a mid-tier monster summoning scroll. It's incredibly dangerous, Cecilia said, her voice panicked. A cold sweat prickled Alice's skin. If she had used it back then, she would have died instantly. Staring at Askell's back, Alice couldn't help but wonder. He knew what it was, didn't he? And he gave it to me anyway. But why? Askell. The carriage convoy continued on its way. Inside, Nerovian shouted in a rage. What? Lionel left him in charge of us. Fabian was just as suspicious. This is highly suspect. What is he plotting? When someone like Askell is sent to guard us, Violet said, it's only logical to be wary. Her expression darkened. You both know exactly what kind of person he is. Be ready if you don't want to die. Suddenly, the carriage lurched violently. Nerovian stuck his head out the window. What's going on? Alice's urgent report came back. We're under attack. Your Highnesses, she yelled. You have to get to safety. Now. Outside, a colossal monster was roaring. This area is under attack by a special-grade monster, an anorak. The two princes were paralyzed with fear. What? Guh. The monster continued its relentless assault on the convoy. Nerovian recognized it with dawning horror. An earth dragon. I thought you said there weren't any special-grade monsters here. A series of powerful blows rained down upon them. Hurry up, Alice screamed, as Nerovian stammered out a curse. Shit, damn it all. A colossal claw lunged straight for their carriage. Alice frantically cast a spell. Aegis. She struggled to hold the barrier, shouting, keep moving. Don't stop. This can't be happening, Alice thought. How is there a monster this far behind the lines? Nerovian panicked and fled. Hey, stop running around like a headless chicken, you coward. Fabian snapped. A calm, steady voice cut through the chaos. Your Highness. Violet froze. Askell, his sword already drawn, spoke with a chilling calm. I will protect you. Stay close to me. Violet gritted her teeth. Is this his real plan? To use the chaos as a cover to kill me. Alice turned, her eyes wide with surprise. Askell. Just then, Cecilia appeared, unleashing a powerful attack. Gale strike. The monster roared in pain. Seeing help arrive, Alice's face lit up. Cecilia. Alice, get over here. Now. Alice quickly grabbed Violet's hand. I'm sorry, Princess Violet. Where are we going? Violet asked, bewildered. We need to get out of here for now, Cecilia urged. Alice glanced back over her shoulder, a bad feeling creeping over her. The way he looked at Princess Violet, it was terrifying. Her pupils suddenly dilated. Huh? The monster roared, swinging its claws at Askell. Look out, it's dangerous, Alice screamed. But Askell effortlessly blocked the massive claw with just one hand. He was completely unscathed. The sword in his hand began to crackle with magical sparks. Lady Alice looked up. What in the world is that? Hurry, Cecilia shrieked. Looming directly above Askell, a giant Enthrahound materialized. It dove from the sky, landing with a heavy, guttural growl. The massive beast, covered in dark golden-spiked armor, let out a furious roar. Everyone, to your positions, a knight yelled. Askell narrowed his eyes. He glanced into the distance and let out a soft, tsh. The commander immediately gave a signal, and all the knights fell into formation, determined to keep the beast away from the prince and princess. The monster opened its maw wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth. A glowing purple orb shot out from deep within its throat. Askell scowled in annoyance. What a pain. The small purple orb rapidly swelled into a massive sphere, hurtling straight toward the knights. Fall back, a panicked knight screamed. Askell raised his holy sword high. Divine power erupted as he swung his sword, cleaving straight through the energy sphere. It shattered into a million pieces. The knights burst into cheers of joy and admiration. Whoa, Sir Askel blocked it. Hurry, support him. From a distance, Princess Violet looked back at the battle as she fled with Lady Alice. Then, a thoughtful expression crossed her face. Suddenly, she stopped short and collapsed to the ground, crying out in pain. Princess! Lady Alice cried in alarm. Violet uttered a single word. No. Seeing this, Alice asked urgently, What is it? Are you hurt somewhere? Princess Violet looked up, a terrifying smile spreading across her lips, her eyes glowing a brilliant crimson. I won't be taken down that easily. Lady Alice froze, unable to process what was happening. A sharp, searing pain shot through her from behind. Before she could even realize it, Cecilia was standing right there, her blade buried deep in Alice's back, paralyzing her. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as Alice struggled to speak. Cecilia? What? Cecilia's face remained as cold as ice. She said nothing. She yanked the blade out, sending Lady Alice crumpling to the ground. Cecilia watched her fall without a shred of emotion. Princess Violet asked, You're Askel's sister, Alice, aren't you? She leaned down. The moment I saw my brother Lul quietly withdraw his forces, I had my suspicions. She continued, giving Alice no chance to reply. You were planning to use the chaos to eliminate us and pin the blame on someone else, weren't you? This is just self-defense, Cecilia said, her gaze averted. Fighting through the pain, Lady Alice managed to answer. You've misunderstood. I wanted to help the princess. Before she could finish, Violet cut her off. Silence. The princess's smile grew even more ghastly. Did you really think I'm unaware of House Vinyl's ambitions? I refuse to be taken down so foolishly. The young lady grimaced in agony. If you want to defend yourself. The princess said, holding a royal decree in her hand, then you'd better do it in the short time you have left. She threw the decree down in front of Alice. You never know. Maybe Lamindio will come save you. The princess's red eyes glinted maliciously. Ha ha ha. With that, the two of them vanished, leaving Alice writhing in agony as her wound bled endlessly. Cecilia, this can't be happening. Alice bit down on her lip. Her hand trembled as she pressed it against the wound. She must have been controlled by magic, or she had some unavoidable reason. Tears of despair streamed down her cheeks. She would never just abandon me like this. Suddenly, she sensed something approaching. Monsters with glaring red eyes, walking on two legs, were dragging themselves toward her. They flicked their long tongues, bearing jagged teeth. Get a grip, Alice thought, clutching her sword. The monsters drew closer. Asterisk, I can't die here. I have to survive. Asterisk, she used her sword as a crutch, forcing herself to her feet. I have to live long enough to find out why Cecilia betrayed me, she vowed internally. Mustering the last of her feeble strength, Alice channeled her magic. O mother of all, source of life. The monsters roared and charged straight for her. Tremble at my fingertips. Alice fought the horde of monsters with her spear, Yinin. Meanwhile, Princess Violet and Cecilia had returned to their safe hideout. The princess crossed her arms, letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, I can finally breathe. She flopped onto the bed. The air back there was absolutely revolting, wasn't it? Yes, Your Highness. It was, Cecilia replied. A thoughtful expression flickered across her face. An image of a happier time flashed through her mind, of her and Alice eating ice cream, laughing and talking together. A pang of guilt twisted in her gut. Why did you spare her? The princess asked suddenly. Cecilia flinched. Pardon. The princess propped herself up, sitting leisurely on the bed. You could have ended her life right then and there. I even gave the order to kill her. She's going to die anyway, Cecilia answered coldly. She paused for a moment before continuing. Those monsters will take care of her for us. Back at the battle, the last monster let out a final shriek and collapsed to the ground with a casual wave of Alice's hand. She had defeated them all, but she was completely exhausted from the massive blood loss. Alice collapsed to her knees. Asterisk, it's over. I have to get back. Asterisk. Asterisk, but how can I report this to the Knight's Order? That Princess Violet tried to kill me? Who would ever believe me? Asterisk. Asterisk, first, I need to get out of here. I'll figure out the rest later. Asterisk. Alice pushed herself up and fled the grim place, completely unaware of the monster stalking her from behind. Then, she suddenly froze, a sense of absolute danger washing over her. A colossal monster erupted from the ground. It was a salamander, a high-level beast. Alice panicked, her mind going blank. Asterisk, I have to think of something. I have to survive. Asterisk. It spewed a constant stream of fire from its mouth. Alice stared up at it, her expression growing more grave. Asterisk, I have to think. I have to think of a way. Asterisk. But the monster had already opened its fiery maw, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Compared to the beast, she looked so small, so pathetic. Helpless, Alice stood frozen as tears began to fall. Asterisk I can't think of anything. Asterisk. The monster let out an earth-shattering roar. Savage mist blade storm. Amidst the monster's roar, a young man suddenly appeared, charging in with his blade to save her. Alice looked up at the figure, soaring through the air. Who is that? The monster was closing in, its jaws wide open, ready to swallow her whole. Pardon me, miss. A hand suddenly wrapped around her. The young man swept Alice into his arms and flew away, just an instant before the monster could snap up its prey. He moved nimbly, dodging the fireballs the monster relentlessly spat out. Hot, 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 he yelled. Tucked securely in the stranger's arms, Alice suddenly recognized him. Asterisk Brian. Then, does that mean the person with him is... It can't be... Asterisk. The colossal monster snarled, spewing fire everywhere, even toward the spot where the two were hiding. Please, just hold on for a moment, miss. The flames were getting closer. It looks like they're about to hit us. Suddenly, a gigantic sword erupted from the ground. Whoa, a bulwark! From a distance, the monsters saw something glowing. A woman rose from the earth, sword in hand. Holding something up with her other hand, she yelled in disgust. What's with you all? Got a case of mass heartburn? Stop puking all over the place. It was Karam. Karam's the best, Brian shouted with delight. Hurry it up, Cyan. Karam yelled back. Alice was stunned. She then watched Karam unleash her technique, dense mist style, fog form, against the swarm of monsters. Next, Cyan cast, Void Sphere. The monsters looked up, roaring in fury. He continued with another technique, Split, and the single sphere became two. They shot straight toward the most ferocious monster. Then the second. After that, Cyan split the spheres into a barrage, flying toward the remaining pack. They were all defeated. The monsters were dead, but the sea of fire still burned. As the flames began to die down, Brian helped Alice away from the scene. In that moment, a figure stood amidst the scorched earth and the corpses of monsters scattered everywhere. I knew it. Alice walked closer and reached out, touching Cyan's mask. The mask fell to the ground. Tears streamed down Alice's face as she stared at the person before her, utterly speechless. Cyan smiled brightly. Glad I wasn't too late. Brian used his magic to heal Alice's wounds. The news that Cecilia was Princess Violet's spy left her reeling. Asterisk, and I never even realized it. How could I have been so stupid? Asterisk. She was devastated, tears rolling down her cheeks, still clinging to the dream of inheriting the family name. Cyan gazed into the distance. This isn't your fault. The ones responsible are Cecilia and Princess Violet. He glanced at his sister, his voice hardening. And Askell, too. Alice shot to her feet in anger. Are you saying he orchestrated this? You know something, don't you? Seeing her move so suddenly, Brian panicked. Your wound isn't healed yet. Ignoring her injuries, Alice pressed on. But those were clearly Father's orders. Cyan replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. Askell probably suggested it. You know how it is. Father will do anything he asks. He placed his hands on his sister's shoulders as Alice hung her head. But why? Cyan's voice was grim. So he could inherit the family legacy for himself. Alice gritted her teeth. The family legacy. She looked up, her eyes blazing with fury. He'd kill his own family for that. A sharp pain shot through her, and she collapsed. You're wound, Cyan cried, catching her. Though exhausted, Alice forced herself to ask, Are you sure about Askell? I'm sure, Cyan said firmly. You know what he's really like. Alice's voice was filled with despair. I thought I was the only one who felt it, but you do too. It's so strange. Why can't Father and everyone else see it? It's like Askell has something I just don't. Cyan fell silent, contemplating her words. She remembered the high-level monster from the battle earlier. It felt like some invisible power was protecting Askell. An invisible power, Cyan frowned, deep in thought. That was the same thing he had felt so clearly when he fought Askell. Just as he was about to land a blow, his sword right at Askell's throat. Some kind of energy had stopped him. What is that power? There's only one thing that could explain this, the thought flashed through Cyan's mind. We have to tell Father quickly, Alice urged. Now's not the time, Cyan, he replied. I'm afraid Father won't listen. She pleaded urgently. That might be true if it's just you, but if we convince him together. Cyan cut her off, his expression cold. I'm sorry, but you have to trust me on this. One wrong move, and we could make an enemy of the entire Order of Light Knights. Make an enemy of the Light Knights? Alice repeated in shock. Askell walked down a red carpet, met with thunderous cheers. Just like in his past life, he was always the star everyone adored, his smile utterly captivating. People loved and followed him as if he were their savior. I was once one of his most ardent admirers, Cyan recalled. Because everyone saw Askell as a hero, no one ever suspected a thing. He crossed his arms, lost in thought. Asterisk looking back on it now, it's so strange. To everyone, he was practically a religion. Asterisk. But for every person who had absolute faith in him, there were always those who stood against him. The face of Duke Virus came to mind. But whether it was my late father, or Emperor Lul, who only ever chased his own ambition, or Boris, the man who relentlessly sought the truth, every single one of them trusted Askell without a shred of doubt. Even I trusted him, right up to the very end when he cut me down. The rage of betrayal welled up inside him. He remembered the pain of lying on the ground, defeated. Why? Why did I ever trust Askell so completely? All of it could only lead to one possible conclusion. The beast within Cyan awakened, his eyes burning red. Askell is an absolute being, empowered by the supreme God Lumen himself. He's the savior of this world. A group of soldiers stands guard around the princes. They're coming. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Protect the princes. A colossal monster closes in on them. Nerovian Severus is scared to the point of tears. We're all gonna die. Fabian Severus, standing beside him, snaps, "Humph. You idiot, get out of the way." Askell flies in, sword flashing as he strikes at the monster to defend the two princes. "Nice one, Askell," Fabian praises. Askell glances back, his voice a sharp warning. "Stay back." The monster lets out a deafening, earth-shattering roar. Askell immediately attacks. "This is the end for a beast like you. Judgment." The monster retaliates, spitting a deadly liquid. One touch, and you'd be wiped from existence. Meanwhile, a terrified Nerovian leaps onto Fabian's back. It's coming for us. You fool, get off me." Fabian yells in pain. Askell unleashes a flurry of attacks, creating a barrier to block the monster's deadly assault. The battle rages, sending rocks flying in every direction. The monster roars, spewing a thick, purple fog. The smoke instantly obscures the soldier's vision. A flash of lightning glints in Askell's eyes. The monster charges at him in a frenzy. He materializes a solid shield, blocking the toxic assault. With glowing eyes, he shoots toward the monster like a bolt of lightning. Askell leaps, bringing his sword down in a single slash that splits the monster's face. Bright red blood splatters through the air. The moment he lands, the monster lets out one final, agonized roar before collapsing, motionless. He calmly walks past its corpse, his magic receding. "Is everyone all right?" "Askell, Askell," the men cheer joyfully. "That's Sir Askell for you. Not even an Earth Dragon is a match for him." Fabian joins in the praise. "Well done, Askell. I'll be sure to report this to His Majesty the King." Askell smiles. Hearing this, Askell seems lost in thought for a moment. Then, he looks up with a smile. "I would be honored, Your Highnesses." Alice is stunned, her eyes wide. "Askell is the savior? No way. How could someone like him be chosen by God?" Cyan looks down, his voice heavy with sorrow. The god only needed a savior. It didn't matter who that person was. An image of Askell, bathed in light at the foot of a divine statue, flashes through his mind. Once he was chosen by the supreme god, to deny him was to commit blasphemy and to make an enemy of all his followers. Alice puts a hand to her face, her voice filled with regret. "But I still don't understand. How could the god I believed in my entire life do something like this?" Cyan looks toward the setting sun. "Cyan, how do you know all of this?" He remains silent. "I can't tell her. Not yet. I can't let her get dragged any deeper into this." Alice places a hand on Cyan's shoulder, patting it gently. "I trust you. I'm sure you have your reasons." She looks at him, her eyes shining with sincerity. "But someday, you have to tell me, okay? Don't try to carry this all on your own." Cyan smiles. "Okay, sis." Alice turns to Brian. "Thank you, Brian, for healing me." Brian scratches his head, embarrassed. It was nothing. Haha." Standing behind them, Cyan glares daggers at Brian. "What's with that stupid grin?" Brian catches the look and jumps with a yelp. The light-hearted moment fades as the three fall back into serious thought. "So what will you do now?" Cyan asks. "First," Alice replies, "I have to deal with the problem right in front of me." Her eyes are firm with resolve. "I'm going to find Cecilia. I have to at least hear why she betrayed me. Then I'll help you. Help me," Alice says, surprised. Cyan breaks into a smile, bathed in the light of the setting sun. She couldn't have gotten far. At Violet's hideout, the air is crisp and clear. As Princess Violet and Cecilia were talking, a sudden noise from outside interrupted them. "What was that, Cecilia?" Violet asked. Cecilia's gaze shot to the door. "Someone's approaching. I sense a magical presence, unlike any I've ever felt." The princess nonchalantly twirled a lock of her hair. That's impossible. No one knows about this place but me. Crash! The window pane shattered as an object shot straight toward Cecilia. It whizzed past Princess Violet's face, making her freeze in terror. The princess let out a terrified scream. Cecilia's eyes widened in utter disbelief. That's Lady Alice's sword. The blood-red sky hung over a barren clearing, where Askell knelt with one hand tracing the ground. He frowned at the residue on his fingers, traces of a teleportation magic scroll. As he and his soldiers fanned out to search a nearby shelter, a soldier at the cliff's edge called out, "Sir Askell, come check this out." "Do you think Princess Violet is safe?" the soldier asked. Askell replied coldly, "We'll find out soon enough." "The rest of you," he commanded, "protect the princess." "Yes, sir." At that same moment, Cecilia was racing down the mountain like a storm, sweat beading on her forehead. Such horrifying killing intent and magical power. I thought I was up against a true master. But it was just a child? Could someone have been helping them? I have to get down this mountain immediately. I can't afford to let my guard down for a second. Suddenly, she skidded to a halt as a blade sliced through the air right in front of her face. She immediately launched a counterattack. But to her shock, her opponent dodged it. He dodged that? Before Cecilia stood a masked figure. "Who are you with? I've never seen anyone in the household move like that." Cyan stood motionless, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Cecilia pressed on. "That sword you threw, does that mean you've already rescued Lady Alice?" Her opponent remained silent. Cecilia's patience wore thin. She smirked. "I see you're not much of a talker." "Well then," she growled, "let's see if I can make you scream." With that, she lunged forward using her wind step technique. A flurry of sword strikes tore gashes into the ground, the barrage of attacks completely enveloping Cyan. And yet, he remained as still as a statue. The slashes merely grazed him, slicing off a small piece of his hood. In the entire Night Order, you could count the number of people who can keep up with my speed on one hand. I can't drag this out. Focusing all her power, she thrust her sword straight at the center of his stance. But Cyan dodged it again. Cecilia was stunned by his speed. Asterisk, he still dodged it. His speed is even faster than me. Asterisk. She gritted her teeth in frustration. And that bastard hasn't even drawn his weapon. This time, she leaped into the high branches of the trees, building momentum to dive down at 200 kilometers per hour. She aimed straight for Cyan. "Don't you dare look down on me." "Furious gale," she screamed, unleashing her attack. The force of the blow made the very ground tremble. A massive boulder split clean in two, and yet Cyan had still evaded it. He held out his hand, and a purple sphere of energy began to form. Cecilia couldn't believe her eyes. The sphere slowly rose into the air. He gently clenched his fist. Void sphere. The sphere split in two. An invisible slash cut across Cecilia's body, sending her flying backward. "Arr!" Cecilia screamed in agony, blood pouring from her mouth as tears streamed down her face. The sheer power of the attack tore up a huge swathe of earth and rock. Cyan slowly began to walk toward her. Cecilia slumped against a rock, her body covered in wounds. Blood still trickled from her lips as she let out a pathetic laugh. "To think I'd die in a place like this." Through the settling dust, Cyan approached, his cloak billowing like the Grim Reaper's shroud. "You look just like the Grim Reaper. Planning on staying silent until the very end?" She leaned back against the rock wall, a weak smile on her face. "I'm about to die anyway. Can't you at least tell me if Lady Alice is still alive?" Cyan crouched down to face her. "I'm more curious about that look on your face." "What?" "It's like you're smiling in satisfaction," Cyan said. "I was expecting a more pained expression," Cyan continued. "Karma, perhaps? A death like this, it suits me perfectly," Cecilia said, her voice strained. Just then a voice cut in. "Karma for what?" "That voice." Brian was supporting Lady Alice as they approached. "Lady Alice." Alice stared at her, her voice filled with rage. "Tell me, why did you betray me?" Cecilia hung her head, tears streaming down her face. "Thank goodness. Lady Alice, you're alive." "Shut up. Just tell me, why have you been deceiving me all this time?" Alice screamed. She still couldn't bring herself to look up, her voice trailing off. "My home was a small village, wiped out by a monster attack. It doesn't even have a name anymore." The memories came flooding back. A skinny little girl in tattered clothes huddled amidst the ruins. "I was the last survivor there, on the brink of death." Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. "There's a survivor here." A soldier spotted her. "Hang on, little girl. We've taken care of the monsters. You're safe now." He carried the little girl out to where another person was waiting. "What are you waiting for? Bring water and food now." "Yes, Your Highness." Cecilia looked up. Thanks to the timely arrival of the royal knights, she was saved. That's when Princess Violet appeared, looking down at her with an arrogant air, her arms crossed. The one who took me in when I had nowhere else to go was Princess Violet. Of course, a life saved must be repaid with a life. Years later, the chance to repay that debt finally came. Cecilia, now a young woman, standing before a luxurious mansion with her luggage in hand, she received her orders. Get close to the Vest family and await my command. And so, I joined a Vest household as a maid. That's when I met Lady Alice, a memory of little Alice with a wooden sword in her hand. Cecilia couldn't help but smile bitterly. I should never have left. I should have died in the ruins of my village. Then I wouldn't have had to face Princess Violet's cruel command, her terrifying eyes and ice-cold voice piercing through me. The time has come, Cecilia. Kill Alice for me. She is a danger. Then none of this would have ever happened. I'm a danger? Alice asked. Princess Violet has always been wary of the Vest family. Because of your close relationship with the Grand Prince Lul, the princess assumed the Vest family was on his side. Faced with an emergency, that paranoia likely grew worse. She trusts no one but herself. Cecilia laughed. A world apart from you, Lady Alice. Why did I ever serve someone like that? You trusted me so much. I'm so sorry I failed you, Cecilia said, full of regret. Cyan cut her off. Enough of your nonsense. He removed his mask, revealing an ice-cold expression. If you think a little remorse will earn you forgiveness, you're dead wrong. Master Cyan, wait. Cyan, please, just think about this. Alice pleaded. Cyan frowned, drawing his blade. This isn't something that can end so easily. Cecilia smiled, content. Yes, I know, Master Cyan. Wait, Cyan. We can at least hear her out before deciding. Brian held Alice by the shoulder. Lady Alice, please trust in Master Cyan, Brian urged. Cyan raised his blade, aiming it straight at Cecilia. No, Alice screamed. Meanwhile, at Princess Violet's hideout, the door suddenly burst open. Violet shot to her feet, startled. What bastard is it? She looked around in a panic. Damn it, where's Cecilia? Why now of all times? A figure stepped through the shattered doorway. So, you were here. How did he find this place? Violet thought, shocked. Askel advanced. I've come to escort you, Princess Violet. The princess glared at Askel. The way you're looking at me, it's like you want to kill me. Do you have any idea how disrespectful that is? I do have the intention to kill, he replied, his tone unwavering. Askel's brow furrowed. According to the plan, Prince Fabian, Prince Nerovian, and the princess are all supposed to die at the hands of a special-grade demonic beast. The princess placed her hands on her hips, her voice a low growl. You think you can just walk away after pulling something like this? In response, a blast of energy shot from Askel's hand, aimed directly at the scroll in Violet's grasp. The scroll erupted in flames, turning to ash in an instant. Light still lingered on his hand. I wasn't finished. Violet rubbed her scorched wrist. How dare you? Are you really going to follow that plan to the end? Askel stepped closer. Who knows? What do you mean? The princess stammered. His eyes suddenly fixed on the wall, where an unfamiliar sword was lodged deep into the stone. Recognizing it as Alice's sword, he turned to the princess, his voice laced with ice. Where's my sister? Violet laughed. I've already eliminated her. Askel shot a glare like daggers at her. The princess continued, her eyes glowing with a wicked red hue. What if she was colluding with Luenel? She is your sister, after all. But I believe it was the right decision, she snarled. Are you going to avenge your sister now? No, Askel smirked. I'm changing the plan. Violet's eyes widened in shock. What? Askel pulled Alice's sword from the wall. To think you'd remain so calm after things have come to this. He ran a finger along the sharp blade and advanced on the princess, his eyes vigilant, ready to cut down anyone suspicious. He flashed an enigmatic smile. I have to admit, that was a brilliant move. To be honest, I'm a little surprised. You and Prince Luenel are nothing alike. The princess was stunned. Asterisk, he doesn't even care about his own sister? What in the world does this man want? Asterisk. The original plan is a bust, Askel said. I'll inform Prince Luenel of the failure. What do you want from me? Violet asked, starting to panic. Askel leaned in close to her face. Why don't the two of you join my plan instead? The princess's pupils dilated as sweat beaded on her forehead. Aren't you one of Prince Luenel's men? Askel smiled again. Whoever said that? It's purely a business relationship. The princess regained her composure, crossing her arms as she sat on the bed. And you expect me to believe that? Believe it or not, princess, Prince Luenel is merely a piece in my plan. Violet scoffed. So you want the entire empire for yourself? That's not something I can help you with. His eyes swept around the room. I don't care who rules this empire. Then what is it you want? Askel's gaze drifted to some distant point. To eliminate evil. I will exterminate every last trace of cruelty in this world. Rip it out by the very roots. The princess sneered. What a load of nonsense. Askel's hand tightened on his sword's hilt, his stance unwavering. A slight smirk touched his lips, and it seems that evil has just made an appearance. Violet stared in shock as the wall before them suddenly fractured, deep cracks spiderwebbing across its surface until it shattered into pieces. Askel froze, his body going rigid. A strange, sudden surge of magical energy made the hair on his arms stand up. He glanced up at the ceiling, sensing the chilling presence that now filled the room. Asterisco no. This isn't just demonic power. It's bloodlust, a kind I've never felt before. Asterisk. Suddenly, the presence converged into a massive orb, blowing the roof right off Princess Violet's chamber. That's Cyan's void sphere. The princess screamed in terror. The pressure from the void sphere generated a fierce cyclone, shattering the remaining walls and sending debris flying everywhere. Violet squeezed her eyes shut, throwing her arms up to shield her face as she stammered, "What's happening?" From the distance, Askel saw a tiny point of light, like a star, hurtling toward him. His face hardened as he recognized the danger. He swung his sword, intercepting the stranger's attack. The attacker wore a mask, hiding their identity. Askel scowled. "Who are you?" "I'm the evil you seek," he replied, "and I am your end." Askel instantly unleashed his dance of the 8 drifting petals, but his opponent dodged every strike. The missed attack blew up the ground, sending a shockwave dangerously close to the princess. Violet screamed in terror. Hearing her scream, Askel glanced back. He unleashed another attack, the blast erupting near the princess. The shockwave sent her and the entire bed skidding backward to safety. When the blast subsided, the princess looked up. The room was gone. She and her bed were now alone, exposed to the open, rainy sky. My sanctuary," she whimpered, her eyes glued to the ruins. Her entire residence had been blown to smithereens. Askel was forced back, his boots carving deep trenches in the earth as he skidded to a halt. "Askel, are you all right?" the princess cried out in alarm. He frowned, his concentration unwavering. He's not done yet. Suddenly, a crimson glow erupted as Cyan unleashed his indomitable technique. A sphere of fiery red energy began to descend upon them. "Askel!" Violet screamed. He immediately unleashed Askelon, his sword swinging to block the orb. Askel's blade split the red orb in two, sending the halves flying to either side. Cyan lunged straight for him. Askel frowned. Asterisk, damn it. He can use spatial magic, too? Asterisk. Behind the mask, his crimson eyes flashed. A spark of fire ignited above his head as his blade cleaved down toward Askel. The battle reached a fever pitch. Askel's sword and Cyan's blade crashed together, erupting in a blinding flash of lightning. Tendrils of Askel's Askelon energy coiled around Cyan's weapon. Suddenly, the blade screamed. Cyan had no idea what was happening. In a single moment of weakness, the recoil sent him flying back several feet. Askel observed his opponent's technique, realizing this man was no ordinary foe. Behind him, Princess Violet was just as confused about what had forced Cyan back. He stared at his enemy, his eyes deep and confident. "But I will win." Violet answered, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Cyan looked at his blade. "What's wrong, Karam?" "It hurts. It hurts so much," the blade stammered. It emanated a red smoke, as if its very being was being torn apart. Asterisk, the power of an authority? This is going to be a problem, asterisk, Cyan thought. Askel readied his stance, his voice dripping with provocation. "What's the matter? Aren't you supposed to be my end? Come on." Cyan drew his blade back. "I want to kill him so badly it's making me sick." He straightened up, extending a hand toward Askel. On it, a ring glittered like a star in the night sky. Asterisk, but now that I've confirmed the power of his authority, I have to fall back. Asterisk. Suddenly, Princess Violet noticed a sword and a suit of armor at the foot of the bed, splattered with blood that hadn't yet dried. She cried out in shock. "That's Cecilia's armor." The three of them stood silently in the rain. "What did you do to Cecilia?" Violet demanded. "I purged her," Cyan replied curtly. "What do you mean, purged?" "I think he means he eliminated her," Askel answered. He pressed on. "Is this your purpose? Who sent you?" Cyan's body began to emit a black smoke, as if he were dissolving. "We are the mist. We who know no forgiveness. We serve no one. We are simply nature's purification." Asterisk, the mist. So it's true they're active again, asterisk, Askel thought. All the interference up until now, was that them too? While he was lost in thought, Cyan vanished. The black smoke slowly turned red before dissolving into the curtain of rain. Just what I needed, another complication. He stared into the empty space, his expression grim. The gentle rush of a waterfall harmonized with the beautiful, lush scenery. Karam sat clutching his head, groaning. Oh, my head. I really thought I was a goner. Does it hurt that bad? Cyan asked. Yeah, I've never felt pain like that before. Karam looked up, his face troubled. But we can't even get close to him. This is going to be tricky. It's not that there's no way, Cyan said calmly. What? Karam asked, confused. He held a holy relic in his hand, gazing at it. A divine relic, the origin stone of Duran. It's only a theory, but if I use this, we might have a chance. Karam lunged forward and grabbed his wrist. No, don't do it. You brought that with you just for this? It could cost you your life, Cyan. Cyan. Lady Alice's voice called out from the distance. Cyan turned to see Alice running toward them, a radiant smile on her face. I know this could be dangerous, but it's the only way. He looked at Alice, his gaze softening. I have things I need to protect now. I won't make the same mistakes I did in my past life. Cyan clenched his fist. If my opponent can break through any limit, then I'll just have to surpass him. In the middle of the forest, Alice held out her hand to Cecilia. When Cecilia took the object, she was visibly stunned. It was an exquisitely crafted golden object, Marion's token. Not just anyone can enter the spirit territory. Take this with you, and you'll be able to get into Brina. As she finished speaking, the token began to glow. Alice looked Cecilia straight in the eye. Be safe. Her words brought tears to Cecilia's eyes. She choked out her thanks and apologies. Faced with her tear-streaked face, Alice turned away. But this doesn't mean I've forgiven you. Don't ever show your face to me again. Clutching the token, Cecilia closed her eyes and replied softly, Yes, I'll take my leave now. This time, Alice didn't answer. She just stood silently, watching Cecilia's retreating figure. Meanwhile, on a high cliff, Rerum and Cyan were watching everything unfold. Rerum sounded skeptical. Are you sure it's okay to just let her go? Wouldn't it be less trouble to just kill her? Already killed her in my past life, Cyan replied calmly, his eyes still tracking Cecilia's form below. Images of the past flashed through his mind. When Cyan found Cecilia in his previous life, she was a complete wreck, utterly broken by her guilt. Back then, Cecilia's eyes were always terrifyingly lifeless, haunted by her sister's death. Looking back, he realized he didn't need to kill her. Back in the present, Cyan felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Asterisk in this life, I've freed her from that burden. She'll repay this debt one day. Asterisk the weight of that memory bore down on Cecilia's every step, pulling her back to her defeat at Cyan's hands. You know this isn't over so easily, don't you? Then, she had answered calmly, Yes. I understand perfectly, young Master Cyan. Immediately after, Cyan raised his weapon. In that life-or-death moment, only Alice truly tried to stop him. Don't! But Cecilia remained motionless, as if she had accepted an end as shattered as the piece of armor sliced from her side. And yet, the pain never came. Instead, Cyan's voice rang out. You've already died here once. Consider this life alone. The time to repay it will come. He emphasized each word. Live in the shadows until I call for you. Cecilia was bewildered, ignoring the wound on her shoulder as she wondered, could young Master Cyan see the future? The memory faded. Cecilia clutched her aching shoulder, reminding herself of that promise. If that day truly comes, I will offer this life to young Master Cyan. Her gaze hardened with resolve. Meanwhile, Rerum, now back in her human form, was curiously poking Cyan. Hey, are you sick or something? Why the sudden gentle act? She continued prodding his cheek as she spoke, lost in thought. Or maybe you've got some terminal illness? Just as their faces drew close, a voice cut through the air. Recognizing Alice, Rerum immediately straightened up. So, you all done talking? Alice replied politely. Yes, thanks to you. She turned to Rerum with a grateful expression. I didn't get a chance to thank you properly, but I'm truly grateful you saved me. A sentient demon sword? I wonder if we can get along. Rerum, oblivious to her thoughts, confidently swiped a finger under her nose. Don't mention it. It was nothing. Seeing this, Alice relaxed a little and ventured a question. It seems you and Cyan have a very good relationship. Rerum paused for a moment. Not really. It's just a master-servant relationship. A master-servant relationship? Alice repeated, skeptical. Rerum's eyes suddenly turned defensive. She lowered her voice in warning. That's right, but his body is mine, so don't you get any ideas. Intimidated by her glare, Alice could only reply, Weiss, looks like getting close to her is going to be difficult. At the prestigious Len Academy, brilliant sunlight bathed the grounds. In his office, Headmaster Kundal was reading a letter from afar. To Headmaster Kundal, I have found the answer to my long-held doubts. An image of a resolute Alice appeared in his mind's eye as she declared, I've decided to leave the Knights of Light. They've lost their way. The emotionless gazes of Nerobian and Fabian had made Alice realize that what they were protecting was wrong. In the letter, she expressed her disappointment. Our family's honor is rotting away, and Father just stands by and does nothing. Alice seemed to have another, hidden purpose. I will come to see you soon. There is something important I wish to discuss. The final lines mentioned 2 names. It concerns my brother, Aaron, and Prince Lionel. I will explain more when we meet in person. Until then, please take care of Cyan for me. Clutching the letter, Kundal's gaze grew distant. Yours and mine. Families are such a mess. He placed the letter on his desk, his mind made up. Asterisk, you still worry about your little brother, just like always. Fine. For your sake, I'll pretend to care. Asterisk. His business concluded, Kundal finally turned to the person waiting beside him. Sorry to keep you waiting, Boris. Not at all, Headmaster Kundal. Kundal faced Boris and asked, How are you finding life at the academy? Boris smiled lightly. I'm getting used to it. Kundal steepled his fingers, his tone contemplative. Nothing in particular. I just have something I'd like to ask. What would you like to ask, sir? He dropped the pretense, his voice turning cold. When were you planning on telling me that you work for my nephew, Prince Lionel? Or is there some reason you had to hide it? The smile never left Boris's lips as he smoothly explained, I wasn't hiding it. It simply wasn't relevant to my work here. Kundal changed the subject. Then can you tell me your purpose for coming here? After a brief pause, Boris sighed. I'm looking for someone. Kundal watched him intently. And have you found them? It seems I have. Boris's answer was vague, but Kundal had already seen through the secret he was trying to hide. He gave a cold command. Give up. In response to Boris's confused look, his voice grew even sharper. If it's the child I think it is, you'd best give up now. Realizing the meaning behind his words, Boris calmly bowed his head. I'll keep that in mind, Headmaster. A while later, in the forest outside the academy, Boris sat alone on a rock, writing a letter and murmuring to himself. Headmaster Kundal's reaction was a bit unexpected. It seems student Cyan is more important to everyone than I thought. He really is an interesting person. His pen flew across the magical paper, his voice filled with excitement. There's always something new to report. As Boris watched the scroll fly away in anticipation, a voice suddenly spoke up. What do we do now? Hisria appeared beside him, looking even more anxious than he was. If other humans get involved, things could get complicated. I'm well aware, Lady Hisria. Boris remained composed, but Hisria was still uneasy. Be careful. Unlike me, a spiritual entity, he has a physical body. Hearing this, Boris smirked, a plan already forming in his mind. Then we'll just have to start with those around him. A fine idea. Leave it to me, Lady Hisria. Just then, a voice spoke up from behind them. You wanted to see me, Instructor Boris? The one I've been waiting for. Boris tilted his head slightly to look back. Thank you for coming, Instructor Sirica. Don't thank me. I wanted to see you privately myself. Boris stood up straight, his voice laced with a probing tone. I have a few questions about Student Cyan. Student Cyan? Sirica looked surprised. Boris took a few steps forward, listing off his observations. He spends most of his time in the dorms and barely attends class. Yet his power is extraordinary. Sirica offered a polite, flawless smile. Perhaps he's just a natural-born genius? You seem quite interested in Student Cyan. Boris didn't try to hide it, confirming directly, I am. At first, he was the only thing that piqued my curiosity. He closed the distance between them, a sinister smile on his face. But now, the people around him have started to catch my eye as well. Instructor Sirica Nigility or... Boris's voice rose, filled with the glee of someone who had just uncovered a massive secret. A loyalist of the Mist, or perhaps I should just call you Mist? Hearing this, Sirica's eyes widened in horror, her body freezing solid. Beneath her cloak, her hand was already quietly drawing her weapon. As if sensing her movement, Boris let out a triumphant laugh and leaped backward. The next instant, a grotesque, giant maw erupted from the ground beneath Sirica, swallowing her whole. The monster's bizarre body, covered in glowing red eyes, slowly revealed itself. A hellhound. Suddenly, several blinding streaks of light sliced out from within its body. Sirica had torn the monster apart from the inside to escape. She gripped her twin blades tightly, her face shrouded in shadow, only her eyes blazing with light. Power of the Black Mist God. The energy flaring around her instantly blew away the remaining pieces of the hellhound. Her technique was complete. Domain of Mist. Faced with such a sight, Boris raised a hand to shield his face, his voice filled with fascination. I didn't expect this at all. You can open up an entirely different space. Having dealt with the hellhound, Sirica landed gracefully. A stream of purple energy swirled around her as she spoke in a cold, low voice. So that's how you're blocking the flow of mana from the outside. I don't know how you discover my identity, but it seems you've come here looking for death. In the next moment, Sirica raised her blade high, her eyes filled with killing intent. If death is what you wish for, I'll be happy to grant it. Despite Sirica's overwhelming aura, Boris was completely unfazed. He knew that obtaining the Hizria, the golden book in his hand, would not be easy. The murderous glint in Sirica's eyes was suffocating. She smirked, her voice a challenge. So confident, but I wonder how long you can keep that confidence up. As soon as she finished speaking, shadowy, cloaked figures appeared all around her. Standing in the center of the encirclement, she raised her sharp blade. Boris Liam, I will now begin your purification. At that moment, the Hizria in Boris's hand flipped open on its own. A dangerous glint flashed in his narrow eyes. Fine. I'll take you all on. Meanwhile, in another room, Papa, young master. Nana and Emily cried out almost in unison. Cyan stepped out of the transport circle, followed by a weary-looking Brian. I'm back. Nana immediately threw her arms around him in a tight hug. Papa. Brian, however, paid them no mind, walking straight over to Emily. Give me something to eat. Cyan hugged Nana, suddenly realizing she'd gotten so big it wasn't as easy to hold her anymore. He asked gently, "You've been okay, kiddo?" Nana snuggled into his chest, answering obediently, "Yes. I listened to you, Papa, and was a good girl for Miss Sirica." Seeing that Nana seemed perfectly normal, Cyan breathed a silent sigh of relief. Looks like she managed to endure Sirica's training. He could still vividly recall the sight of Nana taking down a horde of demonic beasts all by herself. After the blood banquet incident, Cyan had asked Sirica to train Nana on how to control her power outburst to prevent another tragedy, even if her methods were a bit harsh. When it came to controlling one's instincts, Sirica was still the most trustworthy person for the job. The thought made Cyan feel even more affection for Nana. He stroked her hair. It must have been so hard for you, little one. It was, but she had an appointment today, so she couldn't teach me. Nana's words took Cyan by surprise. An appointment? Just then, Rerum cut in, probably to perform a purification. Cyan was still confused. A purification? Seeing his puzzled expression, Rerum explained, pointing ahead with an enthusiastic tone, I told her to purify that Boris fellow. He's working as an instructor here, so it should be easier for Sirica to approach him, right? But Cyan's expression showed no sign of joy. He questioned her in a serious tone. Eru would never have approved of this. Do you have any idea what you're dealing with? Rerum's gaze faltered slightly. Are you talking about the Holy Scripture? Don't tell me you think Sirica and Mist can't beat him. Cyan shot to his feet, running a hand through his hair. So you knew about the Hizria all along. He stalked toward Rerum, his voice laced with anger. When were you planning on telling me? Are you trying to get yourself put on a leash? His expression made her flinch. Why are you getting so worked up over every little thing? Not even a moment's rest. Rerum looked at him puzzled. Are you leaving? Cyan's face was cast in shadow, his worry plain to see. I have to. The real danger is his bloodline. Brian, I'm heading out. Look after Emily and Nana. Before he could finish, Cyan saw Brian shoveling food into his mouth over by Emily. He asked, curious, what are you eating? Brian, his mouth still full, mumbled, starving, so I'm just grabbing a bite. I'll go with you. Cyan immediately waved him off. No, just Rerum and I will go. This is the first time I've ever seen a normal person eat Emily's cooking, he thought with shock. And sure enough, the pile of food in Brian's hands was emitting black smoke. You've gotten stronger, Brian. Emily, standing behind him, was unable to stop him. He's really enjoying that. Brian looked at Cyan nonchalantly. So we just wait here then? Cyan quickly gave the order, telling him to take Nana and Emily to Brand New. Nana's face fell. Papa's leaving? Seeing the little girl's reluctance, Cyan gently stroked her head to comfort her. I'm sorry. It could get dangerous here. Brian finally stopped eating and looked up, asking, You sure you'll be okay? Cyan's voice was firm. I'll be fine. I'll come find you when this is over. I'm counting on you, Brian. Only Rerum groaned lazily. What a pain. Back at Sirica's battle, the situation had completely changed. In the middle of the clearing, she was the only one left standing, her breathing heavy and ragged. The marionettes slowly closed in, emerging from the mist under a dark purple sky. Looking at her fallen comrades, Sirica was stunned. This bloodbath, was this his doing too? She realized the aura radiating from these marionettes was identical to what she'd felt that day, only far, far stronger. It has to be. As she was lost in thought, Boris's smug voice rang out. Tired already? He stood among his marionettes, casually holding Hizria, his tone sinister. That was just the appetizer. Boris pointed forward, dark magic swirling around his finger. The main course and dessert are still to come. Noticing the change in Boris's aura, Sirika's eyes narrowed with vigilance. She leaped swiftly to the side, narrowly dodging a lunging marionette. Instantly, Sirika regained her balance and raised her blade, ready for an impossible fight. Like a flash of lightning, she charged into the encirclement. Her blade gleamed, sending the marionettes flying. Void blade, storm of raging mist. But it wasn't enough. Sirika launched herself into the air, a matrix of sword strikes forming around her. Void blade, eightfold harmony dance. The power radiating from her grew stronger. Sirika's eyes blazed as she landed calmly on the ground. Secret art, wave of killing intent. Just when it seemed to be over, a sudden flash of golden light grazed Sirika's cheek. It was Boris. He was unleashing a storm of weapons at her. Judgment spear. Sirika had no choice but to dodge relentlessly. She gritted her teeth. Asterisk, he just keeps using high-level magic, not giving me a second to breathe. And on top of that, these marionettes, asterisk. Before she could finish the thought, a marionette was right on top of her. Sirika managed to leap away just a split second before it pounced. The moment she landed in a clear spot, the entire horde charged at her. To her horror, Sirika realized they were perfectly predicting her movements. Suddenly, a glowing cross-shaped seal appeared on a marionette's forehead. Puppet control, Nissan. As if on command, it immediately began to self-destruct as it neared Sirika. The flash of the explosion lit up her stunned face. The blast's force grew exponentially, engulfing the entire area in a crimson inferno. Sirika was blown away from the center of the fireball, her heart pounding with sheer panic. Asterisk, how could it store that much magic power? These aren't normal marionettes. Asterisk. The instant her back hit the ground, the marionettes with the glowing sigils swarmed her. One by one, they rushed in and detonated, creating a horrifying chain of destruction. Under the relentless assault, Sirika ran out of strength to fight back. Seeing this, Boris spoke with satisfaction, his eyes shining strangely from above. Then you might as well just die. She knew what he was about to do, but Sirika's body was now completely paralyzed. A colossal beam of brilliant golden energy shot from Boris's position directly at her. The ground beneath Sirika shattered, rock and debris flying into the air. After the fatal blow, only a scene of utter devastation remained. The traces of Boris's power slowly faded as he set foot on the damp earth, his voice dripping with arrogance. But just as Boris was reveling in his victory, Sirika suddenly cut in. Now I see. Though her body was covered in wounds and she remained motionless, her mind was perfectly clear. Sirika's gaze swept over the marionettes, her suspicion now a certainty. Your marionettes. They can track an opponent's magic, can't they? Unlike any normal puppet. Her eyes shifted to the glowing grimoire, Hiskria, in Boris's hand. And that book, that's the source of your power. With that, Sirika wearily pushed herself up, her hand still gripping her sword. Her expression was as cold as ice. The magic it's giving off is anything but ordinary. Could it be a divine armament? Seeing that Sirika had guessed correctly, Boris let go of Hiskria and clapped in applause. Such sharp combat sense and vast knowledge. Truly impressive. But his expression quickly shifted. A taunting smile spread across his lips. So, what are you going to do now? The moment he finished speaking, a grotesque arm burst from the ground, followed by a legion of marionettes emerging amidst crackling phantom electricity. The new marionettes quickly joined the horde, their vacant eyes glowing with an eerie light. At some point, Boris had positioned himself on a large, hovering sword. He declared in a loud voice, I have an infinite number of marionettes. Just give up. In response, Sirika slammed her sword down, embedding it firmly in the ground. A violent surge of magic power erupted around her. Sirika stood tall, her voice steely. Sorry, but giving up is the one thing I hate to do. The magic around her grew denser and more intense as she softly chanted an incantation, activating her secret technique. At Sirika's call, the colossal shadow of a demonic contract beast materialized beneath her feet. A gigantic demonic beast instantly appeared, its sharp golden teeth and ferocious golden horns on full display. This was the seed of greed. The sight stunned even Boris. Unbelievable. He noticed the aura around Sirika had vanished, and her magical energy was completely gone. Just then, Mammon threw its head back and let out a long, piercing howl. The howl stopped the rampaging marionettes in their tracks. A moment later, the battle erupted once more. Mammon charged into the horde of marionettes. A single punch sent the small minions flying with ease, while a few fearless ones scrambled up its arm. Mammon roared, and countless sharp spikes shot out from its arm, impaling the marionettes. Boris, who had long since retreated from the heart of the battle to observe calmly from above, sighed at the sight. You've really gone too far. All those marionettes I worked so hard to gather, and you turn them into your own contract beast. How resourceful. His gaze locked onto Sarika, his voice dripping with confidence. But it's only a temporary measure. Now you're just an empty shell with no magic. You can't even cast a simple spell. What a shame. That's where you're mistaken. Boris smirked, drawing more power from Hiskria. But just then, Sarika vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared right behind Boris, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Hey, you talk as if you aren't taking any risks yourself. Caught by surprise, Boris still managed to unleash his magic, forming a shield to block Sarika's attack. They clashed high in the air. It was then Boris realized something was wrong. Asterisk, I couldn't even see her move. How could she be this fast without any magic? Asterisk. Faced with her deadly slashes, all Boris could do was pour more magic into his shield. Suddenly, one of Sarika's strikes cracked the shield. Seeing her opening, a crazed glint appeared in her eyes. She twirled the blade in her hand like a toy before thrusting it straight into the center of the shield. Seeing Boris still struggling, she put her full force behind the blow. The moment the shield shattered, her fist was already waiting. Checkmate. Boris was sent flying backward, his body skidding across the ground in a cloud of dust and smoke. When the dust cleared, his face was twisted in agony. But it wasn't over. Sarika's hand was already inches from his face. She clamped a hand over his mouth, hoisted him into the air, and slammed him back down onto the ground. He broke out in a cold sweat, unable to make a sound. Asterisk, she's not even giving me time to cast a spell. Asterisk. Sarika had no intention of dragging this out. One hand pinned Boris down while the other raised her blade high. But she'd overlooked his free hand. Boris secretly channeled his magic. Asterisk, then I'll use a spell that requires no incantation. Earth Mine. Asterisk. Just as Sarika was about to strike, a blinding light erupted from the spell. The explosion forced her back, freeing Boris in the process. Hovering in the air, he summoned a multitude of magic circles. Judgment Spears. A volley of magical spears rained down. But against such a predictable attack, Sarika dodged with ease. She did a mid-air flip, a dangerous glint in her eyes, before launching herself above Boris. Her long, slender legs coiled, gathering power. Suspended in mid-air, Boris's face went pale with fear, but he was powerless to react. A powerful spinning kick from Sarika sent him crashing to the ground. Shaken by the impact, it took Boris a moment to regain his bearings. He struggled to sit up, but just as he was about to give in to despair, Hiskria's voice suddenly echoed. That's enough for today, Boris. The golden book flew up, intercepting Sarika's thunderous punch. Hiskria-sama. Boris whispered in astonishment. Her attack blocked. Sarika was blinded by the light and forced to halt. Asterisk, damn it. A divine weapon is interfering. Asterisk. After blocking the blow, Hiskria spoke to Boris. We have too little information on her. At first, I thought she was merely a follower of the evil god. But at her level, she must be a commander at the very least. We cannot face her right now. Seeing Boris protected by a shield, Sarika didn't risk another attack, but she remained on guard, her blade held ready. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes, her gaze fixed on the trickle of black blood on Boris's lips. Black blood? When she realized she wasn't mistaken, her eyes filled with shock. You're from the Black Blood tribe, but I thought they were all wiped out. Seeing Sarika's reaction, Boris resignedly wiped away the blood on his hand. This is exactly why I hate bloodshed. Such a pain. Though he didn't admit it, his words were enough to make Sarika remember. The marionettes and the stone from the blood banquet. The ones who first created them were the Black Blood tribe. At that thought, a vein pulsed on her forehead as Sarika screamed in fury. So you're the one behind that massacre. Bully Slim. Hearing this, Boris placed a finger on his chin, his tone feigning regret. So you found me out. Guess I can't keep working here anymore. What a shame. Sarika's rage exploded. She threw caution to the wind and charged at Boris. However, this time, he was under Hiskria's absolute protection. See you next time. Boris was strangely calm, but the frantic Sarika had no intention of letting him go. Next time, my ass. You're not getting away. While Boris's attention was focused ahead, the colossal Mammon had appeared behind him out of nowhere. On Sarika's command, they both attacked the magic shield simultaneously. This act angered Hiskria. She cursed in frustration, what a troublesome bitch. Even with Hiskria's protection, Boris struggled against the two-pronged attack. I forgot about that thing. Watching the marionettes merge into Mammon's body, Boris remarked nonchalantly, looks like my marionettes were taken to be used as a sacrifice. Meanwhile, Sarika was still pouring all her strength into her attack, but the shield didn't even budge. It won't break. Her blade sent sparks flying as it struck the barrier. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. If it weren't for that grimoire, I would have had a chance to win. Suddenly, Sarika sensed something was off. She looked behind her suspiciously. Who's there? Who just interfered with my space? Sure enough, a small tear had appeared on the wall of the dimension. He has allies? Sarika worried. But the newcomer was none other than Cyan. Seeing him, Sarika was stunned. Cyan. On the other side, Boris also quickly spotted Cyan. He hissed through clenched teeth, Cyan. Why now of all times? Cyan didn't answer. He just charged forward, his eyes ice cold. Then, with a single swing, his blade shattered Boris's shield in an instant. Silence fell over the space after the terrifying impact, the energy barrier shattering into a million pieces. A lone set of footsteps echoed in the darkness. Rerum approached the huddled mass of white feathers, a scornful smirk playing on her lips. How pathetic. She called out the name of the one before her with arrogance. Hisria. In response, the pure white wings slowly unfurled, revealing a white-haired girl panting heavily. The struggle was clear on her face as Hisria looked up and asked, How did you find me? Why are you here? Rerum answered calmly, her steps crunching softly on the shattered remnants of the shield. My intuition is quite sharp. I can smell it. She stopped right in front of the kneeling Hisria, her gaze looking down with utter contempt. Especially the nauseating stench of hypocrites like you. The taunt made Hisria's wings tremble slightly. She snarled, I warned you. Hisria's eyes filled with killing intent as she roared, You've chosen the wrong side. Rerum frowned, sensing something was wrong. Instantly, strange incantations appeared on Hisria's body and wings. Supreme power, Seraphim. In the blink of an eye, Hisria transformed back into a golden book, the blue eye in its center now wide open. From above, streams of incantations shot down, closing in on Rerum. Sarika tried to rush in to help, but it was too late. The golden letters formed a special cage, and its powerful magic threw her back. Sarika gritted her teeth. Damn it. She cried out in worry for the one fighting desperately inside. Cyan. Hisria couldn't hide her curiosity at the sight. He's resisting the supreme power? Cyan's eyes blazed with a brilliant red light, astonishing Hisria even more. What kind of power is affecting him? The strength of the demon blade alone shouldn't be enough to withstand this. Gazing deep into Cyan's red pupils, Hisria mused, You are hiding something far more dangerous than I imagined. Just then, Boris slowly got to his feet. I'll assist you as well, Lady Hisria. As he finished speaking, a black aura filled with grotesque eyes swirled around his body. Boris was resolute. The master of the demon blade is right in front of us. We have to eliminate him now. Hisria quickly tried to stop him. Stop, Boris. With our current strength, it's not enough. But Cyan's hand was already reaching for her. Facing his enemy, he had fallen into a complete frenzy. He snarled through his teeth, Boris Liam. Feeling the terrifying energy bursting from Cyan, Hisria broke out in a cold sweat. The next moment, a blade slashed across the golden book's form, making it shriek in agony. What? With a single, sharp slash, Hisria's body was split in two. Without a moment's hesitation, Cyan spun around and drove his blade straight into Boris's chest. It was then that Boris finally felt fear, his face frozen in shock. Asterisk, he broke through Lord Hisria's barrier. This kid, he's too dangerous. Asterisk. A fragment of an ancient prophecy flashed through his mind, confirming his fears. The black mist that will swallow the sun. It has to be about Cyan Anver. With that thought, Boris grabbed Cyan's shoulder, ignoring the searing pain as he resolved to drag the boy down with him. If you're the blade that will one day be aimed at Lord Askel, then we must break you now, while Lord Hisria's barrier is active. From outside the barrier, Sarika watched the explosion of light with growing dread. Asterisk, such terrifying demonic power. If this keeps up, Cyan won't last much longer. Asterisk. A pair of golden horns suddenly materialized on her head as she pushed herself. I have to do something before the demonic weapon is destroyed. Just as she feared, the demonic energy fueling the weapon began flowing back into her. Inside the barrier, Cyan ignored the dark energy eating away at his body, keeping his grip firm on the blade plunged into Boris's chest. Realizing they were at a stalemate, he decided to use that technique. Void Sword, Abyss of the Great Tree. Just as the grotesque maw of dark magic was about to devour Cyan, a figure shot forward and yanked him back. Their heels tore across the ground at an incredible speed, carving a line that flashed like lightning. It was Sarika. She had saved him just in time. Secret art, demonic fusion. Seeing her strange new form, Cyan murmured, family head. Suddenly, Cyan's eyes shot wide, his pupils shrinking in terror. Isria's body was radiating a blinding light, its aura threatening to overwhelm everything. Faced with such energy, even Sarika and Cyan could barely stand their ground. A sharp column of light erupted from the glow, instantly piercing the darkness overhead. Sarika's form slowly returned to normal. She stared in astonishment. Asterisk, it destroyed my domain of mist? Is that the power of a divine artifact? Asterisk. The darkness and the light vanished simultaneously, leaving only a faint trace of energy lingering on the ground. He got away, Sarika announced. The purification failed. Hearing this, Cyan shot up, furious. Why did you stop me? Sarika snapped back instantly. What was that? Is that how you talk to the person who just saved your life? I was the one saving you, Cyan retorted. His answer made Sarika scream in a rage. What? While she was still seething, Cyan turned his attention to the demon blade in his hand. You okay, Rerum? Seemingly exhausted, Rerum didn't revert to her human form, replying in a faint voice. I think I need to sleep for a while. Seeing her state, Cyan didn't press her further. His face darkened as he recalled the pain from before. I felt the full force of it, but at least I was able to withstand it. When the final battle comes, it seems that's the only way I'll be able to do it. Meanwhile, Sarika was still ranting in his ear. Hey, are you ignoring me now? Where did you pick up an attitude like that, huh? Huh. In a bustling trade city near Brandolin, crowds of people hurried to and fro. Mixed in with the crowd, a cloaked figure suddenly stopped, their gaze fixed on a single point. Not far from her, Kana was also looking her way. Alice looked slightly surprised. I really didn't expect this. She slowly approached Kundal. You actually came. The two found a restaurant nearby. Kundal was the first to speak. It's been a long time since I've been away from the academy. To be honest, I'm surprised myself, Alice replied. You so rarely leave its grounds. Kundal took a relaxed sip of tea before getting straight to the point. It was your letter that brought me here. The situation seems quite serious. Alice asked worriedly. Is it because I left the Knight's Order? Kundal quickly dismissed the idea. I always suspected you would forge your own path. He stroked his snow-white beard, his expression suggesting he had long seen this coming. Protecting the family is not the most important thing right now. What's more concerning are Askell and Luenell. The warmth of the teacup in her hands helped calm her nerves. You already know about Askell? Kundal didn't give a direct answer, his voice laced with implication. I know some of it. If Askell were to accept the position as head of the family, what do you suppose would happen? Alice seemed to have already considered this, her gaze growing distant. The Empire's most promising talents have all joined the Knights of Light. He could become the leader of the strongest army in the Empire. An image of Luenell's arrogant face flashed through Kundal's mind. Exactly, he agreed. And his best friend, my grandson, Luenell, would likely command the Knights of Light alongside him. Seeing that Kundal understood the problem, Alice asked urgently, That's exactly what I'm worried about. What are your thoughts on this? Prince Luenell is your grandson, after all. Kundal, however, didn't answer her directly. He brought up something else. One day, your younger brother, Cyan, asked me a question. Do you desire the prosperity of the Empire or the honor of your family? Recalling the memory, Kundal's eyes narrowed with a hint of shame. That boy, he sees far further than we do. I was too complacent about the future. Alice's curiosity deepened. What did Cyan see? Kundal stood up, his aged voice resonating. I don't know, but you should leave the Empire for a time. Why would I leave the Empire? Alice asked, confused. Kundal turned to leave, his words implying he knew something he couldn't yet reveal. A great upheaval is coming. I will do what I can to set things right, but I can make no promises. Hearing this, Alice's expression grew tense. A great upheaval? The light from outside caught his face as he spoke, his tone grave. I'm talking about a coup. The signs of a civil war for the throne are slowly becoming clear. Meanwhile, on a bustling street in the trade city of Brand New, Nana was curiously taking in all the sights. She pointed at an old man selling fruit by the roadside and squealed with delight. Wow, fruit! Then, her eyes landed on a group of unusual-looking people, and she pointed at them with the same curiosity. The trio, Andrian, Philip, and Leonard, stared back, baffled at being singled out. Thankfully, Brian arrived just in time. He quickly pulled Nana back by the hand, then turned to the group with a sincere apology. So sorry, we'll get out of your way right now. With that, Brian hurried Nana away, reminding her not to point at people. Hearing this, Emily chimed in to defend the child. What's the big deal? All kids do that. She'll grow out of it. Not wanting to argue, Brian just quickened his pace. Asterisk, we can't draw any more attention to ourselves. The most important thing right now is to reach the safe house the young master told us about. Asterisk just then, Emily suddenly blurted out. But if we walk together like this, people will just think we're a normal family, won't they? Emily's words made Brian's face flush red. He fell silent, but afraid of being seen, he awkwardly pointed in another direction. It's over that way. Brian, Emily called out in surprise. Seeing Brian's back disappearing into the crowded street, Emily quickly urged, come on, let's keep up. But Nana wasn't paying attention. While the two were distracted, she turned and wandered off in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, in a private room, Alice stood by the window, letting out a heavy sigh. Headmaster Condell's parting words still echoed in her ears. Asterisk coup is imminent. The signs of a rebellion to seize the throne are already starting to show. Asterisk. A shadow of sorrow crossed Alice's face, her heart heavy with worry. Asterisk, I can't believe, and Lowell would dare to plan something like that. How on earth did Headmaster Condell and Cyan find out? Asterisk. In the midst of her thoughts, the door to her room creaked open. Lady Alice. Emily's cheerful voice called out to her, while Alice couldn't hide her shock. What are you doing here? Brian followed Emily into the room. It's been a while, Emily said with a smile. Emily. Alice murmured her name. Then, seeing them together, she asked curiously, Brian, you're here too? Don't tell me you're living with Cyan at the academy? Emily stepped forward and took Alice's hands. Of course, young Master Cyan couldn't possibly survive without me. Hearing this, Alice's expression darkened. She stood frozen, thinking, asterisk, even the Demon Blade is living with two girls? Living with two girls at the academy. Is it even allowed? Asterisk. Brian, oblivious to Alice's strange mood, stepped forward to report. The young master had some urgent business to attend to, so he sent us ahead. The three of you? Alice asked, looking around skeptically. Just then, Brian and Emily glanced toward the doorway, looking for Nana. They both realized it with horror. Huh, where'd she go? There was someone else with you? Alice asked, surprised, looking toward the door. Brian's face went pale. Yes, she was right behind us just a second ago. He cursed himself internally. Asterisk, I was careless. I shouldn't have taken my eyes off her for a single second. Asterisk. Seeing their panic, Alice calmly gave an order, her expression firm and resolute. If they were with Cyan, then they are important to me as well. We have to find them. Hurry. At a port in Bryn, the turquoise water lapped gently against the docks where a cargo ship was moored. A pair of strong hands reached out and slammed the cargo hold door shut. And with that, we're ready to set sail, Andrian said, slapping the wooden door cheerfully. He turned to Leonard, grinning. This is going to be another big score. With their checks complete, the two started to head down. Let's go tell the boss. Suddenly, a strange pair of small shoes caught their eye. Recognizing the owner of the shoes, Andrian narrowed his eyes. Isn't that the kid from before? Leonard remembered, too. Oh yeah, the one who was pointing at everything. There stood Nana, her hands clasped together earnestly. Andrian sneered. Well, look at you. Got a lot of nerve, wandering around all by yourself. He taunted Nana as he walked across the wooden gangplank. Hey, little girl, where are your parents? You lost. Suddenly, Nana raised her hand and pointed behind them. Huh? Andrian stared, confused. She was pointing again. Seeing their confusion, the little girl shouted. Over there. There's a familiar smell coming from over there. Following her gaze, Andrian asked, You curious about what's in there, kid? As he spoke, a wicked look spread across both Andrian's and Leonard's faces. The prey walked right into our hands. With that thought, Andrian stepped aside, luring Nana closer. It's full of tasty treats. Candy? The little girl asked innocently. Seeing Nana about to take the bait, Andrian continued to coax her. That's right, candy. He was actually a little confused. Asterisk, isn't she a bit old to be obsessed with candy? Or is there something wrong with her? Asterisk. But when he saw the bright sparkle in Nana's eyes, he pushed the thought aside. Can I have some candy? Of course. Andrian immediately put on a friendly face and held out his hand. We're nice guys, after all. Leonard played along beside him. We'll even give it to you for free. Nana hesitated for a moment as Cyan's words echoed in her mind. Asterisk. Nana, if a stranger offers you candy and asks you to go with them, what should you do? Asterisk. But with the delicious treat right in front of her, she decisively pushed the warning aside and cheered. Yay! Seeing that Nana had fallen for it, the two men gestured for her to come aboard. Come on, this way, this way. Candy, candy, Nana chanted, skipping happily toward them. Once she was on the ship, Andrian pointed deceitfully toward a dark hold. There's a whole pile of candy right in here. Facing the darkness, Nana suddenly remembered another one of Cyan's warnings. Asterisk, hey you. If anyone tells you to go into a scary, dark place, you absolutely do not go in. Got it. Asterisk, but Andrian's sweet words had already worked their magic, and Nana rushed right in without a second thought. She's so gullible, Andrian thought, suppressing a laugh as he kicked the door shut. Nana was trapped inside. Talk about an easy catch. Leonard was thrilled. Another prime piece of merchandise. Andrian's eyes crinkled as he grinned. Man, today's our lucky day. Inside the pitch-black cargo hold, Nana walked alone past rows of cold iron cages. Where's the candy? Her only answer came from the dark shapes shifting within the cages. Surprised, Nana moved closer and saw that they were filled with other children. It was only then that she looked back warily at the door, now tightly shut. Did I get tricked? She whispered. The dark surroundings were all the answer she needed. Nana burst into tears. I'm sorry, Papa. I fell for their trick. Suddenly, she stopped crying. Her sensitive nose seemed to pick up a strange scent. Nana turned and walked deeper into the hold, cautiously following the scent. Asterisk this smell. It's the same one from before. Asterisk. The scent was like a siren's call, urging Nana to quicken her pace. She finally stopped before a cloth-covered iron cage at the far end of the room. This was the source of the smell. Nana bravely lifted the edge of the white cloth, her bright eyes peering inside. It's you, isn't it? Inside the cage was a small, but rather ferocious magic beast. Nana stared at it, practically drooling. The source of this delicious smell. High-tier magic beast, Phenia. Ignoring the Phenia's aggressive growls, Nana reached her hand toward its head, gently calming it. There, it's okay. This was something the Phenia had never expected. After a moment of petting, Nana sat down comfortably in front of it. Why are you locked up in here? You want me to let you out? As if it understood, the magic beast immediately began wagging its tail nonstop. Seeing this as a yes, Nana used her incredible strength to bend the iron bars, creating an escape route. Just then, a child's voice called out from behind Nana. Hey, miss. It was Henry, a boy who was locked up with another friend. He looked at Nana with hopeful eyes. If you can let him out, you can let us out too, right? Hearing someone ask for help, Nana smiled back, a hint of excitement in her grin. Meanwhile, outside, Andrian and Leonard were hurrying back to report. Approaching a man who looked like their leader, sitting on a high chair, they both bowed respectfully. Everything's ready, boss. Hearing this, the man smiled in satisfaction, his narrow eyes glinting with cunning. Excellent. Now we just have to set sail. This was the master of the Red Xenon Merchant Guild, Torino. Below, Philip stood with his arms crossed. You're handling this transaction yourself, too? Yep, Torino replied. He then explained, as if to ease Philip's worries. Old man Morris suddenly vanished, and the Gray Merchant Guild went down with him, didn't it? Then he stroked his mustache, his voice filled with excitement. Without a middleman fee, we'll make an even bigger profit. The more the Garum Guild likes kids, the higher the price they'll pay. Once this deal is done, we'll be rolling in cash. Unlike Torino, Philip felt a sense of unease. First Anvis, and now the Gray Merchant Guild has collapsed. I've got a really bad feeling about this. It's like a woman's intuition. Hearing Philip say that, Andrian and Leonard's eyes went wide with shock. What? You're a woman? Philip, oblivious to their strange looks, continued to cautiously advise Torino. In any case, we should be careful with this deal. But Torino wasn't worried at all. He reassured them, don't worry. We got the champion of Jinan right here with us. No sooner had he spoken than the ship docked at the port suddenly exploded from within. What happened to our ship? Torino screamed in alarm. Before any of them could understand what was happening, Nana leaped down in front of them. Who goes there? Torino snapped. Nana's gentle demeanor was gone. She growled, you wicked adults. Then, Nana stood up straight, a dense magical energy radiating from her body, her eyes filled with killing intent. Nana won't forgive you. The powerful magic radiating from Nana left Torino stunned. A girl? What the? Don't tell me she's a dragonoid. Nana raised her arm, pointing straight at Andrian's group as she yelled, you're the evil, lying adults, aren't you? Across from her, Leonard already had his weapon at the ready. Andrian snarled, you're going to keep pointing that finger? As he spoke, all three of them erupted with power and charged at Nana simultaneously. Andrian rushed forward first, yelling, I'll chop that finger right off. But before he could even touch her, a single punch sent him flying. Leonard and Philip met the same fate. In the blink of an eye, all three were collapsed at Nana's feet. Seeing the tables had turned, Torino gave a signal, his eyes flashing dangerously. All right, if you want to play, I'll play. Get her. I want her alive. At his command, a colossal shadow stepped forward. Nana froze for a moment. This time, Nisa had entered the fray himself. With blood-red eyes and sharp teeth, he snarled, ready to tear his opponent apart. At Torino's command, Nisa charged straight at Nana, his massive shadow engulfing her small frame. He swung his giant axe, bringing it down with enough force to shatter the earth where Nana stood. The sight made Torino break out in a cold sweat. He roared in frustration, Hey, I said to take her alive. Completely missing Nisa's strange expression, he continued to curse. You morons. If the merchandise gets scratched, it's your asses on the line. Out of Torino's sight, Nana had stopped Nisa's attack with just one hand. She looked up, her gaze fixed on the heavy iron collar around Nisa's neck. What is that? Before she could think further, Nisa swung his axe, knocking her back. Seeing Nana completely unharmed, Torino snarled irritably. How can you big oafs not do a single thing against that little brat? The three of them, Andrian, Philip, and Leonard, could only sit there and take the abuse. A sinister glint suddenly flashed in Torino's eyes. He clenched his fist, and a strange light began to glow. How about you start fighting in a way that justifies that massive body? Immediately, Nisa threw his head back and let out a long, pained roar. Standing opposite him, Nana remained completely unfazed. She leaped high into the air and delivered a critical blow to Nisa's neck, sending him reeling backward. Unfortunately for Torino, he was standing right behind Nisa. Seeing the giant's body about to come crashing down on him, he stammered in terror. Huh? Hey, why are you flying towards me? A horrendous crash echoed as Nisa's body slammed into the ground, shattering it on impact. At the same time, elsewhere Brian's group was searching everywhere for Nana. Suddenly, Brian stopped dead in his tracks. He stared, stunned, at the column of black smoke rising in the distance. What's going on? I feel an immense source of magical energy, but... His instinct screamed at him to run toward it. We have to hurry. Wait for me. Alice and Emily rushed after him. Back at the docks, amidst the wreckage, Torino clutched his head and muttered, That rotten little brat. I'm going to make you pay. Seeing Nisa sit up, he put on his master's airs again. Go deal with her. But then, Torino's face went pale. He froze and cried out, The collar! Nana's punch hadn't just hit Nisa, it had also shattered the shackle around her neck. It's broken. Torino's control was completely gone. Nisa turned, her resentful gaze fixed on him. It was too late to run. Nisa's furred hand snatched Torino, unleashing all her long-suppressed fury upon him. From a distance, Nana watched in silence. When she decided it was enough, she slowly approached. Noticing her presence, Nisa stopped and turned to face her. Suddenly, Nana brought a hand out from behind her back. The movement made Nisa flinch slightly. As it turned out, Nana was only bringing Fenia to her. She chirped excitedly. This is your baby, isn't it? You were looking for her. Seeing her child, Nisa's fierce expression softened with joy. She gently reached a hand toward Fenia. A moment later, Nisa and her child walked off together into the sunset. Nana waved them off. Bye-bye, yummy-smelling little puppy. Watching their heartwarming reunion, Nana suddenly felt sad. Nana wants to see Papa, too. Just then, a small voice called out, Thank you for saving me. Nana turned around. It was Henry and his friends, peeking out from behind a wall. Seeing the kids, Nana put a hand to her chin, looking troubled. Now what should I do with you guys? Sensing trouble, Andrian and his men tried to sneak away, but they hadn't taken more than a few steps when Nana's voice froze them in place. Hey, you bad guys. She pointed at them, her tone both a command and a threat. You're responsible for taking these kids home. If you don't... As she spoke, Nana's pupils dilated. She bared her sharp fangs in a cold warning. I'll eat you. I'm not a guy, you know, Philip muttered in protest. Why, yes, ma'am. Andrian stammered. After that, the three of them obediently picked up the children and took them home. As their figures faded into the distance, Nana was left alone at the port. Her thoughts turned back to Cyan. Nana saved everyone. If Papa knew, he'd praise me, right? She instantly reverted to her usual, well-behaved demeanor. Nana didn't cause any trouble this time, she sniffled. What a good thing. Praise Nana. Her answer wasn't words, but a familiar, warm hand patting her head. You did a good job. Recognizing the familiar touch, Nana happily turned her head. Papa, how did you find Nana? She seemed to have no idea how terrifying she was when she got angry. An elder dragon's level of demonic power flooded the entire area, Cyan thought. It'd be strange if I couldn't find you. Before coming here, he had stopped by the safe zone. Finding it completely empty, Cyan knew everyone had rushed out to find Nana, and his anger flared up again. Emily and Brian had better prepare for a beating. But outwardly, he remained gentle with Nana. Because I'm your papa. No matter where Nana goes, Papa will always find you. Even so, standing before the terrifying magical energy still lingering around the little girl, Cyan felt a bit overwhelmed. That really is a horrifying amount of power. Papa's the best. Nana praised him, oblivious. Just then, the sound of Brian's and the others' footsteps grew closer. Master Cyan. At the call, Cyan turned around. Seeing that Nana was safe, Brian unconsciously rushed forward, blurting out, Thank goodness, Nana's okay. I was afraid something had happened. The moment the words left his mouth, he realized his mistake. The color drained from Brian's face. Across from him, Cyan raised a fist, his aura instantly exploding with menace. So, I take it you know what you did wrong? Why, yes, sir, Brian replied, trembling. Emily stood at a distance, too scared to step forward. That's gonna hurt. Beside her, Alice was still staring blankly at Nana. Noticing the horns on the little girl's head, Alice guessed to herself, a dragonoid? Meanwhile, Cyan had started laying into Brian. I told you not to take your eyes off her. The scene shifts to a magnificent castle at sunset, located in the Kiga territory of the UP Empire. On a long flight of stairs, Luis hurried down. His face was creased with confusion. What is going on? You were hiding out at the academy, so why come all the way here? Outside the door, 2 rows of servants were bowing respectfully to a man. Luis was still bewildered when the man appeared. Seeing him, Luis froze. Father. Cell's eyes were as sharp and cold as ever. It's been a long time. There's something I need to discuss with you, my son. The two sat facing each other across the table. Kundal was the first to speak. It has been 10 years since I gave up the title of Duke. He placed a report on the table. I have no intention of interfering, but can you explain why the operating costs for the territory have decreased while the funds being sent to the royal family have skyrocketed? Hearing his father's questioning, Luenel clenched his fists. Surely you already know why, father. The current empress's maternal family, the Nephilis, pours a colossal sum into the royal coffers every year. Luenel yelled, veins bulging on his face. If we're financially overwhelmed, our political standing will weaken, and eventually, they will place one of their own blood on the imperial throne. You want Lul to become the emperor too, don't you, father? Kundal slams his fist on the table, his voice booming with authority. Enough. Do you truly believe Luenel has what it takes to be emperor? As long as the emperor comes from House Quirio, does it matter who it is? Just like when you married off your late sister to the emperor. His voice grew cold, causing Luenel to tremble with rage. I have nothing more to say. Cease all support for Luenel. With that, Kundal slowly rose to his feet. Seeing his father about to leave, Luenel quickly called out, Father, where are you going? Kundal's reply was curt. To the capital. In the Bellius Duchy, the castle stands majestically in the morning sun. Askel sits in a chair, staring at the newspaper in his hands. So, the wielder of the demon sword has appeared? He crushes the newspaper in his fist. How many times have I planned for this, only to fail again? Askel reflects on the situation. Alice's quiet departure from the Knights of Light was unexpected, but it solidified my claim as the family heir. I suppose that's good news, He suddenly recalls the look in Alice's eyes as she left. That scornful gaze. Could she have known something? Askel's face darkens at the thought. How irritating. Just then, Askel spins around. A pillar of purple light flashes, forming a teleportation circle. From its center, Boris gradually materializes in a grotesque form and bows respectfully. Boris Liam greets you, Lord Askel. Askel casually slips his hands into his pockets, observing the figure before him. What's with the look? Is that the true form of the Dark Blood clan? Boris's eyes are blood red. My apologies, Lord Askel. I never expected you to see me in this state. Askel looks confused. Who did this to you? Weren't you at Len Academy? Boris replies, his eyes still a blazing crimson. It was your younger brother, Cyan, who pushed me this far. Askel hisses, his ice-cold eyes fixed on Boris. Cyan. But I also achieved my objective. Boris reaches into his chest and pulls out an orb containing the power of the demon sword. He says, his eyes begging for praise, I have found the master of the demon sword. Askel replies, his tone frigid. Now it all makes sense. The master of the demon sword is Cyan. He ruined all my plans, and I didn't even realize it. Bully's bow. I tried to eliminate him, but I wasn't strong enough. Askel slips his hands back into his pockets. Then I'll deal with him myself. He remembers his duel with Cyan. It won't be easy, but he has a chance to win. Suddenly, Boris speaks up. Now is not the time, my lord. Not the time. Boris explains, he has loyalists from the Blackwing by his side. The situation is too unpredictable. Askel looks at Boris. Do you have a plan? We must follow the prophecy. The Saintess will lead you, Lord Askel, to the resting place of the Holy Sword. You must find the Holy Sword, Durand. The voices from inside the room reach Kellen, who is hiding outside. He freezes, his body going rigid. The Holy Sword, Durand? I have to report this to young Master Cyan right away. Suddenly, Boris materializes right behind Kellen. Well, what do we have here? A little mouse. Like a snake coiling around its prey, he seizes Kellen by the neck. Boris lets out a cold laugh. Aren't you Lord Askel's right-hand man? Who are you planning to report to after all this sneaking around? Askell steps out of the room. I've had my suspicions for some time now. Kellen can only stammer. Lord Askell. Askell's voice becomes a hiss, seething with killing intent. You've been fooling me all this time. Surrounded by a pile of ancient tomes, Luna quickly flips through the pages of another book. Not in here, either. She reflects. The ancient book from Professor Boris's research room is my only clue, but it's written in an ancient language. If I hadn't been forcibly expelled that day, I could have learned more. So far, all I know is that there are only 2 books in the world written in this ancient tongue. The divine text and the demonic grimoire. Asterisk, this one seems closer to the divine text. But why would something like this be in Boris's research room? And there's no information about its purpose or contents. Asterisk. Luna's expression darkens. Perhaps the only place I can find answers is in the restricted section of the Garum Academy's library. Luna. Hearing her name, Luna turns to see Aaron standing there with a smile. What were you so lost in thought about? You didn't even notice me standing right next to you. Luna looks a little flustered. What are you doing here? Aaron hesitates, a slight blush on her cheeks. Have you seen Cyan around lately? How should I know? I've been holed up in the library. Luna chuckles, her tone teasing. Do you miss him? Aaron snaps back defensively. Of course not. It's just, he disappeared all of a sudden. I was just wondering where he went. Luna's voice was gentle. Don't worry. If it's Cyan we're talking about, he'll be back soon. Aaron looked at her, eyes wide with surprise. How can you be so sure? Luna's words were as soft as a passing breeze. I just know. It's always like this with him. Aaron put her hands on her hips, her expression full of questions as she tried to understand what her friend meant. Suddenly, Regulus rushed over out of nowhere. Aaron, something big has happened. Aaron turned around. Regulus? What's with the panic? He ran up and shoved a letter into her hands. It's from the royal family. Read it quickly. Aaron glared at him. You already read this, didn't you? Do you have any idea how inappropriate it is to read someone else's mail? So rude. Regulus urged her, just read it. Aaron opened the letter. It was indeed her father's handwriting. The letter spoke of confirming the strong bond between the 2 families and that Princess Aaron Severus, the 5th royal princess. Aaron's eyes suddenly lit up, her cheeks flushing as she read the line. Along with Lord Cyan. Her entire body froze, her face burning as she read the final line. Are to be engaged with the intention of marriage. Dion set his cup down, the soft clink of porcelain echoing in the quiet room. I'm always grateful to you. Hearing this, Violet quickly replied, Don't say that. Of course, I have to look after your health. The Emperor reassured her, it's just a mild cold. There's no need to make such a fuss. Violet was still worried. Please get well soon, Father. It breaks my heart to see you like this. Seeing his daughter's concern, Dion comforted her gently. Don't you worry. Just then, a voice called out from the doorway. Your Majesty. Colonel Quint Rio bowed, his hand over his chest. Greetings to His Imperial Majesty. Dion couldn't hide his surprise. Prime Minister Kundal, you've come. Kundal turned to inquire after Violet. Princess Violet, have you been well? She placed a hand over her chest in a return greeting. Yes, thanks to you, grandfather. Violet politely excused herself. Then I shall take my leave. Please, feel free to talk. Yes, thank you, my child. After Violet was out of sight, Kundal suddenly spoke. This has been a very long journey, Your Majesty. He looked directly at Dion, his expression filled with concern. Has something happened while I was away? Dion looked ashamed. To receive a royal guest in this state. I'm truly mortified. Kundal pressed on. Please, don't say that. When did your condition start to worsen? Dion mumbled, his voice weak, his haggard face etched with pain. At first, I thought it was just a common cold. His hands trembled slightly. But time passed, and it never got better. Kundal stood frozen, a wave of shock washing over him. That's impossible. Forgive me, Your Majesty. He bowed, his voice thick with guilt. I should have come sooner. Dion looked at him. It seems your journey was for a serious matter. You only appear when the Empire is facing disaster. Isn't that right? Kundal's face darkened, and he asked in a cold voice, Are you still worried about that Luanel brat? Seeing that Kundal already knew, Dion no longer hid it. You've guessed, haven't you? Yes. Before I came here, I only had a vague sense of unease, but now I see things are far more serious. A brilliant orb of light flashed in the palm of Dion's hand. Don't concern yourself with it. The Emperor's voice was cold, his expression resolute. As long as I'm still standing, that man won't dare cause trouble so easily. Kundal stared at the massive, yet incredibly unstable, sphere of mana in Dion's hand and realized something. So, it isn't just your appearance that's changed, Your Majesty. Dion coughed lightly. But what worries me is something else entirely. What is it? Dion gently inquired about his youngest daughter. How is Princess Aaron doing at the academy? Kundal answered immediately. She is a diligent and very talented student. I have no doubt she will one day fulfill her role as a princess admirably. He sat down beside Dion's bed. As for Princess Erin, you have nothing to worry about. Dion smiled, satisfied. I'm relieved to hear that. Old memories suddenly flooded Dion's mind. She used to cry so much when she was little. It's only now that I can rest a little easier. She's grown up so much since she met a certain young man 3 years ago. Kendall was surprised. You mean Cyan? Dion smiled. Yes, I believe that boy will always be by Erin's side, which is why I've decided to have him marry. Seeing Kendall's expression, Dion couldn't help but ask, you're not surprised? Kendall cleared his throat. From the moment your majesty personally recommended him for the royal dormitory, I had a feeling. Dion chuckled. So, what is your opinion of him, Prime Minister? Kendall's anger erupted with the force of a thunderclap. He's absolutely terrible. Dion looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, utter shock on his face. I'm sorry, what did you just say? Kendall was furious. He skipped class constantly. I've never once seen him pick up a book. In all my 50 years of teaching, he is one of the most problematic students I have ever encountered. Hearing this, Dion wondered to himself, have I made a terrible mistake? After his tirade, Kendall suddenly offered a word of praise. But he is also a top-tier genius. He stated with conviction, as long as Cyan is by her side, no one will dare to lay a hand on Princess Erin. Hearing that, Dion finally felt at ease. Well, that's a relief. Kendall was curious. But what is it that you're truly worried about? Dion leaned forward, his brow furrowed, his face a mask of deep anxiety. I'm only afraid that the brothers will kill one another. Down the empty hall, Lionel waited with his arms crossed, his sharp eyes watching every second tick by. His voice rang out, stopping Violet in her tracks. Hey, Violet. You just came from seeing father and grandfather, didn't you? What's with the surprise visit? Violet scoffed, brushing past him. How should I know? Why don't you go ask him yourself? Lionel gritted his teeth. Hey, we're not done here. At that, her footsteps paused. Violet turned, a faint, mocking smile on her lips. Honestly, you're just pathetic. His sister's taunt made Lionel snap. Are you insane? You really want to do this right now? She sneered. Of course not. You think I'm like you? His fury erupted, his eyes blazing as he roared. Violet, what the hell are you rambling about? Suddenly, Violet reached out, her fingers digging into his face and gripping it tightly. She pulled his face close, her voice a venomous whisper. I thought you knew, but let me spell out for you. You're the one who tried to kill all our siblings. Lionel shoved her hand away. Violet, don't you dare make accusations without proof. He turned to leave. If I want answers, I'll find them myself. From now on, you'd better watch your mouth. Who the hell betrayed me? Lionel screamed internally. Asterisk, I have no idea how much that girl knows. This is a problem. Damn it all. Asterisk. He wondered, his voice a low growl in his mind. Violet, were you scheming? Meanwhile, Erin had her head down on a library table, groaning. Marry Cyan? How can they just decide something like that? It's so unfair. Luna looked at her friend. If you don't like it, just say no. Erin's face flushed. It's not that I hate the idea, exactly, and our families have to save face. But still, he could have at least talked to me about it. The heavy thud of a shoe echoed, and suddenly, Regis slammed his foot onto the table. He tightened his fist. As for this marriage, Regis began before shouting, I am 100% for it. His declaration made Erin's cheeks burn. I've seen all. How long the princess has secretly yearned for him. Regis slowly extended a hand, his gaze filled with determination. This is fate. It's the will of the heavens. His eyes blazed with passion. Go forth and conquer the young master's heart, Lady Erin. Just then, Cyan's voice cut in. Regis, what do you think you're doing in the library? He pointed at Regis. This is a place for quiet reading. You know that, don't you? You're making the princess uncomfortable. Seeing Cyan approach, Erin quickly grabbed Regis's sleeve. She then dragged him away at a run, leaving Cyan and Luna staring after them in bewilderment. Cyan asked, confused, what was that? What's wrong with him? Luna glanced at Cyan, then suddenly asked, Senior, do you by any chance like Erin? Cyan's answer was blunt. No. My mental age is 40, he thought. In my eyes, Erin is just a kid. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, giving him goosebumps. How would that even make sense? Hearing Cyan's firm denial, Luna let out a sigh of relief. Well, that's good. Cyan's eyes drifted to the strange stack of books on the table. What are all these? Luna answered calmly. I'm looking for clues about a certain book. That's a lot of books. Which one? The one we found in Instructor Boris's lab. I discovered it's written in an ancient script. Cyan rested his chin on his hand. You won't find much more out here. If you want to know about the history of scripture, you'll have to search the restricted archives. Luna suddenly held the book out to him. Have you ever seen this one before? She opened its pages. The Chronicles of the Swordsman Penelon. It reads more like a travel journal than a history book. Cyan suddenly pointed at a page. Right there. The sudden closeness made Luna blush, while Cyan read the passage aloud. A dense mountain with sand trees. Legend says it is where the beast defeated in the war of gods and demons now sleeps. A mountain steeped in ancient lore. Sion's Gage met Hirsch. A dense mountain with sand trees. Does that ring a bell? Luna blushed, flüsterte. Not really. And what does that have to do with the scripture? Cyan's eyes suddenly turned sharp. I'm not looking for the scripture. I'm looking for what can oppose it. The location of the demon book, Lamy Haram. The Holy Scripture and the demon book? Luna was stunned. How could he possibly know names that only a handful of core members of the Garam Association are privy to? After a moment of silence, Luna replied, I don't know anything about that. I am sorry. Cyan looked disappointed. He turned and started to walk away. Well, let me know if you find anything. Okay, see you later. She stood still, watching as Cyan shoved his hands in his pockets and disappeared from view. The moment he was gone, Luna's expression darkened. You're there, aren't you? A girl stepped out hesitantly from behind a corner. Please forgive me, Lady Luna. I was ordered never to leave you by yourself. Tracking, not protecting, Luna thought. Her voice was a low growl. Answer me from where you stand. Hizria and Lamy Haram. How many people in the Garam Society know those names? Lamela, who had just appeared, answered quickly. Very few. Even mentioning those names is forbidden. I don't know how young Master Cyan found out about them. Bring me any books you can find on them from the Forbidden Archives. Luna's demand shocked Lamela, who immediately refused. If I do that, it could cost me my life. Sir Riggin will be furious. Luna shot her a death glare. A single word from me is all it takes to turn his wrath on you. I need to know what Senior Cyan knows. So, Lamela, what will it be? Faced with her threat, Lamela had no choice but to silently accept. Though reluctant, she had to obey. Meanwhile, Luna had already turned away, snatching a book from the table. I'll ask Cyan later how he got that information. Asterisk, my priority right now is to get closer to him. He's definitely hiding something. Asterisk. Down the hall, Cyan was lost in thought. The mountain full of casuarina trees. He had hoped Luna would know something, but it looked like he'd have to figure it out on his own. A sudden voice cut through his thoughts. You seem to have a lot on your mind. So was leaning against the corner of the wall, pushing up his glasses with one hand in a scholarly pose. You can confide in me, for I am a man of great sympathy, intellect, and emotion. Tell me, my friend. I shall be your counselor. Cyan stared at him, wondering if the guy had finally lost his mind. What the hell are you doing? Set chuckled lightly. Surprised to see this side of me? Sorry, I'm not really in the mood for jokes right now, Cyan said wearily, walking past him. Set was flustered at being ignored. Wait, I told you can talk to me. Maybe I can help. Asterisk, what the hell could he possibly help with? He's all brawn and no brains, Asterisk, Cyan thought, annoyed. But then a thought struck him. Wait a minute. Isn't he from the desert? Cyan stopped and turned back. Have you ever heard the phrase, the mountain full of casuarina trees? The mountain full of casuarina trees. Set repeated, his expression thoughtful. Cyan continued, or Lamy Haram? At that name, Set's expression suddenly changed. I haven't heard that name in a long time. What? Are you serious? Cyan asked, surprised. Set's teeth ground together, his hands clenching as if to crush something invisible. Lamy Haram. That was the first opponent to ever hand me a defeat. In that moment, the memory flooded Set's mind. He had encountered it in some nameless ruins. He was only 6 years old then, on a journey to find strength, but he had neither the muscle nor the experience. The monstrous Lamy Haram appeared before him, radiating pure terror. Its teeth were sharp as knives, its eyes filled with killing intent. The young Set stood no chance of winning. He slowly opened his eyes, returning to the present. I lost consciousness for a moment and woke up to find myself still alive. Set jolted. I must have run away on instinct. Humiliating, I know, but if I hadn't, I wouldn't be standing here today. Cyan cut in. So Lamy Haram is a monster, not a book. That's right. Just talking about it is depressing. So I have no choice but to go there myself, Cyan thought. Honestly, I really don't want to. Can you tell me where it is? I don't know the name of the ruins, Set replied, crossing his arms. But it's in a region called Nordeli. He suddenly realized something. In the ancient Spani language, Nordeli means the mountain full of casuarina trees. If we go to Nordeli, can you lead me to those ruins? Cyan exclaimed. Lead you? You want to go with me? I'll get ready right now, Cyan said hurriedly. Let's go. Set froze. An adventure? With a friend? A childhood memory suddenly surfaced. He had run to his mother, crying. Mother! Katrina's face softened with concern. My goodness, Prince, why are you crying? My friends, they keep running away from me. I didn't even break anything this time. She gently wiped away her son's tears. Don't cry, Prince said. Katrina smiled warmly. One day, you'll have a friend who likes you for who you are. Really? Seth asked, surprised. Her smile was radiant. Of course, if you keep training hard, one day you'll have a friend to go on adventures with. Seth snapped out of his reverie. Mother, you were right, he yelled excitedly. All right, Cyan, I'll go get ready immediately. With that, Seth was so overjoyed that he ran straight into the adjacent wall. Hey, that's a wall. Cyan lunged to stop him, but it was too late. The impact shattered the wall, sending a small tremor through the floor. Staring at the massive hole, Cyan couldn't understand why the guy was so damn excited. Hiding silently behind a nearby door, Luna had heard everything. Her figure melted into the shadows and vanished. Xion's door was suddenly thrown open. I have returned, Seth bellowed, his voice echoing. At the same time, Brian arrived with a letter. Young master, a letter from the royal palace has arrived. Oh my, I never pictured you this way, sir. Emily, standing beside him, remarked with her eyes glued to the letter. Are you reading my mail again? Cyan snapped, snatching the letter. If this happens again, you'll be in serious trouble. My apologies, Brian stammered. I had just happened to catch my eye. Cyan looked at the red envelope in his hand. What on earth does it say? You're getting married, sir, Brian replied. I am, Cyan asked, shocked. Why? To who? Emily cupped her cheeks, smiling slyly. To Princess Erin. Cyan's mind flashed back to what Luna had asked him. Asterisk, do you like Erin? Asterisk, so that's why she asked me that. Great. Just one more complicated mess to deal with. He folded the letter, setting the matter aside for now. I'll think about this later. Cyan calmly pulled on his boots and straightened his collar, preparing for his trip. Before he left, he gave them one last instruction. I'll be gone for a while. Take good care, Nana. Suddenly, Nana's gentle voice spoke up. Don't worry, Papa. The little girl looked up at Cyan with hopeful eyes. Does this mean I'm getting a mama? No, never, he yelled. Brian and Emily looked worried. What do you mean by that, my lord? Are you planning to defy the royal decree? Princess Erin will be devastated. Cyan sighed. The path I'm on, it doesn't have a happy ending. I'll probably spend the rest of my life on the run. Or I'll be executed, either for blasphemy against the gods or for crushing the last hope of the empire. His words left them speechless. That's why I can't drag her into this mess. I'm leaving. Cyan closed the door and departed, leaving the two servants watching in silence. Tears began to well up in Emily's eyes. I feel so terrible for the young master. The demons are the ones who are truly evil. Brian put a hand on her shoulder, his voice firm. We won't let anything bad happen to him, right? He raised a determined fist. So let's give it our all. We have to help the young master. Right, Brian? Emily replied, her spirits lifted. Nana smiled. Nana too. Nana too. Hearing her, Emily and Brian turned back at the same time. Yeah, Nana too. They both froze. Their eyes widened in disbelief at what they were seeing. Anna, she replied calmly. A moment later, her body began to shift and transform until she had taken on Cyan's exact appearance. Emily recoiled, screaming in terror. Young Master Cyan? The kingdom of Spania, in the southeastern region of Nordeli. This carpet is pretty amazing, Cyan remarked. You mean my trusty Amut? Seth replied with his arms crossed. Yeah, thanks to him, we made it here in just half a day. Cyan gave him a skeptical look. But do you actually know where we're going? Don't worry, I've got it all memorized. Seth grinned confidently and pointed ahead. We just have to get through that sandstorm up there. Cyan's hair whipped in the wind as he squinted in the direction Seth was pointing. Oh, really? When the sight came into focus, he froze. It was a massive, raging sandstorm, with crimson lightning tearing through the sky. That's no ordinary sandstorm. Seth, however, remained completely unfazed. It's just one of the more common sandstorms here in Spania, he said with a laugh. Trust me, my friend. Cyan slowly opened his eyes, trying to get his bearings. Warm sunlight streamed down on him. Did I black out? He sat up, realizing they had made it through the storm. A familiar voice sounded from behind him. Awake already, my friend? Seth puffed out his chest proudly. I'm completely fine, of course. Idiot, Cyan cursed under his breath as he staggered to his feet. He struggled against the whipping sand and wind, calling out, How much farther? We're almost there. A hazy silhouette began to emerge from the swirling sand. Seth crossed his arms and confirmed, Yep, that's the place. The wind makes it hard to see clearly, but those ruins look massive. He put his hands on his hips, looking smug. Besides me, you're probably the first person to ever set foot here. Are you sure about that? Cyan asked. A look of surprise crossed Seth's face. Sure about what? Is someone else here? Looks like someone beat us to it, Cyan said, shielding his face from the wind. I can sense multiple sources of magical energy. Not far away, a figure leaned forward in his saddle before leaping to the ground. Karen frowned slightly and gave an order to his men. We'll proceed on foot from here. Everyone, stay on high alert. We have no idea what's waiting for us inside. His subordinate's reply was a unified roar. Yes, Lord Karen. Hidden behind a large rock, Cyan narrowed his eyes as he watched the newcomers. Where the hell did they come from? He turned to Seth. For now, let's just watch and see what happens. Completely ignoring Cyan, Seth shot forward, throwing a punch straight at Karen without a moment's hesitation. The space-warping blow was easily dodged by his opponent. Seth's grin widened, his eyes alight with excitement. Oh, you actually dodged that? Karen looked up, his expression a mixture of shock and suspicion. Who in the world are you? Still hidden behind the rock, Cyan muttered a curse. That absolute moron. Seth let out a hearty laugh before introducing himself. I, in the name of the Prince of Spania, Seth Shaharkin, ask you, who are you, and what is your purpose here? He then pointed in Cyan's direction. And just so you know, I didn't come alone. My friend is hiding right over there. Karen was stunned. Sylvain? Is that really Cyan Vert over there? What a pain in the ass. A deep wave of exhaustion washed over Cyan. Karen removed his cloak. The brutish Prince of Spania, Seth, and the youngest son of the ducal house, Cyan Vert. I don't care what brought you two here. The scepter in his hand flashed with a cold light. But now that you know of this place, you won't be leaving in one piece. Karen's razor-sharp gaze locked onto them. He lunged forward like a raging tempest. Seth was frozen in place, watching in stunned horror as the thunderous attack ripped through the very air between them. Just some little punk, Karen thought smugly. Seth raised his hand, forming a shield of compressed sand. He blocked my magic? Karen was stunned. He quickly gathered his energy for a counterattack. A brilliant golden light erupted from Seth's palm. The blast sent Karen flying into a nearby boulder. Asterisk, he countered with my own magic? I thought he was just some small fry. I'll let my guard down. Asterisk. Seth clicked his tongue, his gaze dripping with contempt. A miss? How boring. And here I thought I had you. The absolute arrogance. Karen raged. Uzra, Moor, Kindle, are you just going to stand there and watch? But his subordinates had already been defeated. Our apologies, Lord Karen. Since when? Karen's rage exploded, his power flaring. How dare these punks mock me? A brilliant pillar of blue light erupted from his body. Unforgivable. Just then, a voice as light as the wind suddenly called out, Stop. Cyan froze, stunned to recognize the voice. Karen's jaw dropped, as if time itself had stopped. Only Seth looked on, confused by their reactions. Lunav and Lamela suddenly appeared in the midst of the tense standoff. Luna, Cyan cried out. They are with me, Lunav said, her voice cold. Lower your sword, Karen. Karen immediately dropped to one knee, bowing his head in reverence. My apologies, Lady Lunav. I didn't realize they were your companions. My actions were disrespectful. Please forgive me. As long as you recognize your mistake, it's fine, Lunav replied, her expression unchanging. She turned to Cyan. Have you been well, senior? How did you know we were here? Cyan asked, surprised. Luna smiled. Because you have a very unique scent, senior. Asterisk, what the hell? How did she really find us? Asterisk, Cyan thought, exasperated. Karen's face suddenly darkened, his sharp eyes filling with cold hatred. Elsewhere, Nana, in the form of Cyan, sat smiling. It's a polymorph spell, Sarika explained. This means Nana has entered her draconic adult stage. Her transformation is a little clumsy now, but she'll perfect it soon enough. She pushed up her glasses. Normally, this magic is used to conceal a dragon's true form. But since Nana has likely never seen an adult dragon in person, it's hard to say how it will turn out for her. Well, it's not like she's never seen one, Brian thought, recalling the giant dragon he'd encountered. But if I mention it, I'll definitely get yelled at. Wait a minute, Sarika said. Where's the real Cyan? About that, Brian stammered. My apologies. Skipping class again? She asked, crossing her arms. I'll make sure to remind him to attend next time, he said with a bow. Don't bother. It's useless to expect anything from him, Sarika said flatly, turning to leave. The door slammed shut behind her. Having to make excuses for him all the time is exhausting, Brian sighed. Tell me about it, said Emily. Back at the ruins, Karen shouted. They want to enter the ruins with us? Absolutely not. Even if we share a goal, it would put Lady Luna in danger. I can vouch for their strength, Luna said, but I've never seen anyone make it out of those ruins alive. Which is exactly why we need to work together, isn't it? Karen placed a hand on his chest. Are they all above level 7? This time will be different, Luna insisted. Trust me. In the ensuing silence, Seth suddenly raised his hand, and all eyes turned to him. I've already been inside and come back out, he said casually. Don't be ridiculous, Karen scoffed. Someone like you could never survive in there. You've got a lot to say for someone who just lost, Seth shot back. I'm serious. I can even lead the way. The entrance is crawling with lizard men, isn't it? Asterisk high-level magic beasts at the entrance? If he's talking about the entrance, then asterisk a thought suddenly struck Cyan as he remembered something. The ones I just smashed through. Just as Seth spoke, a colossal foot covered in sharp claws slowly emerged before them. What is that? Karen pointed, his voice trembling. Everyone, prepare for battle, Cyan yelled. The colossal monster appeared, its eyes glowing like red-hot embers, casting a terrifying chill over the area. From behind it, a swarm of smaller, armed creatures charged forward. They're high-ranking lizard men. Reacting instantly, Lamela moved to shield Lunav. I will protect you, my lady. Karen rushed forward as well. We will join the fight. The group took their stances, ready for battle. Seth raised his hand to the sky, summoning a massive bolt of lightning. Not to be outdone, Lamela immediately summoned the power of light. And Lunav's ice blades froze the charging monsters in their tracks. This isn't good. Without missing a beat, the lizard man horde pressed on, a relentless storm bent on crushing everything in its path. There are too many of them. Lunav recognise la familière technique. Invisible mana sphere. Just then, the black spheres of mana, floating in the air, began to break apart. They suddenly swelled in size before crashing down like meteors, crushing the lizard men beneath their immense weight. Karen was stunned. What the hell did I just see? A high-level mana beast, like the Blitzkin, and the lizard men were completely defeated, literally wiped off the face of the earth? It was Cyan. He said nothing, merely watching in silence, his mind seemingly lost in a vortex of complex thoughts. Karen and Lamela just stood there, their somber gazes fixed on him, their hearts churning with unspoken questions. A wave of searing heat hit his back, making Cyan spin around. Seth was fuming. What the hell? Did you have to steal my spotlight? Cyan replied. Just lead the way. That's your job. Seth stormed off in a huff, muttering under his breath. You think I came all this way just to be a guide? This is, Lamela said in awe. This is no ordinary ruin. If it were, it wouldn't have defense systems like that, Luna added. The group stared at the massive door before them. Clearly, this place was a space created by magic, a true dungeon. Shimmering golden fragments of rock fell, their impact echoing throughout the space. The door only sustained a small fracture, like a crack in a mirror, but otherwise remained unmoved. A release spell has no effect. Karen wondered. One of his men replied, Sir, I've never seen a door like this before. Karen focused all his mana, growling, Get back. I'll try to break it like I did the gate. A powerful bolt of lightning struck the door, shaking everything around them. What is this? Karen said, confused. Is it protected by sealing magic? Seth burst out laughing. What a stupid idea. Karen's face darkened. This little brat is driving me crazy. Then open it yourself. Karen yelled. Seth slowly walked toward the door and gently placed his hand on its cold surface. The heavy door gradually swung open, its creaking echoing through the silent chamber. Seth grinned smugly. Try using your brain for once, old man. Karen was furious. Kill him. I'm going to kill that brat. As soon as the door opened, a massive, hulking mana beast slowly emerged from the darkness. Cyan put his hands on his hips. Looks like every door has a guardian beast. Seth laughed excitedly. That one's mine, Cyan. Seth clenched his fists, his eyes locked on the beast. This thing is overflowing with power. Sensing its strength, his hands began to emit a strange light, glowing like a flame ready to erupt. A powerful flash of light suddenly erupted, illuminating the entire space. After that, they continued deeper inside. The ruins were filled not only with mana beasts, but also with treacherous traps. They had to face countless difficulties and magical creatures they had never seen before. But there was one strange thing. Of all the doors in the ruins, only Seth could open them. The campfire crackled, radiating a gentle warmth. Do these ruins react to Seth's bloodline? Cyan wondered. I've heard the people who created this place were from the Shahar Khan clan, Luna answered. What? Cyan exclaimed. Why didn't you say so earlier? She quickly waved her hands. No. I only just figured it out from a forbidden book after hearing you say that. He was skeptical. Can I even believe you? Luna blushed and sighed softly. Of course you can. That's so mean. I would never lie to someone I like. Cyan crossed his arms. That just makes you less trustworthy. Being this friendly for no reason. Who'd fall for that? Idiot. Luna cursed silently. She spoke softly. The Garum Society has been searching for the holy and demonic scriptures for a long time. Luna continued. They believe the divine artifacts of the gods will help them restore the Garum kingdom. She spoke of her grandfather, Regan's Rain River. It's a belief system for them. They think that if they possess the gods' artifacts, they'll gain control of the entire continent. Hearing this, Cyan asked in surprise, "Control the continent? How delusional." He rested his chin on his hand. Even if they succeeded, it would be pointless. It would only cause the deaths of everyone around them. Luna looked at Cyan and asked, "What about you then? What do you need the demonic scripture for?" He gave a cold smile. "To destroy it, what else? If it's going to be used for some ridiculous plan, being the one who smashes it to pieces sounds way more fun." Luna's eyes lit up. Suddenly, she spoke up. "Then I'll help you." Cyan froze, a look of surprise on his face. "What?" "Luna Smaid. I'll help you get the demonic scripture. I just decided that's what I want to do." Hearing that, Cyan rolled his eyes, then suddenly said her name. "Luna." He sighed. "Go to sleep." Luna crossed her arms, refusing. "No, I want to stay with you longer." Cyan turned and walked away. "Fine, then I'm going to bed." "What am I even doing, arguing with a kid?" He thought to himself. "She's only 12 after all." Luna's cheeks flushed red with a mix of embarrassment and shyness. "You're so dense." Hiding in the shadows, Karen watched with his arms crossed, his face dark with resentment. The next day, the group finally reached the last gate. "This is it, the final gate." Seth slowly walked over and gently placed a hand on the gate. "Sigh, it's been a long time." To everyone's amazement, the gate slowly dissolved into thin air, revealing a mysterious, hazy void. A strange creature appeared in the middle of the space. Cyan wondered aloud, "Is that Remy Haram?" Seth stood with his hands on his hips, his expression wary. "Yeah, and it's strong. Be careful." Staring at Remy Haram's bizarre form, Cyan couldn't hide his confusion. "That doesn't look like a grimoire at all." Karen immediately offered, "If you're scared, I'll go first." "Wait," Cyan said, worried. "Let's see what it does." With eyes as sharp as daggers, the monster stared down the group as magical power exploded around it. Luna shouted, "Look out! I can feel an incredible amount of magical energy." Remy Haram's form began to shift, growing to a colossal size that seemed to engulf the entire space. The demonic beast was transforming. The entire group instantly assumed combat stances. Its enormous feet stomped down, cracking the very ground under the immense pressure. The giant creature, Remy Haram, looked down on them with cold, overwhelming power. Cyan looked up. Asterisk, it's creating its own pocket dimension. This is no ordinary beast, asterisk. He stood there, unable to believe what he was seeing. Is that really the grimoire, Remy Haram? It instantly lifted its foot and stomped down right where Karen was standing. It struck so fast that Karen barely managed to dodge. He gritted his teeth as magic began to crackle around his arm. Asterisk, damn it, it's huge. Is this thing really the demon grimoire we're looking for? Asterisk. Karen launched a counterattack, a powerful beam of light shooting straight for the beast's face. Lightning cleave. With one hand, he unleashed a massive amount of magic, striking the beast directly in the head and making it stagger. But as soon as the attack faded, the beast was still standing tall, showing no signs of injury as Karen's magic dissipated into the air. That didn't even push it back, he thought, staring at the monster's unscathed head. Just then, Karen's 3 subordinates shouted in unison, their faces filled with determination. "We'll support you, Sir Karen." The staves in their hands came together to form a triangle. The light from their different magics merged into one, creating a massive sphere of energy. Grand elemental fusion. The sphere of magic shot toward the beast. The power of their combined attack was immense, striking its side with enough force to make it roar in pain and collapse. As the light of the spell faded, the beast slammed one hand hard against the ground to steady itself. Karen cheered, "It's down." Luna crossed her arms as chilling tendrils of magic coiled around them. "I'll pin its legs to the ground." As she spoke, she unleashed her ice magic, quickly encasing the beast's legs in a thick layer of frost. Luna struggled to maintain the spell, trying to hold it for as long as possible. Her face was tense as she yelled, "Now, Lamela!" Following the order, Lamela sprang into action. She pushed off the ground and launched herself high into the air, soaring over the beast's head. In midair, she gripped the hilt of her sword and aimed for the nape of its neck. Her sword left its sheath, releasing the blinding light of powerful magic that sparkled like stars. The specks of light gathered into her technique. Nova Biaria. Once she had focused enough energy, she brought her blade down in a decisive slash aimed at the beast's head. But it had a surprise for her. At the same instant Lamela's attack landed, the beast's clawed arm swung out in front of her. With a single, casual swipe, Lamela was sent flying. Suddenly, the grimoire's attention was drawn to something else. It glanced to its right. Then the arm it was using for support shifted, and it slammed its fist into the ground. Magic erupted, forming a swirling vortex on the ground. A blinding energy obscured everything from view. Sand vortex. The churning sandstorm engulfed the beast, locking it in place. A look of glee spread across Seth's face as he watched the grimoire trapped within his spell. Long time no see, Remy Haram. I'm here to finish the fight we never settled. The sand vortex intensified, becoming a desert hurricane that threatened to crush everything inside. Luna turned her head toward where Lamela had been hit. Lamela, she cried out in concern. Lamela pushed herself into a sitting position and quickly replied, I'm all right, Lady Luna. Hearing her voice, Luna let out a small sigh of relief. Asterisk good, no one seriously hurt. It looks like we might have a chance to win, asterisk. She turned back to face the towering sand vortex, thinking, still, why do I have such a bad feeling about this? As if on cue, a pair of glowing red eyes pierced through the swirling golden dust from within the vortex. Remy Haram swung both arms, tearing the vortex apart right in front of Seth. Seth quickly raised his arms to shield himself. Seeing it break his spell so effortlessly, he could only manage a strained laugh of praise. What a monster! Luna's eyes went wide in disbelief. It dispelled the spell? She gasped. After breaking Seth's magic, the beast immediately turned to attack him. It lifted its leg and swung its arm, charging straight for him. Seth looked just as eager. He clenched his fists, gathering magic for a counterattack. All right then, bring it on. Stone face cannon. At that very moment, a figure slowly approached, wreathed in dark purple magic. A sphere of energy, crackling with lightning, floated in his hand. Void sphere. Cyan stepped forward, his eyes transforming into endless vortexes. The void sphere in his hand split in two on his command. Divide. At Cyan's word, the effect took hold instantly, slicing Remy Haram's body in two. Its upper half crashed to the ground, forcing Seth, who was preparing to strike, to freeze in his tracks. Cyan, still holding the orb, looked at the scowling Seth with annoyance. What the hell? It died that easily. Sorry for cutting in. Seth growled, how boring. Karen watched in astonishment, his eyes fixed on the two figures arguing beside the demon beast's corpse. He dealt with that monster so easily. Why do you always have to butt in? Me? The two continued to bicker. I can't tell who the real monster is anymore. It or him. The more Karen looked at Cyan, the more he despised him, his face a mask of rage and jealousy. Asterisk to think some mysterious nobody like him is standing by Lady Luna's side. It's utterly revolting. Asterisk, Sir Karen, are you all right? His subordinates rushed over just as Karen was looking for an outlet for his simmering rage. He immediately took his anger out on them, glaring as he growled. Is this the time to be worrying about me? Go look after Lady Luna, you useless idiots. His cold glare sent the three subordinates trembling. What the hell? Did we mess something up? Cyan watched the demon beast's head slowly dissolve. I guess we're back to just a skeleton now. He crossed his arms, staring at the demon beast's head before turning to Seth. We're out of the subspace. Looks like this is it. Where's the grimoire? This is the first time I've ever caught one of these, so I don't know either, Seth answered. Just as they were wondering, the beast's skeletal head suddenly burst into eerie blue flames. Cyan was startled by the sight, the blue flames flickering across his stunned face. It's not over. The moment he spoke, a powerful beam of light burst up from the ground. Seth gritted his teeth, his face tense as he cursed. Damn it. From below, massive pillars of light suddenly erupted, spiraling toward the sky. From a distance, Luna screamed, Cyan. Seth! Lamela grabbed her mistress's shoulders, holding her back from the danger. It's too dangerous, milady. Just then, a pillar of energy shot toward the ceiling, right above Karen's group. He looked up and yelled in alarm. Everyone fall back. You'll be swept into it. Cyan stood in the most dangerous spot, surrounded by three towering pillars of energy as rubble began to rain from above. Luna fell to her knees, screaming herself hoarse as Lamela tried to shield her. Cyan. Moments later, massive boulders crashed down, piling up into a small mountain that nearly reached the ceiling. Lamela held Luna tightly, her voice filled with sorrow. We were too late, Lady Luna. No matter how skilled young Master Cyan is, there's no way he could have survived that. But Luna, head bowed to hide her eyes, refuted her. No, Cyan is still alive. She walked toward the towering pile of rubble, ignoring Lamela's pleas. But Lady Luna, we're clearing this rubble. Lamela. Lamela watched her young mistress, listening silently to her calm voice. I know this is hard to understand, but please just trust me for now. Luna turned back, a strange light glinting in her eyes, her expression chillingly cold. I can feel him out there. Cyan and I share a connection. That's how I know. The scene changes to a large waterfall, the sound of crashing water echoing through the space. Cyan, whom everyone thought had perished, was standing nearby, completely unharmed. So this is another subspace. Before him stood the demon beast, now completely whole once more. It resurrected again. Cyan observed it carefully, not rushing to act as he silently sized it up. Asterisk, is that a Balrog? Its mana is on a completely different level now. Asterisk. Planting a hand on his hip, Cyan glanced over at a figure lying motionless on the ground. Hey, Seth, you alright? That thing's back without a single scratch. But a closer look sent a jolt of alarm through him. Seth lay on the ground, his entire body charred black from the blast. He couldn't dodge it? He recalled the power of that last attack. Asterisk, it completely swallowed him. That was magic beyond the ninth circle. Way too much for an academy rookie to handle. Asterisk. At that thought, Cyan lowered his head and bit his lip, forcing the words out through clenched teeth. This is pissing me off. He looked at the demon beast before him as it threw its head back and let out a deafening roar. He drew the demon blade at his hip, crimson mana swirling around its edge as he snarled at the beast, "Shut your mouth." Its defiant roar only fueled his rage. Cyan's eyes blazed, veins popping on his face. Asterisk, no audience. Perfect. Now I can finally let loose. Asterisk. The Balrog was not to be outdone. It raised a hand and cracked its knuckles with a menacing crack. That act was the final straw. All traces of Cyan's composure vanished, replaced by a demonic grin. Don't even think you'll get an easy death. I'm in a terrible mood today. With those words, Cyan shattered the ground beneath him and vanished in a flash. The two charged, clashing with the full force of their power. Cyan's eyes blazed, his smile twisting into a maniacal grin. The two charged, clashing with the full force of their power. Cyan's eyes blazed, his smile twisting into a maniacal grin. He dashed past the Balrog, his demon blade unleashing a flurry of crimson slashes. Mist sword, folk tempest. His eyes glowing red, he swung the demon blade again. Chain strike. He landed, skidding to a halt as he watched his handiwork. The massive Balrog collapsed, its head clean off its shoulders. And yet, its massive body remained on one knee as it roared. You are the first human to ever reach this place. Cyan raised an eyebrow, but his expression remained unfazed. It can talk. The demon beast used its mana to pull its head back into place, the severed flesh knitting back together. But you will lose. I'm not so easily slain. For I am reborn without end. In an instant, its head was back on its neck without a single scratch. It hissed, "Get ready. I'm going to kill you." In response, Cyan hurled a mana orb straight into its face. The Balrog flinched. Countless more orbs flew forward, tearing chunks from its body. The demon blade in Cyan's hand began to glow again. He lunged forward, executing a perfect slash. Missed sword, missed ward. The demonic beast was split in two. As its body disintegrated, a glittering orb appeared in its center. The light caught Cyan's eye. Is that? But in a flash, the Balrog's severed halves pulled back together, concealing the orb. It sneered, "It's useless. I will just keep regenerating. You'll be exhausted soon enough." An even more twisted smile spread across Cyan's face. I like the sound of that. He pointed his demon blade at the creature, half his face distorting into a grotesque black and red. That just means I get to keep kicking your ass. So don't you die on me. Just keep regenerating. The Balrog froze, its wide eyes staring at him in disbelief. What? Meanwhile, outside, Lamela and Luna poured all their remaining mana into a joint attack. A spear of light and a blade of water slammed into the rubble simultaneously, but the massive boulder merely trembled, refusing to budge. Lamela gasped for breath. Our spells aren't doing a thing. Are we supposed to just keep this up forever? Luna observed coolly. There must be a barrier protecting the ruins. If so, there's nothing we can do. If only Seth were here. Just as she said that, a figure stumbled toward them. Miss Luna. It was Karen, limping as he clutched his bloody left arm. I'm so glad I found you. Are you hurt? Is he all right? I know the way out, he pleaded. Please, we have to. But Luna refused. No, I can't leave. Karen froze, his blood-streaked face contorted in confusion. What do you mean? This place could collapse at any second. You have to get out of here now. Luna didn't even look at him, her gaze fixed on the rubble. Cyan is trapped under there. If you won't help, then go. At her words, Karen grew even more agitated. No one could have survived that. It's impossible. No, Luna replied calmly. He wouldn't die that easily. Luna's reply sent a surge of jealousy and rage through Karen. He shouted, "Why are you so obsessed with him? What about the rest of us? Don't we matter to you?" He flashed back to the horrifying moment the rubble came crashing down, burying 3 of his comrades. Ustra, Montak, Kensil. They all died right in front of my eyes. Was their sacrifice meaningless? Karen placed a hand over his heart, staring directly at Luna. I'll get you out of here. Unlike Cyan, I've been by your side for so long. If you're going to fall for anyone, it should be me. There's no man alive who cares for you as much as I do. His face flushed as his rant grew more frenzied. He let out a wild laugh. Destiny? Yes, I see it now. You are my destiny. Luna stared at him with utter disgust, completely shutting him down. Yes, I could see myself saying that to Cyan, but never to you. Just hearing those words from your mouth is repulsive. Karen's smile froze. Nearby, Lamela couldn't suppress a snicker. The air grew thick with awkward tension, but instead of backing down, a strange light glinted in Karen's eyes as he reached for Luna. I don't care if you laugh at my feelings. If necessary, I'll take you by force. Seeing his advance, Lamela instantly moved to block him, leveling her sword at his throat. You've crossed the line, Karen. But he didn't stop. His hand shot out, grabbing Lamela by the neck. Get out of my way. Karen tightened his grip, slamming Lamela against the cliff face. Lamela! Luna cried out in horror. How dare you defy me? Don't you realize I could crush you without a second thought? As he finished his threat, a powerful electric current surged through Lamela's body. She convulsed as smoke rose from her body, slumping to the ground the moment Karen released her. Panting heavily, Karen turned to Luna with a chillingly perverse smile. Now it's just the 2 of us, Miss Luna. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, interrupting his charade. Both Karen and Luna froze. Stop right there. Karen looked up. A different thought flickered in his mind, but he shouted skyward anyway. Someone else is still alive? Who are you? Show yourself. But the voice wasn't coming from above. It was coming from beneath the rubble. The distorted voice echoed through the air, cutting through a darkness pierced only by faint streaks of light. Fine, the voice boomed, growing deeper and raspier. But you will pay for your insolence. A faint glow began to emanate from deep within the rubble. In another space entirely, Seth's eyes slowly fluttered open. Where am I? He pushed himself into a sitting position, his bare torso barely visible in the dim light. How did I get here? Seth clutched his aching head, trying to remember what happened. Asterisk, I was hit by Remy Haram's attack. That's the last thing I remember. Asterisk. He stood, checking his body for injuries, oblivious to the figure that had materialized behind him. Am I dead? No. You are not. A young woman with sun-kissed skin and lustrous black hair stepped closer, an immense aura of mana swirling around her. It's been a while, descendant of Chaharkin. Seth glanced at the stranger, his brow furrowed. It's been a while? How do you know who I am? And who are you? Her eyes danced with amusement. It's been so long. You've probably forgotten me. I'm the one who saved your life, you know. She stepped closer, looking up at him. But oh well, to be honest, I'm much more interested in that boy you were with. Before he could react, she suddenly cupped his face with both hands and whispered, Mind if I borrow this body again? She pressed a passionate kiss to his lips. Seth's eyes widened in shock, but he found himself unable to push her away. Instantly, 2 sigils identical to hers flared to life on his face. Seth's eyes flew open, his pupils now glowing a brilliant gold. Back in the isolated dimension, Cyan was relentlessly tearing into the Balrog's massive body. He ignored its desperate pleas, his face a mask of fury as he charged forward, swinging his demon blade. An X-shaped gash cut deep into the Balrog's chest. Immediately after, he braced himself, preparing for another strike. The Balrog bowed its head, gritting its teeth through the pain, its heart pounding with dread as the gash revealed the orb within its body. Seeing the orb, the twisted expression on Cyan's face grew even more savage. He formed a sphere of nothingness in his hand, whispering as he lunged forward. Asterisk, that rock-hard thing. I just want to shatter it. Asterisk, void sphere. The Balrog roared in terror, begging with every ounce of strength it had left. Wait. Stop. Who? Before it could finish, a blade split the orb in 2. Sudohon. The Balrog let out a final, agonizing cry. With its core shattered, its body could no longer regenerate. Its colossal form rapidly turned to dust, crumbling around Cyan's feet. Even as it faded away, it couldn't understand how this had happened. How could a mere human defeat me? The mana shrouding Cyan's face receded as he slowly walked over to pick up a piece of paper lying in the pile of dust. He studied the drawing on it for a moment. What? This is only a fragment of the grimoire. He let the paper dissolve into the void. Came all this way for nothing. Kiram would have realized it immediately if she were conscious. Cyan recalled the grueling battle from before. She pushed herself too far fighting Boris and fell into an indefinite sleep. He stood watching the roaring waterfall, wondering, asterisk, but why am I still in this space? And where did the ship that created it go? Asterisk. Just as he looked ahead, an intense killing intent washed over him. Bloodlust. Cyan dodged nimbly to the side. Seth's punch missed, shaking the very ground. Cyan got a good look at his attacker, his eyes widening in surprise. Seth. But he quickly realized something was off. Asterisk, that's not Seth. The mana he's using is completely different. What's going on? Asterisk. A low voice echoed throughout the ruined room. A figure stepped onto a pile of debris, looking down from above. I had no intention of interfering in this matter. Karen lifted his blood-streaked face, listening in silence. But why would you try to harm that child? Luna also looked up in astonishment. If your reason isn't good enough. Lamy Haram, in his true form, stood atop the wreckage, his presence overwhelmingly powerful. I will kill you. Karen's hand immediately went to the hilt of his sword. This crushing pressure, it's nothing like before. He didn't need to guess who stood before him. This is the real Lamy Haram. Lamy Haram had little patience. He stared down at Karen, pressing him. Answer me. Karen, still delusional, channeled mana into his blade, about to draw it. I'll take him down in an instant. Seeing this, Lamy Haram scoffed. He raised a hand with razor-sharp claws, musing, how pathetic. With just a flick of his wrist from afar, a sickening snap echoed from Karen's right arm. What? An invisible force twisted his arm violently, bending it to point straight at the sky. Karen screamed in agony. Lamy Haram slowly descended from the pile of rubble, his every word dripping with authority. You dare attack me without answering my question? He showed no mercy. A snap of his fingers echoed along with his rebuke. How rude. Karen's twisted arm instantly shattered. Blood sprayed everywhere. He could only collapse, clutching his mangled arm and howling in pain, while Luna watched the entire scene, stunned. Before the pain could even subside, Karen was hit by another horrifying blow. His large body was sent flying, his back slamming into a wall and shattering it on impact. A gigantic, spectral hand, as large as Karen himself, pinned him to the wall, holding him in place. Finally decided to behave. Have you? Lamy Haram controlled the hand from a distance, repeating his question softly. Now, I will ask you again. What is your answer? He slammed Karen's head into the ground. Fresh blood mixed with the old as Karen let out a pain cough. Faced with such an absolute difference in power, Lamy Haram gave a final, decisive command. You said cough. How pathetic for those to be your last words. Authority of the fallen giant. Not getting the answer he wanted, Lamy Haram lost all patience. He repeatedly slammed Karen against the wall, causing the ground to crack and tremble violently. In a matter of seconds, the wall before them was reduced to a desolate crater. Lamy Haram stood tall, asking the man who was now too broken to speak. And where's my thank you? He turned his head to look at Luna, who was frozen to the spot. Luna flinched and stammered, Thank you. Seeing this, Lamy Haram said mockingly, You seem frightened. Was I too violent? She was a little scared, but she held her ground as he approached, asking, Are you? Lamy Haram. He admitted it casually. I am. Luna tensed, her guard up. What are you going to do to me? Lamy Haram replied. That's a secret. I've been watching you. Hearing that, she relaxed slightly, her eyes still wary. Asterisk, he's been watching me? What does he want with me? Asterisk. Lamy Haram leaned down, bringing his face level with hers, and propped his chin on his hand thoughtfully. I see. Luna, curious, asked, What do you see? He pointed at Luna's body, articulating each word slowly. I'm talking about your unusual physique. Lamy Haram could see an oval-shaped object glowing inside of her. You have a nexus core in you. It's a type of mana with properties similar to my own. No wonder you felt so familiar. Perhaps it's the work of that black-haired brat who's trapped in there. Hearing this, she realized who he meant. Are you talking about Senior Zan? Lamy Haram glanced towards the rubble, his tone softening slightly. So his name is Zan? You two seem quite close. Hearing news of Zan, Luna started to lose her composure. She clenched her fists anxiously and asked loudly, Is he okay? He replied, Don't worry. He's probably having a chat with the master of the ruins. Just then, Lamy Haram leaned in again, pointing at Lamela's corpse. By the way, is it really okay for her to be dead like that? His words filled her with dread. Lamela. Luna looked sadly at the thick, dark mana slowly dissipating from Lamela's body. It's too late. A fatal wound like that can't be healed with magic. Her eyes fell, her voice filled with self-blame. It's all my fault. I'll have to carry the memory of what happened today until the day I die. As she was tormenting herself, Lamy Haram snapped his fingers. You still have another choice. She frowned and asked, Are you going to help me? At her question, a calculating look crossed his face. On the contrary, I have a condition. If you agree, I'll happily tell you the truth. In another dimension, Zan was running for his life. A barrage of Set's familiar attacks chased close behind him. As he tried to dodge, he suddenly glanced up and to his left, realizing with a start that he was about to be hit. Zan stopped on a dime, ducking low to slash away the incoming attack. The pressure from the mana explosion forced him to shield his face. That stupid prince. Zan stared at Set's silhouette in the cloud of dust, thinking, has he completely surpassed the limits of a human being? The possessed Set rushed in wildly, unleashing a relentless flurry of punches and kicks that gave Zan no room to breathe. Zan gritted his teeth and endured, the arm holding the demon blade, trembling with each impact. His physical abilities and his mana, they've all been enhanced so much. While he was lost in thought, a powerful fist hooked up from below. The left hook landed squarely on his right side, forcing a pained grunt out of Zan. Just then, the woman spoke in Set's voice, uttering a single, short phrase. Got you. Another punch slammed into Zan's left side. Unable to block, he was sent flying. He crashed hard into the ground, skidding a long distance. His demon blade dug into the earth, carving a deep trench before finally stopping his momentum. On one knee, Zan gasped for breath as he looked toward the transformed Set. I don't even have a moment to rest. Just blocking his attacks is taking everything I've got. The possessed Set was now levitating on a vortex of sand. Zan looked up, annoyed. Now he's flying around too? Set looked down at his prey with amusement and praised him. You're the first human to last this long. Sa-Vulum, inhabiting Set's body, smiled down with delight. Well then, let's stop playing around and get down to business. Successor. That last word stunned Zan. His eyes shot wide as he jerked his head up. You know who I am? She didn't answer, instead launching another attack. Power of the Sand God. Meteor. Just as the battle reached a critical point, a slow voice echoed from the demon blade. Just let me get a quick nap in. Zan, who had just raised his blade to defend, froze at the words. Rerum. As the golden sand serpent was about to strike Zan, a girl suddenly appeared with a solid shield. Power of the black mist god, void boundary. Seeing the person shielding him, Zan smiled, his posture relaxing. I was wondering when you'd wake up. Sleep well, Rerum? Rerum crossed her arms, her expression anything but pleased. Without turning back, she answered, no, I still want to sleep. Let's finish this quick so I can go back to bed. Set's body slowly descended to the ground. Seeing Rerum, she let out a mocking laugh. Well, long time no see. The last time we met was during the Great War of Gods and Demons, wasn't it? Rerum pointed an accusatory finger at her, her tone sharp and unreserved. You pick a fight with my master and then pretend to be friendly? You possess another human's body and go on a rampage. Sungu saw Vulum. She just laughed shamelessly, pointing to the mark on Set's chest. Don't you see these marks? This is the seal of the Cha family line that serves me. I only interfere in human affairs that concern this family. Savulum's taunt made Rerum's eyes roll back in fury. Don't be jealous just because I was having a little fun with your master. You hypocrite. The way he talks is just weird. No longer distracted, Zan stared intently at Set's body and got straight to the point. Why is the Sand God protecting the demon tome? Hearing this, the Sand God retorted, I'm simply renting a room. She didn't hide anything, stating plainly, this place was originally a temple built by my servants. After the Great War, I took in Lamy Haram. Ça vu l'homme casually stepped closer. All I'm doing is preventing a divine relic from being misused. Now, it's my turn to ask a question. Using Set's tall frame, she looked down at Zan with cold eyes. Why do you want to obtain Lamy Haram? Zan didn't hide his intentions either, an image of his brother flashing in his mind. I want to kill someone, and for that, I need the demon tome. The simple answer seemed to stun her. She asked, bewildered, that's it? Hearing that, Zan warned, if you try to stop me, I'll kill you, even if you were a god. At that, Savulum threw her head back and laughed as if she'd heard the funniest joke. You'll kill me if I stop you? Even if I'm a god, huh? Being laughed at, Zan scowled, his face grim as he watched her shake with laughter. I'm serious. Next you'll be telling me you're going to kill the supreme god, I suppose. After a moment of mockery, she placed a hand on Set's chest and made a decision. All right, I've decided. I will observe your journey through this body. Hearing her intent to take over Set's body, Zan loudly protested. What about the original owner of this body? Don't you think you're going too far? And more importantly, it's just creepy hearing you talk like that in his body. Savulum ignored his concern, promising, don't worry. I'll only use this body when necessary. I'm not that much of a scumbag. As long as I'm in this body, this brat won't die. Hearing this, Zan rested his chin on his hand and began to think seriously. Asterisk, then Set won't die from a common cold like he did in my past life. Wouldn't this be a better outcome? Asterisk, meanwhile, Rerum turned back into a cloud of mist and whined. If you're done, can I please go back to sleep now? Seeing that he seemed to be coming around, Sa Vulum stomped a foot decisively on the ground. Now, then, shall we get out of here? The moment she finished speaking, the ground beneath their feet rumbled and cracked apart. The scenery suddenly began to shift, confusing Zan. The ground is rising? Chunks of earth broke free from the bedrock, slowly rising into the air and gradually enveloping Zan. See you again, successor. In an instant, the scene had changed. When Zan looked up, the surrounding rock had turned a brilliant gold. The cracks in the ceiling were sealing themselves shut, leaving him stunned. We've escaped the subspace. Still in disbelief, he called out, "Hey, Set." Set's voice pulled Zan from his thoughts. He wore a bewildered expression. Zan, why are we here? Where did Lamy Haram go? And just like that, Zan knew. The idiot prince is back. Just then, Lunav approached, supporting Lamela. Seeing him stumble over, Sien asked with concern, Lunav, are you okay? Seeing that Sien was alive, Lunav couldn't hide her relief. I'm so glad to see you're safe, too. I was so worried. Sien glanced away, his voice low. Looks like I'm not the one you should be worried about. What happened here? Following his gaze, she saw a massive bloodstain dyeing the wall red. These ruins are protected by Savulum's power, but for this kind of physical damage to occur. Sien's brow furrowed, his sharp eyes scanning the wall. The holy weapon, Leharum, must have been used. He glanced at the book at Lunav's side, but didn't call her out on it. Looks like she found the demon grimoire. Meanwhile, she began to explain, only Lamela and I made it out of there alive. A lot happened after you vanished. As they were talking, Set, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. I think we should get out of here. Sien was surprised. Huh? What? Set pressed a hand to his forehead where a vein was throbbing. There's this woman who's been talking to me nonstop for a while now. She says the ruins are about to be destroyed. Her voice is just echoing in my head, giving me a splitting headache. He pointed foolishly at the ceiling. You can't hear her? Hearing this, Sien wondered, Savulum? As Sien was putting the pieces together, rocks and dust began to fall from above. It suddenly clicked. Asterisk Lunav is holding the demon grimoire, which means she's become Savulum's new master. If that's the case, then these ruins have no reason to exist anymore. Asterisk. Just then, the ceiling began to shake violently. Lunav reacted instantly. She slammed both hands on the ground, and a magic circle immediately appeared. Everyone get close to me. The circle expanded amidst the rumbling of the collapsing ruins, enveloping them all. I'm going to use spatial displacement magic. Sien urgently warned her. We're too far from the exit. To use a dimensional teleportation spell here. Lunav cut him off, pouring all of her mana into the circle. I don't have time to explain. Sien was stunned. Asterisk, is she really attempting a spatial teleportation? A ninth circle spell? Asterisk. The light from the magic circle illuminated everyone's faces. At the same time, Set screamed as a huge section of the ceiling plummeted toward them. It's coming down. Despite the chaos around her, Lunav remained completely focused. Spatial transfer. The ceiling crashed down, and thick dust choked the air, obscuring everything. The entire chamber was buried under the rubble. Meanwhile, back at Sien's dorm room in the Len Academy, a black-haired boy stood before a mirror, smiling smugly. A faint magical glow still lingered around his body. The reflection in the mirror was Sien, but the smile was completely unfamiliar. Perfect. The boy admired himself in the mirror, carefully checking his appearance one more time. Asterisco no arns, no wingis, no teio. I'm a perfect copy of Papa now. Asterisk. A look of confidence and determination flashed in his eyes. Now it's time to do that thing. Out in the academy hallway, Sien's appearance caused a ripple of whispers. What? Why is he here? Did he actually come to attend class? All eyes in the classroom turned toward him, but Nana didn't seem to care. The child looked excitedly toward the front of the room. So this is Sien Vert. Nana's eyes sparkled like stars, ignoring the murmurs all around. Asterisk, I've always wondered what Papa's day was like. So today, Nana's going to live just like Papa. Asterisk. Nana listened intently, filled with admiration for his father's life. Asterisk Papa gets to spend his time learning with so many friends. This is amazing. Asterisk. In the child's eyes, everything was new and exciting, even the bald teacher lecturing passionately at the front of the class. Asterisk, the teacher is amazing too. This is all just so cool. Asterisk. However, Nana had no idea that he was being watched. In a corner of the classroom, Erin was taking notes, but she couldn't take her eyes off Sien. Her face was flushed pink. Rimus, sitting beside her, had no idea what was going on. Is young Master Sien actually listening to the lecture? He leaned over and whispered to Erin, noticing Sien's focused gaze on the board. Princess, do you think he's sick? Erin kept her eyes on Sien, a hint of worry in them. Asterisk, what should I do? I really feel like I should tell him about it, about our engagement. Asterisk. The class ended, and Nana bounced out of the room, striding happily down the hall. He stopped in the middle of the crowded hallway, his eyes sparkling in celebration. Asterisk, it was perfect. Nobody recognized me at all. Asterisk. Nana remembered the days when he could only cling to a window, looking out at the world. Asterisk, this is way more fun than just watching from the window. So this is the world Papa lives in. Asterisk. Just as Nana decided to go check out the other classes, a familiar voice sounded from right behind him. What are you doing? Nana jumped and spun around, his face paling as he saw Sarika's stern expression. Miss Sarika, she admonished him in a low voice. Nana, you know you shouldn't be wandering around here, don't you? Hearing Sarika's whispers, Nana panicked, breaking out in a cold sweat. She caught me. Sarika's terrifying glare made Nana tremble. It's a good thing Headmaster Kundal is at the royal palace. If anyone else had found you, do you think that would have made me happy? The little one was so scared he started to cry, whimpering, Miss Sarika is so scary. I am sorry. Just then, another voice cut in. Excuse me. Erin shyly fiddled with her hair, her gaze averted. I wanted to talk to you for a moment. Do you have some time? Seeing someone looking for Cien, Nana's eyes lit up, while Sarika looked horrified. Asterisk, oh no, not Princess Erin. Not now. Asterisk. Before anyone could react, Nana ran over and grabbed Erin's wrist. Let's go. Then he pulled a blushing Erin along with him, leaving Sarika and Rimus standing there dumbfounded. To your room, princess. Seeing him be so forward, Cien's, or rather, Erin's, face grew even redder, her eyes glistening with surprised tears. He wants to talk in my room. Rimus covered his mouth to hide a grin. Asterisk, she'll have the room all to herself. Good luck, princess. Asterisk. Back in the desolate wasteland, the wind howled. A teleportation circle flared to life in the middle of an empty clearing. A figure slowly materialized. First was Lunav, her hands still pressed to the ground, maintaining the spell. Right after, Set and Cien appeared as well, along with countless fragments from the ruins. Massive stone blocks crashed down onto the magic circle, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Cien and Set's figures were clear under the harsh sun. He glanced around to make sure. Are we out of that place? Set, still catching his breath, said, that was too close. Once he was sure everyone was safe, Cien looked down at the one maintaining the magic circle. I can't believe she can cast a 9th level spell. He looked at the small girl, kneeling on one knee and looking up at him. Luna's become too talented to be taken lightly. She finally let out a sigh of relief. What a relief. To be honest, I wasn't sure I could pull it off. Lamela walked up behind her, her voice gentle. But we're only alive thanks to you, Lady Lunav. Luna spoke gently back to her. As for you, you need to rest, Lamela. Let's head to the nearest village. Cien looked at Set, who was standing with his hands on his hips, gazing into the distance. Do you know where we are? Set looked into the horizon and replied. This place feels really familiar. Following his confident smile, a city appeared before them. This is the city of outcasts, New Delhi. The moment Set's proud voice faded, someone suddenly appeared before them. Why have you set foot here again? An old man leaning on a staff, along with 3 large men, stared at Set with hatred. He was Elder Banity. Set joyfully spread his arms wide, striding forward with a loud laugh. Well, if it isn't Old Man Banity. Long time no see, but he was bluntly rejected. Stay away from us. Set froze, staring blankly at the old man. It's been 6 years, Prince Set. The elder's words were steeped in bitterness, reinforced by the resentful glares of the people behind him. That time had helped them overcome a painful past and rise again. The old man's body trembled with anger, his words almost a plea. Please have mercy on this old man and go. I'm begging you. Don't take away the peace we've worked so hard to build. Set looked bewildered, not understanding what the old man was saying. He looked at Banity, who was shaking with rage, and asked, weren't we close? The elder pointed to a man behind him and asked, do you remember who this is? He innocently scratched his head. No, why should I? But his answer only infuriated Banity more. That's my son. He snarled, recounting every knockout blow Set had dealt his son. When you were a child, you knocked out his front teeth because you wanted to train with him. It was just a kid's fight, Set replied nonchalantly. Even if he did cry a river. Banity, incensed, shot back. And that's why he still isn't married. Then he continued with the accusations, mentioning the village well that was rarely ever intact. Not only that, you were always destroying the village well. And then the city walls he'd smashed through out of hyperactivity. And the walls of our buildings. Why would you even do that? Set answered honestly, because they were in my way. The words were like adding fuel to the fire. Then use the door. The other 3 were speechless as they listened to Set's long list of crimes. So he's been pissing people off since he was a kid, huh? That's why they call him the Prince of Destruction. Guess we won't be resting here. The people behind the elder simultaneously made gestures of refusal. Please, just go back. We can't let you in here. Just then, strange patterns suddenly spread across Set's body. His voice rang out, but it was completely transformed. I can't just let this stand. Lunav's eyes went wide with shock, her mouth falling open. Cyan, already used to this, just sighed to himself. Here we go again. Sav Vulam, having taken over Set's body, winked at Vanity's group with an arrogant smile. This child is my chosen one. I'd rather you didn't treat him so harshly. Vanity still didn't understand what was happening. He looked up with his wrinkled face and asked, What do you mean? What are you talking about? Sav Vulam gently manipulated the energy around her, her lips murmuring a chant. I'm the one who crosses the desert, the one who brings storms to this world. Her true form began to manifest before the eyes of mere mortals. I, Sav Vulam, wish to stay in your village. You should accept this honor. The immense power kicked up a roaring sandstorm. Lunav and Lamela were completely astonished. The goddess Sav Vulam has possessed Set. Amidst the strong winds blowing his bangs, Cyan just stood there with a look of utter boredom. A drama queen and an idiot prince. What a perfect match. Sav Vulam's energy gradually receded, and the markings on Set's body vanished completely. His senses returning, he glanced behind him in a panic and whispered to Cyan, You heard that too, right? Some woman was just talking. Cyan pointed forward. Thanks to her, we'll be able to stay in this village. Set turned his head, surprised to see Vanity and everyone else kneeling at his feet. Please forgive us, Goddess Sav Vulam. Elsewhere, a door was gently slid shut. The person outside thought to himself, I have a feeling something good will happen today. Riga smiled from behind the door. I hope the princess and young master Cyan have a wonderful time. Cheer up, Princess Erin. In the room, the Cyan, transformed by Nana, was still holding Erin's hand. Her face was bright red with embarrassment, her mind spinning. What do I do? Nana chattered happily while Erin was about to be cooked alive by her own embarrassment. I'm so glad. Professor Sarika is so scary. Erin, flustered, replied, Why you think so? Suddenly, Erin's eyes widened. She realized something wasn't right. Cyan's hand was still on hers. And that very fact sent her heart into a deeper state of turmoil. Erin's face grew redder by the second, the very air around them turning a happy shade of pink. Seeing this, Nana asked with concern, Are you not feeling well, princess? Nana casually reached out to brush her hair aside, checking the temperature of her forehead. You don't have a fever. The unexpected gesture made Erin jump. She shot to her feet, stumbling back toward the bookshelf. Wait. A silence fell as a distance was drawn between them. Erin stood frozen, her mind racing. Damn it, I just rejected him without thinking. We're engaged, I shouldn't act like this. She looked at the innocent face of the Cyan before her, trying to calm herself. Don't run away. I have to tell him today. Erin mustered all her courage, shouting out the secret she'd kept hidden for so long. About our engagement. What do you honestly think of it? Cyan's answer took Erin by surprise. It's great. He sat on the chair, tilting his head with a smile as he explained, I like you a lot, so I like this engagement too. Erin looked up, her eyes peeking out from behind soft locks of hair, her lips trembling. Really? Wearing Cyan's face, Nana replied with cheerful sincerity. I like it even more than candy. Is this a dream? Tears of happiness welled up in the corners of Erin's eyes. She still couldn't believe it. Cyan likes me? I never even thought that was possible. She stood there, looking straight into the fake Cyan's eyes. I really truly like Cyan, don't I? Suddenly, Erin gave a slight start. Her gaze landed on a tail wagging behind the chair, Nana's tail exposed. Since when do you have a tail? On a desolate road, a horse-drawn carriage clattered straight toward the castle. The passenger inside gazed out the window at the unfamiliar scenery and sighed. I've been away so long, the academy looks like a stranger to me now. Even from a distance, he sensed a strange aura. There's a dragon here. Has some other entity infiltrated the manor? Inside the room, Erin's expression had soured, her loving gaze turned icy cold. Nana reverted to her true form, head bowed, eyes brimming with tears as she confessed, I'm not Cyan, I'm just Nana in disguise. The little girl turned quickly, teary-eyed, looking at Erin's dejected face. I'm sorry, princess. Erin could only offer a helpless comfort. It's all right. You didn't do anything wrong. Nana innocently believed her, asking happily, Really? Then I'll tell Papa everything the princess said. Erin leaned down, raised a finger, and wagged it with a menacing glare. You must never speak of this. Cold sweat poured down Nana's back, so scary. After the warning, she sat down next to Nana, her expression softening. but I am happy. You helped me realize a few things. Nana asked curiously, like what? Erin shed her awkward shyness. If you promise to keep it a secret, I'll tell you. She casually held out her pinky finger. Okay, I promise. A request was made, and the room instantly lit up with a mysterious purple glow. Can you turn back into cyan for me? Sure. Nana transformed back into cyan, flashing a dashing peace sign and smiling at Erin. Ta-da! Pretty perfect, right? Erin clapped her hands, praising Nana's flawless masterpiece. Then she hesitated, her face flushed red again, hands clasping together in confusion as she whispered, I like you, Cyan. Nana, previously cheerful, suddenly went silent. Erin's words echoed in the small room. The memory of their first meeting flashed through her mind. I realize now, I've had feelings for you since the very first time we met. She remembered the times he stood behind her, a pillar of support making her stronger. I know I'm just a burden to you, but I've been trying so hard to be better, so? Erin wiped away the tears that wouldn't stop falling. Please don't disappear without saying a word. Can you stay by my side? Having poured her heart out, shame washed over her, and she hurriedly bowed her head. Don't tell Cyan about this, okay? Promise me, Nana. Hearing no reply, Erin wiped her eyes and looked up, but Nana didn't respond. Instead, she turned her head toward the door. Something's here, princess. The girl's eyes glowed brightly, and the mana around her began to fluctuate. The atmosphere grew tense. Something bad is happening. Outside the door, Regis was trying to stop a tall man. You cannot enter. The princess is in the middle of an urgent matter. Kundal had returned. He used his imposing aura to threaten Regis. There is no place in this academy where I, Kundal Kell, am forbidden to enter. Move. Regis stood his ground firmly. Though fear flickered in his eyes, he did not yield. If it is urgent, I will pass on a message for you. Please turn back. Before the words barely left his lips, Kundal placed a hand on the boy's right shoulder. A magic circle appeared. I have no time for this. With a flick of his hand, Regis was mercilessly flung aside. Ugh! Another spell was cast, and the door blasted open. Inside, Erin stood protectively in front of the fake Cyan, shouting at the intruder, Headmaster Kundal, what is the meaning of this? She tried to summon her angriest voice to protect Nana. I'm having a private conversation with my fiancé. Get out. But Kundal showed no regard for her status as a princess. His eyes were cruel and cold. Step aside, Princess Erin. That is not Cyan. The fake Cyan was exposed in an instant. Nana froze, her eyes wide with shock. Erin reacted faster, immediately using both hands to shove Nana away. Kundal's magic struck the table, blasting it into smoke and debris, separating the two of them. Erin shielded her head, peering through the chaos toward Nana, screaming, Nana, run. He's not someone I can defeat. Nana knew it, too. She glanced back at Erin one last time and replied, okay. But Kundal gave her no chance. He lunged forward with terrifying speed. Don't even dream of escaping. Nana aimed straight for the window, sprinting headlong without a second thought. She crashed right through the glass pane, shattering it into sharp shards. But Kundal had already caught up. He grabbed Nana by the throat with one hand, hoisting her into the air. His eyes were full of cold rage, his voice brooking no compromise. How dare you sneak into my academy? You will pay for this. The hand around Nana's throat tightened, his magical energy intensifying even further. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light swallowed everything around them. A massive magic circle materialized right above Nana, shooting down a pillar of light that pierced through her body and slammed into the ground. It was the holy spear of Janus. Nana screamed in agony, her shriek shaking the very space around her. Back in the gym, the loud noise made Brian pause. That thunder sounds way too loud. He rushed toward the door. That wasn't thunder, the maid said, looking at him quizzically. Then what was it? He threw open the door to Nana's room, but it was empty. Nana's gone. A massive wave of magical power washed over him. I can feel an immense amount of mana. Brian snatched his shirt and bolted outside. Where are you going? Emily asked, worried. Brian answered in a panic. To find Nana. This has to be about her. His mind in chaos, Brian bit his lip and ran as fast as he could. Outside the mansion, rain poured down in sheets. Kundal didn't stop. Channeling his mana, he summoned another magic circle that unleashed countless orbs of light, all aimed at Nana. In her scene form, she desperately tried to dodge. Observing her every move, he grew more resolute, pouring even more power into his assault. He raised his hand to cast another spell. To be able to take a 9th-tier spell and still move like that. This thing is on another level compared to ordinary dragons. As Nana landed on the Academy's golden-brown grounds, the earth beneath her suddenly fractured. Her golden, slit-pupiled eyes widened in surprise. Realizing the ground was rising, she immediately dropped her center of gravity, sinking to one knee to keep her balance. The earth beneath Nana shot upward as two other mounds of rock erupted from the sides, preparing to crush her between them. A thunderous crash echoed as the three earthen walls collided, adding to the chaos. Kundal clapped his hands together, then held them out before him. Impressive. Before him, Nana was using her knees, elbows, and her entire body to hold back the two stone walls as they closed in. Is your body possessed by a god or something? He paused, giving Nana a moment to answer. You know, ordinary dragon. Why aren't you fighting back? Receiving no answer, his anger flared, and the mana pouring from his body intensified. Are you ignoring me? Or are you waiting for something? Though badly injured, Nana steadied her breathing to answer Kundal. You're not a bad person. Nana doesn't fight good people. Kundal tilted his head back to look at her, his eyes filled with confusion. How could you possibly know that? Nana replied, I can smell it. A gentle scent. She honestly repeated Sarika's words. My teacher taught me that I should only use my power to punish bad people. But Kundal was unforgiving. He continued to channel mana into his arm, extending it as if to crush Nana. All right then, why don't you tell me more about this teacher of yours? Countless magic circles materialized. Kundal looked up at her, his voice grim. Is it the same teacher who brought an unclean thing like you into this academy? Is that the teacher you're talking about? Under threat, Nana's body began to change. She clenched her teeth, trying to reaffirm herself against Kundal's insult. Nana isn't a bad person. The wings on her back unfurled as the energy in her body surged. Daddy said Nana is a good girl. Kundal ignored her explanation, simply unleashing another powerful blast of light. Celestial judgment. This time, having returned to her true form, Nana was able to dodge. She flew to the side, letting Kundal's judgment blast away the stone pillars he had just created. He continued to control the magic circles in pursuit, cornering her. I won't let you escape. Another storm of attacks rushed toward her. The target was still the small Nana. This time, the light was too close. It was nearly impossible to evade. All she could do was use her own strength to try and block it, but her injured body wouldn't allow it. I can't take any more. With a powerful flick backward, she sent Kundal's entire attack flying back at him. But in the next instant, as Nana looked up, a hand was already right in front of her face. Kundal struck Nana directly in the head, then followed up with another devastating blow. Giant's kick. This time, she couldn't dodge. She took the full force of the attack, coughing up blood as she was thrown backward. Her small hands pounded on the barrier, her voice filled with anguish. If this keeps up, she's going to die. Riga stood behind her, watching Aaron's desperation, helpless. It's no use, princess. He couldn't bear to look directly at the battle, only able to speak the hard truth. That's a magic barrier the headmaster himself created. Suddenly, Aaron stopped pounding on the barrier. She remembered someone. Instructor Sarika. Regis flinched, looking at her in confusion. Aaron quickly repeated, We have to get Instructor Sarika. She turned, anxiously shouting at Regis. She's close with Nana. She might be willing to bend a few rules. Just then, a pair of black shoes appeared in the hallway, and a voice cut through their conversation. There's no need to call for me. Sarika stood there, frowning, followed by Brian and a large crowd of curious students drawn by the commotion. With all this chaos, it would have been hard for her not to notice. Brian glanced at the students behind them, his eyes wary. What the hell is going on here? He realized. There are way too many eyes on this. While they were distracted, he slammed the door shut, using his body to block the entrance. I'll hold them off here. I won't let any students in. Sarika pushed up her thick glasses, looked at him, and gave an order. Don't let anyone through, Brian. Brian immediately accepted. Yes, ma'am. Leave it to me. She walked to the barrier, placing a hand on it to test it. This barrier was put up by the headmaster. Is there any way to break it? Aaron asked. Sarika took a deep breath as a powerful aura rose around her body. Nothing is impossible for Instructor Sarika. Aaron and Regis stood stunned, watching her every move. It's going to be a bit extreme, but there's one way. Sarika suddenly transformed. Two horns sprouted from her head, and her right hand turned black, armed with long, sharp claws. Secret skill, Demon Fusion. Before making her move, she shot a warning glance at the other two. Forget everything you're about to see, or you will die. Inside the magic barrier, Kundal had beaten Nana to a pulp. She lay there, her magical energy dissipating. Finally calm down, have you? The words had barely left Kundal's lips when his old, wrinkled eyes widened in astonishment. On the ground, Nana had fallen unconscious and reverted to her human form. Asterisk, so this is the dragon's true form. She's just a child. Asterisk. Just as he realized his opponent was merely a child, A loud crash echoed from the mansion window. Miss Slash. A figure landed swiftly, sliding to a stop across the ground. In her demon fusion form, Sarika stood protectively in front of Nana, dual blades at the ready. She faced Kundal. My apologies, Lord Kundal. Please do not harm this child. With his hands clasped behind his back, he looked at Sarika and asked sternly, I don't recognize you. What is your relationship to that child? She answered honestly, her gaze still wary. She is my student. Therefore, I will take full responsibility for this. Nana, who had been unconscious, managed to pry one eye open, struggling to see the person protecting her. Instructor, Sarika. Kundal remained stubborn, refusing to accept the interference. This isn't a matter of responsibility. Step aside, he roared. Sarika didn't budge, determined to protect her student. I cannot. But then, an unexpected voice spoke up. Nana, sorry. Startled, Sarika turned back. Nana had pushed herself into a sitting position. Nana's not a bad kid. She stood in the pouring rain, waiting for Nana to continue. I did something wrong. The little girl couldn't put her overwhelming feelings into words and could only sit there, sobbing uncontrollably. So, please don't yell at Instructor Sarika. That face reminded Kundal of his own daughter when she cried. His gaze grew nostalgic before he abruptly changed the subject. This rain is really coming down, isn't it? Sarika stared, stunned. Headmaster. Kundal didn't look back. He paused, leaving one last instruction. That child appears to be seriously injured. Treat her first. As for you, come to my office later. Sarika was still in shock, unable to grasp Kundal's intentions as she watched him walk away. Headmaster. Once he was gone, she bowed respectfully. Thank you, sir. Sarika reverted to her human form as she listened to Kundal's parting words. It's too early for thanks. We still need to discuss just how you plan on taking that responsibility. Elsewhere, someone was ecstatically beating on a drum with two small wooden mallets. A tall figure with strange lipstick, bizarre jewelry, and an unusual outfit. What the hell is going on? Set sat on a throne as the crowd cheered endlessly. The goddess has descended. She has been summoned through the body of Prince Set. A clearly powerful man, he was now forced to listen to them praise him as a goddess. Set was so furious he crushed the armrest of his throne. I said, what the hell is going on here? Beniti sat at the banquet table, his beer mug trembling slightly. He looked towards Set with joy. The prince has been wise since childhood. This day was always meant to come. In stark contrast to Beniti's delight, Set ground his teeth as his subjects cheered. All glory to Lord Savulum. To Prince Set, long may he reign. He went berserk, ripping his shirt with one hand as he roared, cut out this nonsense. On a second-floor balcony, Cyan looked down at the scene below, the corner of his mouth lifting into a mocking smirk. What a truly blessed day. Rerum approached from behind, her eyes filled with suspicion. What is that man plotting? Who? Cyan asked curiously. Rerum replied, Savulum. I think he plans to observe us through that muscle-bound idiot. She glanced down at Set, who was now violently throwing the wreath of flowers from his head to the ground. I can't figure out what he's after at all. Cyan crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Gods can't interfere directly in the human world. Once they're outside their temples, they can't touch us. Didn't that foolish god already prove that? Rerum glanced at a group of children hanging from Set's muscular arm as he lifted them high into the air. But it's a different story if he uses that simpleton. Don't let yourself get caught off guard, master. There's someone else watching us, too. Just as she finished speaking, the doorknob turned. Luna walked in. Cyan. Seeing him there, she seemed both surprised and pleased. Were you waiting for me? Cyan replied coolly, yeah. I have something to tell you. Still leaning against the wall, Cyan asked casually, is Lamela okay? Luna approached, her voice full of excitement. I was so worried. She was in critical condition, but she's fine now. In her room, Lamela was covered in bandages, resting in bed. She'll probably just need another day of rest to make a full recovery. I even managed to heal all of her internal injuries. Cyan pushed himself off the wall, glancing at Luna. A large-scale teleportation spell and high-level healing magic. Resurrection. You've really grown, Junior. Luna let out a soft sigh, her initial excitement fading. So that's what this is about. I was wondering why you hadn't asked. She placed a hand on the bright red book hanging at her hip, her gaze dropping to it. How did you get that grimoire, the Lamy Haram? In the headmaster's office, Sirika stood before Kundal's desk. All right, start talking. Kundal shot a stern look in her direction. How did that Cyan brat manage to bring an outsider here? Sirika looked up, her eyes wide with astonishment. How did you? Kundal began to analyze the earlier battle. The power to withstand my attack. There's no one else in this academy who could handle a creature like that. Except for him. Sirika looked at him, asking worriedly, "What will the punishment be?" He refused to answer directly. "I'll need to speak with the responsible party first, though I already have a pretty good idea who that is." He could already picture the sly expression on that trickster's face. Asterisk, "You'll help us, won't you, sir?" That's exactly what they'll say. Asterisk. Sirica lowered her head, her eyes on the floor as she slowly accepted the blame. "As their instructor, I will also take full responsibility." "That's enough," Kundal cut her off. He looked directly at her earnest expression. "Are you planning on leaving the academy?" He began his lecture, pointing to an illustration where the images of angels and demons were clearly defined. The world draws a clear line between good and evil, and what is deemed evil is often despised and shunned. You possess that power they call corruption, and yet you used it to protect others. I believe that shows your true nature. It doesn't matter if you're part of the mist. Isn't that better than being some self-righteous hypocrite? Sirica stared at him, stunned, unable to believe what she was hearing. The headmaster continued, placing his hands on the desk before slowly walking around it. "A great crisis will soon befall the Empire. I try to stop it, but I cannot hold back this tide." He placed a hand on Sirica's shoulder. A light but trusting touch. "So when the time comes, fulfill your role here at this academy." "Very well. I have matters to attend to. I'll be on my way." With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked toward the door, leaving Sirica to stare after him. A crisis? Kundal's cryptic words only made Sirica more anxious. "What do you mean, my role?" "Headmaster Kundal, what is it that you see?" The man who just said he had to leave suddenly stopped. "Ah." Kundal turned his head, glancing at Sirica before asking an unrelated question. "That girl, what is she like?" In another room, moonlight streamed through a curtainless window, illuminating the figure lying on the bed. Nana had been bandaged, but her brows were still knitted in a tight frown. Kundal stood silently in the room, his weathered face lost in shadows. "I'm sorry, father." He looked at Nana, and suddenly remembered his own daughter. She had once stood before him, sobbing her heart out. Asterisk. "I'll never beg to see Mom again. Please forgive me, asterisk." He smiled faintly, then sighed at his own thoughts. "Why am I suddenly thinking of you, Dan?" Kundal approached the bed and gently placed 2 fingers on Nana's forehead. When he was done, he left a small pouch containing something red and quietly opened the door to leave. Asterisk, "I miss you so much today, my daughter." "You done?" Elsewhere, Cyan was speaking to Luna. "Just get the grimoire." His words surprised her. "Doesn't he need it?" Cyan turned, resting his arms on the railing and propping his chin in his hand as he looked down at the party below. "I have other ways. Don't worry about it." He glanced at the grimoire at Luna's hip, his voice calm and probing. "You're not taking that to the Garum Guild, are you?" Luna's reply was firm. "Of course not." Cyan's gaze sharpened. He stared intently at Luna, his voice in order. "Don't let anyone take it from you, and don't give it to anyone else. Not unless you want to die by my hand." "I understand," Luna replied, almost unconsciously, a worried look on her face. Then, Cyan suddenly announced, "I'm heading back to the academy first." And with that, their conversation was over. Cyan turned and left, leaving her with only those parting words. "You can come later with Set." Watching his back disappear through the door, Luna let out a frustrated sigh. "He's going off alone again." Suddenly, a voice echoed from nowhere. "You really like that guy, don't you?" Luna glanced down at the shadow beneath her cloak and answered coldly. "I do. Now, would you please tell me what you're up to?" Asterisk, "I don't know either. I'm still trying to figure him out." Asterisk. She looked in the direction Cyan had gone, her eyes filled with determination. "No matter what, I'm going to help him." The shadow slowly drifted to her side. Asterisk, "Yes, you can do that. At least, the you of now can." Asterisk. Lem's shadow coiled around Luna. "As long as you uphold your pact with me, my truth is yours, Luna Rain River." His voice echoed through the desert city's night. "But why do you call me Lem?" Luna explained. "Lamy Haram is just too long, dude." Night had fallen, but in a deserted corner of the courtyard, Brian was still training relentlessly with his sword. He remembered Sirica's words. Asterisk. "You've adapted well to your own abilities. You just can't help your lack of talent." Asterisk, and because of that, Brian believed, in the end, it's all because I'm weak. He tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze hardening with resolve. Asterisk, "I can't stay discouraged forever. One day, I have to become someone who can help the young master." Asterisk. Just then, a dark figure appeared, forcing him to stop. The stranger stood there, hidden beneath a cloak. "Where is Cyan?" Brian frowned, staring down the figure, his voice tense. "Who are you?" "Young Master Cyan isn't here." He realized, this mana, it's so unusual. The stranger either didn't hear or but didn't care. A sphere of magic materialized in his hand. Hand over Cyan. A dark red barrier trapped Brian. An artifact. He stared at the stranger in shock, but the figure completely ignored him. A blazing red sword appeared in his hand as he repeated the same words, "Give him to me." He instantly lunged forward, swinging his sword in a lightning-fast attack. Fortunately, Brian was clear-headed enough to parry in time. The deafening clang of metal on metal echoed in the silence. Brian furiously gripped his sword's hilt with both hands, growling through gritted teeth, "Don't you ignore me!" Brian countered with a sweeping slash, striking the attacker's body. The blade of his sword nearly touched the ground, shattering the pavement. Immediately after, he lifted his sword, spun, and unleashed a powerful swing. Brian whipped his head around, his eyes widening as his entire body tensed. He was on the defensive again. This strike is much stronger than the last one. The force of the blow drove Brian to one knee. The stranger began a frenzied assault, a flurry of attacks pinning Brian down. He bit down hard. This guy, is he even human? The attacker continued his relentless assault, screaming the familiar words, "Give me the young master. He belongs to me." Completely overwhelmed, Brian left an opening and took a deep slash to his left side. Even so, he managed to counter, his own sword striking and sending the opponent's mask flying. The mask hit the ground, bounced once, and skittered away. Clutching his wound, Brian finally got a clear look at his enemy's face. "You're..." Behind the mask was a face with black eyes and burning red pupils, crisscrossed with cracks like a living corpse. Brian cried out in shock, "Kellen." But the man just kept repeating the same words, "Hand over Master Cyan." Cyan quietly put on his coat, straightened his clothes, and stood up. In the dimly lit room, his finger traced a line in the air, leaving a trail of glowing red energy. "All right, let's go." Raram's voice was filled with doubt. "Are you really planning to leave the kids and go alone?" An image of the girl in white bandages, lying motionless on the bed, flashed through Cyan's mind. His gaze was deep. "Luna can go with Seiki. Lamela will recover. Me staying here won't help anyway." Raram's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Are you really okay with this? That girl, Luna, she's going to be crushed." Cyan replied with a detached air. "Why? I doubt she'd care that much." Raram enunciated each word. "Ha ha. You're going to be alone forever, Master." His voice was low and cold. "What a pain. And besides, I'm already used to being alone." The moment he arrived, Cyan was stunned by the scene before him. The entire space glowed red from massive, rotating magic circles etched with ancient runes. Across from him, both Brian and the stranger were injured. "What the hell is this?" A bead of sweat trickled down Cyan's tense cheek. Raram, beside him, was just as shocked. "What in the world is going on here?" Brian was on one knee, breathing heavily, sweat and blood mingling as they streamed down his face. His hand was clenched around the hilt of his sword. "I understand Brian's condition. But why is Kellen in a state like that?" While Cyan was still processing the situation, Brian yelled, "Young Master, watch out. That's not Kellen anymore." Instantly, Kellen dove down from above, radiating a suffocating, killing intent. His crimson eyes flared, locking onto Cyan like inescapable prey. He whispered, "Found you, Cyan." Cyan reached out, preparing for battle, his voice laced with boredom. "More trouble has found its way to me." Suddenly, his gaze turned sharp as a blade. Swift as lightning, he swung his sword in deadly spirals. Sword style, raging storm dance. After the attack, Kellen was thrown back, spitting a long trail of blood onto the ground. From a corner, the injured Brian watched with admiration. He took him down in an instant. "That's our young master, all right." But then he fell silent, sweat tracing a path down his tense face. "So, in the end, am I really useless out here?" Cyan turned back to him. "Are you okay? That looks like a nasty wound." Startled, Brian quickly replied, "Yes, I'm fine." Cyan said firmly, "You did a good job holding out while I was gone, Brian. I'll take it from here." Brian was silent, not knowing what to say. A quiet light cast Kellen's blood-soaked body into sharp relief. Dark blood bubbled from his throat as he called out in trembling desperation, "Young Master." Tendrils of red smoke, carrying the stench of death, coiled around Kellen's body. Cyan stood firm, his eyes like ice. "So you've come too." Kellen struggled to warn him. "Be careful." His body and soul were beginning to dissipate. Kellen forced out his last words. "Ah, and Boris. They found the location of the Holy Sword." Cyan frowned. "Things are moving faster than in my past life." A cold wind howled, thick with the metallic scent of blood. Kellen whispered weakly, "Be careful." Cyan spoke softly, "Rest now." The sky was a deep, dark blue. Cyan stood in silence, staring into the empty space. They turned Kellen into a puppet. "I don't even have to guess who's behind this." Brian ran to his side. "Why did this happen to Kellen?" Cyan immediately knelt by the body and began searching for something. "I think it's because of this." He found a black, spherical stone with a cracked surface emitting faint light and swirling black smoke. The seal of inversion. Cyan's voice was low and cold. An ancient dark magic curse. He used his shadow self to turn it against its master. Memories of his duel with Boris flooded his mind. I should have killed you back then. As long as Boris is alive, things like this will keep happening. He clenched the seal of inversion, his eyes like chips of ice. This time, I won't sit back and watch like I did in my past life. Remembering his enemy from his previous life, his resolve hardened. I have to end him now. Beneath a silent, purple-blue night sky, Cyan walked and spoke to Brian behind him. Pack your things, Brian. Huh, Brian replied, caught off guard. The cold moonlight shone down on the ancient academy walls. Cyan's eyes were fixed on the road ahead. It's time to leave the academy. Inside the Laminda Temple, located in the Duchy of B, blue-white light cascaded into a vast hall, casting sharp shadows across a floor etched with magical patterns. A figure in a white, hooded robe spoke in a soft voice. I've been waiting for you, Lord Askel. Askel's footsteps echoed in the silent hall. It's been a while, Saintess Iris. Iris pulled back her hood, revealing white hair and a beautiful face. It's been a long time since anyone has called me that. I'm more used to being called Saintess now. She stood facing Askel, her tone probing. I thought you were no longer working with Prince Lewell. He replied, curtly. This visit has nothing to do with the prince. Iris drew her cloak down a little further, revealing an exquisite necklace with a blue gem. My, so the rumors are true? That you're now working with Princess Violet? Askel's eyes narrowed. I heard you received a divine revelation. Iris gave a faint smile. Still no sense of humor, I see. The cold light reflected in Askel's widening eyes as she explained, the holy sword is said to rest upon the hill where the guardian's gaze exists. Outside, silence enveloped the silver-gray walls. Iris continued, the guardian's gaze, it likely refers to the land of the false guardian. This is why I summoned you. With a wary expression, she asked him directly, the place with the clearest view of that land. Surely you would know it best, Lord Askel. He replied, I have a place in mind. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, his voice came out heavy with dread. But why? Why is it so close? Sunlight glinted off Iris's smiling face, her words as sharp as a blade. And they say the truth is hard to find. So this is the great love of Lord Laminda. Cyan placed the reverse seal, taken from Kellen's corpse, onto a wooden table. Do you recognize this, master? In a spacious, warmly lit room, Condell sat behind a large desk, pensively observing the strange stone. Isn't this the reverse seal? Cyan admitted it outright. Yes. Condell slammed the table and shot to his feet, his face contorted in anger. What kind of trouble have you caused this time? Now you're dabbling in black magic. So that's what you think of me? That I'm just some piece of trash? Sweat beading on his face, Cyan said, it wasn't me. Or are you trying to hide the fact that you brought a beast man into the academy? Condell leaned in slightly, whispering, so you found out. Suddenly, he thundered, my patience has its limits. If you're going to act like this, then get out of here. The air in the room froze as Cyan's voice rang out, firm and clear. Fine, I'll do just that. He stood tall in his neat uniform. As long as I remain at this academy, things will only become harder to control from now on. Condell was silent for a few seconds, his eyes half closed. You're being surprisingly obedient. That's suspicious. What's your reason? He glanced down at the cracked reverse seal. The owner of that seal is one of the key players in the Blood Feast. Suddenly, a suffocating killing intent radiated from Cyan's eyes. I have to be the one to stop him. Otherwise, he'll just keep causing trouble around me. Condell noticed a shift in him. Such formidable killing intent. What could have possibly made him this angry? Cyan stared intently at the stone and asked quietly, let me tell you something interesting about the reverse seal. Do you know what its transformation method is similar to? Condell thought for a few seconds. Dust stone. That's why some believe the two minerals share the same origin, theorizing a connection to the Black Blood clan, even though that clan was supposedly wiped out. He continued, rumor has it that a few survivors are living in the slums of Exilium, near the capital. Hearing this, sweat broke out on Cyan's forehead. Why? Are you telling me this? As he reached for the stone, Condell's voice rang out in warning. You fool. Don't try to carry everything on your own. And listen to me. Despite his words, he handed it to him. The piece of a nameless age is on the brink of collapse. If it falls, the academy will fall with it. Condell stroked his white beard as he advised. So you do your part, and I'll do mine. He advised gently, listen. You won't find any comfort there. Whether it's a trial or a harsh destiny, it's a life that offers you no reward. Those words triggered a memory from his past life. That's what it means to be someone else's dog. As he walked away from the room, he wondered, *, don't carry it all yourself. Is that his advice for me in this life? *. Sunset light streamed through a window, falling on a professor standing with her arms crossed, blocking the doorway. Her figure was stern. Are you leaving the academy? Cyan was taken aback. Professor Cirilla. She leaned lightly against the wall, adjusting her glasses with one hand. You're going after Boris Lehan, aren't you? He immediately realized. She heard everything? Cyan approached, hands in his pockets. Cirilla kept her arms crossed, her posture relaxed. More or less, he's a target that needs to be eliminated, so it makes sense. He tilted his head, studying her. Are you going as a commander too? But she immediately denied it. No, as a commander, I want to go. But for now, I have to stay here as an instructor. The headmaster has me by my weakness. Behind her, the phantom image of Condal seemed to appear, radiating an invisible pressure. Cyan grew worried. Don't tell me he's figured out our identities. In response, she gave him a faint, knowing smile. No, it's more like he's known for a long time. Rerum whispered in Cyan's ear. He's not the headmaster for nothing. You shouldn't underestimate him. Cirilla spoke up. It seems he has some kind of plan. I'll leave it to you this time. Just give Boris a message for me. The space around them seemed to be swallowed by a grim, red hue. She took off her glasses, the corner of her mouth twitching into a smirk. Go to hell. Cyan's voice was resolute. I'll make sure he experiences hell long before he gets there. Rerum quietly added. Make him wish he were in hell. A clearing on the road leading into a city in Duchy B. In the center of a massive magic circle, a blinding light erupts. Large, shattered boulders lie scattered everywhere. I can't believe we found it so close to the territory, Askell marveled, reaching for the sword. Is this really the holy sword? Iris gasped. It's glowing, just like in the myths. As Askell's hand touched the hilt, brilliant golden sparks swirled around his body. He cried out decisively, Answer my call, Adak. Standing behind him, Iris watched the light with concern. Still, the way the holy sword is stuck in the ground at an angle is a little unsettling. It'll be fine, right? Suddenly, a hand wreathed in swirling white gold light reached for Askell. His eyes widened. A majestic voice rang out. You heir to the god of light, my master. The moment the words were spoken, the hand struck him squarely in the face. Askell crumpled to the ground, clutching his face. Lord Askell. Iris rushed to his side. A figure materialized within the light. She screamed in a powerful, furious voice. What took you so long? You're late, you idiot. She roared as if releasing a lifetime of pent-up frustration. How dare you make me suffer such humiliation? Unforgivable. Her finger trembled as she pointed at Askell. You bastard. Askell and Iris stood side by side, staring. He couldn't hide his shock. Oomph. A child, Iris added. That must be the spirit form of Duan Dak, but I never expected her to look like this. Pointing at her own face, Duan Dak bellowed indignantly. You think I look funny? It's all his fault. Askell silently rubbed his aching cheek while Iris muttered to herself. How could he possibly have found out? As she continued her tirade, Iris could only watch helplessly. Was he born with a heavenly eye or something? Overwhelmed with bitterness, her eyes welled with tears. Damn it all, just forget it. An image flashed through her mind. Cyan, wielding the demon blade, a savage grin on his face, his eyes glowing red. And beside him, Rerum, she snarled, her voice a low growl. Asterisk the master of the demon blade. That bastard stole my power. Asterisk. Then suddenly, she let out a scream that shook the ground itself. I can't take this humiliation any longer. Give it back. Give it back to me, you damn heir of the light. Back at Len Academy, the morning sun cast pale, golden rays across the white walls of the room. Nana lay still on the pristine bed, her body crisscrossed with bandages. Standing beside her, Cyan thought to himself, I'm just glad it ended like this. He suddenly recalled Cell, his deep-set eyes, and his voice echoing in his mind. Asterisk, you went up against the strongest archmage on the continent and lived to tell the tale. Honestly, kid, even I'm a little surprised. Asterisk. Cyan reached out, gently brushing Nana's pink hair. You've grown so much, you don't even need me anymore. A voice suddenly broke the silence. I'm deeply ashamed, young master. Cyan turned, his voice laced with confusion. Ashamed of what? Brian answered, his shoulders slumped. For continually failing you. Brian's shoulders were tense as he confessed. I failed to fulfill my duties as your guardian knight. But contrary to what Brian expected, Cyan wasn't angry. Then if you know that, just do better next time. Brian froze, only managing a choke. Cyan continued. I have to head out for a bit, so I'm leaving now. Brian quickly replied. Then I'll prepare your things as you instructed. The mood turned serious. Brian asked quickly. By the way, where are we headed this time? Cyan stood near the window, his gaze cold and sharp. I know a place on the outskirts. Lady Sarika will explain the details, so the two of you should go on ahead. With that, Cyan strode out of the room. Brian hurried after him. Aren't you coming with us, my lord? Cyan simply replied, I'll catch up later. Brian clenched his fist. Understood. You can count on me. Before he left, Cyan glanced back at him, his voice filled with gratitude. If it weren't for you, Nana never would have made it this far. You did something I couldn't. He said softly, You did a great job. Brian, a mix of surprise and confusion, stammered, Why? Why are you saying that? Cyan avoided the question and started to walk away. I'm off. All Brian could do was call after him. Please be careful, my lord. Brian called out again, but his voice was drowned out by the frantic footsteps of a maid. Young master, I've already prepared your lunch. You can't just leave. The maid chased after him, but Cyan was already gone, the door closing behind him. She turned to Rerum, exasperated. Why did he have to rush off like that? Brian could only stand there in silence. The setting sun bathed the ruins of Nor Delhi in red, casting long shadows over the scattered rubble. What a complete mess. 3 figures in white cloaks stood silently amidst the chaos. The leader spoke. Is this where we last had contact with Karen? The one behind him answered respectfully. Yes, Lord Rygans. Rygan stood in silence for a moment, his hand tightening around a glowing blue object. He murmured regretfully, to think someone with such grand ambitions would meet their end in a place like this. Karen. In the still air, Rygans raised the orb. A brilliant blue light flared as its metal rings began to spin and hum. His call echoed through the ruins. Spirit of the departed, I call on you. Pierce the veil and reveal yourself. Against the fiery sunset, a vortex of blue energy swirled violently, slowly coalescing into a figure before him. The spirit had white hair and a faint, ethereal glow. I am the one who has passed. I have answered your call. Rygan stepped forward immediately. What happened to the demon grimoire? The spirit answered slowly. It vanished along with Lady Luna. The air grew heavy. Rygans was stunned. Luna was here? Why would she? The spirit, its eyes a milky white, replied. Cyan was after the grimoire. Lady Luna aided him. A dangerous glint appeared in Rygan's eyes, his expression darkening. Is that true? The vortex of energy continued to churn around the spirit. Behind Rygans, his followers began to whisper amongst themselves. Why would Lady Luna do such a thing? Cutting through the tense atmosphere, Rygan spoke with cold finality. I understand. You may go. Instantly, the vortex of energy dissipated, taking the spirit with it. Rygans's head dropped, and a dark purple aura flared around him. What are you standing around for? He roared. Bring Luna to me. Now. Deep within the sewer system beneath Exilium, faint light trickled through cracks in the ceiling. Kara, perched on a stone ledge, spoke up. Hi. Can't you move any faster? A hulking figure sitting in a pile of glowing purple crystals shot back. I'm going as fast as I can. Quit nagging. Toby, dressed in black, leaned casually against a wall. This demonic energy is intense. No ordinary person could withstand it, huh? Pi casually picked up one of the crystals. Only superior beings like us can handle these mana stones. You forget why they call this the City of the Dead. Kara twirled a finger. Less talking, more working. Lord Boris is waiting. Pi remained sprawled out, taunting her, acting like you're the only captain here. Suddenly, a cold, red blade pressed against Toby's throat. All he could manage was a choke, huh? Blood sprayed through the air. Pi bared his fangs and let out a savage roar. Toby! The dim light revealed Toby, lying motionless in a pool of his own blood. Beside him stood a mysterious figure in a black cloak. Who the hell are you? Kara instantly raised a hand, summoning a ball of fire. She roared, blazing flame burst. The fireball erupted into a searing torrent of golden energy, blasting toward the stranger. But in a flash, the mysterious figure swung their sword, cleaving the energy stream in two. Her ears shot up. Asterisk, he sliced right through my spell. Asterisk. Pi instantly lunged in front of Kara. Kara, snap out of it, he yelled, shocking her. The mysterious figure was none other than Cyan, wielding Rerum in its true form. He blurred forward, unleashing a rapid flurry of attacks. Invisible sword. And raging bone cyclone. The air itself seemed to ignite with crisscrossing trails of red energy. After the strike, the two men collapsed, lying motionless in pools of spreading blood. Cyan slowly walked toward Kara, who was gasping for air. It seems you know Boris. He towered over her, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. Where is that bastard? A ghostly smile spread across Kara's face. She wheezed. Ah, so you're Cyan? Cyan froze. He hadn't expected her to survive that last attack. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. An explosion erupted from where Kara lay, sending debris flying. Skill. Pure detonation activated. Meanwhile, in New Delhi, Luna suddenly sensed something. Distressed, she whispered, Senior Cyan. Amidst the windy desert sands, Lamela asked, Is something wrong, Lady Luna? Luna hurriedly turned back and replied, It's nothing. She answered calmly, but the air remained heavy. Seth cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Well then, allow me to continue. He stood proudly, his muscular frame supporting a glowing artifact on his shoulder. This is an heirloom passed down through generations of the Cyan clan. Let me introduce to you the treasure of treasures. Seth tossed the item into the air. Under the orange glow of the sunset, he introduced it loudly, Alamo. It was a carpet adorned with ancient patterns, hovering in mid-air. He declared confidently, With this artifact we can reach the academy in the blink of an eye. I shall grant you the privilege of riding with me. However, Luna, sitting beside Lamela, spoke up softly, We have something similar, though. Lamela added, Lady Luna hails from the Garum Society. She explained that it was a place renowned for collecting countless rare artifacts. An item like Alamo was quite common to them. Hearing this, Seth could only sulk and turn his back. Lamela asked, Will you be traveling alone? Before long, all three were seated on Luna's mount, soaring into the blue sky. The wind whistled past their ears. Luna's gaze hardened as she thought to herself, We must hurry. They tore through the air at breakneck speed, Luna's heart filled with worry. Ascom, but I'm certain something has happened to Senior Cyan. At Exilium, the scene was one of utter devastation. Rubble was scattered everywhere, with smoke and fire rising from the ground. Sitting on the ground, Cyan realized these were traces of a mana outburst. A suicide attack. Rerum, standing beside him, thought the same. Her gaze stopped at the purple stones hidden beneath the brown soil. The whole place is connected with mana-infused magic stones, you know? As long as they're artificially placed and not extinguished, the fire will keep burning. Cyan didn't reply. He stood up and created a magic circle in the air. Purple mana radiated from it, quickly enveloping the magic stones. A wind kicked up, causing the stones to simultaneously emit a bizarre purple gas. In the next second, they all flew rapidly toward Cyan. Seeing this, Rerum teased, How noble. Cyan spoke coldly, Look again. Following his gaze, the magic stones had indeed darkened, and the flames died out. They were no longer visible. Both jumped down into the crater to investigate. Did they burn to ash? Rerum wondered, but he quickly dismissed the idea. They couldn't have burned up in such a short time. Cyan's eyes fixed on a large cave in the cliff face. He deduced they fled in that direction. Rerum grew more curious. Didn't everyone but that woman die? Cyan didn't explain. He walked straight toward the cave to confirm. Before Cyan could take another step, a gruff voice rang out from behind. What the hell? Just a human brat. A group of locals had surrounded the crater's edge. A demon man shouted, Why has a human come here? Another growled, Human, get lost. Seeing their attitude, Rerum was visibly annoyed. What the hell? You even put out the fire, and they give you this attitude. Cyan remained emotionless, but his eyes saw through it all. They simply didn't want him there. An image of a peaceful village flashed through his mind. Long ago, this place was a small, tranquil village. He began to recount, his voice dropping slightly. But the holy demonic war and the attack of Leviathan tore that peace apart. Fortunately, thanks to the hero Lysit, servant of the light god, they were able to defeat the devil dragon. Cyan's voice suddenly deepened, filled with an indescribable sorrow. But the tragedy didn't end there. The corrupted magic stones left behind by the dragon made things worse. Because of the potent mana radiating from the stones, Exilium gradually turned into a barren, lifeless land. The inhabitants were also transformed into half-human, half-beast forms. It is said that bodies mutated by mana are called demon men. They still live here, mining magic stones. Back in the present, the demon men were still surrounding Cyan, cursing humans for treating them like monsters. How dare you set foot here? Get out now. Hearing the story, Rerum still couldn't sympathize. Should I kill him? Cyan just silently pulled his hood up. Too much trouble. He told me to leave, so I'll leave. With that, under the gaze of the demon men, he actually walked away, but he headed straight into that large cave. Meanwhile, in another corner, a pair of hairy hands carried a crate of magic stones forward. This is all I could gather. Seeing the meager amount of stones, Kara was furious, gritting her teeth and screaming, What a waste of effort. All this mess just because of that one brat. FAI put the crate down and said, It could have been worse. You're right, Toby agreed. He grimaced, rubbing his neck where traces of red mana still lingered. If not for the power Boris gave us, we would have died by that Cyan guy's hands. As the three were talking, a voice suddenly cut in. Damn it. Did everyone get hurt because of me? The newcomer was Boris, his appearance almost completely shrouded in black magic. Lord Cyan has tracked us here. I'm sorry, this is all my fault, Boris said tensely. Hearing this, Kara, still bitter about her loss, raised her voice in rebuttal. Why are you apologizing? He's the one who's wrong. He started first. FAI also chimed in. That Cyan guy is the one who attacked first. Kara continued. Toby pointed to the wound on his neck, his voice still trembling. I didn't even realize I'd been hit until my head was already off my shoulders. He's got to be incredibly strong. Seeing them like this, Boris feigned an apologetic look. I shouldn't have dragged you all into this. His words struck a chord with Kara, who rushed to deny it. Don't say that. This is an opportunity for us, too. Toby and FAI were silent. Only Kara, with her hands on her hips, looked at Boris with fierce determination. If it wasn't for the money you sent us from your job at the palace, we would have starved to death ages ago. Now I can finally pay you back. So stop with the self-pity and just count on us when you need it. Boris was inwardly pleased but put on a reluctant face. All right, just please don't overdo it. FAI then lifted the crate of magic stones. Kara stood beside him, vowing with confidence, we'll make sure that bastard pays for everything he did to you. Taking the crate from him, Boris acted as if he were swept up in their passion. For all of us, I'll make sure this ritual is a success. A short while later, Boris found a dark corner and poured out all the magic stones. Then, he turned his back and began to loudly chant the incantation to start the ritual. Immediately, Boris drew out the yellow magic energy he'd gotten from Histria. A magic circle appeared beneath his feet, and the energy swirled around his body like a vortex. Uvi, Boris Histria Urgi. He looked at her, confused. Lady Histria? Seeing that Boris still didn't understand, she stated it plainly. He's here. Meanwhile, Kara, who was standing guard outside, also sensed something was wrong. In the darkness before her, a pair of red eyes was slowly approaching. Something's coming, Kara said, on high alert. But before she could get a clear look, it lunged right at her. While Kara was still frozen in shock, FAI shoved her aside and blocked Cyan's attack. Catching the blade with his bare hands, FAI roared, I'm not falling for that again. His blade was stopped, yet Cyan was unervingly calm. He looked at them curiously. How are all of you still alive? FAI didn't answer. He poured all his strength into his arms, shoving Cyan back with incredible force. Cyan slammed back into the wall, a cloud of white dust obscuring the view. Back inside, Boris continued the ritual with renewed confidence. They're holding Master Cyan back, Histria said, bolstering his resolve. This is the only way to defeat him. Summoned by the ancient ritual, a demonic beast began to materialize. Its body was grotesque and misshapen, and its voice was just as grating. You have awakened Levia then, Boris. The scene shifts to a hallway in the Royal Academy dorms, where two students walk side by side. After a short walk, they both came to a sudden halt. Princess, Regimus whispered, concerned. Erin's face flushed as she hesitated to go any further. Just as I thought, it's too weird for me to be the one visiting him first. Well, it's not like young Master Cyan was going to come to you, Ray pointed out bluntly. But Erin still couldn't bring herself to do it. It's just so improper. It's fine, as long as we're not only here to see him. Regimus quickly reassured her. Hearing this, Erin calmed down a bit, but was still flustered. So, should we just go back, then? What are you getting at? Regimus, ever the quick thinker, offered a solution. We're just here to check if Nana is all right. Yes, that's perfect. Erin nodded eagerly. Suddenly, her eyes shot wide open in surprise. In a corner, Lunav, Lamela, and Set were gathered together. Lunav? What are you doing here? Erin asked. Seeing her, Lunav was just as startled. Princess Erin. Now that they all stood before Cyan's door, Erin didn't even need to ask. Are you here for Cyan too? I am, Lunav replied nonchalantly, but he's not here. Not here? What do you mean? Erin asked, not understanding. But that was something even Lunav didn't know. She hesitated before explaining. I just discovered it myself. His room is empty. Erin didn't seem to grasp the gravity of the situation. He probably just wandered off. He'll be back, like always. No, Lunav insisted. This time is different. She raised a hand to gently touch her unique nose. I can't pick up his scent at all, she said, her voice tense. It's completely gone. This time, he might not be coming back. Only then did the reality of it hit Erin. A cold sweat broke out across her skin. Asterisk, his scent is gone? Her sense of smell is that powerful. Asterisk. The air grew heavy with a sudden silence. Seeing the mood, Set was the first to speak. It's all my fault. His whole body trembled with anguish, tears welling in his eyes. I kept pushing him to spar with me. I just wanted to be his friend, but I guess I was too much for him. Erin was the first to regain her composure. Do you have any idea where he could have gone? She asked urgently. We'll start investigating right away, Lunav said, snapping back to reality. Erin immediately took charge, her royal authority evident in her voice. Search every corner of this academy. Right, I'll help too, Set chimed in. Lunav turned her head to Lamela, who stood behind her. We'll see if we can get any information from the Garum side. Leave it to us, Lady Lunav, Lamela replied, bowing her head. With the situation growing more urgent, the group split up to begin their search. Before she left, Erin looked back at Lunav. I'm counting on you, Lunav. We'll check with the royal family. Just then, Lamy Haram's voice echoed in Lunav's mind. It won't be that easy. What do you mean, Lord Lamy? She asked, startled. It seemed Lamy Haram had already used his own magic to search the area. Asterisk, he's erased every trace of his presence. Even I'm having trouble tracking him. Asterisk. Down the long corridor, Erin's footsteps quickened. I am scared Kropka. With Regimus at her side, she searched frantically. Erin felt a growing sense of panic, more than anyone else. Asterisk, it feels like Cyan is just going to vanish. That's the feeling I have. Asterisk. A look of steely determination filled her eyes. Asterisk, I won't just stand by and let this happen. I'll find him before he's gone for good. Asterisk. Back with Cyan, a powerful force shattered the sturdy wall. Facing FAI, Cyan seemed to be struggling. Just what are you? You stare at him, shocked. Are you even alive? FAI, as if feeling no pain, picks up his severed arm, his voice seething with rage. They treat us like monsters. At that moment, Cyan seemed to have figured out FAI's identity. You've got to be kidding me. You're just a marionette. How can you even be self-aware? FAI refused to elaborate, gritting his teeth so hard that veins popped on his face. A human like you would never understand. His hand tightened on the severed arm. What it's like to live as a monster, he roared. Just as he finished, Toby and Kara, in the same state, stepped forward from behind him. What it's like to be a demon. Their eyes glowed with the typical light of a marionette. The only difference was that all three were indebted to Boris. Boris took the pain of our curse and turned it into a divine blessing. A few hours later, in a simple wooden house perched on a mountaintop. This is the last of the bags. Brian set down the last 2 suitcases and sighed in relief. It was a good thing this hideout was safe and near the outskirts of Lynn. Emily smiled. You've worked so hard, Brian. She hesitated for a moment, then asked curiously, Does he know we're here? Will he come? Brian calmly replied as he unslung a huge duffel bag from his shoulder. Lady Sarika said he'll come if we wait. We just have to trust her and be patient. Emily glanced over at Nana, who was sitting glumly at the table. But I have a bad feeling. She doesn't seem happy. Emily explained. I heard he stopped by while she was sleeping and then left. She's really sad and disappointed. For a moment, Brian didn't know how to comfort her and fell into a thoughtful silence. This is when I should be stepping up. The thought involuntarily brought Cyan's words to mind. That's beyond your capabilities. I have to do what I can, he told himself. After some hesitation, Brian walked over to the little girl. Nana, why do you look so sad? Nana slowly sat up, meeting Brian's concerned gaze. Tears welled up in her eyes. Did Papa leave because he's mad at Nana? Of course not, Brian replied, his voice firm. He paused for a few seconds, then gently stroked her head. Nana, who didn't do anything wrong. He stood up straight, facing the warm sunbeams streaming through the window, and patted Nana's shoulder comfortingly. Let's just wait for him to come home. So you need to be strong, okay? Okay, the little girl answered obediently. But she still seemed unable to swallow her frustration, suddenly shouting, Papa is a dummy. Brian, you have to punish him. Hearing that, he could only manage a weak laugh in response. Yeah. At the same time, in a vast desert, Cyan held his blade, his focus fixed straight ahead. In just a few seconds, he had effortlessly dodged 2 relentless attacks from Kara and FAI. As Cyan was dealing with the other 2, the demon, Toby, charged in for a surprise attack. But Cyan had already anticipated it. Without a single wasted motion, he twisted and leaped into the air. He hadn't gotten far when a voice rang out. Got you now. It's not so easy to dodge in midair. Cyan glanced over in surprise. Kara had raised a hand, creating a ball of fire. She looked at him with a savage grin and launched it. The small fireball in her hand suddenly expanded into a net of flames, flying straight toward Cyan. Seeing this, Cyan didn't hesitate for a second and activated his berserk mode. He plunged into the sea of flames like a moth, and in an instant, the fire net vanished on the wind. Kara was stunned, her pupils shrinking in terror. Cyan's sword aura was like that of a war god displaying his power. He suddenly leaped high into the air, unleashing several razor-sharp strikes. Facing the deadly attack, Kara shrieked in horror. Impossible. Toby's eyes went wide with shock, his teeth clenched. That kid, he's a swordmaster? How can a monster like that even exist? He roared, tried to pick up speed. Damn it, everyone attack at once. In an instant, the three of them charged forward without hesitation, forming a pincer attack. Even he has to have a blind spot. Toby yelled confidently. Kara immediately replied, don't give him an opening to counter. The demon blade Rerum spoke in a bored tone, despite them closing in. They all used the same predictable moves. Cyan crouched low, his blazing red eyes scanning his surroundings, not even realizing it himself. A grin spread across his face. An assumption like that is what leaves you wide open. With that, he spun around, unleashing a flurry of slashes at all three of them. Shadow Dance, 8th Form, Wild Barrage. Toby cried out in agony, as if dozens of blades were tearing into his flesh. Cyan pressed his assault, forcing him to writhe with every breath. But just as he was about to finish Toby off, a powerful bolt of fire shot out, separating them. It was Kara, firing a volley of fire arrows from a distance. Snap out of it, you two. His plan thwarted, Cyan glared at her, his blood-red eyes widening. He slowly formed an orb of void in his hand. In an instant, all the flames in the area were sucked into Cyan's orb. Witnessing this, Kara couldn't help but cry out in despair. At the same time, from behind, FAI let out a mournful roar and brought a fiery fist down on Cyan. Contrary to his lumbering appearance, he unleashed a series of punches with terrifying speed. But in the moment he struck, Cyan had already slipped into the shadows to evade. Shadow Dance, 8th Form, Parry. FAI couldn't believe it. He was so sure he'd landed a hit. While he was still stunned, Cyan unleashed a series of slashes at FAI. Phantom Blade, Screaming Mist. Toby watched the scene in horror, gritting his teeth. But while he was still reeling, Cyan sliced his head clean off. As he felt his body begin to fall, Toby screamed in his mind, my head. Cyan tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade. With another slash of his shadowless sword, he effortlessly sliced Kara's body in two in the blink of an eye. The ground cracked and dust billowed up as Cyan stood silently amidst the carnage. The battle seemed to be over, but just as he turned to leave, a familiar voice called out, this is way beyond a simple difference in power. Toby reattached his head to his body. In the end, we still can't beat him. That monster. Still spewing nonsense after getting your head chopped off? Pathetic, Cyan sneered. What? Toby cried out, humiliated. At the same time, FAI was struggling to his feet. We never intended to win, anyway. Then why start a fight you knew you couldn't win? Cyan asked lazily. At that, FAI bared his fangs in a twisted grin. I just needed to stall for time. The moment he spoke, the ground began to tremble violently, and the surrounding cliffs started to crack and crumble. Feeling the violent tremors, Cyan's eyes shot wide open in astonishment. Peering through the flying debris, FAI gazed excitedly at the colossal, mythical creature emerging behind him. The time has come to complete the ritual. As the massive shadow loomed over him, blotting out the sky, Cyan thought, I knew Boris was plotting something. He watched the great dragon stretch its skeletal joints, his mind racing. I can't believe he planned to revive Leviathan as some kind of puppet. The great ancient dragon powerfully unfurled its long, skeletal wings, looking uncomfortable. It quickly turned, scanning its surroundings. Cyan instantly tightened his grip on his sword. Rarum's excited voice rang out, Whoa, I never thought I'd get to see that giant body of yours again. Cyan's brow furrowed. If that thing is unleashed on the world, it's going to be a disaster. I have to stop it. Just as Cyan spoke, Boris appeared, standing atop the great dragon's head, and declared, Now, I, Boris Liam, shall resume the purification ritual. With that, he looked down upon them all and slowly broke into an arrogant smirk. Seeing this, FAI cackled. No matter what you do, it's already too late. He turned to Toby. The world that abandoned and condemned us ends today. We will destroy it all and build a new one in its place. FAI's laughter grew louder, oblivious to the sharp fangs slowly opening behind him. This is the start of our revolution. No one can stop us. As if witnessing something horrific, Cyan's pupils trembled. Kara, standing nearby, screamed in terror, Look out! But it was too late. The ancient dragon was terrifyingly fast. No one had time to react. In less than 2 seconds, it devoured FAI whole, right before their eyes. Witnessing the horrific sight, all the strength drained from Kara as she collapsed to the ground. No, it can't be. Cyan's eyes were wide with shock. I never expected this to happen. The demon blade Rerum explained calmly. It's not just eating them. It's using them as sacrifices to amplify its magical power. Watching fresh blood drip from the great dragon's maw, Cyan asked in disbelief, "Sacrifices? What for?" Seeing his confusion, Boris answered casually from above, "There's no need to guess. It's to restore the damaged scripture." The moment he finished speaking, Kara roared in fury. "What the hell are you doing, Boris? This wasn't the plan." Boris glanced down, unconcerned. "It's a shame, really, but this is all for the greater good." He let out a hearty laugh. "I really am sorry about this." Tears welled in Kara's eyes as she grit her teeth. Does that look like the face of someone who's sorry? Outside the citadel, the demons pointed up at the great dragon. "What is that thing?" They broke out in a cold sweat. "A dragon? It's a real dragon. Look, it's staring right at us." Without warning, the ancient dragon opened its massive jaws and formed a sphere of dark energy. "It's a dragon's breath. Run for your lives." As the demons scattered in terror, Boris boomed with laughter. "Oh, you worthless trash of Exilium. The time has come to repay your debt to me." As he finished, the ancient dragon growled, aiming the sphere of dark energy at the crowd. They shrieked in terror, "Run!" Unable to stand by and watch her people be slaughtered, Kara rushed forward. "Boris, stop this!" Flaring with power, she unleashed a massive torrent of fire that engulfed both the great dragon and Boris. Flame strike! With tears streaming down her face, Kara choked back a sob of rage as she heard Boris's lament. "Kara, I'm so disappointed in you." Through the raging inferno, Boris glared at her, his voice dripping with menace. "And here I thought we were friends." Kara screamed at the top of her lungs. "I'll see you in hell, Boris." The moment the words left her mouth, the ancient dragon obeyed Boris's command, impassively breathing a dense cloud of dark energy right at her. But just at that critical moment, another sight caught Boris's attention, causing him to pause. He let out a gasp of surprise. "Well now, this is unexpected." Watching the young man slowly absorb the dark energy, he marveled, "To think you can even block the breath of an ancient dragon." "Oomph." Cyan focused, controlling the magic. "Void sphere, devour." Facing Cyan's technique, Boris simply ordered the ancient dragon to continue its assault. "Impressive," he said confidently, "but how long can you possibly last?" Wave after wave, the ancient dragon tirelessly unleashed immense blasts of demonic energy. Realizing that evasion was useless, Cyan swung his blade, unleashing his technique. Black Blood Dance. The sword Chi shot forward, instantly shattering the ancient dragon's blast. Not only that, but the slash flew right past Boris's face. He cried out in astonishment, "What?" The ancient dragon wasn't so lucky. One of its horns was sliced clean off. As the massive horn crashed to the ground, Cyan's demonic energy still sizzled from the cut. A sense of unease crept over Boris. Wait, isn't Cyan's demonic blade supposed to be a short sword? Hygia realized it too, but this power, it's something else entirely. In Cyan's hand wasn't his usual short dagger, but a long sword brimming with demonic energy. Incredibly, he had used his own power to reshape it. Cyan was already preparing his next attack. Equinox Penance, first form. He refused to stay on the defensive and shot forward. Realizing his opponent's intent, Boris immediately formed a magic circle, unleashing a volley of golden beams at Cyan. Lightning Flash Rain. Cyan spun, deflecting all of Boris's spells with his sword. In a flash, countless streams of sword energy erupted around him. They not only repelled Boris's attack, but several streams flew straight toward the ancient dragon, slicing sharply through its bones. The ancient dragon roared in agony. Fragments of bone immediately broke off from the cuts and began to fall. Seeing the massive bone fragment about to crush them, the demon folk below screamed in terror. "It's falling! Get out of the way!" Fortunately, Cyan was there in time. He swung his sword, and a matrix of sword energy appeared. Sword Dance, 8-Petal Bloom. The giant bone was instantly sliced into smaller pieces, crashing to the ground without hitting anyone. Saved by him, the demon folk were momentarily stunned. A demon man, clutching his child, whispered as he stared at Cyan's formidable back. That man. And to think they had mistaken him for the one who'd awaken Leviathan. Across the way, Boris laughed gloatingly. This is hardly the time to be worrying about others, is it? With that, he ordered the ancient dragon to gather demonic energy in its mouth, then screamed maniacally, "All of you will become my sacrifice." Seeing the terrifying demonic energy engulfing the area, the demon folk yelled, "Everyone run!" But they didn't get far before the ancient dragon unleashed a destructive blast of energy. Ragnarok. Facing it, Cyan didn't flinch. He held his sword level and unleashed his sword dance. Then decisively swung his sword, cleaving a path straight through the energy blast above him. Astérisque, astérisque, Even Sandrine, bonne formation. Asterisk asterisk. Witnessing this, Boris's eyes went wide in horror. What? This time, Cyan slash cut straight through the ancient dragon's neck bones. The creature roared in pain as the blow landed. As its colossal head began to fall, Cyan rushed forward. He launched himself from a nearby rock outcropping, finally closing the distance to Boris, a triumphant smirk on his face as he soared through the air. Cyan glared at Boris with pure rage, his voice a low growl. You have no idea how long I've waited for this moment, Boris. You're not walking away from this. Boris knew he was finished. Cyan condensed a massive sphere of demonic energy, arcs of terrifying lightning crackling around it. Power of the evil god, Adam. Boris's body was pinned beneath the sphere, and the sheer force radiating from it was enough to paralyze him with fear. Cyan continued his descent from above, driving the sphere toward the ground with a powerful kick. He didn't stop until half of the sphere was buried deep in the earth. This immense burst of demonic energy allowed Lamii Haram, located elsewhere, to pinpoint his position. In a large room, Lamii Haram stood before a map with Luna by his side. Her face lit up. You found him, haven't you? Lamii Haram strode to the center of the map and pointed to a brown patch of parchment. Here. He's here. Recognizing the location, Luna grew pensive. Asterisk, that's XLI, a nearly abandoned slum. Why would Senior Cyan be in a place like that? Asterisk. Lamii Haram couldn't guess either. He replied vaguely, I don't know. I detected the energy of an ancient dragon, but I can't be certain. Hearing that name, Luna grew worried. An ancient dragon? But Lamii Haram quickly reassured her. Don't worry. To Cyan, it's nothing more than a big snake. As they were talking, Lamela rushed in breathlessly. Lady Luna. Seeing her approach, Luna quickly snapped the book on the table shut, sucking a surprised Lamii Haram back inside. Then she turned to face Lamela, her expression tense. What is it? Lamela reported urgently. Student from the Garam Academy suddenly showed up, so... Before she could finish, a group in white cloaks stormed in. Their leader spoke. Lord Riggins has summoned you. Come with us. Seeing their expressions, Lamela moved to Luna's side and whispered, I have a bad feeling about this. Let me hold him off. Lamela's words surprised Luna. She whispered back, confused. Aren't you one of his people? Why are you helping me? In response to Luna's skeptical gaze, Lamela's expression was sincere. Lady Luna, you are my benefactor. I am merely fulfilling my duty as a knight. Luna could tell she was being truthful, but she had already made her own decision. She gave Lamela a grateful look. Thank you, Lamela. I will go. Please pass this message to Princess Erin. Hearing this, Lamela still hesitated. Just then, one of the students at the door urged them, Lady Luna, if you please. Knowing she couldn't change Luna's mind, Lamela bowed resolutely. I will deliver your message. Luna then walked straight toward the door, and the students immediately surrounded her. Let's go. Luna complied, her mind already racing. He must be calling me about the ruins. With that thought, her resolve hardened. Asterisk if the worst happens, and this leads them to Senior Cyan. I have to stop it, no matter the cost. Asterisk. The scene returns to the crater left by Cyan's devastating sphere of magical energy. Rerum peered down curiously. Is he really dead this time? Cyan beside him confirmed with certainty, definitely. Before them was a colossal crater, so deep its bottom couldn't be seen. It's over, Cyan said softly. Just as he stood lost in thought at the crater's edge, a furious voice rang out. This is all your fault. Cyan now faced a crowd of demon people, all pointing fingers at him. That's right. None of this would have happened if he hadn't shown up. Another chimed in. I saw you threatening that woman and her child, too. The last one shouted, Get the hell out of here. Seeing them twist the truth, Rerum was ready to fight. Yuvanadi. But Cyan stopped him. Don't. Hearing that, Rerum flew after Cyan in frustration. You're just going to let them live? They've seen your face. Cyan replied calmly, feeling a strange sense of relief at that moment. On the contrary, this is a good thing. Then, he walked away under the hateful glares of the demon people, because it looks like I won't have to wait much longer. News of Boris's defeat quickly reached Lul. He roared with rage. Boris was killed by some nobody. Clenching the report in his hand, he slammed it onto the table as if it were Boris himself. Useless. What a waste of good pawn. He was shaking with fury, seething with rage. I dragged that piece of trash out of the slums, and he dies before he can even repay me. In the midst of his rage, a pair of feet entered his line of sight. A voice spoke. You were looking for me, Your Highness? Seeing the newcomer, Lul called out, Askell. Hearing his name, he quickly replied, What is it, Your Highness? Lul then advanced on Askell, using him as an outlet for his anger. Boris is dead, burned to a crisp. Askell answered calmly, I've already heard the news. Hearing this, Lul bellowed, What? Then why didn't you come to me sooner? Askell remained as composed as ever. I had an urgent matter to report. Lul wasn't listening. His face was flushed, veins bulging as he interrogated him. Is that more important than me, the first prince of the empire? Have you lost your mind? Facing Lul's towering rage, Askell said unexpectedly, I believe I know who is behind this. His words immediately cooled Lul's temper. He looked at Askell with suspicion. You know who it is? Askell didn't answer right away. He gestured to the side, inviting Lul. Let's go to the Len Academy. The carriage is ready, sire. Lul was too impatient to wait. Who the hell is at Len? Askell had already turned to leave. I will explain on the way. Behind him, Lul was so angry he could scream, but he could only clench his fist to restrain himself. Damn it all. He bowed his head, his long white hair obscuring half his face. Lul was actually starting to have his doubts. Why do I feel like Askell is leading me around by the nose? The scene shifts to a dark tunnel, where a battered Boris stumbles along, looking completely exhausted. His body, barely able to stay upright, finally gave out and collapsed. Hygia fell with him, landing in a corner, but Boris had no strength left to pick it up. Looking at his own pathetic state, he began to laugh like a madman. Such rotten luck. The dark magic continued to consume Boris's body. He cursed himself. I failed to resurrect, Lord Hygia. I can no longer show my face. Boris glanced at Hygia, which was now just an ordinary book. He mumbled, if everything had gone according to plan, Lord Hygia would be healing my wounds right now. As soon as he finished speaking, the book melted into a pool of blood. The grotesque liquid mass slithered before Boris, reassuring him, do not worry. It eagerly eyed the powerful magical offering before it. Boris was stunned. What is this? Before he could understand, Hygia opened its grotesque maw. This was the will of God, so do not hold a grudge. Lord Hygia, Boris tried to call out, but it was futile. As the words ended, a bloody scene unfolded, leaving only Boris's desperate screams echoing through the tunnel. A carriage sped along the road into the city, passing through the outskirts of Len. Arms crossed, Lul stared out the window and demanded, all right, tell me now. Who in the hell is at Len Academy? Askell sat opposite him, also looking outside. We will be asking Headmaster Kundal for his cooperation in a matter concerning my brother. Hearing that, Lul was still a little lost. Samber, what does your brother have to do with any of this? The unexpected information made Lul's eyes widen. That boy is the one who killed Boris. He was utterly shocked. What? Askell maintained his emotionless expression, his hand propping up his chin. And he is the wielder of the demonic blade, as well as an assassin for the secret organization known as the Mist. This information made Lul tremble. He lowered his head, covering one eye with his hand. Is that true? Are you certain? Askell recalled Boris's transformed state. This is the information Boris risked his life to obtain. The one who has been secretly sabotaging us all this time is Cyan. Finally, it all makes sense now. He's been circling us this whole time, Lul whispered, just toying with us. Askell announced with his arms crossed. A wanted order has been issued through the Imperial Palace. It should have already reached Len Academy. This caught him completely by surprise. A wanted order? On what grounds? Askell smirked, his face a mask of cunning. The mastermind behind the blood banquet and the Exilium incident. The leader of an evil assassination syndicate. Isn't that reason enough to put a bounty on his head? Lul understood, letting out a small, appreciative laugh. So you're planning to pin everything on him. Clever. Askell glanced out the window, his eyes sharp and his voice low. Though it pains my heart to point my sword at my own brother, Cyan Vester must be eliminated for the peace and justice of this land. For that is his destiny and the inevitable will of the God of Light. At Len Academy, the door to a room swung open. Following a group of men in white robes, Luna entered. You came all the way to Len yourself, grandfather? Rygans replied to his granddaughter. I'm surprised you came here of your own volition. His words left Luna stunned. But you're the one who summoned me. Luna's expression grew vacant as he began to question her. I will ask you this not as the head of the council, but as your grandfather. So answer me truthfully. Rygans turned to face his granddaughter directly. Is it true that you went to the Nordal ruins with Cyan Vester? I am asking if you helped him obtain the Demon Codex. Even when facing her own grandfather, she stood her ground. I have no idea what you're talking about. The moment Luna finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from Rygans, spreading through the room and causing the wooden walls to tremble. Just as I thought, you're covering for him. The entire room was suddenly suffocated by an immense magical pressure. Faced with this overwhelming power, Luna remained utterly unafraid, her voice firm. This is all just your speculation, isn't it? You won't get anything out of me this way. Luna's defiance took him by surprise. She's actually withstanding my mana pressure. You've grown, Luna. Rygans frowned, unleashing more power that forced her backward. You are the one who will lead the Garum Council in the future. You cannot be swayed by such trivial emotions. Luna gritted her teeth and lowered her head, hiding her face. I'm so tired of this. Suddenly, she looked up, her eyes cold and sharp. I won't let you manipulate me anymore, grandfather. In an instant, an even more powerful aura burst forth from Luna, completely overwhelming Rygans' own. Stunned, he quickly raised a hand to shield his face. Asterisk, she neutralized it. Unbelievable. Asterisk. Having nullified his power, Luna sank to her knees, but still declared firmly, just give it up. You're not getting anything out of me. Rygans wasted no more words, moving on to his next plan. With a snap of his fingers, he said, I see your determination. So, you've chosen to suffer. Instantly, a series of magic circles materialized behind her. Asterisk, a trap spell? He had magic set up in this room the whole time. Asterisk. The magic circles activated in unison, transforming into tendrils of spiritual energy that tightly bound Luna's hands. Seeing that she was restrained, Rygans slowly approached. Soon enough, even the memory of your regret will vanish. Luna, now like prey caught in a spider's web, asked, Are you going to kill me? At her words, he raised a hand, a purple aura swirling up his arm. I can't kill the future of the council. Luna recognized the crest of Nerissa on his arm. Is he planning to use mind destruction magic on me? Rygans held his right hand up before her face. I'm going to erase your useless memories. With a calculating expression, he lunged toward her. It's useless to resist. Go back to being the beloved granddaughter I once knew. Back at Cyan's dormitory, Askel opened the door and stepped inside. Not a single trace. The ones who came with Cyan are gone too. He looked down below. Can you pick up his trail? Duan appeared, scanning every corner of the room. Damn it, I can't find a single trace. Someone definitely wiped them clean. A memory surfaced, causing her to frown and grit her teeth in resentment. Asterisk, so this is the place where that fool who mocked me lived. I'll make you pay for that humiliation. Descendant of the Black Mist, asterisk. Noticing Duan's expression, Askel spoke up. I was going to ask you something, but it looks like that would be pointless. Duan understood and turned away, annoyed. Don't you underestimate me, you disrespectful brat. Startled by her outburst, he replied, My apologies. With no leads, they left. As they walked, Askel said, We've already sent the royal soldiers ahead, so all we can do is wait for their report. Duan, however, had other ideas. I don't trust humans. We're finding them ourselves, heir. Understood. In his office, Kundal stared at the chaotic pile of documents on his desk. Sweat beaded on his brow. What a mess. Just as he turned his head, the door was thrown open. Are you well, grandfather? The one who had just burst in was none other than Luenel. Kundal eyed him with suspicion. What are you doing here? Luenel placed a hand on his chest, looking offended. Why are you giving me that look? Are you truly that displeased with me? The question left Kundal speechless for a moment. What makes you say that? Kundal's apparent innocence only seemed to fuel Luenel's rage. He roared, Don't you dare play innocent with me. You cut off aid to the Gigo family, and then you went and spoke to my father behind my back. Kundal's expression remained impassive as he explained, Prince Luenel, I am merely trying to prevent you from staining the throne. Kundal's words made Luenel tremble, his fists clenching tightly. You say that so casually, as if it's nothing, just like my father. A series of faces flashed through his mind. Violet, Fabian, and Nerobian. And that little brat, Aaron. Do you really think they don't covet the throne? They'll use every dirty trick imaginable to take it for themselves. Seeing his grandson's foolishness, Kundal glanced at him sideways. You fool. Are you really so afraid of having something stolen from you that you've never even possessed? Only when you have left a legacy and are mature enough to lead will the world bestow upon you the title of emperor. It is not something that can be stolen from others. With that, Kundal turned to leave, adding one last warning. This is the peace your father fought so hard to win. Do not be the one to destroy it. Seething, Luenel gritted his teeth. Peace? I hardly think the man who raised the most vicious demon of this era has any right to lecture me about it, do you? Luenel raised his chin, shouting Cyan's name, which made Kundal spin back around. Your prized pupil, Cyan. Where's he right now? He pointed a trembling finger at Kundal, his face contorted with outrage. You're not seriously covering for that murderer, are you? Just then, the door opened again. Aaron stepped in, looking surprised to see who was there. Brother Luenel? I can't ask about Cyan's whereabouts, but why is he here? Luenel's voice shattered her train of thought. We're in the middle of a conversation. Get out. Seeing his blatant disrespect, Kundal commanded, You can go now. Furious at being dismissed by his grandfather, Luenel clutched his chest. What are you talking about? I was here first. Kundal replied evenly. Princess Erin scheduled a meeting before you arrived. Seething with resentment, Luenel pointed to himself, veins bulging on his neck as he roared. I am the crown prince. How dare you prioritize that lowly fifth princess over me? Cundle's voice was low and unyielding, his eyes sharp. An appointment is an appointment. Why can't you conduct yourself in a manner befitting the Grand Prince? Helpless, Luenel begged him in front of Aaron. Grandfather, please. Just then, a voice from the doorway cut through the tension. Cyan Vester's dorm room is completely empty. A figure strode into the room, a powerful man who posed a threat to the peace of the Empire. If you know his whereabouts, Headmaster, your cooperation would be greatly appreciated. It was Askel, whose sudden appearance startled Luenel. Askel? Hearing Askel's accusation, Aaron immediately shot back. What do you mean, Cyan is a threat to the peace of the Empire? Askel calmly looked down at her. It's a shame I have to be the one to tell you this, Princess Aaron. He raised his head, explaining smoothly, Cyan has been exposed as the mastermind behind the bloody banquet and the destruction of Exilium. We already have numerous witnesses and testimonies to confirm it. To be certain, he turned to Cundle. Headmaster, you must have received the missive from the palace, correct? The old man nodded. I have. The shocking news was too much for Aaron. With tears welling in her eyes, she clamped a hand over her mouth. No, it's not possible. Cyan would never do that. Seeing her reaction, Askel added, a warrant for his arrest has been issued empire-wide. You should be careful as well, Princess Aaron. Aaron, lost in her grief, didn't seem to hear him, tears streaming down her face. I don't believe it. It's a lie. Cyan would never do something like that. In the capital, a crowd had gathered, buzzing with gossip. Cyan? Are they talking about the youngest son of the Vester family? I heard that after causing the bloody banquet, he wasn't satisfied, so he turned all of Exilium into a living hell. They were huddled around a wanted poster on the wall. If it's the youngest Vester, isn't that the kid who survived the demon attack? I heard he was a student at Len Academy. He's got no reason to be hanging around our town, right? Once the crowd dispersed, a figure in a black cloak stepped forward and gently peeled the wanted poster from the wall. Yeah, this drawing is more handsome than the real thing. Satisfied now? Maybe a little. It was none other than Cyan. He stroked his chin, a look of keen interest on his face. Now, Askel will come sniffing around on his own, trying to claim the Empire's most glorious prize. On the frozen plains of Pernia, a figure dashed frantically through the snow-covered forest, heading straight for a cliff. Cecilia panted, her face a mask of panic. She rushed to call out to the person ahead of her. Lady Alice. Hearing the call, Alice, who had been staring into the distance, turned in surprise. Cecilia? Why are you in such a panic? Without a word of explanation, Cecilia hurriedly pulled a piece of paper from her pouch. You need to see this now. Alice froze as she read its contents. Cyan, the mastermind behind the blood-soaked guild massacre and the Exilium incident. No, that's impossible. Cyan would never do that. Still catching her breath from the long run, Cecilia stammered. I saw it while I was patrolling the outskirts. What are we going to do? Alice sighed, her head bowed in sorrow as she recalled Cyan's warning. This must be why he told us to leave Brynja. He knew this would happen. But the melancholy lasted only a moment, replaced by a look of steel. For now, we need to focus on our training. Cecilia was stunned. What? My lady, you're not worried? Alice glanced over her shoulder, her tone resolute. Of course I am, but I have faith that Cyan can handle this on his own. In the meantime, we need to get stronger than ever before. She turned away again, her eyes blazing with will. It's the only way we can truly help him. At that moment, the ice at their feet began to crack, and Marion emerged from below. I truly admire that resolute gaze of yours, Alice. Her eyes glowed, eager to waste no more time. Come, let us resume our training. Droplets of sacred water enveloped Alice. She nodded. Yes, Marion. Elsewhere, in another room, Riggins was using his spiritual energy to erase Luna's memories. He placed both hands on her neck, channeling his power. For my little granddaughter, I must say I'm impressed you've held out this long, but this is only causing you more pain. The immense flow of magical energy coursing through her body was agonizing. No. Tears streamed from Luna's eyes as the final fragments of her memory of Cyan surfaced in her mind. Please, don't take my memories of Senior Cyan. Her pleas only strengthened his resolve. Riggins frowned and intensified the flow of energy. Resistance is useless. I will erase every trace of that boy from your mind. Suddenly, the enchanted leather pouch at Luna's hip began to glow a fiery red. In a flash, Riggins was pulled into an unfamiliar dimension. What the? He stared blankly at the red orb hovering before him. This is my domain, a threatening voice boomed. Who dares stir up trouble in my realm? Riggins's eyes widened, his pupils contracting. This magic. He realized who he was facing. The demon grimoire, Lamy Haram. You, human, do you not feel fear? Riggins was terrified but remained silent, his mind racing. Asterisk, you mean, Luna is in control of the demon grimoire? Asterisk. Without giving him a moment to think, Lamy Haram opened its maw of razor-sharp teeth and lunged. You worthless insect, the grimoire roared as it attacked. Now, suffer the pain of the truth you so desperately seek. In just a few seconds, Riggins was defeated, spitting up fresh blood. His power completely drained, he collapsed helplessly to his knees. At the same time, the magical bond restraining Luna was nullified. Freed, she collapsed to the floor in exhaustion. Luna looked up at her fallen grandfather and called out, "Was that you?" A small hand suddenly appeared behind Riggins' head, giving a little wave. "All right, you can drop the act now." Lamy Haram appeared in the form of an adorable, tiny person. "Don't pretend this wasn't part of your plan." Her words hitting their mark, Luna gave a small smile and a grateful nod. "Thanks, Lamy Haram. Now let's hurry and find Cyan." At her command, Lamy Haram immediately flew up and perched on her head. The two of them made their way toward the guarded door. The moment the door opened, the soldiers froze when they saw Luna. "Lady Luna." Annoyed at being stared at, Lem demanded, "What are you all looking at?" In a secluded wooden house on the outskirts of Len. "I just got back from the city. Things are getting critical." Brian slammed a wanted poster down on the table. He angrily pointed at the sketch on the paper. "This Master Cyan. He's handsome, even in a drawing." "No, wait, take a closer look." Emily clasped her hands, her face turning pale as she realized what it was. "Is that a wanted poster?" Brian continued his update. "There's also urgent news from outside the city. The royal soldiers are gathering in droves on Brenya Street. They're all hunting for Master Cyan." Brian held his head high, clenching his fist. "He's been framed." Nana, standing behind him, agreed. "That's right. Framed." Suddenly, a frantic pounding came from the door. On reflex, Brian placed a hand on the hilt of his sword. Emily was frantic. "Brian, what are you doing? Why are you grabbing your sword?" He drew his blade, pointed at the door, and growled, "I swore to Master Cyan that I would protect you and Nana with my life." Brian's resolve fired Nana up. "I'm right beside you. I'm ready to fight. The second that door opens, we attack." The pounding on the door grew stronger, as if it were about to burst open. Brian's jaw dropped. Seeing this, Emily stepped forward and gestured to him. "It's okay. I'll get the door." She cracked the door open and peeked out. A familiar voice called out, "What took you guys so long?" Emily jumped, realizing it was Cyan. "Master." He quickly put a finger to his lips. "Not so loud." Seeing Emily was still about to yell, Cyan pulled her into a tight hug to muffle her, but to no avail. "We were so worried about you." The sight of Cyan brought both Brian and Nana to tears. "Master, Papa." They both rushed to him, throwing their arms around him. "Thank goodness you're safe. Welcome back, Papa." As dusk fell, the group sat together inside the wooden house. "Of course it wasn't me." Emily was furious after hearing the whole story. "I knew it. We never doubted you, not for a single second." Across from them, Brian asked, "So, you'll find a way to clear your name, right?" Cyan crossed his arms, Nana still clinging tightly to his leg. He answered calmly, "Not exactly." The answer left Brian stunned. "What?" Cyan's gaze turned serious. "Either way, as long as I'm a wanted man, this place won't be safe for long." An image of the Grand Seal holder, wielding the holy sword Duandog, flashed through his mind. Asterisk, he has the holy sword now. With its power, finding us is only a matter of time. Asterisk. An idea struck him. Cyan held up the hand, wearing the red ring. "That's why I need you all to stay inside my dimensional space for a while." A red space enveloped the three of them. Cyan gritted his teeth. "Before long, every sword in the Empire will be pointed at me." As soon as he finished speaking, Brian drew his sword and drove it into the floorboards. "I, Brian Kendrick." He bowed his head, his voice filled with reverence. "Have never wavered since the day I first swore my loyalty to you at the Academy. I will dedicate my all to serving you, even if I must follow you to the high heavens." Cyan looked weary and cut him off. "All right, just get in." Emily, already inside the space, spoke up. "You could be a little too intense sometimes, you know?" Nana also urged him on. "Come on, Brian." Brian quickly stepped inside. The red space shrank and then vanished. Rerum flew in from out of nowhere with a smug grin. "Now that they're all gone, our burden's a little lighter." Cyan smirked. "Actually, Rerum, I have a special mission just for you." He emphasized each word, his voice laced with insinuation. "And I have a feeling you're going to love it." Rerum looked suspicious. "Huh?" Elsewhere, an angry fist slammed into the ground. "Damn it." Inside the room from before, Riggins was on the verge of a complete breakdown. He hung his head, drenched in sweat, unable to process the truth. All this time, we thought Samber had the grimoire, but it was with Luna all along. Hearing the commotion, Sudin rushed in. Headmaster Riggins, Rain River, are you all right? Seeing Sudin was alone, Riggins demanded, why are you the only one? Where are the others? Sudin bowed his head to report. My apologies. They were all defeated by Lady Luna. Outside in the hallway, countless bodies still lay scattered across the floor. Riggins lowered his head, admitting with a bitter tone, that little brat, she really got the best of me. Sudin was at a loss. What do we do now, Headmaster? Regaining his composure, Riggins looked up, his eyes sharp as daggers. Luna has the grimoire. Find Samber and find that girl. Night had fallen outside the capital. A squad of royal soldiers had stopped to rest. Suddenly, a figure appeared atop a large bell tower, calling down to get their attention. Hey! A familiar, taunting voice rang out. I hear you guys are looking for me. The entire squad stared up in disbelief, stammering, in no way. Could it be? Just as they suspected, the person on the bell tower was Rerum, disguised as Cyan. If you've got the guts, come up here and get me, you fools. At that moment, acting in her capacity as the fifth princess of the Guzif Empire, Erin screamed, I order you to sheathe your sword. Facing the order, Askell lowered his head, trying to hide his dissatisfaction. Just then, a soldier's arm was thrown to his feet, startling Askell. Erin spoke up, her voice full of sarcasm. These puppets look so familiar. Askell gritted out. You made that very clear today. While fighting the puppets, he accused, you and Lul are likely involved in the blood banquet. Askell's hand hesitantly reached out towards Principal Kundal. The principal froze, then glared furiously, clenching his hand into a fist. Do you also dare to defy the will of God? Having said that, Askell's internal energy snapped the chains into small pieces. Kundal thought in horror, he is overpowering my magic. At the same time, another attack from Askell aimed straight at Lul, Divine Slash. Erin screamed in panic. Cyan was startled and hurriedly blocked it. What are you doing here? The princess panted, her voice turning cold. You are killing yourself. Leave this place, you're just getting in the way. Erin was stunned. Are you kidding me? Look at yourself. She quickly cut in. You are my fiancé. Who will protect you but me? Cyan calmly replied, but I never accepted the engagement. Being rejected outright, Erin's face turned bright red. That was the Emperor's order, and how dare you talk back to me? Insolent. Askell intervened. I understand you have been seduced by my devilish younger brother, so perhaps I have no other choice but to save you too. Saying that, he channeled his internal energy, power of the supreme god, divine aura. On this side, Cyan calculated silently. Here it is. Lumendul's ultimate attack that is said to be able to kill even gods. He began to link it to the attack that killed him in his previous life. Just then, Erin rushed to block in front of Cyan, shouting, stop it right now. But Askell had no intention of stopping. He continued to channel power. I apologize, but no one can disobey the will of God. Erin still didn't give up. She stood still to take the hit rather than leave. But immediately, Cyan rushed forward and pushed Erin away, leaving her stunned. A devilish glint flashed in Cyan's eyes. This is the moment I've been waiting for, the moment you use that power. Seeing his younger brother smile, Askell was stunned. Why is he smiling? Wait. Cyan immediately pulled out a weapon and threw it at him. Without hesitation, Askell punched straight toward Cyan. A powerful aura immediately surged down, accompanied by a loud explosion. He rushed straight at Cyan, without mercy. As Cyan channeled his internal energy, Duan Dak was so scared she burst into tears. She covered her face, screaming. Scene change. Principal Kundal was fighting frantically against the puppets. One by one they fell, but he was still sweating profusely. I can't kill them all. Looking towards the crowd, he was frustrated. It's so annoying that they are immortal. The best thing I can do is buy time. Behind Kundal, Lul told himself he had sensed chaotic magic here. He wondered, strange, what the hell is going on over there? Cyan was beaten out of his wits. He screamed in pain, and then began to strain himself to channel internal energy. Askell was extremely surprised to see this. What is happening? Duan Dak appeared. You fool, you shattered my power, and now he is trying to seize it. Askell quickly deduced, but that's like trying to light a fire in the middle of a storm. He is attempting the impossible. Preparing to attack, Duan Dak spoke again. Be grateful that he is neither the holy technique nor the demon book. Without a god's contract, he will die soon enough. Hearing that, Askell channeled his internal energy and shouted, then I will finish him off before anything else interferes. Duan Dak was amused. Good idea. Hurry up. But Erin still stood there. I won't let that happen. Askell gritted his teeth. You still want to stand in my way, Princess Erin? But now she was ready. I won't let you pass. Erin clenched her teeth. thinking she must not back down. If she didn't stop him, this could be the end for Cyan. On this side, a hairy foot with sharp claws was slowly approaching. Everyone here seemed to have been turned into zombies. This astonished Lul greatly. Looking towards a girl, he was startled, Luna of Vin River. As soon as she arrived, Luna shouted, "Principal, Senior Cyan needs me. Please help me get to him." Kundal channeled his internal energy. There's probably no time to ask questions. He used a reverse flow attack. Immediately, rocks and soil flew everywhere. Lul was startled and hurriedly flew backward. At the same time, several demonic heads also turned towards Kundal. Meanwhile, Luna and two others were riding on the back of a beast, rushing forward like the wind. The puppets, of course, did not let them go. They chased after them relentlessly. Suddenly, a ground-shaking explosion rang out, causing them to halt. One of them, before regaining its composure, was punched away by a muscular hand. A single blow from Set wiped out more than half the enemy. Luna whipped around, startled. "Set! Lamela!" Set and Lamela had stayed behind. "We'll handle these puppets," he'd said. Lamela had added in a cold tone, "Hurry to Cyan, my lady." Charging into the horde of puppets, Set had yelled back, "You'd better take care of my best friend." With no other choice, Luna gritted her teeth and surged forward. "Hurry, Lamy. I can feel Senior Cyan's energy fading." As they arrived, she said anxiously, "He's right up ahead." The sight that greeted them horrified Luna. Erin was covered in blood, her eyes vacant. "Princess Erin," she cried out. Beyond her, Cyan was gritting his teeth, struggling to fend off Askel's attacks. Just then, Duan Dak's voice rang out, "Stop her." What was Luna Vin River doing here? Perched on Lamy Haram's back, Luna's heart was racing with anxiety. As she flew past, a powerful blow sent her hurtling through the air. She soared past Erin and threw herself into Cyan's arms. "Senior Cyan." She clung to him in terror. "Lamy, please. We're going to lose him if this keeps up." Lamy Haram was stunned. Asterisk, how did it come to this? It's as if he's trying to get himself killed. Asterisk. Wait, or could it be that he knew this would happen? Lamy glanced at the sweating Luna. Did he know we were coming? Glancing at Askel, she knew there was no more time to think. Lamy Haram unleashed the power of her ancient god's contract. Instantly, a massive surge of power flowed into Cyan. The color of his eyes began to shift. A powerful aura erupted from Cyan's entire body. Askel, standing nearby, flinched back, shielding his face with an arm. He stared at Cyan, his jaw dropping in shock. "What the?" Across from him, a blinding light flared, accompanied by the crash of thunder. The sheer force of the energy blasted Askel backward, and he scrambled to get more distance. Just then, the holy sword roared in frustration. "What is the curse of Lamy Haram doing here?" A voice echoed from above in response. "Exactly. No one can interfere here." Cyan declared coldly, activating compressed space. "We end this right here." As he spoke, a mist of bone obscured the blinding light. The holy sword quickly warned, "Be careful. You who inherited the light. He's much stronger now." Cyan's voice was unwavering. "No matter what he is, he's just a thief who stole that power." With that, he gently set Luna down. "What are you going to do now?" Lamy Haram asked. "I'm going to kill my brother," he replied calmly. "Is revenge so important that you'd absorb my curse to get it? I don't think you fully grasp your own condition right now." Lamy Haram paused. "But that symbol on your chest, it means you will pay a price far greater than death." From within Cyan, the demon blade seethed with killing intent. Asterisk, you foolish master. Was this what you were planning all along? Asterisk. A memory surfaced, Cyan's voice. If we make a big enough scene, Lunav is bound to show up. Rarum, disguised as Cyan, had quickly asked, "Lunav, you mean the girl with the demon grimoire?" "Yeah, that's the one. So if you run into her, bring her to me. And don't cause any trouble while you're pretending to be me, or someone will see right through it." Rarum had been skeptical. "But how can you be so sure? What if she doesn't show up?" Cyan had turned back with a sly grin. "Oh, she'll come. She's a total stalker." Back in the present, Cyan spoke to Lamy Haram. "I'm leaving Luna and the princess in your hands." The demon grimoire readily agreed. "You can count on me." Then, Cyan simply walked forward down a path of thorns. Lamy Haram's expression grew serious, then twisted into a triumphant smile. The prophecy is finally coming to pass. Cyan and Askel finally clashed. Today would decide who lived and who died. Witnessing the battle, the demon blade seemed to dance with delight among the shattering divine fragments. The duel began, massive waves of energy crashing against each other. Cyan sneered, "You're looking a little different all of a sudden, dear brother." At the same time, his hand shot past Askel's forehead, making him flinch. Cyan leaned in close to his brother's face and whispered, "Not even the power of the highest god can save you now." The battle raged on, sparks of energy flying everywhere. Ohaslash. Outside the battle, Lamela was mid-swing when the monster horde suddenly froze. "What's this?" she wondered, watching in surprise. All of a sudden, they stopped regenerating. Set grabbed one of the creatures by the head and grumbled. "What gives? I was just getting warmed up," Lamela speculated. "It's like they've been disconnected." Just then, a deep voice echoed around them. Perhaps it is because their source of power has vanished. Headmaster Kundal materialized from void. "I'm relieved you're all safe." Set, putting on a cool act, replied, "It was nothing." Kundal looked at him with undeniable praise. "You've done well, Prince Set. I commend you for rushing to your friend's aid, especially during the exam season." But the headmaster's next words froze him in place. "You're suspended for 2 months." Set was dumbfounded. "Sir," Kundal added, "you should choose your company more wisely. Besides, you've never once attended class." With that, he turned his gaze to the massive spatial sphere. "It seems this subspace is the source of the sudden disturbance. Is there nothing we can do but wait?" Suddenly, something stirred within the sphere, causing it to ripple. Color drained from Kundal's face as sweat beaded on his brow. A moment later, 2 familiar figures were suddenly ejected, leaving him stunned. "Princess Erin, Luna." Lamela hurried to their side. "Are they okay?" Kundal quickly assessed them, then let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, none of their injuries are life-threatening. He immediately began casting a regenerative spell. As he tended to their wounds, he sank into thought. They were deliberately pushed out of the subspace. Kundal was certain it had to be Cyan's doing. What in the world is going on in there? Back inside the subspace, an injured Askell clutched his side. This can't be. He couldn't accept it. "Ow, am I the one bleeding?" Duan Dak's voice boomed in anger. "I told you to be on your guard, you damn fool." The Holy Sword issued a dire warning. "He is the devourer of light now. One careless move, and it's over for you." Cyan asked the demon blade coolly, "So how does it feel?" Rerum replied in astonishment, "How does it feel? Are you kidding me?" She channeled her energy, a wicked grin spreading across her face. "There's so much power coursing through me. I feel like I'm going to burst if I don't destroy something right now." Cyan mirrored her smile. "Good. Today, I'll let you do as you please." With those words, he channeled his power, unleashing his technique. Black Blood Waltz. The world itself seemed to dance with every swing of his blade, his immense power radiating a blinding aura. Askell was no longer a match for Cyan. Every attempt to fight back was a desperate, agonizing struggle. Meanwhile, Cyan channeled more energy into his weapon and unleashed another attack. Bone Sword, Phantom Fissure. The sky instantly blazed with light. Unable to withstand the immense energy, the ground below cracked and shattered. With a chilling gaze, Cyan brought his blade down on Askell without a hint of mercy. Just then, Askell charged forward in a frenzy, screaming, "Darkness can never triumph over light. This is the end." A terrifying torrent of power erupted from his own sword. But Cyan only met it with a demonic grin. He was the demon blade incarnate. Rerum surged forward wildly. "I bet you didn't see this coming." Askell's eyes widened. "What?" In that instant, Rerum unleashed her own technique. Bone Sword. Moonlight. The pain was too much for Askell to bear, and he let out a piercing scream. Rerum cackled with glee, taunting him without hesitation. "And this is all thanks to your power." "My thanks, Duan Dak." The blade cut deep into flesh. Tears streamed down his face, but Duan Dak grit his teeth, refusing to scream out in pain. Cyan, meanwhile, watched coldly as his brother writhed on the ground in agony. He paused for a moment before remarking, "I have to say, this look suits you." He continued to gather his energy, his voice cold as ice. "At last, Askell, I can shatter the chains that bind our destinies." The moment the words left his lips, he unleashed another devastating attack. Bone Sword. Rise of the Crimson Bones. The blow left Askell on the verge of death. He was powerless to resist, able only to grit his teeth and endure as his soul threatened to tear free from his body. He couldn't accept this. He was supposed to be the world's savior. That's what his mother had always told him. She said she'd received a divine revelation while she was pregnant with him. That was why he'd been blessed with so many gifts. But for that very reason, she was branded a witch and executed. Askell would never forget what he saw that day. And it didn't end there. All who were connected to her were rounded up and executed as well. The painful memories came flooding back. It was the first and only time he had ever seen his father so enraged. He even had to carry out the executions himself. Askell's eyes went vacant. But it wasn't enough, he thought. That kind of evil must be torn out by the roots. In Askell's twisted conviction, the poor and the lowborn, were the ones who so easily fell to darkness. And eventually, they would threaten their betters, just as they had stolen his mother's life. That became the cornerstone of his entire worldview. Back in the present, a dazed look returned to Askel's eyes. But now I see the truth. Before him, Cyan and Rerum swung their blades as one, unleashing their final attack. Demon blade slash, and in that instant, Askel realized he was the lowly one. Staring at their faces, overwhelmed by their oppressive demonic aura, only two words echoed in his mind. Gods of gluttony. As the thought faded, another flash of light erupted, followed by a world-shaking explosion. The strike, carrying the full weight of their power, cut straight through Askel. His screams echoed through the void, a final cry of agony as his flesh was torn asunder. The blast had cost Askel his life. Just as Cyan had promised, he was determined to kill his brother today. Sprawled on the ground, Askel looked up at him with his dying breath. "I'm curious about one thing," he stammered. "Somehow, you seem to know everything in advance. You found the demon blade and the holy sword first, and you interfered with my plans, like the blood banquet, before they even happened. Maybe you're just impossibly lucky, but I could never understand this hatred you have for me. Where did that feeling come from?" Askel couldn't accept it. He racked his brain, but even in death, he couldn't find the answer. Cyan's body slowly reverted to its human form. "So, you finally sensed it. You wouldn't understand, not as you are now. After all, how could a mere brat like me possibly thwart your grand plans?" Askel could only curse himself. Why didn't I realize it sooner? Was it because I wrote him off as just the worthless son of some mistress? I should have watched him more carefully. Cyan continued. "I should have snuffed him out in the cradle when I had the chance. That's what you're thinking right now, isn't it? And as I recall, I've always hated that about you, the way you think." Askel forced a helpless smile. "As you recall, were we really that close?" The memories washed over him. "That's right," Cyan thought. "In my past life, the one who turned it all into a farce was you, Askel." Askel's killing intent erupted. Cyan knew. This was finally the end. Just then, Rerum warned, "I don't think it's over yet." The words had barely left her mouth when Duan shot skyward. "Cyan, I must admit, I'm impressed you used that demonic tome to absorb my power." She revealed her true form, her whole body trembling. "But you've made a grave mistake. You will be haunted by a torment worse than hell itself." Cyan glared at Duan. The god of black frost propped his chin on his hand. "So, the mist has finally swallowed the light." "No, Nana," a young man nearby shouted. The girl named Nana gritted her teeth. "But father is in danger." They just missed the most important line, the god of black frost thought with a sigh. Just like their master. Nana pointed right at his face. "Look, it's some creepy weirdo. He just keeps sending his people my way without so much as a by your leave." The god of black frost groaned internally. "And I'm the god of black frost." Nana started pummeling Brian, screaming, "Brian, you bastard. I told you, my father is in danger." Still, the god of black frost mused. "I'm impressed that Guardian Knight can withstand the wrath of that dragon. He definitely has potential." Nana screamed, "I have to go. I have to help my father." "You bastard." "But Lord Cyan sent us here because he was worried about us," Brian tried to explain. "Can't you just wait a little longer?" Sirika stepped forward sternly. "Nana, that's enough. Seat." At Sirika's command, Nana immediately plopped down on the ground, much to Brian's amazement. Sirika turned on him. "Weren't you listening to him, kid? The black frost has swallowed the light. Nana's behavior is completely corrupted." Hearing this, the god of black frost was deeply moved. "Someone actually listened to me." "Nana and I will bring Cyan back," Sirika declared. "The rest of you are to stay here." Beside her, Nana was still growling. The holy sword flashed with light and shot into the sky. It shattered the subspace. Cyan collapsed to his knees. Rerum clenched her fists. "One incredible amount of holy power. I'm about to revert to my spirit form." She drifted past Cyan, sweat beading on her forehead. Down below, Cyan also gathered his power, the Dirham sword reverting to its original shape. "This sigil feels wrong." Suddenly, from within the clouds, countless golden beams of light rained down upon the earth. Cyan quickly drew his weapon and jumped to his feet. "Here they come." The light struck the ground, creating a terrifying explosion. The pillars of light carried a mesmerizing pull, luring the followers closer. Cyan clutched his chest, looking up at the sky. The curse, it's massive. A strange figure appeared, summoning a staff of light. The Nephilim, their power flaring, radiated an immense, alluring energy as they all stared down at Cyan. Erin slowly came to, her vision still a blur. The scene before her was horrifying. Cyan was fighting a horde of Nephilim. Cyan. The next moment, one of them snatched Cyan up in its massive hand. No. Cyan cursed his fate. Erin's vision began to fade, but her heart twisted in worry. Cyan. Her last memory of Cyan was of the moment the Giants of Light appeared. Prince Luenel and Lord Askel had led the hunt. The Knights of the Order of Light had also acted independently, but they were suppressed by Yuan and the other high-ranking knights. The potential uprising was thus extinguished. The once thriving port city and trade hub of Brenu had been reduced to a pile of ash, nothing more than a city of the dead. When Erin opened her eyes again, she found herself in the royal palace, her wounds bandaged. Regimus entered. Princess, you're awake. Erin struggled to speak. Where am I? The royal palace, your highness. Lady Luna has also recovered. Erin asked urgently, what about Cyan? He is missing, as are Prince Luenel and Lord Askel. Erin blamed herself, helpless. I couldn't protect him. Forgive me. Tears welled in Regimus's eyes. I should have gone to. Don't blame yourself, Regimus, Erin said, her voice gentle. You were only following my orders. What did you find out? Regimus stopped crying and replied, It's not good news, your highness. His Majesty is not well. Inside the bedchamber, the king lay motionless on his bed, his forehead beaded with sweat. Duke Vastin sat beside him, his voice low and heavy with sorrow. Forgive me, your Majesty. I should have come sooner. I was preoccupied on the front lines, but I should have done a better job raising my sons. My eldest has turned the Order of Light into his private army, and my youngest has become a notorious assassin. His gaze grew tense. If not for my sworn duty to the Empire, I would gladly offer my own life to atone. Please don't say such things, my lord, Yunkel said immediately. Duke Vastin replied, Do you not agree that I am a pathetic father? He recounted painfully. Askel's mother was killed by Raju, and Cyan's mother died of illness when he was young. And so, I decided to be cold with them, so they would grow strong and independent. My highest duty was to House Vastin, not to my own children. Though he never said it, Vastin understood his sons well. Askel craved glory, while Cyan craved self-improvement. Placed in similar positions, each chose a different path. And now we are suffering the consequences. He added, Brenu is in ruins, and House Vastin is in danger of meeting the same fate. He turned to Yunkel. Have you learned anything of Alice's whereabouts? Yunkel reported at once. Lady Alice was last seen at the northern border. No one has seen her since. And as for young Master Gran, Yunkel rubbed his temples. Let's not even talk about Gran. The boy's become obsessed with religion, Vastin said, exasperated. The last I heard, he'd become a monk. That is correct, Yunkel replied. Just then, a princess entered. Well done, Duke Vastin. Sir Yunkel, the Empire is in your debt. Good afternoon, Princess Violet, Duke Vastin said. The princess continued. I've brought my father's medicine. We're doing everything we can to help him recover, but nothing seems to be working. Vastin paused, then spoke with heartfelt admiration. You are truly dedicated, your highness. You always bring his majesty his medicine yourself, he said earnestly. She offered a gentle smile. I'm simply fulfilling my duty as a daughter. Violet's voice trembled slightly, her eyes welling with tears. With everything in such chaos, I only hope his majesty recovers quickly to stabilize the empire. But the king remained motionless, his condition showing no signs of improvement. Vastin and Yunkel immediately stood and bowed respectfully. His Majesty would be pleased to know of your tireless devotion, your highness. If you'll excuse us, we will take our leave now. With that, the two departed. As the door closed, only Violet and the Emperor remained in the room. She immediately poured the vial of medicine into his mouth. Her movements were practiced, a glint of malice in her eyes. You have nothing to worry about, father. Asterisk, your empire will be in good hands with me. You can finally rest, forever, asterisk. Another memory surfaced in Violet's mind. As for Lul, I already sent him to the other side long before you. After the battle, Lul had been buried under rubble, but had miraculously survived. He struggled to crawl out, his body grievously wounded, but his will to live burned bright. Free from the wreckage, Lul leaned helplessly against a boulder, cursing through gritted teeth. Those useless bastards. Look what they've done to me. They couldn't even kill one kid. Just then, Princess Violet's people arrived. Keep searching. He must have survived. Seeing the soldiers, Lul shouted, Hey, over here. From the crowd, Violet's insidious voice rang out. Oh my, you really are a stubborn one. Seeing his sister, Lul was surprised. He asked coldly, Violet, what are you doing here? She couldn't help but sneer. Look at the mess you've made of our empire, big brother. It's only natural that I step up to clean it up. After all, that's always been my role, don't you think? Lul still hadn't realized his sister's ambition. I've had enough of your nonsense. Get me back to the palace now. I need treatment and rest. She was done playing games. I'm afraid that might be a little difficult. Lowell was stunned. What? Violet turned her back, tossing one last remark over her shoulder. You see, the thing I came to bring you to clean up today is your corpse. Lowell still couldn't comprehend what was happening. He screamed, What is the meaning of this? Her smile was like that of a venomous snake. Actually, I've changed my mind. I'll just announce that I couldn't even find your body. Finally, Lowell understood everything. He roared in a frenzy, Violet, you bitch! Immediately, the soldiers descended upon him, ignoring his screams. Fresh blood stained the ground. Prince Lowell died without a body to bury. Meanwhile, in a palace corridor, Vastin walked alongside Yunkel, asking worriedly, What did you think of the second princess's medicine? I found it rather suspicious, Yunkel replied at once. You felt it too? Vastin asked, surprised. The vial and the color of the liquid suggest it's the divine elixir known as the blessing of the demon god, Yunkel explained. And yet, I sensed a magic within it that I've only ever encountered in the demon realm. Vastin immediately gave an order. Place the second princess under observation. The front lines are important, but do not fail to report matters like this, especially anything concerning Princess Erin's safety. Yes, my lord. After Brynju suffered an unprecedented disaster, its people came together to rebuild it, piece by piece. Prince Lowell was declared missing, though controversy and rumor swirled around his disappearance. But the prevailing belief was that the prince had fallen in battle, trying to stop his younger brother who had been manipulated by a malevolent force. They recounted vivid, first-hand accounts of the battle. How Lowell was granted wings and fought a desperate battle in the sky. And how the demon Cyan ultimately struck him down. But this forced the heavens and the great light to intervene, and Cyan faced his final judgment. Someone had to bring order to the chaotic empire. With his majesty bedridden, the second princess stepped forward to begin her reign. With a reputation built on years of tireless effort, it was only natural for her to take the lead. And though this was a far cry from the truth Erin knew, she added nothing to the tale. Silence was the only way to protect him. She knew the man she loved was still alive and held on to the hope of hearing from him soon. 3 years later, in the Grand Hall of the Len Academy, a voice called out, Erin Severus, choose your path. At her instructor's prompting, Erin declared firmly, I have chosen the grimoire. Before the assembled students, Sirica announced, May the wisdom of Luminal guide you and bless your future. She then presented Erin with her diploma. Here is your certificate of graduation. Erin smiled. Thank you, Sirica. Now that I am a graduate of Len Academy, I will strive to be a shining light for our school. The news soon reached Connell's office. Princess Erin chose the grimoire, you say? How interesting. I was certain she would choose a sword or a wand. As was I, sir, Sirica replied. Connell's expression grew pensive. It's been 3 years since that day, and Her Highness is still searching for the Great Light. Sirica looked surprised. The Great Light? You mean those giants that attacked Cyan that day? They are also known as the Nephilim, Connell explained. Messengers of light, sent by the High Lords of Luminal. But that would mean the gods themselves interfered in the affairs of mortals, Sirica mused. But why? I share your suspicions, Connell said, his voice low. Nowhere in our records does it say the Nephilim have ever directly intervened in mortal affairs. He continued. Princess Erin claims she's staying at the academy for further research. Why do you think that is? It's for Cyan, Connell said, his voice cold. My guess is he's still alive. Am I wrong? Outside the hall, the sound of hurried footsteps drew near. Just then, a familiar face appeared, taking Erin completely by surprise. Your Highness. Luna. Erin gasped. I trust you've been well, and congratulations on your graduation. Erin beamed. It's been too long. Yes, well, managing the Garum Academy has kept me busy. As they sat down to talk, Erin asked, Is Headmaster Riggins still ill? He's much improved, Luna replied, but his internal injuries have yet to fully heal. Erin gave a faint smile. You must worry about him a great deal, whether you like it or not. Of course not, Luna replied instantly. Luna's gaze turned icy. He learned a valuable lesson about what happens when you mess with the people I care about. So in fact, I'm quite pleased. Then, Luna's tone shifted. So how goes the search for Senior Cyan? Erin looked down, a hint of frustration in her voice. I'm doing everything I can, but I've found nothing aside from learning that those giants were Nephilim. Still, I'm not giving up. Luna looked surprised at this. Well, for your sake, I hope your luck turns around, because at this rate, I'll be the one to find him first. She seemed to catch herself, stammering, I'll find him first. Erin's brow furrowed. I don't think so. But Erin's expression smoothed over. You're right. Let's both do our best. Luna quickly recovered. Of course. I'd be happy to help in any way I can until we find Senior Cyan. From a high vantage point, kind of watched them. His expression was cold as he silently observed their exchange. Elsewhere, a cold voice echoed through a void. C'est vert. You have transgressed the boundaries of your existence. You are unworthy to exist in a world under my reign. Cyan was not dead, but he now faced one of the Nephilim. Therefore, the being continued, you shall suffer. Cyan's breath came in ragged gasps, his eyes burning with hatred as he glared at the being before him. The Nephilim closed in, their voices echoing as one. You will know a suffering no mortal has ever endured.